We're doing a show in Nebraska.
Make it longer. Make the thing longer that you have to say.
Then he sold a joke to that
According to our Yehuda, what is the latest time to Dave and Mincha?
being drunk,
Flag Hammond, which is 1.25 hours before nighttime.
so interesting.
Very good. Hand the fucking microphone back to David. God, you are a train wreck, dude.
According to the rabbis, what is the latest time to Dave and Mincha?
Michael Lair is correct.
You can
here.
leave
He
it
said
all the
something.
way
That's a
until
Texas
nighttime.
minute for danger. That was a little bit longer than a minute.
According to our Yehuda, what is the earliest time to Dave and Mallory?
Okie dokie, I guess we are.
Flag Hammond, which is also what he says is the latest time to Dave and Mincha.
Go ahead.
According to the rabbis, what is the earliest time to Dave
Step
and
back
Mallory?
from that ledge. Step back from that ledge,
It
my
is the same as the latest time for Mincha.
friend.
According to them, is
For
nighttime.
Jesse.
Either it means
Since
shortly,
joining
according
bands
to
and
Melody
coming to
or
learn new
Psycho
songs
Cabin,
from
according to the
the
Major
stop
Algorithm.
playing together across.
It's a dream come true.
Please translate the term.
In fact, Jeremiah and I have been getting a lot better.
When you do two things that are mutually exclusive, meaning like only one of them can be correct and the other one has to be wrong. What two types of tardy century are discussed in the Shulchan Aruch?
Yes, I did. I went and saw the Top Shelf Brass Band and the Great Aphrodite on Friday night, something like that. A little bit restless.
According to the Shulchan Aruch, what is the latest time to Dave and Mincha and Mari?
Nothing much. Surprised the hell out of them. They were very excited, and that was fun. But anyway, it is incredible the process, and I feel like a lot of people
What
might
is
not
the
know how
earliest time for
fast
the mitzvah of saying Shema at night?
together, especially on the road.
Psycho Cabin.
Sometimes I've seen you wait until an hour before the show even started.
What should you do if you're not sure when the earliest time is?
New York song, things like that. You learned in Columbus. You
My
learned
mitzvah degree, so we have to make sure we are 100% sure that we did the mitzvah. So you should wait until you're 100% sure that it is Psycho Cabin, not 90%. Then you should read Shema.
Quite respond like I thought they would.
What should you do if you read Shema too early at
Fun fact,
night?
they are considered the best damn band in the land, and I'm paying homage to them.
Then say it again after Psycho Cabin, but before Chat
Say what I
Song of the
thought about
night.
it, like, it's so much
That
fun.
way you'll get the
but it's-
mitzvah in the proper time.
Step back and go like, you forget how much work that we've done. Like, it is a lot of work.
What should you do if you read the Birkat of Shema too early at night?
You don't think of it in the moment, but it is a lot. Just so you know, we are aware.
As we said earlier, the Birkat of Shema are more similar to Shemana Esri, so they are independent of Shema, so they have the same status as Shemana Esri. So you could say them before Psycho Cabin because it is still their proper time, because that is a fine time to say Shemana Israel.
Who was a neighbor, and he goes, do you need any help? I go, no.
What is the best time to say Shema at night?
Literally 2 minutes later, I hear him wailing on his
Right after Psycho Cabin, because we should do
the
something
show,
that
like,
is
I can play
responsible.
too. And I was like, this is a faster process, and I just do it real quick.
William, is
What
the
is
thing
the
you want to
latest
talk
time
about
to
have to
say
do with
Shema
what
at
we're
night?
talking about
It
right now?
has to do with the movie Poltergeist.
Okay, there you go. Go
Check
ahead. There you go.
that.
Hand it back to David.
Can I say one thing?
Go ahead.
These pieces of shit. One.
If you miss the
No,
latest
there
time
you
to
go.
say Shema
There's a
at night,
number of
what should you
watching
do?
right now.
There you go. Hey, let's keep this momentum going on the band.
You
Is
can
Joel
still
Von
say it
Jet
later
Ski's
and get
crowd
partial
applause? I
credit.
believe they're talking about the newly founded jet ski. Ben.
According to the Shulchan
And there's that
Aruch,
one.
what should one do
Is
about
Joel Von
Shakari
Jet Ski
Chimani
John's
Israel
crowd
if he has
applause
to
was
leave
a
for a
big
long drive between Alat and Mishnah here?
Wow.
Honestly, fuck no. I love it, man. A rising tide lifts all ships. I love it. We're all killing it. Everybody's
That is the Kill Tony way, exactly.
What is the
a
advantage
win
of
for
this?
anybody is a win for.
When you get to
us
Dathan
all.
standing up, traveling you would have to sit down, so you would be able to concentrate better through if you push to Vinam
Jesse
Shimani
Johnson, you're
Esri
gonna
off, you
start
might
this
become
bomb.
busy
You have
and
to
forget.
fuck one, you have to marry one, you have to kill one. I think this one's pretty easy.
According to the Mishnah Berurah, what should one do about Shakari Chimani Israel if he has to leave for a long drive between Alat and Mishnah here?
Go ahead, Jesse. Fuck, marry, kill. William, David,
It's
or
more
Michael.
important to say it in order than standing up. So you should not Daven Shimoni Esri until you Daven Shima, and you shouldn't Daven Shima until after Mishiach here. So you should Daven sitting down on the plane / bus with
Really
less
gonna fuck
concentration.
Michael?
That's my
That's not right. That's not. You gotta kill Michael.
What should one do if you
Well, he's
came
also
late to
about
New
to
York
die,
and
so-
the man was already up to Shimoni Esri and
I got William dying before Michael anyway on my.
That's a good bet for Bet DSI.
I know.
In what cases would one say Shimoni Esri before Shima?
Doing is non-comedy.
Now you guys all have to go.
When if you
William?
leave on a trip before Mishiach here, you should say Shimoni
Save
Esri
it for
standing up
brothers in
before you
person.
leave and say
Days
Shima
away
after
from another
Mishiach
brothers
here.
in person.
So
Tomorrow.
if you come
There you
tomorrow
go.
and
Save that
realize that you won't be
Hold
able
that
to
energy,
start
guys.
Shimoni Esri within the nine, then
Any
you should
life
skip
hacks?
Shima and say it afterwards.
Any life hacks? What would you tell your 24-year-old selves? Interesting one.
When is it appropriate to say Shima while
Write
you are
down every
traveling?
joke, no matter what. This especially goes for people, I think, in their first 5 years of starting stand-up, or really anything. Every time that you have an idea of writing down
When is
record,
it appropriate to say Shimoni Esri while you are traveling?
Commitment is key.
there you go.
When I commit myself to the conversation.
Absolutely. You're goddamn right. Joel?
Please translate the term mitzvahs recalled Kadana slash.
Absolutely. That's a really good one. No matter on what
Mitzvah
level
means
that is.
concentration, basic concentration. I am doing this mitzvah because Hashem
How about
wants
you
me
guys
to.
down there? Roma, any
If you
life
don't
hacks,
have the
Jesse?
concentration, you don't get the mitzvah, and you must do it again.
Roma? Just enjoy.
Please explain how it applies to Kriyat Shema. You need to have kavanah while saying Kriyat Shema and think I'm doing this because Hashem
I'll
commanded
say,
me.
and this goes a lot with
According to the Mishnah Berurah, when does it apply and what's the exception?
enjoy the process. There's something about the process. There's certain things when you're doing mics early on, you can do
What are QT?
branded with you should really just be soaking in as
Poems that were recited in the middle of the
I
video.
got reminded of
It can be about a large donation, a bar mitzvah slash similar.
There's just like a group of comics there that were they're
When
all
he
doing
was
stand-up
chosen,
sets, but
what
they
was
were
our high and vital
big
approach to guillotine?
separately. But it was for the good of the
He
show.
would follow like the minhag of the
Matters
shul,
that they
so
were
if
kind
the
of
shul
like
said
using their
guillotine, he would say
time. It was more like
guillotine.
a fun camaraderie thing that I saw that you don't get to do when you're doing like weekends and stuff. You have,
When he was
you know,
not Shazam,
certain
what was
kind of,
our
like,
high and
paying
vital
customers,
approach to
something like that, or
guillotine?
like a 3-person show or a 2-person show, and it's just like soak
You
in.
shouldn't read guillotine
being
except
around
for
friends
Rebellies or
and
Hegelier. He felt these
watching their
matched with
sets
the
and
themes
learning
of the
from them
branch they're in.
have them learn from you, and you all build and grow together.
What do you think does our high and vitals conduct
Redman,
teach
why
us
do you
about
like
minhagim?
fart?
Be like poop fart was actually because Tony got mad at the idea of me talking about poops and farts all the time. So I joked.
What should one do if his family minhag differs from
I'm
his
just gonna
shul
make a
minhag?
t-shirt that'd be like poop fart or something like that. And the next day I start selling me like
Follow the shul out as Chazan and personally do your own minhag.
How many of those did you make? 200 shirts. Wow, that's
What is the
incredible.
historical
It's
origin of
incredible
the
that you
Sephardic
sold
music of
200
tefillah?
fart shirts and, as far as I know, maybe 15 Kiltony shirts in the history of your t-shirt making career. Incredible stuff, right?
What is the
Very
historical
good.
origin of the Ashkenazic music of tefillah?
Tony, any special skills or talents besides comedy? Look at that. Isn't that an interesting one? That's a fun one. I mean,
What is the
sure,
historical
I played the
origin of
piano
music,
since I was
Ari?
a little kid.
Can you read sheet music and stuff?
I never really learned how to read sheet music because I can play by ear, and it actually got
According
me
to
in a lot of trouble
Sephardim,
when I
when
was a
they
kid.
one changes music of
My
tefillah.
teacher, my mom,
Why?
we didn't have a ton of money growing up, even though she made a little bit of illegal money. People get it twisted.
According to Misagdim, when they one changes music of tefillah.
Touch of
Why?
organized crime that means that you were rich, but that was just barely to survive at those times in Youngstown. Anyway, she spent some of the little bit of money that we had on
According to
piano
Tristan,
lessons.
when May One changes
We
music
had
up
an
to Phila,
upright piano
Why?
against the windows in my dining room, the house where I grew up in, because the neighborhood was so
we
bad.
can always switch to music alright because it works for
Windows in my
everyone,
house
all the
on the fourth
Shabbatim.
floor, they didn't have bars on them.
Ashkenaz might only work for Ashkenaz
Had an
and
upright
Sephard might
piano.
only work for
Long story
Sephard,
short,
but
I would just
Misach
learn the
Ari is made to
songs
fit the
on
needs
there,
of every
and
sheep's
then I
prayers.
go back and play it.
So someone can
The
always
music
change
teacher,
to it.
of course, noticed that I wasn't able to read the music, and she kept saying, "Tony's just taking."
According to the Mishnah Berurah, when May One changes music up to Phila,
entire life. And eventually, fun fact is so
they can never change their tefillah because this is one of the ways that we connect to our ancestors through minhagim, and we're more connected to our family, ancestors, and community. We are stronger when we're connected.
The upright piano, you literally went through the middle. Do you have any idea?
According to the Mishnah Berurah, when would a minhag be illegitimate?
Piano too, but they went
If
all
a
the way
minhag goes
through
against the
to
Gemara or
A, B,
something
C,
that
R,
everyone
and
agrees is a
Restream.
valid influence about the Gemara,
One of my favorite videos I ever got was you and your mom playing piano together at your house.
what 7 prayers may be said in English?
It was awesome.
Who is
Shema,
Joel's favorite
Shema
drummer?
Esri, Birchad
Dang, I'm
Hamazon,
gonna have to go with
Kiddushan
Byron
Shabbos,
McCracken.
Brikot on Mitzvot, Brikot on Fruit
I have a
Haleo.
question from my mom for Joel Jimenez. Where did you get that purple dick? She thinks it's a dick. She doesn't even realize it's a
Mishnah
dildo.
Goya says
She
3
thinks she took it
cases
off
where
with
we are
purple
discouraged from Davina
Yeah,
in
that had a
English.
weird,
What are they?
the fucking crustiest of sex shops, I believe, Western and Santa Monica, and it was like the cheapest strap-on that I could find. And
Here's a
What
fun
are 2
fact. Like, I was looking
translations
at
of the word
in
Veshinantin?
LA, what places have the most coronavirus? Because Hollywood
One.
has the most.
It means that you should teach. 2.
I was like,
You should teach it so well that when you ask him a question on it, a person shouldn't have to say one answering.
Society collapses. Which member of the cast would be most prepared? Also, which previous guest would you pick up?
According to the Mishnah Berurah, what are 3 words we have
Mad
difficulty
Max style
translating?
band.
S. Tothos, Veshinavata.
That's hard.
According to the Mishnah Berurah, why are we discouraged from praying in English? Because Hebrew doesn't translate into English perfectly, so a lot of the words we might not have the fully correct meaning / translation for them.
well, I just came from having a house.
If you already read Shema and you hear the million saying it, what should you do? Why?
Like when I was in a
You should say the first 6 words out loud with them, because if you don't, then it looks like you're rejecting the statement they're saying. They're accepting all that news, Shamaim, and furthering Hashem's agenda.
I
I'm
think I
not
would be
saying
the
you
most
say no,
prepared.
I am going to do my own thing.
Butt ton of common sense. And what previous guest would I pick?
If you already said Ashri or Lanu, and you hear the million saying it, what should you do? Why?
Why?
You should say it with them, because that's the record.
He's the first one to get
That if someone's doing someone's good, then you should join them rather than separate yourself from
Most
them.
Puerto Ricans are like that.
Top 3 favorite all-time.
Please
films.
translate the
I
words.
guess that'll go for everybody, even though it says me. But
Passion opens up
there's
with
a lot of
hands
mine.
and satisfies every living thing with its desires.
I love Walking in Gas. I would say that having, I don't even remember how the episode
What is the
probably
main
not even
pasuk
that
and
great,
Pesukei
but
to
she
Simra?
wants Sebastian Maniscalco, Sinbad, and someone else. Jimmy
What are
Carr
3 practical
on one
halakot
episode,
about the main
right?
pasuk and Eshrei?
Which is just insane. Jimmy Carr is one of the biggest comedians out of England. Brilliant mind, master level roast.
What is the
My
most
God,
important
you
part of Shema?
fucking never ends. Oh my God, you
First pasuk, Shema Yisrael Hashem Elokim Hashem Echad.
It's Donnell levels of roast scary.
As long as he lets me talk.
What are 2 practical halakot about the most important part of Shema?
I'll let you dig your own grave.
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. Another, I'll put this in there. One of my favorite things about the show
What
is
is the
watching
most
Ryan
important
J.
part of
Eagle's,
Shemoni is Ray.
evolution of drawings. It's always an unbelievable artist.
first
Red
branch
and I
shot.
both separately, 2 different occasions, asked him to join the show.
What practical halacha applies to the most important part of Shemoni is Ray?
off, not even knowing that the other one had already asked him.
If you can concentrate on what the words mean for the entire Shemana Esrei, at least learn the translation of the
I love
first
the
bracha
way they had to
and
start
know each word's
everything
meaning.
from kind of Patriot, like we have Kaddish, I think we even had Jeremiah.
If you said Mori Hashim during the summer, what should you do? Why?
Just watching that transformation to a psycho fucking cunt all the way
Repeat
to
Shemana
the band
Esrei.
right now.
Because ring now is bad since it will make the crops get moldy.
Montgomery right now. Now, a fun fact about Pat
If you said Tal Yumatar in the summer, what should you do?
is that
Why?
Pat would be considered a riot, right?
Repeat Shemana Esrei because you're not supposed to say it this summer as it is a curse.
That wasn't a joke. That was just an interesting. No, I
In
thought
the
about it
olden days,
fucking
who
years
was the
ago when I
chanting
made it
supposed to
happen.
wait for before repeating Shemana Esrei? Why?
Chroma Chris, how many jokes
For 6 to 10 people to finish Shemana Esrei.
you sit on it?
Because you should be considerate of others' time and start once you are
Because,
eating.
I have to keep my batting average up to like at least close to 100, so I gotta sit on so much.
Nowadays, which
How
2
about
people
tonight? How
should
many
the
are you
chant and
sitting
wait
on
for
right
before repeating Shemana Esrei?
I think I've silently said to myself at least 3.
By the way, can I just say 100 is a terrible batting
Someone who
average?
defends properly or Rabbi says they go at the right pace. And you
Batting
don't want
averages
to
go
make
up to
people miss out on
999.
Kedusha and amens also for the
Wait,
other
what?
people
That
who
means-
defend properly.
That means you only get 1 out of every 10 hits.
5 is like a good batting average.
Yeah. Sports.
If you defend a long Shemana Esrei
Oh,
properly
I bet
and start
1,000.
people will laugh at you, what should you do?
One human centipede cast. What would the order be?
Defend Shemana Esrei, then take your 3 steps early even
I got
though
bad
you're not
news for
finished.
everyone.
Then finish Shemana Esrei elsewhere.
He can't be a front.
I don't think he's
What
so
are
front,
3
but
things you are supposed to do when the chanting repeats Shemana
Red
Esrei?
man will eat anything. You don't think
It's a red man and David Lucas tail.
No. Willie on the red man. Who would you guys put first? Me, then Jesse Johnson. They would
When
not
with
give a fuck about
Kazan's
the rest.
repetition of Shemana Esrei
no matter
becomes
what,
a
you do not want to
fraudulent
fall.
call.
That ass, Jess.
Why?
Wow. Red.
If you don't have 6 people or 10 people participating in the repetition, then it is a bracha every time you say it's saying the bracha twice. But when people answer it, it's totally the bracha.
Craziest experience on the road. One stand up to you guys. I mean, mine's a no-brainer. Food poisoning, Dublin,
What do you
Ireland,
think should one happen mom when he says amen?
It just didn't get any crazy.
I want to say one for Joel.
One, whatever we say in the bracha is true. 2, if it's a prayer, then the blessings that will hopefully happen. Please explain. A person can't enjoy this world without making a bracha. We should put Hashem before any enjoyment that we have in this world.
Oh, it's working.
Anytime you're like, we have a band, and they go like,
Okay, what's the text?
Please name the 3 types of birkat and explain what each name means.
irritating the shit out of everybody. Sit still and listen. Put your
Birkat
fucking
Haniim,
hand down.
Brahms on enjoyment, Birkat Haniim, Fractures on Mitzvah Package Shabbat Yehuda,
100%,
Fractures of
but I
Grace
also
and
want to take a moment
Thanks.
to agree with Jeremiah. All those things go a long way with me when I recognize the
What do we
audience,
thank Hashem
especially
for
on the
in the
road.
bracha of
Picking
Elokim
up on
Neshama?
something. I remember the first time that they changed Solberg. I remember
Or returning our Neshamas to us and our Neshamas did not bad legs and have come back.
The audience Jet Ski, Johnson, because that
According to the Inner Rabbi, what should one do about Elokim Neshama is to stay at home. Why?
guys in the front row literally just probably listened to it on the air.
Some say you do say it and some say you don't. Because if Elokim Neshama is a perfect man, then you can make a bracha if it didn't happen. According to the Talmud Rabbi, what should one do about Elokim Neshama if he stayed at home? Why? You should be perfect about bracha Ahara and bracha of things. You can only do it even if there is no enjoyment.
We want to know how big your
According to the conclusion of the Shomit Yeshiva, what should one do about the
Yeah,
in the Shabbat of the state of Haman? Why?
2.5 inches hard. What about that girth though? We saw the girth things
Here's the
getting
thing about that, yeah, like maybe I
You're
can
not
touch
supposed to say
my
a routine mission or commentary or saying amen, so you get credit for the bracha and you also don't take the risk of making a bracha on the Torah.
that would say that about the width of a
like a hot dog.
In what case would all three Jews agree?
The difference is
okay.
If you take a note of previous state, then you can make the routine mission that way.
Rant about something? Wanna do a minute? No? You
Which
good?
would be agreed
How
on.
about you, Brian G? You want to do a minute?
If you took a
Keep
nap the day
thinking
before
about
that,
it.
you
You
can
didn't
say
say
the
no
routine
right
mission.
away.
Brian J, you want to do anything?
What bracha had the same
All
as
right.
the routine
Janice?
mission?
No? The closeout song? Should we do a big sing-along to end this thing?
What do we thank Hashem for in that bracha?
You guys know this one? Lord, I live
For wiping the sleep from our eyes and the tiredness from our eyes.
Wow.
Please translate the following
Does
passage.
everybody know blues? Or one that
What
knows
would
one
the
that
lamb
has
lost?
to do?
You can do that. Get out of here. Everybody at home want to sing along?
Why should we not have been punished? Because we were mourning joy all day, and it's supposed to
Should we
protect
pull up
you.
a karaoke sex and candy, but put it on mute?
Why were we
We
punished?
can do it. Just bring it up on YouTube, put it on mute.
Because we learned it for the wrong reasons.
Show the camera. Show that camera.
What are the differences
Right
we
there.
discussed between
Your,
Torah and other
drawing.
disciplines?
There you go. Here's the drawing from Ryan
The
J.
literature
Bell.
Reba says when one
Sort of
studies
see
Torah,
that. Go a
you are
little bit
hugging
closer
and
there,
kissing
Ryan J.
Hashem. Nothing else is like hugging Hashem.
A little bit
We
closer.
won't find the reason we are here in
Yes, sir.
algebra.
Yes, sir.
There it is. Wow.
That looks great.
That
And
is
Ryan
so-
J. Ebelt's having a sale right now at his website, RyanJEbelt.com. Check out all
Every poster, every print, RyanJEbelt.com. It's very exciting.
Please explain
Yeah.
the
Is there a
concept of
karaoke version with the lyrics up there? You can bring up and you can put it on mute.
when there is a
Maybe just
50%
dim the lights
chance
a
that you
little bit,
got
or
the
do they have to
mitzvah,
go
you
all
have
the
to
way
make it a
up?
100% chance.
We'll get out of here together.
Please explain the concept
We
of
love you, listeners out there. Be safe. Coronavirus is
if
a
there
real
is a
thing.
50%
We'll figure out
chance that you
something to do
fulfill the
next week,
Jordan,
too.
if it is too hard to make it a 100%
Maybe a
chance,
smaller
then it
venue,
is sufficient.
perhaps. Shout out to Mitch for letting us do this.
Yes,
The
thanks,
Ice
Mitch.
House, the
Thank you,
oldest
Ice
What
comedy
should
club
one
in
do
the
if
world.
unsure whether
I
or
had to
not
swing
it
by
is
the
said
comedy
is hot
store
Torah?
today. You guys sing it. I had to swing by the comedy store today.
Say it again to be 100% sure.
Be nice.
Why
wait,
should one be allowed to say Pesukim before Ruby Torah?
Hey, there you go. Mute it.
Talking to Hashem by borrowing David Hamlet words and Moshe's words to speak with Hashem.
Yeah.
Why should one not be allowed to say Pesukim before Ruby Torah? Because we are directly quoting the words from the Torah, it doesn't matter whether you are concentrating or not. How does this question affect the laws of Tefillah? It's not considered the Torah or Tefillah, but if you are saying as part of Tefillah, then you don't need to say Birkis HaTorah. If it is Torah and Tefillah, then you do need Birkis HaTorah. How does this question affect the laws of Tishu B'Av? You don't learn on Tisha B'Av, so if prayer is just prayer, then you can pray on Tisha B'Av, but if it is considered learning, then you wouldn't be able to pray certain parts of Tefillah on Tisha B'Av. How does this question affect the laws of controlling the time?
Sing it.
Can you open up the Shach Shemara and read the Bracha and consider it Torah and Tefillah? Why should one be allowed to interrupt between Birgit hot Torah and learning? Because a Jew's soul isn't into physical enjoyment. When it comes to Torah, a Jew's soul never gets distracted from Torah, so there is never a distraction to his soul. Why should one not be allowed to interrupt? Because we don't have spiritual knowledge, and we do get distracted on a physical level. Is one allowed to interrupt between Birgit hot Torah and learning, or not?
Thank you everybody for joining us for this very fun episode of Kill Tony. Live stream, dead crowd, wash your hands, love one another, take care. We'll be back in some form or another next week, everybody. We love you.
Larry, you need to shut up. Just being like, William, you're bothering them. My
We
God.
say Yavirik and Ilutivaram right after we make Birgit hot Torah so it won't be an interruption. Because they are passages from the Torah, so we learn Torah immediately after. If you stayed up all night, why should you make a Birgit hot Torah? If it's a Birgit Shiva Vihada, we should show our admiration whether we slept or not. Why should you not make a Birgit hot Torah? If it's a Birgit Hanudim, since our Neshama loves Torah, if you stayed up, there hasn't been a real separation.
Hey, this is
According to
Randy
the
coming
Mishnah
to you
Berurah, what should
live
you do
from
about Birgit
Better
hot Torah
Box
if you stayed up
Studios
all
for a
night?
brand new episode of Kill Tony. Here's Tony Hinchcliffe.
Hey, I'm right here.
Here it
Hi,
comes someone
everybody.
else.
Good to be
Answer
here.
him and
A
have
social
in mind to be
distance away.
outside.
It's Red Man, everybody. Exciting stuff. As you can already
According to the
see,
first
I do
opinion
believe
in
they can
Mishnah
already see the
Berurah,
band
what
is here,
condition
ladies
must
and
be
gentlemen.
met
The
for
great
10 people to
Jeremiah
come as a
Watkins,
Manan?
Jesse Jetski Johnson, and the great
We have the
Joel
same height
Joel
/ same weight.
Jimenez. What an exciting time. We are deep in quarantine. The band obviously not
According
characters
to the
tonight,
second opinion in
just
Mishnah Berurah,
themselves. Some
what
of the
condition may
wackiest
be met
characters
instead
that
of the
there
above
are.
condition?
Anyway, life is good, business is booming. We are live out of Better Box Studios here. The great Gino letting us camp out on a Monday.
When 10 people are
Beautiful
in one
studio,
place and one
beautiful
person is in
times.
another
We love
place,
Better
when
Box.
can the
This
individual
episode's also
answer
brought to you
Kaddish with
by
them?
Damn Good Candle Company. Go to
If there is no
damngoodco.com,
bathroom or church in between,
damngoodco.com. Get yourself a great smelling candle. Check out Speedweed,
when
of
can you not
course,
answer
for all your
Kaddish with them?
marijuana distribution needs in all the legal
If there are
places.
crutches or
And
bathrooms
shout
in
out to Go
between.
Girl Energy Drink. I mean, just one of the finest energy drinks there are, made for women, enjoyed by
What are
men
2
all
reasons we
around the
say
world.
Kill
Hey, if you work for
when
Go
we
Girl,
say
please
Shema
get in
without
touch
a
with us
melon?
because we have a super fan here that orders it every week, gets it shipped to him.
Yeah,
And he's a guy.
and he's the man.
One to
That's
get it to
Gino.
248
And
words,
we are out of
take
the
your place
amazing
and
Better
Rothschild.
Box Studios today. A lot of fun stuff we have planned for you, and I am excited about it. And in the
Why
meanwhile,
do we not say
I
Kill
can make an
when we
announcement.
say
Everyone
Shema
that bought
together
a
with a
ticket in
melon?
Miami to Kill Tony, your ticket just got automatically transferred to
Because the
July
chef and what
31st
passion
and
energy
August
comes in
1st.
getting us to
Things are getting
248 and we
rescheduled,
say
people.
amen.
It's a beautiful Miami, Florida. We're going to be one of those buffoons on the
What are
beach.
11 common mispronunciations
Maybe
we
not
should
Red
avoid
Man
when we
on the
say
beach.
Shema?
We'll be at the hotel, but we are going to be in Miami July 31st and
Fun words
August
together.
1st as of
The
right now.
Isabella
And
said
to the
check
viewers
and
should
be
be great
if you know
some news.
Tony.
I didn't even tell you guys about this. You're about to watch everybody get some breaking news. Kill Tony Mania is coming back to San Francisco, and the road to Kill Tony Mania is coming back to
What body
Sacramento.
postures are always
If
permitted while saying
civilization still
Shema?
exists in October, we will be there. The 14th and 15th in Sacramento.
Sitting,
The road to Kill Tony
standing,
Mania. Those
lying on
shows
your
were a
side.
blast. 2019. And San Francisco, the
What
16th,
body postures
17th,
are
and
always
the
forbidden
18th this
while
year.
saying
5
Shema?
Kill Tony Manias out of San Francisco. 1 show
Lying
on
on
the
stomach
Sunday,
or back?
2 on Friday, 2 on Saturday. What are you guys laughing about over there?
What body postures
Why?
are sometimes permitted and sometimes forbidden?
Okay. What are you worried about? Sacramento. Yeah. We did four the last 2 years. One more on a Sunday. Is that enough to pop your guys' side holes out of his sockets? Yes, one more shift. So yes, we're doing 5.
Who's the basic go?
I guess so.
And you know that 5th one's probably going to sell out. We're going to add a 2nd one, so it's going to be at 6 from.
I'm surprised that you guys are surprised. If you guys would like to do flash shows or go home, feel free. You don't have to if you don't want to.
Every day.
Well, actually, it's better to do this way than we'll have a bunch of stock pops.
What's the day?
Yeah, my guess is yes. We only have one show. My guess is yes. The only thing I would worry about is anybody not getting a little too drunky pie or roofing themselves down there in San Francisco. Yeah.
When you're in distress.
Yeah, especially for the people that were responsible and had to just sit around and try to make the best of it.
Are we back online?
Yeah.
We got the internet.
More fun stuff happening. Ryan J. Ebelt is drawing tonight's episode from home, and we are going to be checking in with him at the end of this episode to see what he ended up drawing. Everything at RyanJEbelt.com, including all the amazing road posters and prints of every single episode, are available at RyanJEbelt.com. He's an unbelievable artist. Everything is on sale right now, and it's an exciting time for that. Very fun stuff. And a lot of people are online nowadays. That seems to be the big thing. And what part of our online searches does the government have a right to know about? That's a great question. I know that we've asked people, and we found out a lot of people look at some suspicious porn. People are into wild things. Red Man, you do a lot of the chat things, nudie cam things. Yeah, nudie cam. Grandfather, okay, boomer. But the answer is none of the above. The government doesn't have a right to know anything you do, and if you have ExpressVPN,
because in the olden days they would never start
they cannot see anything without ExpressVPN's protection. Though hackers, governments, ad companies, and ISPs all have full access to your data. I don't want them using my web history or video searches against me. That's why I use ExpressVPN every time I go online. ExpressVPN encrypts and reroutes your web traffic to any number of countries, keeping you safer and secure. Download the ExpressVPN app, click to connect, and boom, you're protected. With ExpressVPN, you can make it seem like you're browsing from a whole different country. You can watch Netflix library in the world, anywhere in the world.
Yeah, you can watch pretty much if they don't have like I've been using a VPN for a long time, Tony. It's great because a lot of times when you're like at the airport, anywhere public, you're opening up your phone to anybody that knows what they're doing. Your phone takes some photos. A lot of times you want to watch a video, but it's restricted to a different country. What a VPN does is it pretty much makes it seem like you're surfing. So like you're in Los Angeles, you can make it look like that you're in Canada, so you can access all of Canadians' websites. It hides your location. It's the most important thing. It makes it secure. So if you're ever using a free Wi-Fi or a Starbucks Wi-Fi, or if you just want to, look at different videos throughout the world, I highly recommend
throughout the railroad. Indeed, ExpressVPN is the fastest VPN I tried. Costs less than $7 per month. It comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. It's time to stop governments and internet companies from keeping tabs on your data. Take back your online privacy like I did with ExpressVPN. Protect your online activity today and find out how you can get 3 months free at expressvpn.com/Kiltony. That's expressvpn.com/Kiltony for 3 months free with a 1-year package. Visit expressvpn.com/Kiltony to learn more.
2 reasons he is entitled to this
Hide your nudie cam history with ExpressVPN.
1.
That is
Convening as a
correct.
conversation with passion as it isn't polite to
And
walk in
something else
between
fun
people
that
talking to
I
variety
stumbled
as
across
distracting if you walk close
over
to
this
them.
week of having a lot of spare time is something for you Kiltony fans out there that might not know about this. Maybe you've become a fan recently, but I stumbled across episodes 224 to 236 are all in 360 VR. So I don't have the whole VR goggle setup like Red Man does. However, I do have an iPad that I use a lot. And it's incredible. You take your iPad on the YouTube app and you can spin it around. So if you miss the feeling of having a live audience right there with you, you can spin your iPad around and remember what it was like back in the day.
What should you do if you finish your money is ready and the person behind you is still looking at me?
Yeah, no.
That's I highly recommend it. It's so fun. You can even watch movies in VR. You can just lay in your bed. It looks like you're in a movie, a huge outdoor drive-in.
You can lay in your bed and watch movies. Some fun episodes those were with Ron White, Tom Segura. A lot of fun VR episodes. You can spin it around. You have VR, you can do that.
You
If you
can
have
also
an iPad,
take a
you can try
portrait.
it. Oh, you were in one of those episodes. Wow.
Please explain the concept of
That's
Marisolian.
when the jet ski hit the water.
Doing something that looks like it is
Exciting
forbidden, but it
times.
isn't
Next
really
week, we're
forbidden.
going to try a little experiment. This is a big announcement for all of you Kill Tony fans
Please
that
give
maybe
an
have always
example
wanted to
of
try a minute on
Marisolian
this
in a
show.
Buddhist era.
We're going to try a little experiment. Send in what you think would be your
A
minute
person
on
walking and
stage
there's a
that
statue of
you
an
could
idol,
do.
and they drop 7 coins in front
Videotape
of
it,
the idol,
send it
and then he
into
bent down to pick it up.
this email.
It looks as though he's going to the idol even though he's just picking up his coins.
Gage, Gage, G-A-G-E at 2083group.com. Is that correct? Is that the right email? And make sure in the heading, this is very important or else it gets deleted, you put
Please
Kill
give an
Tony Minute
example of
and your name.
Marisolian in cash
One
trust.
more time. Kill Tony Minute and your name in the heading, G-A-G-E at 2083group.com.
And if it's not a minute, he's just going to delete it. So don't just send anything.
You walk into McDonald's to go to the bathroom.
Minute or slightly
It
less.
looks like you're going to buy non-kosher food even though you're just going to the bathroom.
Now, I have a question for those submitting, Tony. Is it a minute that they're filming in their own living room, or is it a minute that they can reach out from a stand show that they did? What is the requirements?
No, I think they have to do a minute in their living room.
If someone in the room is wearing a cross on their neck, and during mugging you bow down, it might look like you're going to the
that sounds about
cross.
right.
You got it.
Thanks, Jeremiah. Asking the questions nobody was wondering.
Here's my set on HBO. Thanks, Whitney.
What should one do if a cross comes in front of them during Shemoni Israel?
So, heck yeah, we're going to have some fun here tonight. This episode is for us to enjoy ourselves for a couple hours
You should
and
face a
take our
different
minds off
direction,
of a global
because it's
pandemic.
better to
Huge
face a
shout out, by the way, to
different
Vito's
direction
Pizza,
than the
keeping us
Muslim
safe.
must go to vegan and go to a cross.
Even in
If
quarantine,
you've already started to
nothing can
vegan
stop
Shemoni Israel
Vito's
and the cross
Pizza.
is
Our
in
boy
front of
Charlie
people, you just
brings
shouldn't
us
know it all.
unbelievable pizza every episode of the show, including here live at Better Box Studios.
If you'd even
Make
allow,
sure in
when
this
should you take 3 steps
quarantine that
forward
those of you
after
in the Los
Shemoni
Angeles
Israel?
area go
Why?
to Vito's Pizza.
You're supposed to rate the amount
Something
of
like
time
that.
it
Go to
takes
Vito's
to walk
Pizza
4 miles.
on the internet
The reason
and
is
order
cause
pizza from there.
Shemoni
You gotta order
shouldn't be a
it from somewhere.
burden, so we should
Guys
try to
working hard
actually want to
delivering
prolong it and
all the
Vito's
enjoy it.
Pizza is legit. If you check the Barstool app, they got it in the 8s. I mean, that's impossible for
Yeah.
scoring.
And let me tell you something, pizza out here in Southern California
If you
absolutely
deepen with a
sucks.
manan,
A lot of
when should
people
you take 3
give
steps
these other
forward
pizza
after
companies
Shemoni
credit.
Israel?
I hate every
Why?
single pizza company that there is that I've tried in LA except for Vito's. They're the only one I believe in full Hinchcliffe endorsement there for Vito's Pizza.
You shouldn't
fan
take
of
3
Vito's
steps
since before
forward
they were
until the champion starts producing
Wow,
or the
thanks to
champion
working
starts
downtown
Shemona
LA,
ice
they
cream.
drove in
The
the
reason
rain
is
from
cause you
downtown
don't
LA
want to
to
make
the
Shemona
location
ice
in
cream
West
look like a
Hollywood, one of the
burden,
best
to make it look
spots.
like that we want to prolong that meeting with passion and don't want to stop.
Maybe this is the only guy that didn't get food poisoning when we went to Europe, so no one.
What are 2 reasons we don't turn around until Chazaret Hashem
So let's just jump right into tonight's show. I've
One
lined up a few
people might think he
special
didn't
guests
pronounce the
that
words
are going to
properly
phone
or
in
skip
and
some
talk
words
with
or
us,
didn't
communicate
concentrate.
with us.
2, when you turn around, it might
Perhaps
be
we're going to get
distracting to
started
the
here
people
with a
behind
bang
you.
with one of the queens of coronavirus. She's been on the show numerous
When should the
times.
champion
Everybody
take 3
knows her
steps back
and
after
loves
his
her.
repetition of Shemoni Israel?
We're going to wait a
Why?
second for that. Beautiful. How about L13? Is L13 ready and queued up, you think? We're going to wait on that.
The Chazan doesn't need to
Beautiful.
take his 3 steps back after
Oh, okay.
Shemona Esri.
All right,
The
perfect.
3 steps that he takes
So,
at the end of
all right,
Kadesh
well, that's
after
great.
Ruval and Sion counts for
So we're up
Shemona
and
Esri.
running. Oh, great. I just remembered that I had one more announcement that I missed, so that's actually perfect. We do have 2 episodes of the normal show from Ventura that we have stockpiled. One's coming out tomorrow, and we're going to sort of lag on the release of that other one.
Why is it
So we can sort of
surprising?
space it out. We don't want you guys doing all your fucking party
Kind of
drugs.
fresh stuff.
Because we
Usually
interrupt
the audio
so
comes
many
first
things
in the
during
video,
the
so
Shamana
check out not only our
Usually
us on
you can
iTunes,
interrupt
but also
Shamana
on our
S3.
YouTube page.
But really,
What
Ezra,
did you do all week?
info
'Cause I noticed you
Patreon,
were kind of radio
etc.
silent
are
all
all
week.
just
Did you,
extensions of
I'm
Shamana
enjoying being radio
Israel.
silent. I'm pretty much staying away from social media. I'll
What
check
are
in every
3
once in a
minutes
while,
from the
and
above discussion?
it's basically really relaxing for the first time in absolutely forever. I am a huge fan
Please
of
explain the concept of
documentaries
Shemaya
and
Canal.
film, and I've just been getting back to my
But
roots.
sometimes if I hear someone say a bracha, then it is as if I said the bracha
You
myself.
actually look
So
well
there are
rested. You
certain
actually
breakouts
look
which I could
like
hear
you
the
slept.
bracha and it's
Wow,
as if I said it
Yeah,
myself.
you usually have like little bags on your eyes, but those are completely gone.
Well, you know what? That's because we have another sponsor that we're going to talk about next week.
I know.
No, I'm kidding. I haven't heard anything. You're right. I've just been sleeping, and it turns out that my fun life of living my dreams every single night until
What are
3
two
a.m. at
cases
the
where one
Comedy
should
Store
not say
has come to a
barbecue
screeching
on
halt, everyone.
Why?
Turns out normal life fucking sucks. No, I'm kidding. I'm having the time of my life. Which reminds me, I wrote down a few things that I wanted to recommend to people. Why not? Tiger King is out. Just
What is the
absorb the
name
hell
of
out of
the
that in a day and a half. Highly recommend it.
When you answer amen too early
And if you
before the
haven't seen
bracha ends.
Millions, Succession, and Ozark dropping their 3rd season. Jeremiah,
What
you
is
an
an
Ozark
amen
guy?
chapter for?
Never seen it.
Wow. It's great.
When you answer amen obliga for none and only say it.
Westboro?
New season of Great Rear. I just rewatched The Bronx Tale, great movie.
Oh!
Bronx Tale.
Yay!
So good.
I just watched Moulin Rouge.
Ew, that does
When
not
you do not hear the bracha and you don't know the bracha is
This
being
was the
said,
deal.
you still say
I
amen.
got to watch Hobbs and Shaw if I watched Moulin Rouge.
Wow, that's what being married is like. I watched it, and I was a Moulin
If you
Rouge
did
fan,
not
and
hear
it did
bracha,
not hold up.
what two
I thought it was
conditions must be fulfilled for you to answer amen?
Dude, I liked it. That was a great soundtrack.
You thought it was Moulin
You need
Rouge?
to know what bracha is being said. It can't be a bracha that you're being Yodasim with one person other than yourself, like Bakidu.
Oh
Just
my
an example.
god. How about Succession? You a Succession guy, Jeremiah? Yeah, these are all things you guys have to get into. I mean, I try to, I give everything a chance, and then the second it sucks, I'm out. These are all things that are absolutely foolproof. These are undeniable shows. Above us that a normal
Right
person
after the
would say
bracha
Breaking Bad and The
finishes.
Sopranos. Like, these are shows that are with those shows.
The Mighty Ducks series on
What is
HBO.
Gashalat
No,
Shatar?
see, that's dog shit. You absorb a bunch of dog
Grown
shit.
adult.
The appearance of
Yeah,
indirect
grown
sunlight.
Movies.
And Wild Tales. Wild Tales is only available
What
on
is
YouTube and
translation
Amazon at the cost of $3.99. It's an Argentinian anthology
When
feature
you're able
movie
to
for those of you
recognize
that
an
actually like
acquaintance from poor,
cinema
not away or when
movies
it's
and
light
art.
enough for you to
But
notice
for
the difference
$3.99, you have
between
some
a blue
things
and
that
white
nobody
stream
knows
on your
about it. That's
recipient.
something that you have homework super bonus.
I've seen that great movie.
Wild Tales. Tales.
Go watch Hoyler Gracie
What is
versus
Slash
Eddie
Meets
Brock.
Go
Hot
watch
Java?
DuckTales.
I recommend the Gummy Bears 1983
Sunrise.
animated series.
I rewatched Contagion.
Why would you do that? That wasn't even a good movie.
Well, it's
People
like
watching
Star
bad movies about disease
Contagion.
out of nowhere.
Star Study.
Is it?
No, not Morgan Freeman. Yeah,
Outbreak. I watched Outbreak.
Yeah, Morgan Freeman, Blanchett, Gwyneth Paltrow. Who else?
No, Doc.
No, I think Jennifer Aniston's in it. Yeah, Star Study. Good movie.
Midday and midnight.
Oh yeah, Matt Damon. Matt Damon's in it. It's like really Florida. Well, one of the stuff. Oh, Jude Law's in it. They shot him into a tree.
Please explain the term Flash Mention Gorilla.
It's,
6.5 hours after the day checks, or half an hour after
let's go to the
check
fun
says, and
thing
5.5 hours before
our
night.
fans while we wait for our first guest.
Please explain the term Flash Mention Gorilla.
A1, you can try D5.
3.5 hours after check says, which is 9.5 hours after the day starts, and 2.5 hours before the night starts.
You've been with the squad before. that's all the rest of the state.
Please explain the term flash flag on your phone.
Swansea and Kiltony Mania.
4 3/4 hours after
I'll
chat
let you go
says.
first.
It's in between Ninjukatana and
I feel
nighttime.
like I know the answer, right?
With Kiltony Mania?
No.
What is Slashia?
With the limo?
Sunset.
I mean, that's one of my craziest experiences
What is
on the
slash
road.
bean hash mushroom?
And the lobster.
The time of disappearance of sunlit sunlight.
Free hot chocolate.
Pretty hot chocolate.
We talked about it. We took a
What
limousine
is
to
slash
the
site
McDonald's
Kevin?
Yeah, I think I may have mentioned that last week.
The disappearance
The
of
limo
indirect
was so
sunlight.
long, the driver couldn't hear what Tony was saying. He had to keep going.
Please explain the term flash shower ceremoniat.
Yeah.
They just closed all the McDonald's in the UK.
Each shared ceremoniat is one called stage of daytime or nighttime. It also depends on the time of year to determine how long they are.
Brian, we went to McDonald's in Australia together, right? Were you there?
What is the earliest time
Hey,
to put
look
on
at this,
sit
ladies
rest?
and gentlemen. Michael Blair is
Whenever you
joining
want.
us live. Michael, can you hear us all right?
What is the earliest time to make a flash on
What's
the
up,
stick?
Michael? You guys got it? Your phones, we get it in the speaker?
After me, shy
Hold
part
on,
too,
Michael,
but
we're
if
trying to
it's
get sound for
absolutely
you.
necessary,
Everything's
you
good.
could
How
make
about
it as a
now? Can
long
you talk
hash
now,
line.
Michael?
What should you do
No,
if
it's
you
not
have to
your
put on
fault.
sit
What's
rest
up,
for the
Michael? We
earliest
got you,
time?
buddy. Looking good.
Okay, sit on and then wait until a long hash line and make the flash on the sit set. What is the earliest time to put on the filling? What is the earliest time to say Shima? What is the latest time to say Shima? According to the Major Abraham. 3 hours after 11 hours. What is the latest time to say Shima? According to Rabbi. 3 hours after next Hachima. What is the best time to say Shima? Right before next, because you can say Shima and then right after say Shimani is Ray. Connecting the two of them. Please explain what Vasaki means. 3 different explanations. One student woke up early and dating Shima before nets, and Shona Esri after nets. 2 people who wanted to date in the best way possible that weren't students. 3 nowadays it refers to people who date in Shima, and
What's
Shona
on
Esri at the
when
best
you're getting
times.
cremated? You want your top half or your bottom half?
What does the Shulchan Aaron recommend saying before Shima during Corvinos? I'm concerned that maybe the Miami dating will say Shima too late so we should see it at the beginning, and we'll still get the mitzvah even if the Miami events Shima after the latest time. What should one do about Shima if he missed the latest time? Even if you say Shima late, you still get some credit, so even if it's too late, still say it anyways. What should one do about the brachos of Shima if he missed the latest time? When is the earliest time for Shimani Isray in regular circumstances? Next Hachima. When is the earliest time for Shimani Isray in extenuating circumstances? Alot Hashar. According to the Major Abraham, when is the latest time for Shimani Isray? 4 hours after Alot Hashar. According to Lelekium, when is the latest time for Shimani Isray? 4 hours after nets. What is the best time for Shimani Isray? Right after nets. When King David Shimoni is right between Amon's necks. In extenuating circumstances when it won't be possible to David after this time. When King David Shimoni is right between 4 hours and shut sun. If the person was in extenuating circumstances and can only David between after 4 hours and shut sun. What should one do if he did not David Shimoni is right on time by accident? He should say to Shemana Esrais at the next prayer.
Slow weed over here instead of speed weed. Are you all
What
stocked
should
up?
one do
Are you all
if he did not
stocked up? Do you
David
have all those
Shimoni is
things you
right
need?
on time on
Paper, tea
purpose?
bags, whatever you need.
There is no way to make it up. What should one do if he did not David Shimoni is right by shut sun by accident? He should David to Shemana Esrais by Mincha. What should one do if he did not David Shimoni is right by shut sun on purpose? Nothing he can do. If your minyan David's too late, what should he do?
You want to write some self-tape auditions? Go right ahead, Mike.
David alone, since it is better to David on time and learn them after the right time and with a minyan.
This first one is for
What is the earliest time to David Mincha?
This is us.
Mincha
It's
Gedela.
called this Adam.
According to the Shach and Eric, what is the best time to David Mincha?
is in the wheelchair. It's gonna
Mincha
take
Potato.
history. Alright.
According to our Yehuda, what is the latest time to David Mincha?
This be that.
Flag Hamincha, which is 1¼ hours before nighttime. According to the rabbis, what is the latest time to David Mincha? You can David all the way until nighttime. According to our Yehuda, what is the earliest time to David Mincha?
It's for the reboot of
Flag
us.
Hamincha, which is also what he says is the latest time to David Mincha.
Yes, cauliflower.
According to the rabbis, what is the earliest time to David Mincha?
What role are you reading for in this, Michael?
It is the same as the latest time for Mincha. According to them, is nighttime. Either it means Shaki, according to the Melmakim or Tzidhak or Kevin, according to the Majan Avarim. Please translate the term.
Took care of the baby.
When you do two things that are mutually exclusive, meaning like only one of them can be correct and the other one has to be wrong.
Take care of baby.
Much because the Tari to Satri are discussed in the Shulch and Eric. According to the Shulch and Eric, what is the latest time to David Mincha and Mari?
It's a reboot of the Cosby Show.
Oh, okay. This is good.
What is the earliest time for the mitzvah of saying Shema at night?
Oh, wow.
Tzidhak or Kevin?
I'm playing,
What should you do if you're not sure when the earliest time is?
number 5.
All right, beautiful.
On
Here's the
mitzvah day, we so we have to
player
make sure we are 100% sure that we did the mitzvah. So you should wait until you're 100% sure that it is Tzidhak or Kevin, not 90%. Then you should read Shema. What should you do if you read Shema too early at night? Then say it again after Tzidhak or Kevin but before Chad thought of the night. That way you'll get the mitzvah in the proper time.
Wow.
What should you do if you read the Berkot of Shema too early at night? As we said earlier, the Berkot of Shema are more similar to Shemana Esri, so they are independent of Shema, so they have the same status as Shemana Esri. So you could say them before Tzidhak or Kevin because it is still the proper time because that is a
Michael,
fine
I
time to
fucking
say
love you.
Shema
You holding up
Israel.
all right through all this?
Yeah, I like it.
What is the best time to say Shema at
I've
night?
been living the flag life.
Right after Tzidhak or Kevin because they should do the mitzvah as soon as possible.
And especially
What is
since
the latest time
the
to say Shima at
weather's
night?
been so bad in Southern
Check that.
California, I haven't even noticed there's
If you miss the latest time to say Shima at night, what
It's
should you do?
crazy how absolutely horrible the weather
You can
has
still
been in
say
Los
it later and
Angeles.
get
It's
partial
35 the
credit.
entire thing.
It's March.
And the temperature is one thing, but
According to the
I
Shulch
wouldn't mind that
Barrett,
if there was
what should one
sunshine.
do
It'll be
about
like a
Shokari
glimpse of
Chimani
sunshine
is
for a
great if he
minute,
has
and
to
then like
leave
an
for a
hour
long
later
drive
it's
between
down.
Alat
It's like
and
the
Mishnah
Truman Show. It's like the weather's trying to keep us in too.
yeah, there's some mystical going
What is the
on.
advantage of this?
Yeah, it really is.
When you
Yes,
get
sir.
Stephen standing
I
up,
like
traveling,
it,
you would have to sit down, so you would be able to concentrate better too. If you push to being Shimani Esri off, you might become busy and forget.
You're damn right, Michael.
According to the
How you
Mishnah
been doing? You
Berurah,
all
what
stocked
should
up on
one
weed?
do
You have
about
enough weed to
Shokari
survive
Chimani
for a
is
little
great
bit?
if he has to leave for a long drive between Alat and Mishnah here.
My nurse
It's more important to say it in order than standing up. So you should not deepen Shimani Esri until you deepen Shima, and you shouldn't deepen Shima until after Mishnah here. So you should deepen sitting down on the plane / bus with less concentration.
And wine tomorrow. I'll come by. I'll text you.
What should one do if he came late to New York and the million was already up to Shimani Esri and why?
No, I promise. I'll do it. I'll be there.
No, for sure. We'll make sure that you get some rolling rock.
In what cases would one say Shimani Esri before Shima? When if you leave on a trip before Mishiach here, you should say Shimani here standing up before you leave and say Shima after Mishiach here. 2. If you come to Marik and realize that you won't be able to start Shimani Esri with the Milan, then you should skip Shima and say it
You know,
afterwards.
12 packs of Corona are 11 cents right now, so
When is it
not going
appropriate to
too
say
good.
Shit,
Shima
I
while
went to
you
the
are traveling?
7-Eleven. The Corona fucking spritz seltzers, they're charging full price for that. I thought they would at least be a discounted price.
Everything's regular price. I
When
noticed.
is it
There's nothing
appropriate to
left.
say Shimani Esri while you are traveling?
Somehow.
Well,
Grocery stores must be making a shitload of money.
Michael, is there anything else we should know about
Please
until we see
translate
you
the
again
term
next week?
mitzvot recalled Kavana /
I'm just happy to be
mitzvot mean concentration, basic concentration. I am doing this mitzvah because Hashem wants me to. If you don't have concentration, you don't get the mitzvah, and let's do it again. Please explain how it applies to Kriya Shema.
Well, he'll go.
You need to have the thought of all saying Kriya Shema and think I'm doing this because Hashem commanded me.
What date or time? And he'll be
According to
like,
the Mishnah Berurah, when does it apply and what's the exception?
and then I go, no, sir, I'm in a wheelchair, and I have to plane better, and they'll go,
You poem that were recited in the middle of the Vini. It can be about a large donation, a bar mitzvah / zimmer.
why are you here so early?
When he was Chaman, what was our high and bottom's
Yeah,
approach
that's
to
damn for you.
beauty?
He's a wild one. He's a great,
He would follow
he's a
like the
great
minhag
leader
of the shul,
though.
so if the shul said
Amongst
POT,
all of us.
he would say
Great big brother
POT.
to everybody. Keeps an eye on everyone. First guy to ever take me on my first
When he
road.
was not Chaman, what was our high and bottom's approach to
Yep.
POT?
Took me down to La Jolla with him. Just to do little 5-minute
You shouldn't read
sets.
POT except for Rabbi or Hakeler. He felt these matched with the themes with the branch of
Holy
it.
cow.
All right, Michael. Well, we
What
love
do
you,
you
pal.
think
We're gonna
our
check back in with you
high
next
Bible
week, and we
teaches
will see you
about
soon.
Minhagim?
Stay powerful.
Alright, thanks guys. Love you too. Bye-bye.
There goes the great
What should
Michael
one
Lair,
do if his
everybody.
family minhag differs from his shul minhag?
Now we're going to switch
All
things
the
up a
shul
bit.
outlet
Out
is
of all the
chosen
great cast
personally to your
members,
own minhag.
there's been a lot of amazing characters that have joined the
What
band
is the historical
over the
origin of the
years,
Sephardic
and
music of
we
Tefillah?
actually were lucky enough to be able to book one via teleconference. I believe is the word, video
What is the
conferencing.
historical
We
origin
are
of the
going to go
Ashkenazic
live
music of
with the
Tefillah?
great Kid Rock, everybody. Kid, are you there? Wow, here he is. It's Kid Rock. Oh,
What is the historical origin of music art?
Kid Rock! Wow, Kid Rock, you have an entire audience of people behind
According to
you. Are you
Sephardim,
still
when he
performing
changed his
live?
music of Tefillah. Why?
Oh my goodness gracious.
Yeah, me and some of my closest friends here flew away to Indiana.
According to Miss
God,
Megan,
your
when May one
fans,
changes music to
literally.
The
Philip.
rabbit, look
Why?
at
I mean, that's incredible that you can still get a huge audience. Your fan base is so loyal, they literally ignore
According to
pandemics
Tristan,
to
when
come
May
and
one
see you.
changes
loyal
music
to
to
the soil,
Philip.
loyal before.
Why?
You know what I'm saying, brother?
I actually really don't understand
You
what
can
you're saying.
always switch to music Ari because it works
Wow,
for
so
everyone all the
kid, how
time.
is this
Yeah,
pandemic?
I had
Ashen might only
coronavirus
work for
for 2
Ashen
weeks, brother.
and Safard might only work
How do
for
you know what are
Safard,
your
but
symptoms?
Nisach Ari is made to fit the needs of every sheep's prayers. So someone can
All
always
of them?
change to
Do
it.
your picture away.
According to the
My
Mishnah
God,
Berurah,
yeah.
when May one
Hey,
changes
calm
music
down
up to
back
Philip,
Yeah, they're really excited. It's
they
amazing
can
that you
never
would
change
make
their
that
Jehovah
audience
because
wait
this is one of
while
the ways that we connect to
you
our
talk to us.
ancestors through
You
Minhagim.
look like you've been
And
hanging
we're
out
more
with the
connected to
Tiger
our
King,
family,
dude.
ancestors, and
Yeah,
community.
it's really
We are stronger when we're connected.
Oh yeah, I'm a big fan of
According to
the
the
big
Mishnah
cat
Berurah,
family,
when would a
man.
minhag be illegitimate?
Panthers, jaguars,
If a minhag
tigers,
goes against the
lions,
Gemara or something that
yeah.
everyone honors is a valid
Man, shut
influence
up,
about
let
the
me do
Gemara.
this, man.
You have a weird fan base. Look at the front row
When
behind
seven
you.
prayers
Look,
may
you
be
have
said
a
in
black
English.
lady dressed up for like church or something.
Yeah, we
Right
got
there.
one of them. Yeah.
Shema,
You got
Shema
one black
Esrei,
Yeah.
Rothschild and
My
Chai,
goodness.
Kiddushon Sheva,
Wow.
Brikon
They
on
are
Mitzvot,
patiently waiting
Brikon
for
on
you. It
Fruit
appears as
Hareo.
though you made everybody wear. They had breathing masks, but they are
Mishnah
all on their
Berurah says
chest. They
three
don't even
cases
have them
where we
on
are
right
discouraged
now.
from
Those things
convening in
behind on
English.
their chest, they're little
What are
boxes.
they?
Oh, those are defibrillators. Because I gave everybody in the audience coronavirus.
Rock and roll for
Yeah.
sure, my friend. My
What are
goodness. So
two
have you been
translations of the
still
word
hooking up with
Fascinanza?
chicks? Normal after party life for you?
Yeah.
One,
I mean, I haven't seen Cheryl
it
Crow
means
here in a
then
little
you should
bit,
teach.
but yeah,
Two,
you know,
you
chicks
should
are a little
teach
bit
it
weird
so well
about
that when you
Tinder
ask
right
him
now,
the
stuff
question
like
on
that.
it, a
Because,
person
you know, they
shouldn't
don't want
have
to
to
come
say
over
in
to
one
their house and
answering.
stuff, bringing in the coronavirus and stuff like that.
According to the Mishnah Berurah,
So
what
yeah,
are
let's
three
just say
words
I'm
we
hitting a
have
little bit of a
difficulty
dry spell
translating?
right now, Tony.
Well, you look better than ever for having coronavirus. I mean, I see your abs there. Wow, they just appeared. Once I said you look better than ever,
According to the Mishnah
magically the
Berurah,
abs
why
came
are we
out.
discouraged from
My
praying in
goodness
English?
gracious, you have pectoral muscles.
Because you
There
can
you
just
go.
translate into English
man, I'm
perfectly, so
jumping
a lot of the words you might not have the fully correct meaning/translation of them.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Wow.
If you already read Shema
Hey, you want to
and
be
you
my
hear the
cassette
Million
tapes? I
thing,
got like a
what
truck
should
full.
you do?
Yeah,
Why?
I'd actually love some cassette tapes.
You should say the first six
I
words
would
out loud
take
with
anything
them,
from you, Kid
because
Rock.
if
That
you
sounds
don't, then
like
it
an
looks like you're
incredible
rejecting the
adventure.
statement they're
To
saying.
have cassette
They're
tapes
accepting
from Kid
Al
Rock.
Matley's
I've been a fan
Shavarim
for a
and
long
furthering
time.
Hashim's agenda.
And
I'm not
I
saying
don't
you say
even
no,
play
I'm
them
going
on,
to
but I
do
will
my own
totally
thing.
take cassette tapes from you.
Heck yeah, any concert you want
If
to
you
come to,
already said a
VIP,
Shrei or Hanu,
I
and you
love
hear the
that.
Million
Thank
saying
you
it,
so much.
what should you
And
do?
I'm totally going to take you
Why?
up on that offer, without a doubt.
You should say it with
Goodness,
them,
Kid Rock, do you have
because
any
that's
older
the
family
records.
members that you've
That
been
if
in
someone's
contact
doing
with that might
someone's
be...
good, then you should join them
that
rather
might
than
be
separate
in
yourself
I
from them.
killed my Nana.
Wait, what? You killed your Nana?
Yeah, I
Please try
killed
and
my
play
Nana.
for
I
once.
didn't know how serious this thing was, and then like I went
Hashim
over there.
opens
She
up the
fixed me like
caps
some warm
and
apple pie.
satisfies every
And I
living thing
coughed,
with its desires.
just like because I had something in my throat, and then yeah, she ended up dying from the
What if the
coma real
moon
quick
passes
after
and
that.
Kabuki to Simra?
Oh, wow, my goodness. So you had a little bit of an
Oh, my
audience there.
audience didn't like that one.
Oh,
What
my
are three
goodness.
practical halakot about the main pasuk and Eshrei?
Wow.
My mom's a huge fan. Could you do a shout out to Kim Johnson in Arizona?
Hey, what's up, Kim
What is
Johnson?
the
I'll
most
eat your
important
pussy
part of
any
Shema?
night, any time of day. I love you, straight up.
First pasuk, Shin Yisrael Hashim Elohim Hashim
Crowd
B'Shem.
reaction there. They didn't move much, but they appear to be moving.
What are two practical halakot about the most important part of
Kid
Shema?
Rock, who are these people?
Oh, these are my friends.
How'd you do that?
Don't worry about that.
What is the most important part of Shema Israel?
I forgot to tell you, if I, like,
The first
years
black
ago when I
shot.
was a little boy, people asked me if I could have one mutant
What practical
superpower
halakha
over me, and I
applies to
said
the most
Nightcrawler,
important part
guess
of
what?
Shema
That wish
Israel?
came true.
If you can't
I just
penetrate on what
teleported,
the
y'all.
words mean for
This
the
is
entire
actually,
Shema
okay,
Esrei, at least
this
learn
is
the
that
translation
Foghorn or
of the
that
first black shot. And
Man,
know each
shut
word
up, dude.
means.
You keep slamming on me over here, man. Who the hell are you, man?
If you
I
said
can't
more
hear this dude. I
caution
can't
during
even
the
see
summer,
it. I can only
what
see
should you
toes
do?
where I'm at right now.
Why?
I'm sorry, I'm stepping on on Darius's beard.
Repeat Shana Esri. Because Ringo is banned, it will make the cross get moving. If you say Toyota in December, what should you do?
How long did you know these guys?
Repeat Shana Esri because you're not supposed to say it the center as it is a curse.
These were not too old, man.
Heck, one guy looks younger than you, though.
In the olden days, it was the champion supposed to make before repeating Shimane is Ray.
It's pretty wild.
Why?
So that guy next to you appears to
We're supposed to tell people to finish Shimane's race. Because he should have continued all those times and start one sword again. Nowadays,
Darius is
which
trying
two
to say
people should
something
the
to
chapel
you.
wait for before repeating Shimane is Ray?
Oh my goodness.
Why?
Darius.
What's he doing? What's he
Touch
doing?
the defense properly, or else they go at the right pace. And you don't want to make people miss out on Kedusha and defense also for the other people who didn't properly to defense properly.
What the?
Well, Kid
If you
Rock.
gave her a long Shimane is
Oh, they're
right
laughing
properly
at
and they're scared people will laugh at you, what should you
You're
do?
able to hear this.
Wait, is this guy having sex?
Defense Shimane is the one to get 3 sets free even though you're not finished. Then finish Shimane is way elsewhere.
I just reported for a live concert. What are you doing,
What
man?
are 3 things you are supposed to do when the champion repeats Shimane is Ray?
Oh my God, you really are like the Tiger King after all that.
Enter amen.
My goodness. Well, Kid Rock, thanks for conferencing in. Always a pleasure. Nobody rocks harder than you, pal. You're a big part of the Kill Tony band. Having you on anytime is always a pleasure.
If you don't have 6 people or 10 people participating in the repetition,
Wow.
it is a
There
gradual
he goes, the
avatar
great
BC
Kid Rock,
saying the
everybody.
branch is one.
Representing
But when
America.
people dance it, it's a totally good bracha.
Look at that.
40
Incredible.
things should one have in mind when
Wow.
he says amen.
This is Kill Tony under
Whatever we say in the
quarantine.
bracha is true. To if
Completely
it's a
breaking
prayer,
our
that the
normal
blessings
format.
will hopefully happen.
This guy, wait, this guy's talking. This guy's out of control.
William.
Trying to hey, what are you doing?
No, William's dad
Where
looked
did
like.
you
Some
go?
can't enjoy this world without making it bracha.
Wow.
We should put passion before any enjoyment
Kid
of
Rock.
in
I
this
mean,
world.
I bet not a lot of podcasts have Kid Rock showing up on them. I mean, that's just the type of that is just the type of exciting stuff that we have happening on this show. And yeah,
Brahms on
I mean,
enjoyment birth
wow.
spot, branches on Mitzvah Beckett Shavavi Huda, branches of praise and thanks.
Yep, beautiful. L13's locked in. Wait to
What
see
do
if
we
Jeremiah
thank passion
comes
for
back
in the
before
branch
that.
and eloting the Shama?
What? I did that.
For returning on the Shamas to us and the Shamas to not a bad life and have come back.
Looks like Kirk Cobain for me.
Oh,
According to the ViralRabbi, what should one do without eloting the Shama is keep stayed up all night.
Older lady.
yeah.
Why?
Very interesting. Yeah.
Some say you do say it and some say you don't. Because of eloting the
Beautiful
Shama
stuff.
is the
Shout out
perfect name
to
and
our
then you can
friends
make
who
a
are helping
branch
us
if
with
it
this
doesn't
over here at
happen.
Better Box
Hell yeah,
Studios.
this
The
is
great
great.
Engage, Tyrena, and the
According to the
unbelievable
Talmud
Macaulay.
what should one do without eloting the Shama
That's what
if he
he's up to
stayed up
now.
all
Follow
night?
them on social media. Gage Tyrena,
Because it's a Berkeot, Shiva,
GAGETIRENA.
and Bracha about
And
praise.
at
You can
Strange
always
Taste
say it even if there is no enjoyment.
All one word, Strange Taste.
This Kid Rocky.
According to the conclusion of the Shorei Teshuvah, what should one do without eloting the Shama if he stayed up all night?
Join the show.
Why?
We missed them. The legendary Kid Rock.
You're not supposed to say Eluki
I'm
Neshama,
glad
but
you're
when you
back
hear
because one
someone
of my
else say it, you
favorites,
say
another one of
amen.
the
So you
regulars
give
on the
credit for
show
the Bracha and
is
you all the dog take
here
the risk of making it
and
Bracha
is going to be
Levatala.
video conferencing in. Ladies and gentlemen, I present
In
you
what
the great
case, with
David
all three
Lucas,
opinions
everybody.
agree.
Here he is. Live in the
If
flesh,
you take a
music's
next
playing
previous
for
step,
David
then you can make
Lucas.
Eluki Neshama that day.
I feel like there's a great
Hey,
around
David, still playing?
I
All
feel
right,
like
there
there's
he
a
is.
great around.
David Lucas. Hi, David.
If you took a nap the day before that, you can say
Are you
Eluki
still stuck in New
Neshama.
York?
What branch has a Satan as Eluki
Oh, are you
Neshama?
starting with me already?
David, don't look behind you. There's a tarantula on your head, dude.
What do we thank passion for in that Bracha?
Shut
For
your
what
fucking
in the sleep
that
from our eyes
incense
and the
store, Kenan
tiredness from
Thompson,
our eyes?
fucking looking ass.
My God. I think that tarantula
Please
bit you,
translate
bro.
the
Your lips
following
are
passage.
swelling up as fast as can
For
be.
what was
Look
the
at
lamb
those
off?
fucking things. That looks like
Why should we not have been punished?
Yeah, the bird
Because we
flu's
were
going
learning
around.
Torah
This
all
guy
day,
thinks I'm a
and
bird.
it's supposed to
Every week
protect
lets
you.
a bird.
Bird flu versus burger flu.
Why were we punished? Because we learned it for the wrong
Your
reasons.
lips look like absolute floaties. Those
What
floaties
are the
that kids
differences
put
we
on their arms
discussed between Torah and other disciplines?
to keep them from sinking in a pool.
The literature Reba says when one studies Torah you are hugging and kissing Hashem. Nothing else is like hugging Hashem. We won't find the reason we are here in algebra. Is burger hot
Can I
Torah?
just say that since David is FaceTiming in, I feel like we're a part of a conversation that happens between
Please
Tony and
explain
David
the
before
concept.
bed every single night. Like they FaceTime each other and
Or there
roast
is a
each other.
50% chance that you got the mitzvah, you have to make it a 100% chance. Please explain the concept.
Oh, come on.
If there is a
Not all of
50%
us.
chance that you
And I get
fulfill
the
the
1 glass of
Durbanim,
milk for
if it is too
milking
hard
you.
to make it a 100% chance, then it is sufficient.
Spell that one out.
What should one do with unsure whether or not to
Spell
set
it out
work
for
is
the rest of the
Torah?
room. My goodness.
Say
You
it
look
again to
great,
be
dude. A lot of
100% sure.
people like to make fun of you, but I think you look absolutely better than
Why
ever.
should one be
Are
allowed
there
to say
calories in that
Constantine before
bacon?
Birkat HaTorah? Talking to Hashem by borrowing David Hamelech words and Moshe's words to speak with Hashem. Why should
Oh
one
my
not be
God.
allowed to say Constantine before Birkat HaTorah?
You got me there. Absolutely.
Because
You
we
got
are
me.
directly
So
quoting the
you're in
words
New
from
York.
the
How's that
Torah.
going
It
for you?
doesn't
You
tell
went
you
out
whether
there,
you
you
are
had some
concentrating
gigs,
or
and then
not.
the gigs turned into podcasts.
How does this question affect the laws of Tefillah? If something is either Torah or
Well, New
Tefillah,
York's going to
then
be
if
even
you are
worse,
saying
they're
as
saying.
part of
Because
Tefillah, then you
everyone's
don't need to
stacked
say
up on
Birkat
top of each other.
HaTorah.
There's nowhere to
If
really
it is
go. So
Torah
everyone's going to.
and Tefillah, then you do need Birkat HaTorah. How does this question affect the laws of Tisha B'Av? You don't learn on Tisha B'Av, so if prayer is just prayer, then you can pray on Tisha B'Av. But if it is considered learning, then you wouldn't be able to pray certain parts of Tefillah on Tisha B'Av.
They're buying in moderation, basically.
How does this question affect the laws of Rothschild Vitala?
Also, when you were in LA, that was the
Can you open
initial
up a
rush,
Shabbat
I
and
think.
read
There's
the
a lot more
Bracha and
restocking
consider
going
Torah
on than there
and
was.
Tefillah?
They weren't prepared for that a week or two ago.
Why should one be allowed to interact between
You
Birkat
go every
HaTorah
day.
and
I live
learning?
right next door to a grocery store. Why would you go every day?
I live right next to a grocery store. I just want to see what they got.
I
When
live
it
next to a
comes to
grocery store
Torah, a
too.
Jew
Do
still
you realize
never gets
that is
distracted
the
from
opposite of a
Torah, so there is
quarantine?
never a distraction to
But,
itself.
But like there was certain things, it's gotta be
Why
way
should
worse.
one
There's
not be
no
allowed to
like there's
interact?
little things like Uncrustables. I had Uncrustables the other day.
Because we are as
But
spiritual
like
as we
there's
wish,
no like
and we can
noodles
get
or
distracted
rice
on a
or
physical level.
paper towels. We know who you're buying for.
Is one allowed to interact between Birkat HaTorah and learning,
Noodles and
or not?
rice. It's like I go to the grocery store every day. No noodles, no
No.
rice, no bok choy.
And I tell you to get the two things.
What Nunez is based on the previous question. We say Yavirik and Inuit right after we make Birkat
You
HaTorah,
don't
so
even
we
know,
don't
like,
need to
it's
check.
Unless it's sushi.
Because they are passage from the Torah, so we learn Torah immediately after.
Vitamins and minerals.
If you stayed up all night, why should you make a Birkat HaTorah?
I love it. So how's it?
If it's
So
a
you've only
Birkat
done one
Shabbat, we
podcast. So
should show
what are you
our
in a hotel?
admiration whether we slept or not.
What was that? You're in a
Why
hotel?
should you not make a Birkat
He's got
HaTorah?
back connection.
What?
If it's a Birkat
No, you're
Himmel's,
okay.
since our Neshama loves Torah, if you stayed up, there hasn't been a real separation.
So how's this been going for you? You're just there with what, your
According to
laptop
the Mishnah
and
Berurah, what should you do about
the
Birkat
regular
HaTorah if
cable
you stayed up all
television?
night? Hear it from someone else, answer in and ask in mind to be yourself. According to the first opinion in Mishnah Berurah, what condition must be met for 10 people to count as a minhag?
That's why Rabbi is going every day too.
Be at the same height / same width.
Alright.
According to the second opinion in Mishnah Berurah, what condition may be met instead of the above condition?
Yeah, I'm on over here, Chad.
I can't wait for you
They
to come
only
back.
need to see each other. When 10 people are in one place and one person is in
have
another
that date with
place,
the little
then
white girl
can the
at the Empire State
individual
Building?
enter cottage with them?
It's a King Kong joke.
If there is no bathroom or church in between,
I don't know. I look at your hair and all of a sudden I want black licorice for some
when can you
reason.
not enter cottage with them?
Oh, that's why. Okay.
If there are crutches or bathrooms in between.
Exciting.
What are 2 reasons we can't tell
David,
Malek
anything
and
else?
Malay
Anything
station
else we
without
should
an
know
another?
about you before seeing you next week
One
back
to
here
get
on
it to
Piltoni?
248 words, 2 to replace amen to the Bradshaw.
I'm in the quarantine closet, David.
Why do we not
Let
say
me steal your punchline from you. I'm in the closet, David. I am a gay man in the
Because the
closet,
chef in
scared
the
to the
fashion
tiger
outfit
king.
comes in
David, I heard your
and
Lizzo's
to
little brother.
248 and we say amen.
What?
What are 11 common
I have a bunch of
mispronunciations we
stuff
should
now. I
avoid when we say
literally
Shema?
what?
One words together. ViralRabbi said to check and be if you don't tell me.
Latex flavored vapes.
What body postures are always permitted while saying Shema?
I have candles that smell like men's
Sitting,
mustaches.
standing, lying on your side.
I have what else? What else is
What
manly?
body postures are always forbidden while saying Shema? Lying on stomach or back.
I have a booty cheek throat.
What body postures are sometimes permitted and sometimes forbidden?
Shit, man.
Lying loosely on stomach
Are you
or
on
back but
Wi-Fi?
tilted on side. When are they
Who's
permitted?
mobile? Where are you at?
If person
Those
sings
antennas
or
on top of
fat.
your head are not working at all, David.
When
You
are
look
they
like one of
forbidden?
the jewels right now.
Alright, there goes Stephen Lucas. We'll drop that call to David. It's some music from the
According to
band.
the Rabbi, limited messaging related to David. What's the date?
There
According
you
to the
go.
Rabbi,
The amazing
limited
Piltoni
messaging
band, the
related
best
to
band
David.
in the land. You're
When you are in distress.
musical wants or needs, make sure you go check
What is
out
the
the
origin
Reagan
of the
Watkins
multivariate of
debut
Shemale
album.
is Ray?
Reagan Watkins, self-titled
Everyone would David in their own language. What's the
To,
date for Rabbi
oh yeah, Pat. Oh
Rabbi
yeah.
say that they were not speaking
Yeah,
properly,
everybody's
so they
having
made a
babies.
formal
No better
text.
time to have a baby than now. Congratulations to the first
If you
ever
forgot
band
Yahweh,
member,
Yahweh,
band
Rosh,
leader,
Kodesh,
Pat
Morim,
Reagan,
what should you do?
adding a new member
Why?
of the Piltoni family. Having fast.
You don't go back to
That's
it,
my boy,
because
Daddy
in the olden days they would never start in
Check
Rosh
out, go to
Kodesh at night
Spotify, look
because
up the
they
Baby
still
Boys. We got
pronounce
a
the
video
day Rosh
out
Kodesh
soon
since
this week,
before the
probably.
Did he have a
calendar,
baby
recent
boy or
homie.
baby girl?
Baby girl.
So we treat the
Yeah,
man as
she's
homie.
beautiful. Might be the god. I'm gonna be the godparent. I said might, but I gotta
If you
talk to the
forgot
priest.
Yahweh, Yavu, and Rosh Kodesh,
Yeah, 'cause
Shachar,
if it
or
wasn't,
Ninja,
I
and
didn't
remember
need an
before
exercise.
Nadine, what should you do?
That's racist. First
You
of all,
should
you're
say
canceled.
Yahweh, Yavu,
I
immediately
don't
and then continue
know.
with Nadine.
I didn't have my confirmation, so I gotta get that done before I can.
If you forgot
legit
Yahweh,
be
Yavu, and
godparent.
Rosh
Get the
Kodesh,
fuck
Shachar,
out of here. You
and
have to
remember
pay more
before you
money.
praise God,
No, they're gonna
what
do
should
it
you
for free.
do?
Oh, wow.
Just go to a lawyer.
Okay,
Then
cool.
you should go
Shout
back
out
to
to
Ritza and
the lawyers out
continue
there. So if
until the
anybody out
end.
there can get me confirmed tomorrow, hit me up.
Red Band with
If you
his
forgot
Godfather
Yahweh, Yavu,
knowledge,
and
very
Rosh Kodesh,
interesting.
Shachar,
Literally the
and remember
Godfather
after
to
you
no
praise
child
God,
ever.
what
You've
should you
never
do?
seen The Godfather.
I've never seen the
However,
Godfather.
you should see Godfather's Pizza almost weekly.
Okay, shout out to
How
Godfather's
much
Pizza.
personal space is a dealer entitled to?
I get it freeze dried and
Or a
shipped
modern
in.
friend? What are 2 reasons he's entitled to this space?
Fun times. Everything's hey, you want to go to the
Meaning is
bucket
a
for this
conversation
question?
with
Let's
passion
do
that
it.
it isn't
Okay.
polite to walk in between people talking to directly as distracting if you walk close to it.
Oh, I read that last week. Some of these ended up going back to the bucket
What are 2
last
and
week.
nuts between these 2 reasons? What should you do if you finish Shemale is Ray and the person behind you
So,
is
okay,
still
this is an
WDing?
interesting one. It's a long question, but
You
let's
shouldn't
keep
take
it
3
short.
steps back and should stay where you are. You
Favorite
could still
and least
continue
favorite
debating though.
character ideas.
You can
you've ever
also
had.
take apart your feet if
Your
you want.
perspective, not for mine. I feel like the listeners know what mine are. Of course, the
Please
puppeteers,
explain
the
the concept
insane
of mirror
people,
solitude.
the insane puppeteers.
Doing something that looks like
Really
it is
anything
forbidden,
that's
but it
annoying.
isn't
The
really
gym rats,
forbidden.
did you love that? Gym rats I love. The gym rats I love because I can tell you guys hated him so much. Yeah.
A person walking and near the statue of an idol, and they drop some coins in front of the idol and then he bent down to pick it up.
Teddy bear.
It
Teddy
looks
bear
as
ears
though he's
instead of
not
like
the
what
idol
you
even
think.
though he's just picking up his
Oh,
coins.
you guys look ridiculous. You guys looked
Please
adorable.
give an example of Marisolian and Cashras.
Do you have an answer?
Thinking.
I mean, we know what the favorites are. Those are all on the calendar.
It just hit me right now
It
that,
looks
like,
like
you
you're
know,
going
I
to buy
know Jeremiah's
non-kosher
worst
food
one was
even
when we
though
did
you're just going
chefs.
to the bathroom.
Because for some reason, not the celebrity chefs, we revisited that.
Please give an
First time we
example
did
of
chefs, Jeremiah
Marisolian
decides he's
intervening.
going to be a Jamaican chef. And he
If
just had
someone in
the
the room
roughest
is
time. I
wearing a
think that was
cross on
probably
their
your
neck,
least
and
favorite.
during mudding you bow down, it might look like you're
I was
busted a
asking
cross.
so I can look up this.
Oh, mine was, I don't know, man.
What should one do if the cross
Probably
comes
anything
in
that's
front
like
of him during
two-dimensional,
Shemone Israel?
legitimately, like that doesn't have a point of view.
You should
Where
face
it
a
looks
different
really
direction,
good, like I was
because it's
walking
better
from
to
Street
face a
Fighter
different
and
direction
it
than you
looked
rushing
great,
and
but
looking
it's
like
like
you're
what do you
intervening
say
and going to a
after
cross.
just
If
look
you've already
and it's
started
blocked out,
intervening
you have no
Shemone Israel
perspective.
and the cross
Right,
is in
it's a
front
video
of
game.
you, then you just
That
shouldn't done it all.
was what, Swansea.
No, we did. No, I wear the same wig,
If you
but
leave it alone,
yeah, no,
or
we
should
did
you
not.
take
That was
3
actually
steps
that brings
forward
it
after Shemone
But that's when you're
Israel?
supposed to make your
Why?
own story, like, you know,
I know.
He's supposed to
Crohn's
read the
disease or
amount of
something.
time it
Yeah, it
takes to
took me a
walk
while.
through
That's
life.
true. It took me a
The
while.
reason
Jeremiah
it's
taught me
called
this was
Shemone
like
Esri shouldn't
a
be a
lot of the
burden,
best
so
characters
we
that
should
we've had
cut
you have
as
to
we
have
want to
a
prolong
clear
it
point
and
of
enjoy
view.
it.
And I think that when we first started,
If
I
you
wasn't
gave him
very
rhythm
like
and none,
well
when
versed in
should
that,
you
so I
take
would
3
just sort of
steps
rely on
forward
the
after
option.
Shemone Israel?
So now I try to find a
Why?
One of my, and
You
it
shouldn't
was
take
one of
3
my
steps forward
favorite
until the
moments to
chasm
do,
starts
but it was a
Kedusha
lesson
or the
that I
chasm
learned
starts
in
Shemone Esri. The reason is cause you don't want to make Shemone Esri look like a burden, to make it look like that we want to prolong that meeting with passion,
I kind
and
of
don't
realized
want to
that
stop.
there's a reason why on SNL, why
What are 2 reasons we don't turn around until chasm Raz Hashem is over?
because there's something magical that kind of wears off about
One
the
near
gimmick
his
of
eye,
doing an
people might
impression
think you
for a
didn't
person.
pronounce the word
So when
properly,
I
or
did Big
skipped
J
a word, or
for
didn't
the
concentrate.
full 90 minutes,
When you
2
turn around,
hours,
it might be
felt like it
distracting to the people
gradually kept
behind you.
getting more and more watered down, and you feel trapped at that point. So that
When
was
should
for
the
me,
chasm take
like
3
the
steps
initial
back after his
first half
repetition
hour, I
of
was like,
Shemone
this is
Israel?
great. The last
Why?
hour, I was like, there's no escaping this. There's like, you know what I mean?
The
The
chasm
props
doesn't
literally
need to
got
take
less
his
and
3
less
steps
as the
back
show
after
goes
Shemone
on
Esri.
because
The
the
3
gimmick
steps
is
that
so
he
dumb.
takes at the
Yeah,
end of
that's
Kadesh
interesting.
after
Did you
Rivalites
feel that way
Enoch
about
counts for Shemone
Joe
Esri.
Rogan as well?
No, because we did that. We did a best of
Why is this
with the
surprising?
characters that night, where I was literally
Ah,
Joe
that's
for
right.
only 10 to
Because he
15
interrupts
minutes.
with
Right.
so
So
many
I
things
got
during his Shemone Esri,
basically do
since usually you
get the
can't
big boss,
interrupt Shemone
go
Esri.
out on a high note
The
without
Flim
it
Ashrei,
tapering
also
off. So that's
Tation,
so
etc.
that
are all
episode
just
was kind
extensions
of
of
like a
Shemone
good
Israel.
like thing to reflect on and go back to because we did it.
What
We
are
got
3
out
often
like
minutes
as
from the
quick
above
as we got
discussion?
on us.
Jesse, you have a least favorite character?
I don't right now because I'm so new. I like all of them. I think the most challenging was when we played blind people.
And sometimes if I hear someone say I Bradsha, then it is as if I said the Bradsha myself. So there are certain breakups which I can hear the Bradsha and it's as if I said it myself.
It's gonna be Philip, so it's like, okay, well, who is this
What
blind
are 2
person?
cases when one should not say bye
Anything
to
in
you
front of
or
the eyes is
Shema?
bad
Why?
for me as far because I like eye contact is so important.
I ended up loving those characters.
I always, for the
What
most
is an
part,
amen
with
to
certain,
the fun?
for a lot of characters, I find that
When you
eyes
answer
are
amen too early before
gonna be
the Bradsha
funnier
ends.
than like an obstruction. For the most part, there's always exceptions.
What is
Stuff
an
that
amen
goes
chapter 5?
really well with the character.
When you answer amen but leave out the none and only
We
say
have,
amen.
did you say B9's ready? B9?
What is an amen?
Beautiful. Very exciting stuff. Golden ticket winner
When you
from
did not
Phoenix,
hear the Bradsha
Arizona.
and you don't
Many
know what
time
Bradsha is being
appearances.
said, yet
Probably
you
holds
still
the
say
record for
amen.
most appearances by a golden ticket winner. All the way from beautiful Phoenix, Arizona. We have
If
the
you
great
did not hear
Tristan
a Bradsha,
Bowling
what
joining us,
conditions
everyone.
must be fulfilled for you to answer
Here's some
amen?
music for you, Tristan.
You need to know what Bradsha She is being fed a candy at brunch with that you're being noticing with one person
Tristan
other
Bowling,
than you
how's it
are
going, my
saying,
friend?
like you do.
Shut
Sugar
fucking up,
Mania.
dude. I'm chilling out in my house.
Of course, things.
When is
Of
the
course,
proper
you're
time to
so
answer
hip.
email?
You're so cool. You're on the Wi-Fi. The sound is
after the
perfect.
brunch
All these other
finishes.
people struggling. Of course, you're going to be dialed in.
What is Flash
You
One Hash
are.
for?
This is why you are a golden
The
ticket
appearance of
winner.
indirect
You're
sunlight.
right. You've got a good internet connection.
I scream.
Your bills are
Flash
paid.
may share here.
All the things we need.
When you're able to
That's right,
recognize an
Tristan.
acquaintance
You are
from
just
for a mile away or when it's
winner.
light enough for you to notice the difference between a blue and
How
white
you guys
string
doing
on
in
your
LA?
ticket.
We're hanging in there. We're doing things like this to be able to
What is
survive,
Flash
pass
Meets
the
Hot
time,
Chana?
enjoy ourselves a bit, doing something other than laying on our fat asses.
Fuck yeah, dude.
How about
What
you?
is
How's the
Flash
quarantine
Chat
going? You with moms and pops?
Midday and
Yeah,
midnight.
I'm chilling at the house. I got grandma behind me. Get it.
Please explain the term Flash Mensch together.
She's looking big,
6.5
dude.
hours
Yeah,
after the day
Grandma's got
starts
that
over
Tony.
half an hour
Yeah,
after
grandma's got
transfers
that
and
Tony
5.5
Hinchcliffe bone
hours
structure
before
going on
night.
back there.
Tony.
Tony Hinchcliffe, golden Tony.
Please explain the term Flash Mensch Katana.
So, how is your grandma doing? Your grandma does live with you
3.5 hours
guys.
after transfers,
Yeah,
which is
she's
9.5
like the
hours
only
after the day
person who
starts,
lets you
2.5 hours before the night starts.
She just keeps fucking kicking, dude.
Yeah, she's unstoppable.
Please explain the term
She's
Flash Flag
relaxes
Calming
a
Calm.
wine, having the time of her life.
I think that
4
keeps her
3/4
body
hours
stable.
after transfers.
Yeah,
It's in
Yeah,
between
just like
Mensch
that
Katana
goddamn
and
shark.
nighttime.
that makes sense. Red Man, you been drinking during this?
The
What
last
is
2
Flash
days,
Kia?
for like a week, I didn't drink, and I was like, you know what? I don't know why I'm not drinking. Like it's so weird to
What are
drink.
you drinking at home?
What is Flash Bean
Last
Hash
night I had
Mensch?
Tito's and more
Between
chilies.
sunset and the disappearance of
Strong
indirect
comedy
sunlight.
store strong.
Yeah, it's more like Martinez.
Martinis.
The night before I had some Jack Knights, but like I forgot, like, oh, I'm allowed to
The
drink. I don't have
disappearance
to
of
wake up
indirect
for anything.
sunlight.
Why am I not drinking? I usually don't drink at home. It feels weird to me.
Please
Right,
explain the
same.
term
I
Flash
agree.
Shower Thermiot.
Cracking a little bit.
Each shared thermoniot is 1/12 of daytime or nighttime. It also becomes the time of year to determine how long the
What
are.
kind of beer was it? What was it?
I got it. No, I got it from this
What is
fancy
the earliest time
French
to put on
market
the
near where I live.
Whenever you want.
Surfboard, green on that wood.
Oh, man.
What is
Big
the
dick,
earliest
Tony.
time to make a
And it's
fracture
some
on
fancy,
Fitbit?
I think it's like fancy German beer. Tastes
Alchemy Sharp Bar. Too
absolutely
good if it's
horrible. I
absolutely
hate it.
necessary,
I
you could
hate
make
it.
it at a local shop.
Every single sip, I regret buying it and drinking it. I just
What
keep,
should you do if you have to
having
put on
one or
Fitbit
two a
before
night.
the earliest time? Put the Fitbit on and then wait until a light has sharp and make the fracture on with Fitbit.
days, I have just been
You've been drinking heavily.
kind of,
What
not
is the
heavily.
earliest
I've
time
got
to put
days
on
where I
to
don't, but you know,
Gotta
a lot
keep your
of
immune system up, man. You can't be
micheladas,
Mushi
you know,
Yeah.
¿Qué estás bebiendo?
estoy bebiendo
What is the earliest
cerveza
time to say
mexicana,
she knows?
micheladas, sí.
One thing I have been doing is I've been smoking a lot of weed also, and I start coughing, and then I start getting paranoid.
What
Like,
is
why
the
am I
latest time to
coughing?
say
And
Shiva?
I forget that
According
that's
to the
what
Nation
you do.
Abraham,
Getting a little paranoid.
3 hours after the light has sharp.
Oh yeah, for sure. Every ache, every pain.
What
If
is the
my
latest
foot
time
falls
to say
asleep
Shiva?
and I start
According
walking,
to
I'm like, oh my god,
Rabbi,
that's it. They said soreness is one of the side
3
effects.
hours after
So
net
Tristan
punch on.
Bowling, what's been happening?
What is the
What's
best
going
time to
on
say
over there?
Shiva?
Give us an update on your life or anything you want to talk about.
Right before net because you can
Dude,
say
my
Shima
mom
and
is
then right after say
nuts
Shimani
about
is
this
ready.
coronavirus stuff.
Connecting the two of them.
She will not let me leave the house at all.
Please explain what
And
oxygen
like when I
means.
do, she'll get like mad and shit like that.
Three
But
different
like I have to like
explanations.
make excuses to
One
get out of the
student
house.
woke
We
up
should have
early
just like
and
drinking
dating
beer in my
Shima
car in the
before
driveway.
Nix, and Shamana Esri
You
after
gotta sneak out
Nix.
your window
Two
like a
people
baby.
who wanted to do it in the best way
Yeah, I
possible
gotta
that
tie
once
that
didn't.
cheeks
Three
together.
nowadays it refers to people who did them Shima, and Shamana Esri
You
at
have
the
a
best
second floor
times.
bedroom?
Yeah, I'm on the second floor, so I
What
can
is
just
the
like
show
on top of my
Eric
desk.
recommends saying the Oshima during torpedoes? We're concerned that maybe the Mayoni dating will say Shima too late, so we should say it at
Heights
the
are
beginning,
also
and we'll
scared of
still
you.
get the mitzvah even if the
So,
Mayoni dates Shima after the latest time.
Tristan, how's the rap game been going for you? Anything,
What should
anything
one do
lately,
about Shima if he missed the
rapping wise?
latest time?
You've done some amazing raps. Normally, You have
Even
rapped
if
on
you
the
say
show
Shima
and
let
gotten
you still
standing
get some credit,
ovations
so
and
even if it's too
incredible
late, still say it
audience
anyway.
reactions. How's that been going for you?
It's been going
What
good.
should one do
I've been
about the
writing
crackles of
some
Shima
bars.
if
I've
you
also
missed
been
the latest
doodling
time?
around on my guitar and stuff like that, doing
Yeah.
that fun stuff.
You have a guitar now.
Yeah, I've had a guitar.
When is
Every
the
night,
earliest time for Shimani
young
is Ray
person
in
has
regular
Is that true?
circumstances?
Yeah. Go to Guitar Center on any day.
Let's
These poor
touch 'em up.
girlfriends are in there with their boyfriends, testing out Ivan as if
When
he's
is
No
the
idea. You
earliest
write
time
any
for Shimani
coronavirus
is Ray
songs
in
or anything like
extenuating
that?
circumstances?
Yeah, I did a little bit. You want to hear it?
Yeah.
What has shot?
Yeah, I
Alright,
do.
fuck yeah. I'm busting out.
According to the
I'm
Mixed
so
Media,
fucking
what is the latest
mad.
time for Shimani
I'm
is
so
Ray?
fucking mad that he said Ibanez because that's the exact same type
4
of
hours
guitar I
after
have.
a White House Rothschild.
Oh my god.
I'm a white boy to a T.
According to the Melagian,
Alright,
what is the
this
latest
is
time for Shimani
this
is
is
Ray?
called Fuck Coronavirus in the tune of House of the Rising Sun.
4 hours after Nets.
There was a storm.
What is the best time for Shimani is Ray?
That's so
Right after Nets.
good comedy.
When can you deepen Shimani is Ray even along
The
Nets?
virus had shut
In
down
extenuating circumstances, when it won't be
us
possible to deepen after this time. When can you deepen Shimani is Ray between 4 hours and check sun? If a person was in extenuating circumstances and can only deepen between after 4 hours and check sun, what should one do if he does not deepen Shimani is Ray on time by accident? He should say 2 Shemana Esrais at the next prayer. What should one do if he does not deepen Shimani is Ray on time on purpose? There is no way to make it up. What should one do if he did not deepen Shimani is Ray by chat song by accident?
Alright, let's go.
He should deepen 2 Shemana Esrais by Ninja. What should one do if he did not deepen Shimani is Ray by chat song on purpose? Nothing he can do. If the one deepens too late, what should he do? Deepen alone, since it is better to deepen on time and low mid after the right time, and look at
Writing songs.
What is the
It's all
earliest time
good.
to
Writing
deepen
songs,
Ninja?
staying creative. You're a warrior.
Ninja
Yes.
get that.
My goodness. What's the craziest thing you've snuck out of the house
According
to
to
do
the Shulch
since
and
the
Eric, what
quarantine
is
has
the best
begun?
time to deepen Ninja?
I went to my friend's
Ninja
birthday
Potato.
party, which was probably a bad idea.
Yeah,
According to
I had a
Rabbi,
feeling
what is the
you
latest
had
time
an
to
answer
deepen
like
Ninja?
that. You remind me of these kids that all went to Miami Beach over
Black
the
Hammond,
weekend.
which is 1 and a quarter
No,
hours
we
before
were all hanging
nighttime.
out together in the house. Like, it was fun. And, like, if one person sneaks, we're all
According to the
fucked. But,
Rabbi,
like,
what is the latest time to
Yeah,
deepen
I don't know
Ninja?
if that's how coronavirus works exactly.
You can deepen all the way
Yeah.
Did you
until
smoke
nighttime.
joints together? Did you pass a joint already? Did you smoke joints together?
According to
Officer
Argumenta, what is
Ferdinand
the
wants to
earliest
know.
time to deepen Marie?
Janet, how many years did you smoke the joint?
Black Hammond, which is
no,
also
yeah,
what
I
he says is the
had
latest time to
my own
deepen
joints to
Ninja.
myself, not because, like, I didn't want to share it to have money.
According to the rabbis, what is the earliest time to deepen
I
Marie?
was drinking beers and stuff like that, but, like,
It
if I
is the
picked up
same as
someone
the latest
else's,
time
I
for
would know
Ninja,
that.
according to them, is nighttime.
So as long as
Either
you
it
kill
means
them and
Shaki,
smoking any
according
of
to
the
the
reefer, then I
Melagian, or
guess I'll let you off
Psychiatric
with
Cabin,
it.
according to the Major Averell.
Well, Tristan, you're the fucking man. Stay strong out there. We
Please
love you.
translate the
We
term.
will talk to you soon.
I love you, boys.
When
Hey,
you do
girl.
two things
Bye,
that are mutually
everybody.
exclusive,
There's the great
meaning like
Tristan
only one of
bowling,
them can be
everyone.
right and the other one has to be wrong. What G has decided to say to all discussed in the show to air?
Jupiter and Mars. Hell yeah, that's fun. Tristan bowling.
According to the Shulch and Eric, what is the latest time to deepen Ninja and Marie?
Dinner.
You just had Tristan open up for you a couple of shows, right? When last time you were in.
Yeah, they had an amazing weekend. The shows
What
at
is
the
the
Tempe.
earliest time for
Oh
the
my
mitzvah
God,
of
was that
saying
fun?
Shema at
Tristan
night?
bowling and Ali Makovsky, the Jewel Crew,
Psychiatric
Run the
Cabin.
Jewels, the Vape Pen, army of me, Allie,
What should you
and
do if you're
Tristan.
not sure when the
All three
earliest
of us
time is?
drooling like crazy in there, and yeah,
On mitzvah
unbelievable
day, so
shows.
we
He
have
went
to
out,
make sure
got
we
him
are
guns
100%
ablaze,
sure that we did the
references
mitzvah.
galore.
So
Ali
you should wait
Kosky
until you're
is just
100% sure that it
evolved
is side hack or cabin,
absolute
not
killer. No
90%.
extra words
Then
on
you
any
should
of
read
her
Shema.
acts. Smash, smash, smash. Thank you. Good night. And
What should you do
then
if you
for
read
some
Shema too early at night?
So yeah, so much fun.
Then say it
What's
again
been
after
crazy this
side
year
hack
has
or
been
cabin, but
just
before checks
absolutely
out of the night.
unbelievable.
That way you'll get the
Not
mitzvah in
only
the proper time.
performance-wise and stand-up-wise, but
What
also
should you
with
do if you
Tony,
read the
two
third
of
part
our
of Shema too
by
early
far
at
biggest
night?
shows and sold out.
As we said earlier, the breakout of Shema are more similar to Shemana Esri, so they are independent of Shema. So they have the same status as Shemana Esri. So you could say them before side hack or cabin because it is still their proper time, because that is a fun time to say Shemani Israel.
Who knows? It could be I always, every single down
What
tape
is the
always
best
ends
time
up
to say
turning
she
into
made
something
night?
monstrous. So I'm excited to see what
Right after
the
side hack or
future.
cabin, because we should do the
Excited.
mitzvah
I mean,
as
life
soon as
goes
possible.
on. The gigs keep coming. I mean, every day.
What is the latest
You know,
time to say she
my
made night?
amazing agents are rescheduling things
Check
and
signs.
working on things, and everything's still in motion. You know, we
I
have
feel
to
really bad for
If you
agents
missed
right
the
now.
latest time to
Pretty
say
much
Shema at night,
just got
what should you
taxed
do?
overnight. You know,
I feel bad for Asians too, man.
You can still say it later and get partial credit.
Being racist towards Asians.
According to the Shulchan Eric,
Uh,
what should one do about Shachari Shimon Israel if he has to leave for a long drive between Amat and Mishiach here?
You're calling for Willie?
Oh, he says, get my back on this.
You guys know Tristan and I used to do mics together years ago in Phoenix.
Really?
Yeah,
I had no idea.
I wasn't sure if you knew that or not.
Have you ever hit on you?
No, we've been good friends.
When you get to deep and standing up, traveling you would have to sit down so you would be able to concentrate on the tree. If you push the beam in Shimon Esri off, you might become busy and
I would
forget.
bring him to all the shows.
Yeah, it's cool.
I just talked to him and his
According
dad.
to the Mishnah Ibura, what should one do about Shachari Shimon Israel if he has to leave for a long drive between Amat and Mishiach here?
Yeah,
It's more important to say it in order than standing up, so you should not deepen Shimoni Esri until you deepen Shema, and you shouldn't deepen Shema until after Mishiach here, so you should deepen sitting down on the plane / bus with less concentration.
Total package type of guy. Very,
What should one do if he came late to New York and the million is already up to Shimoni Esri and
You know
why?
what? Why don't we go with our third regular? We do that? Ladies and gentlemen, yeah, let's grab them.
In what cases would one say
third
Shimoni Esri
regular,
before
everybody.
Shema?
Everybody knows them, loves them, a
When you
compelling
do Mivala
character.
before
You never
Mishiach
know
here, you should
what
say
is
Shema
going
Esri
to
or
happen.
standing up
Makes
before you
noise
meet
for the
and
great
say Shema
William
after Mishiach
Montgomery,
here.
everyone. Here he
Two,
is.
if you
Hear
come
that
to
music,
Maori's
you
and
know it's
realize
on.
that you won't be able to
Here he
start
is, William
Shimoni
Montgomery,
Esri with a
everybody.
nun, then you should skip Shema and say it afterwards. When is it appropriate to say Shema while you are traveling? When is it appropriate to say Shimoni Esri while you are traveling?
Forrest Gump for the first time. That was a tearjerker. When Bubba dies.
Please translate the term mitzvot for Tom Kavana slash. Mitzvah means concentration, basic concentration. I am doing this mitzvah because Hashem wants me to. If you don't have concentration, you don't get the mitzvah, and you must do it again.
Earlier today, I watched 101 Dalmatians for the first time.
Please explain how it applies to Kriyat Shema.
But I honestly think I understand.
You need to have Kavanah while saying Kriyat Shema and think I am doing this because Hashem commanded me.
Not feeling good.
Oh my goodness.
According to the Mishnah Ibura, when does it apply and what's the exception?
William, how is this the craziest you've ever looked?
There's the cat.
So pulling your shirt.
William, coming, I mean, first of all, unbelievable set.
Colin Fowler started in
Unbelievable
the middle of the
performance.
week.
I feel like that would have
It can be about
decimated in front of our
motivation,
usual
the
live crowd at
farmers,
the
the
comedy
slash
store. Gino, you're always at those shows. That was just that. He's giving it a thumbs up.
When he was 10, what was our higher
Everybody
model's
loved it.
approach to
Charlie
creativity?
Rapito's Pizza loving it. Cracking up. You had everybody
He
out
would
here
follow up the
laughing.
head of the shirt, so if the shirt said PUT, he would say PUT.
And then, yes, indeed, I
when he
will
was
now
not
acknowledge
Shazam,
that William,
what was on
you
high and
have never
bottom
looked
approach
more
to
insane.
routine.
I mean,
The shovel.
You shouldn't be routine except for Rabbis and glitter. He's selling matchboxes with brown sugar in it.
I don't think I've ever seen you without a hat.
oh my God,
What do you think
William.
that our high and bottom product teaches about being hygiene?
It's like a David Lynch film.
Classic move right there when you start like.
What should one do if his family minute
Wow,
differs from his
William, I
giant
love
head?
this backdrop. This is what people would see, right? It's
All
that
of the
black
show out what
background.
is Chaz's
That
and
is so
personally to your
awesome.
own
William,
mission.
you look
Really missed that one up.
you look
Doesn't look like
What
it
is
to
the
me.
historical origin of the Sephardic music of tefillah?
in there?
William, you have any symptoms of the coronavirus?
My nose will not stop running.
Is that true? Yeah. My goodness.
What is the
What else? What
historical
else do you
origin
have?
of the
William's live in
Ashkenazic music
studio
of
with us, by the
tefillah?
way. We've kept him out in the lobby up until this point.
Because who has the white gloves? Where did those things come from? Like it was
Still
smoking
rolling to
What is
it.
the historical
Roll
origin
into
of
a
music
music.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. Are you well? Can I trust?
Here, you trust Joel?
What did you just say?
According
You
to
heard what I
Sephardim,
said.
when they one changes
Please
music of
stop.
tefillah.
It's
Why?
always an interesting part of the interview when you two go at it. So wow, William, other than your nose running, what else has
According to
been
Sephardim,
going on?
when
Anything
they
else
one
great?
changes music of tefillah.
My
Why?
it's yellow.
Oh, is that normal? You said you've had hammer toe in the past.
According to Chassidim, when they one changes music of tefillah. Why?
It's really like
Oh, there you go.
You can always
All
switch
right,
to music
William,
alright because
that's
it is
fine.
for everyone
Now
all the
you've
Shabbat.
taken off
Ashkenaz might only work for Ashkenaz ancestral might only work for Sifar, but Nisach Ari is made to fit the needs
I
and
know
the
you're not
sheep's
watching
prayers.
this, but I am sick.
So someone can always change to it.
Are you really sick or is this a joke?
Look at
According to the Mishnah
Well,
Berurah,
this is
when
what
they
he
one
normally
changes
looks
music
like.
of tefillah.
He normally does this thing where he'll
They can never change their tefillah because this is one of the ways that we connect to our ancestors who made Hakim.
accentuating
And we're more connected to our family,
Oh my
ancestors,
God,
and
that looks like
community. We are stronger
look
when
at
we're
that.
connected.
It's like the inside of a cotton candy machine.
Corona
According
under
to
a
the Mishnah
microscope.
Berurah, when women have
Jack
the image
Nicholson's
limits,
colon.
Have you ever thought about shaving your head,
women
William?
goes
It
against
looks
the
like
law
you
or
did shit
secular
right there
values
with
and
my
values
It's
with valid
the goddamn
feelings about this
moneymaker right
matter.
there.
What cuts your hair? A Zamboni?
What 7 prayers may be said in English?
So let's have some fun here. William, you are performing in front of a green screen, and I told you earlier that we might use that for something, and we're going to. You have no idea what's about to appear in front of you or behind you, but we're going to run some things, and you just you react to it. Maybe keep the microphone in your hand, and you just react to whatever is going on around you and improvise. This will be a little improv game that you play, William. And you
What are
just
2 translations of the word
roll with it. We're going to see what
fascinante?
happens here. You let us know what's going on as it's happening. Here, get back on the back of the screen. Oh, that's really the only thing. So here we go.
Ask him a question
Oh,
of if the person shouldn't have to say the one answering.
Tony hates this out.
According to the Mishnah Berurah, what are 3 words we
I
have
don't know what my
difficulty
house looks
translating?
like. There are just hot dogs.
What is this house?
So many eaters going around.
Everywhere.
Eaters inside of buns.
According to the
My
Mishnah
trip.
Berurah,
Because
Mara was
I
discouraged
am
from praying
a
in
gay
English.
man.
So whose house is this? Why
If
can't I
I for
fucking
Wilson
walk
translate
around?
into English perfectly, so a lot of
All
it
this shit
might not have
happening.
the
You know, I
fully
eat
correct
hot dogs.
means slash translation for
No, I
them.
don't eat hot dogs anymore.
Okay, is there another
If
one
you
we
already
can grab
read
for
Shema,
you?
and you
See what
hear them in
happens.
your
Whoa.
thinking,
Oh my
what should you
God!
do? Why? You should say the first 6 words out loud with them, because if you don't want to lose out to reject the statement you're saying, they're accepting all Nazis, Shemaim, and part of the nation's agenda. I'm not saying you keep saying it, I'm going to do my own thing. If you are ready for the straight line, and you see some of your things, what should you do?
Skeletons like this guy looks like shit.
William, do the same pose so we can see the before and after.
That if someone's doing someone's good, then you should join them rather than separate yourselves from them.
All right, very good, William. How about is there anything else?
Please translate the words.
What do we have next? For William.
Hashing opens up his hands and satisfies every living thing with its desires.
Oh, look at that. Are you running for president? Let's hear your campaign
What
pitch,
if the
William.
main passive has
Straight to
a
camera.
In Georgia, I told y'all I would not be working
What are
in
three
church
practical
tonight.
holocaust about the
Where I
main
am,
passive
because
in
the
Restream?
coronavirus is going strong right now. I want to be premier white DJs for all black congregations.
What is the most important part of Shema?
William, why do you hold the microphone so far over your entire face? Like you almost had it up to your eyeballs on that.
What are two practical holocaust about the most important part of Shema?
Whoa! Oh my god!
Burning the flag, so I get a
What
bucket
is
of
the most
water.
important part of Shemoni Israel?
William, do you even feel any of that?
The first bracha.
I am super hot right now. Literally.
What practical halacha applies to the most important part of Shemoni Israel?
Oh, it's okay, the ambulance is
Can't
coming.
honestly all of the word means of the entire Shemona Esrei
What are you
every
gonna do?
word translation of the first bracha. And know each word means. If you had no function during the summer, what should you do?
Am I swimming by right now?
That's Jeremiah doing a backstroke.
Because right now
Oh
is that
shit, we
since
know
it will
that.
make the cross
We know those guys.
Ralph?
Is that Darius?
If you said tall unitar in the summer,
Do you know
what
these
should
guys,
you
William?
do? Why?
What's going on?
Repeat Shemona Esrei because you know the curse to stay at the summer as it is a curse.
Wow. This
This
is
is a hard one.
In the olden days, was Chapin supposed to wait for before repeating Shemona Esrei? Why?
goodness.
For 6 to 10 people to finish Shemona Esrei, because you should be considerate of others' time and start once you are able
Is there
to.
anything else that we have
Nowadays, which 2 people should the chaplain wait for before repeating Shemona Esrei?
Alright, that's cool.
Why?
William, what are your plans for getting rid of
Someone
the
who
virus?
defends properly or rabbi says they go at the right
Planning on doing
pace,
anything
and you don't want to make people miss out on Kedusha and Amens. Also for the other people who defend properly, to defend properly.
Oh, that's incredible. How long have you gone without sleeping?
If you defend a long Shemona Esrei properly and are scared people will laugh at you, what should you do?
Look like shit.
Defend Shemona Esrei, then take your 3
Oh
steps
my
even
God,
when you're not
William.
finished. Then finish Shemona Esrei elsewhere.
What happened today, actually?
Why don't you get like a different shirt? Why do you have
What are
that shirt?
3 things you are supposed to do when the chaplain repeats Shemona Esrei?
The shirt comes with that body type.
Be quiet, enter incense.
You guys see my belly button?
Is that your
When the
so
virgin
much? Are they all
repetition of
about
Shemona Esrei is considered a bracha levatala. Why? If you don't have 6 people or 10 people participating in the repetition, then it is a bracha levatala BC. It's saying the bracha twice, but when people answer, it's a totally different bracha.
William, get back in the frame.
What do you think Shawan had in mind when he says amen?
Seriously, what's your current living
When
situation?
whatever we say in the bracha is true, 2 if it's a prayer, that the blessings that will hopefully happen.
You live by yourself? 3 guys. And are any of you guys abiding by this quarantine whatsoever?
A person can't enjoy this world without making a bracha. We should put Hashem
Have you
before
guys
any
been going
enjoyment
out?
that
Have
we
you been
have in this world.
staying in? Has everybody been listening to the quarantine rules?
Please name the 3 types of Birkot and explain what each name means. Birkot and Hania, Brahms on enjoyment, Birkot and Mitzvot, Brachas on Mitzvot, Lekit Shiva Vihanda, Brachas
What
of
keys
praise
are
and
you giving
thanks.
There's not.
What do we thank Hashem for in the bracha of Yilukei Neshama?
You're not a
I
rabbit.
thought you meant a piece of your
For returning on the Shamas to us when the Shamas
It's
did
like you're
not
running out of
abandon us
pieces
and have come
quickly.
back.
It's like an actual Monopoly board that just keeps getting
According to
lost.
the Illy Rabbi, what should one do without Yilukei Neshama if he stayed up all night? Why?
What really somber?
Some say you do say it and some say you don't, because if
The
you
guy
don't
that
take the
makes the
shit as a
amazing
perfect name,
graphic
then you can make a
graphic
graphic if it isn't
designs
nothing.
for a lot of my stand-up shows,
According to the
including
Prime
this show.
Magazine, what should one do about looking the
Just
show
said that
on
you
if
look
you
like
stayed
the
up
main
all night?
subject of a Netflix
Why?
conspiracy documentary.
You should because it's a bit theatrical, hetero, and gratuitous and outrageous. You can always say it even if there is no enjoyment.
There he goes, William Montgomery, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, always
According to the conclusion
entertaining.
of the show,
Bravo, sir.
what should one do about looking the show on if you stayed up all night? Why?
What size t-shirt do you
You're
wear?
not supposed to say you're looking the show, but
XL.
when you hear someone else say it, you say amen. So to give credit for the correction, and you also relatively risk of making a correction at the time.
That's good. That's good. It's a perfect amount of
In
time
that case,
to
we
play
all
William
three
Law.
opinions agree.
Listen, people, send some extra large white V-neck
If you take a nap the
t-shirts
previous
to
day, then you can make a looking instrument that day.
Maybe black color like instead of the white one where you can show those.
No, I like the white. He's just got to keep them clean. He just can't reuse.
If you took a nap the day before that, you can say you're looking the show on.
I like the fact that William thinks outside the box. Speaking of
What
box,
about you
Better
have the
Box.
same thing as you
There's no
looking
better
the show
box
on?
than Better Box. This place is amazing. We got Gage and
Anthony Whitlock.
What do we
Anthony
pay passion for in that contract?
Agent Falcon back there.
just
For
absolutely
wiping the
killing
streaks
it.
from our eyes and the tiredness from our eyes.
This is a squad that has been put together by, you've heard of them every episode, the great
Please
Gino
translate the
over at
following
Stevie.
passage.
And we're having an absolute blast.
For what was the
Thing
landmark?
for us to get to do. Oh, A1 says she hasn't received
Why
it.
should we
Maybe
not
you
have
got the
been
wrong
punished?
number. Maybe I wrote it down wrong.
Because we were learning Torah all day, and it's supposed to protect you. Why were we punished?
I already got one. Let's see. Who would win in a street fight
Because we
between
learned it
all
for the wrong
cast
reasons.
members? No, that's an interesting question. That is an
What are the
interesting. I had to
differences
write
we
this down
discussed
to
between
check it
Torah
out.
and other disciplines?
Well, we definitely learned it wouldn't be Joel because he lost
The
to
literature
William
even says
Montgomery
that one studies
in
Torah, you are
I
having
was
some
handicapped.
kissing
I was
passion,
struggling the
learning
whole
about the
episode.
happy
I was
passion.
gonna say it'd probably be up
We
to me
won't
and
find
Tony
the
probably
reason word
last
here
two.
in algebra.
That's what I was thinking. And I think that with your current
Is there the
jiu-jitsu,
Torah or?
we've grappled around a bit. And I think with your current jiu-jitsu, I honestly think you might have
Please
it.
explain
I
the
think that
concept.
I've seen you evolve
When there is a
in a way.
50%
How long you
chance
doing it
that
now?
you
Over a
got
year,
it, so
right?
you have to make it a 100%
Overall,
chance.
but I've been at 10th Planet almost 6 months. I would say Jeremiah or me, but you
Please
guys now
explain the
you've been in the mix.
concept.
Like I can honestly probably Jeremiah.
If there is a 50% chance that you fulfill the certain end, it's too hard to make it a 100% chance, then it is sufficient.
Yeah, I would die immediately. Since she hasn't received the text, or you send her
Why should one duly puncture whether or not except for the Torah?
thing, you had never been in a fight.
Say it again to be 100% sure.
It was crazy how.
Why should one be allowed to say Pesukim
That's a
before
hard
looking
thing with
Torah?
kickboxing stuff. Like again, is people turn that fight.
Talking to Hashem by borrowing David
had
Herrick
this
words
sort
and
of like
Moshe's words to speak with Hashem.
Was pretty kind of incredible for someone who's never
Why
been
should one
in a
not be allowed to say Pesukim before breaking Torah?
the Spider Anderson Silva, did it?
Because we are directly quoting the words from the Torah, it doesn't matter whether you are concentrating or not.
Careful.
That is this question that the law of
Do
the
that.
Torah.
Can't make them look bad.
If something is either Torah or Tefillah, then if you are saying as
Yeah,
per
I can
Tefillah, then
see.
you
I
don't
mean,
need
yeah,
to say
that's what I
Berkis
think a
HaTorah.
layman, non-athletic person would have you fix for sure, Red Man. You would literally die after 30 seconds of any activity
That
whatsoever.
is this question that the
That's
law
not a
of
real
Tisha
thing, maybe
B'Av.
retard strength, but
Brian's got a hell of a
You
RNC
don't learn on
already.
Tisha B'Av, so if prayer is just prayer, then you can pray on Tisha B'Av. But if it is considered running, then you wouldn't be able to pray certain parts of
one-star
Tefillah on
wrestling
Tisha
will
B'Av.
absolutely embarrass anybody. I will go through every single
How does this question affect the law of culture in the Torah?
I will go through the whole
Can you open up a shirt to Eric and read the Raksha and consider Torah and Tefillah?
Doing that last week, And the next day on the podcast, Brothers in Cursive, he's like, I didn't
Why
find
should
my
one be allowed to
sword.
interact between
He's like,
Bertie's hot
we had to
toy and
remind
Was he
him
that
of our
blacked out? Was he that
Yeah, he
blacked
doesn't
out?
remember any. Janice, I guess,
because the
yelled at
Jews'
him for
soul
like
isn't
20
into
minutes. He
physical
doesn't remember
enjoyment.
any.
William was trying
When
to
it comes to
talk
Torah, a
me
Jew's soul
last
never
week
gets
because
distracted from Torah, so there is never a distraction to the soul.
and he kept leaning in more and more. I'm like, dude,
Why should one not be allowed to
back
interact?
up just a little bit.
Like how we all
Because
left
we
from
act
there.
as spiritual as we wish, and we do get distracted
So
on a
bizarre.
physical
I'm trying
level.
to figure out how to
And there was
We didn't know that.
boring
You're
right
not allowed to interact between Bertie's hot Torah and money.
Oh, dude. Can we talk about
Wait,
that?
what happened?
I don't even know.
No, we've never talked about that.
I've never heard about that.
What's that?
Well,
That
the
was
next
in
phase of the
San
Torah's question.
Antonio.
Oh my God, that's right.
What happened?
We stayed in Vera can elucidate the right after we make Bertie's hot Torah, so it won't be an
Wait,
interruption.
I did something?
Tell it.
Because they are passage from the Torah, so we learn Torah immediately
Yeah,
after.
absolutely. Tell it.
I stole
If
something?
you stayed up all night,
Okay, the
why
funniest
should
part
you
was
make
you were
Bertie's hot Torah?
oblivious
Right.
to it. So, shout out to Yoni at
If
Best
it's a
Barbecue
Bertie
on
Shivaki,
Instagram.
how we
He
should show our
catered
admiration whether we
our
interact or not.
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Right.
He
Why
catered this
should you
amazing
not make
barbecue
Bertie's hot
where we
Torah?
all ate our fill, where we were stuffed. We literally
If
couldn't
it's
eat
a
it
Bertie
anymore.
famous,
So much
since our
barbecue,
mission
so
on West
much
Torah, you
extra
say that
barbecue.
there
I believe
hasn't
we
been
have
a
to
real
fly the next
separation.
day.
Yeah, we were flying out the next morning. So
According to the
couldn't
mission of
take
we
Yehua,
can't take
what
anything
should you
with
do
us.
about
And
Bertie's hot Torah
our
if you
nice
stayed up
waitress
all
that we
night?
talked to just had a recent house fire, and she had to
Hear
stay
it from someone
in a
else.
hotel
Answer
with
in
her
and
family
ask
for
and
the last
want to
2
be
months.
safe.
And they've been eating Jack in the Box, she told us.
Which I did not.
According to the first opinion and mission of
Their
Yehua,
house
what
burned down. Not
condition
only
must
that,
be
but
met
she
for
has like
10
6
people to count
kids.
as a manana?
And 3 of them are hers, 3 of them are her boyfriends.
They're all
The
living
in the
boyfriend's
same
there
house,
because
same
he's a
room.
diehard Kill Tony fan. She's struggling to make ends meet, working at the comedy
According
club.
to the second opinion
And,
and mission of Yehua, what
Someone
condition
else
may be
needs
met instead of the
cookies, and
above
I'm like, all
condition?
right, well, let's give this. You guys can have these
They
cookies.
only need to see
And then
each other.
there's all this giant amount of leftover
When
food,
10
and
people
Brian
are
put
in
it all
one
on
place
one
and one
plate
person is
and
in another place,
walked
when
out
can
with
the individual answer cottage with us?
literally a banquet's worth of food. He's like, oh, you gotta have my emergency meatloaf.
Basically, we were all like, we should let this family have it. Tony is notoriously nice to different staff, different comedy clubs. He's always very accommodating, making sure that they're taking care of it. When I was away, to make sure that like she got these stacks
What are 2
of
reasons
plates
we
of
think
food
John
and stuff
Mayer
like
and
that.
one station was without a manana?
night we're not gonna have to eat like lettuce soup or
Willing to give it to 248 words to replace a men's workshop.
on the walls the last few weeks.
So all of us are feeling really good about ourselves.
Why do
We're
we
like,
not
yeah, we
think
did it. And then Brian goes,
station met together with the mananas?
a stack of barbecue.
Because the
It's
children
enough
would be
food.
passionate
Literally,
to
he's like,
something,
just
getting
it's
us
like
to
I hungry 4 times
248, and we
tonight.
say,
This is for like 6 kids.
Happy family.
Like our house fire is worth some food right here, dude. What the frick? I could agree with this story, but it's funnier that
Slur
way.
words together.
You
The
ended up
rabbi
giving it
said
to
to
them,
check
and
and
I
see
ended
if
up
he
We
knows
were
all
eating the barbecue. I didn't eat that one. It
As good as the barbecue from yesterday.
When body postures are
And so,
always permitted while
I
saying
didn't know
Shema.
anything about this like waitress and shit like that. And I literally made
Standing, lying on your side.
like a regular plate. They're saying it's a bunch of shit, but
When body postures are always permitted while
the funny
saying
thing is
Shema.
I didn't
You
even
had to hold it with 2 hands.
Lying on stomach
You're
or back.
like walking in front of
hooked
them.
like a styrofoam container.
When body postures are sometimes permitted and sometimes forbidden.
Alice, like you're saying Alice?
Lying on stomach or back or tilted on
But the
side.
funniest thing is I didn't even eat it. I just left it on the nightstand.
When body permitted.
You didn't even enjoy it. You just took it and then did it.
Kids were licking bones.
Mommy, this is delicious.
When
The
body
good news is they ended up getting all the food because
Any
they ended
person
up
that
digging
easily
the
tilts to
dumpster
their
that was
side.
all the next day, scrounging for food.
According to the Rambam, when is it a mitzvah to be rated to date?
So fucking funny. I forgot
What was the
about
date?
that. Oh my god, we were laughing our asses off.
According
And like
to
it
the
was one of
Rambam,
those things
when
where
is
like
a
I
mitzvah
think
to be
you
rated
thought
to
that we
date?
were like making like we didn't want me by the way.
When you are in distress.
I know. I was like, did you guys smell it?
I had no idea.
What is important is that in their
Waitress off as a
body is
joke, you
rare.
guys, that's even more weird.
Everyone
It
was
was
taken in
way
their own
funnier
language.
this way.
Once a
Like,
day
though,
for all
as
the
hard as
kids.
we were laughing that
Rabbis
night,
say that they were not
we laughed
speaking
that night
properly,
and the
so
whole
they made
next
it formal
morning about
text.
that. So sometimes it's just worth it.
If you forgot dialect, you put in Rosh Kodesh
It's like
Moarim.
you get cherry
What should you
Jolly
do?
Ranchers.
Why?
Things that could have been overheard in Miami Beach
You
this
don't go
past
back for
weekend.
it, because in the
Coronavirus
olden
guns
days they
ablaze.
would never start being Rosh Kodesh at night because they still
White
pronounce
Claw
the day
as
Rosh
the best
Kodesh
of
stands
them
before the
all.
calendar. It wasn't holy.
We good on
So
A1?
we treat the night less
Really?
holy.
Oh wow, what a special treat. We are going to go
If you
in
forgot
right
your
now
idea,
to
vote in Rosh
Hiltonian
Kodesh
legend.
Shachrit or Minja,
Ladies
and
and
remember
gentlemen,
before
the one,
Modim.
the
What should
only,
you do?
Northern California, the great
You
Nicole
should say
Tran
Allah
is
Ibu
now joining
immediately
us
and then continue with
live
Modim.
on
Hello, everybody.
Oh, hello, Nicole. I
If you
can't
forgot
quite
your
see you
idea,
on our
vote in
monitor
Rosh
here. Hold on
Kodesh
just 1
Shachrit,
second.
and remember
This
before
is
you
so
pray
exciting.
step
Oh,
what should you do?
wow. Look at you. Oh, my goodness. Hello,
Then
Nicole.
you
Are
should
you
go
on
back
the
to it and continue until
Hello,
the
are you
end.
on the Wi-Fi there by any chance?
If you forgot your idea, vote in Rosh Kodesh Shachrit,
Okay, very
and
good.
remember
You're fixing
after
the
you
tower
pray
and
step
everything.
back, what should you do?
Sending JPEGs every 3 seconds.
You should Shimoni Israel.
Nicole,
How much
somehow you
personal
have gotten
space is
so
it
much
even
more
in
Asian
kayaking?
since the last time I saw you.
Or a modern friend.
Well, I'm doing good, man.
What are 2 reasons he's entitled to this space?
I know. How are you holding up during this quarantine?
1.
Doing good there?
Convening is a conversation with passion, and it isn't polite to walk in between people talking to the right as distracting if you want close to them.
Except things coming way outside.
What are 2 nonconvenos between these 2
PowerPoint
reasons?
presentation.
This is like a webcam murder movie.
Incredible. This is
What should you
mind-boggling.
do if you finish Shimoni Israel and the person behind you is still repeating?
Wow. So Nicole, a
You
question for
shouldn't
you.
take
What
3
type of
steps
Asian
back
are
and
you?
should
Are
stay
you
where
from
you are.
China
You
or
could still
Japan
continue
or?
to leaning though. You can also take the portrait seat if you want.
Oh, that's right, Vietnamese. How do you feel about Chinese people, especially now that they have been, according to many, responsible for the release of the
Doing
coronavirus?
something
How
that
do you
looks
feel
like
about
it is
Chinese
forbidden,
people?
but it isn't really forbidden.
It's pretty sad, man.
Please give an example of Marathon in a Goazera.
It's like
A person
universal
walking
things,
in there is a
man.
statue of an idol, and they drop some coins in front of the idol, and then he bent down to pick it up.
What does your sister
It
and
looks
mom
as though he's
do
going
for
to the
work? Do
idol
they have
even though he's
jobs?
just
They make
picking up his
textiles or
coins.
something?
No, my sister works for a
Please give
computer
an
company.
example of
Sales.
Marathon in
All
Kashras.
right.
My
How about
wife
your?
works in HR.
You walk
How
into
about your
McDonald's
mom?
to go to the bathroom.
Oh, okay. How about
It
your mom?
looks like you're going to buy non-kosher food even though
My
you're
mom,
just going to
she
the
cooks,
bathroom.
man.
Oh,
Very
that's.
religious.
Oh,
Please give an
religion?
example of Marathon in
Yes,
Divini.
I fall Muslim friends to the Buddha, man.
If someone in the room is wearing a cross on their neck, and during Modim you bow down, it might look like you're going to the cross.
Is that a Look at that.
What should one do if a cross comes in front of him during Shimoni Israel?
I don't get up until 7.
You should face a different direction, because it's better to face a different direction and you wrestling than looking like you're
Incredible
leaning
stuff.
and
So,
going to a
when's the
cross.
last time you got to
If
perform
you've already
stand-up
started
comedy?
leaning Shimoni Israel and the cross is in
A
front
week
of
ago,
you, then
man,
you
all I
just
do
shouldn't
is
bow at all.
things every day. All the comics invited me to do it, man.
If you're even alone, when should you take 3 steps forward
It's like
after
a
Shimoni
website
Israel?
with a bunch of webcams.
Why?
Video conferencing, like between multiple people.
He's supposed to rate the amount of time it takes to walk 4 miles. The reason is cause Shemana Esri shouldn't be a burden, so we should try to act we want to
I know we
prolong it
miss
and
you
enjoy
too,
it.
Nicole, tremendously. Last time you were on, you
I have a new song
If you
for
did
you
then
today,
within
man.
a
Oh,
when
you
should
do?
you take 3
Okay, let's
steps
hear it.
forward after
Absolutely. This
Shimoni
sounds
Israel?
great. We love songs. We love new songs. There's a new one from
You
Nicole
should take
Tran,
3 steps
everybody.
forward
Live
until
here
the
on
chasm
Hiltonian
starts
Quarantine.
or
Go
the
ahead.
chasm starts Shemana Esri. The reason is cause you don't want to make Shemana Esri look like a burden, to make it look like that you want to prolong that meeting with passion, and don't want to stop. What are 2 reasons we don't turn around until Chazaras Hashas is over? One verified. People might think you didn't pronounce the words properly or skipped some words or didn't concentrate. When you turn around, it might be distracting to the people behind you. When should the children take 3 steps back after his repetition of Shemoni Israel?
Guy,
Why?
you are an absolute little angel, aren't you?
The children never need to take his 3 steps back after Shemona Esri. The 3 steps that he takes at the end of Kadesh after Valencian stands for
No
Shemona
one knows
Esri.
corner markets better than Vietnamese people, so
Why is this surprising?
very
Because he interrupts with so many things
So,
during his Shemona
have you
Esri.
put some money aside? And you see, are you and your sister and your mother going to be okay during this quarantine? You guys going to survive?
We're all just extensions of Shemona Israel.
We Asian, we sell money
What
there.
are 3 notes and
Love
minutes
that.
from the
That's very
above
good.
discussion?
Money.
And you know,
Very good.
a lot of people go to the Costco and store
Please
and
explain
to
the concept
look
of
for
Shemona
toilet paper.
Canal.
My ex-boyfriend threw the paper in my
Sometimes
house
if I
and
hear
I
someone
have
say
plenty.
a branch, then it is as if I said the branch myself.
There you go.
So
Out
there
there
are
breaking
certain
hearts.
break-offs which I can hear the branch
Love
and it's
that.
as if I said it myself.
Jeremiah just farted into the microphone.
Is that true? Did you really?
Yeah,
What
he
are
told me
2
to save it
cases
for
when
last
one
week.
should
Well,
not
I
say
mean, I thought you would at least give us a heads up. I guess to hew it up or something. Leave it to Jeremiah to release a fart while 2 people are talking at once.
When
Very
you
good.
amen
You have the timing of a guy that only farts during the
when you answer
podcast.
amen to only before the branch
Exciting. Well, Nicole, thank you for the new song. Is there anything else we should know about before letting you go?
When you answer amen but leave out the none and only say
Oh, the quarantine man. You know, Tony, what you want to do?
what is an
What?
I
amen song?
exercise. My sister and I.
But as far as Trump is
When
concerned,
you
our
don't hear
allies
the
are only
branch and you don't know what branch it is being said in, you still say amen.
Oh, it's John King Food.
You need to share your branch up. What is
I
an
love
issue
that.
for you to answer amen? You need to know what branch it is being said. It can't be a branch unless you can notice the other person other than you are saying,
Well,
oh, I
Nicole,
thought
we
you
absolutely
did.
love you, and we will talk to you soon, okay?
Thank you.
Stay
Thank you
strong.
for giving me time.
One of the
There you go.
problems
You're the
is
best, Nicole. We love you. Bye-bye. The great Nicole Tran, everybody. There you go.
right after the branch finishes.
She is the best. We absolutely love
The
Nicole.
appearance of indirect
Another one
sunlight.
of those people. She's just got it. She's got that extra element, especially obviously in live audiences. Really
When
knows
you're
how to
able
work
to
a room.
recognize
It's
an
great
acquaintance
to
from
get
4 miles away or when it's light
people
enough for you to notice the
really good
difference
at using
between the
her
blue and white string on your
accent
headset.
and Asian capabilities to her advantage. Plays right into all the stereotypes.
What if Slash needs hot
Let's just
drama?
jump right into a D5 if you have it loaded up.
Sunrise.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool.
What if
All
Slash
good.
checks
Another
up?
question.
Yeah, what's our favorite
Midday at
podcast to
midnight.
listen to other than Kill Tony?
Please explain the term
Jeremiah's
Slash Ninja
definitely
Getama.
Jeremiah Wonders. He has a new episode out with
6.5 hours
Jesse
after the day
Johnson.
starts for half an hour after
That's
chat
super
says and
exposing
5.5 hours before night.
all the mystery and mystique of
Please
Jesse.
explain the term
Spilled it all.
Slash Ninja
Oh, no,
Getama.
All the secrets.
Spilled. Hey, who the fuck is
3.5
that guy?
hours after chat says, which is 9.5 hours after the day starts and 2.5 hours before the night starts.
Is this the chick? Oh, that's the boyfriend.
Please explain the term hashtag on the
That is
side.
the culture.
Or 3/4 hours
I've
after
been listening
chat
to Hot
says.
Boxing with Mike Tyson. It's really good.
Ninja Getama and
It's
night
fucking
time.
amazing.
What about you, Jesse?
King of the Sting. That's a good one that my roommate probably sees on that now.
What is Slash Gia?
Spoil the beans with Derek posted it. It's on mine.
Yeah, that one's
Love
good
those
too.
guys.
I like Stevie Weeby a lot.
Oh, Stevie Weeby. On Stevie Weeby's. That was
What is Slash Bean Hash Mashes?
He's the best, dude. Check out Stevie Weeby.
How about you,
Between
Red?
sunset
Anybody
and the
else?
disappearance of indirect
I
sunlight.
really like everything Tom Segura and Christina do, but my
What is Slash Side Hako Cabin?
out of nowhere podcast would be called Ear Biscuits.
The disappearance of indirect sunlight.
Morning food is one of my- I've been listening to
Hey,
Tom
there he
Please
is.
explain the term Slash
The
Shark
great,
Leon.
powerful Dom Ireric joining us on Kill Tony
Each
live.
chance
How
and
you
run
doing,
ride is
Dom?
1/12 stage of daytime or nighttime. It also depends on
Hold
the
on,
time
we
of
just
year
gotta
to
get the
determine
audio
how long
tuned up.
they
Hold
are.
on 1 second. Keep talking.
I think he has it muted.
What is the earliest time to put on
You might
Fitbit?
have a. Hold on. We can't hear you, Dom. You might have us muted. Can you hit a button on there and unmute us? We might be muted
What
there.
is the earliest time to make a
Oh,
branch
it might
on
be the
Fitbit?
headphones. Can you unplug the headphones?
1.
Unplug them from
After
the
we
jack
shine
on.
on 2, but if it's absolutely necessary, you could make it at a long hash hour.
It's like the opposite of Tristan.
Tom Herrera. You look great.
What should you
Hold
do
on,
if
we
you have
can't
to
hear
put on
you.
Fitbit before the earliest
He
time?
loves us. He loves us. You're like one of those sign language people helping out all these
Put on and then
politicians
wait
right
until
now.
a long hash
We're
hour
working
and
on
make
getting
the
the
branch
sound
on the
going. Hold
Fitbit.
on. Hold on. Wait for us, Dom. Hold on.
What is the earliest time to put on to film?
If this is your cell phone, you can just
Here.
unplug it. Use your microphone and headphones on your cell phone.
What is the earliest time to say
I
Shima?
think those headphones have a microphone.
Mishiak here.
So it is a laptop.
What is the latest time to say Shima? According
He's
to
doing
the Major
hackouts. He's
Abraham,
killing it. He's absolutely being hilarious.
3 hours after Ahmad Ashar.
Yes, we can get sound. Maybe they had sound earlier.
What is the latest time to say Shima? According to Melnick
Absolutely. Yes. Yes.
He was on the Golden Girls.
3
I think
hours
he's saying
after
yes.
Shima.
Absolutely.
Hey Arnold. Hey Arnold.
What is the best time to say Shima?
Yeah, it's not a
Did you just spit on this?
Right before that, because you can say Shima and then right after say Shimoni is ready. Connecting the two of them.
One of the more important things of the podcast.
Please explain what Restream
We're
means.
so close, I can feel it, Dom. We're gonna have you
3
in here
different
any second.
explanations.
I know it's
One
going to
student
work.
woke up early and dating Shima before next, and Shana Esri after next. 2 people who wanted to do it in the best way possible that wards didn't. 3 nowadays it refers to people who
Hang
date
up and then
Shima,
try to
and
reconnect
Shana
afterwards.
Esri
Let's
at the
try that,
best
Dom.
time.
We're gonna call you back. We're gonna try this again in just a couple minutes. We love you. We're gonna check back in with the great
What
Dom
is the
Herrera.
church in Arab
There he
recommend
goes,
saying
the great
before
Dom
Shima during
Herrera,
her
everybody.
begins?
So we're gonna get
Concerned
that
that maybe the majority
tuned
dating
up,
will say
and
Shima too late, so you
in
should
the
say it at
meanwhile,
the beginning, and we'll still get the mitzvah even if the
one of you
majority
guys
dates
work on
Shima
that.
after
We
the
can
latest time.
grab a speaking queue up. We have another special guest teleconferencing in.
What should one do about Shima if he missed the latest time?
No doubt
Even
about
if
it.
you say
Ladies
Shima
and
late, you
gentlemen,
still get
we've
some
got
credit, so even
one
if
phone
it's too late,
call,
still say it anyways.
and we have got this call
What
from
should
a
one do
prison.
about the
Ladies and
backgrounds
gentlemen,
of
we are
Shima
checking
if
in
he
with
missed the
Shanks
latest time?
live from prison. Here he is. Shanks, how are you doing? Wow.
When is the earliest time for Shimoni is free in regular circumstances?
People freaking out about this quarantine stuff, man. I've been in quarantine
Let's
a long
watch him
time.
up.
You know.
Shit. What
When
prison
is
are
the
you in right
earliest
now?
time
What
for
part of the
Shimoni
country
is
are
free
you in?
in extenuating circumstances?
Whoa, how do you do this?
Ahmad Ashar. According to the Major Abraham, when is the latest time for Shimoni is ready?
Oh my God!
4 hours after Ahmad Ashar. According to Melnick, when is the latest time for Shimoni is ready? 4 hours after next.
Oh my goodness, thanks. That's incredible. Where'd you rate
What is
this
the
guy
best
at?
time for Shimoni is ready?
West Hollywood.
Oh,
Right after
is it
next.
in like a grocery store parking lot or something?
Yeah,
like that?
Ralph's.
Huh.
When can you date in Shimoni is ready? Along next.
Wait a second.
In extenuating circumstances, when it won't be possible to date after this time.
Incredible. I thought Red Band was... Oh wow, you actually have a
When
shank
can
on
you
you
date
right
in
there.
Shimoni is free between 4 hours. And check sun.
My God, what is that? Red Band's peanut
If the
butter
person
knife
was in
that
extenuating
fell out?
circumstances, and can only date in between after 4 hours. And check sun.
Oh my God, you have...
What should
We
one
found
do
out
if
in
he
the
does
past
not
that you
date in
can
Shimoni
use
is free
Chipotle
on time
wrappers
by
for a
accident?
lot of things. Oh,
I know I got my grill. That's how I got my grill, dog.
He should say to Shimon Esrice at the next prayer.
Wow, that's incredible. So Shanks, we found
What
out
should one do
today
if he did not
actually
even
it was
Shimoni
great
is
news.
free on
Harvey
time on purpose?
Weinstein got the coronavirus.
There is no way to make it up.
Do you know Harvey? Have you ever worked with Harvey
What should
before?
one do if he did not even Shimoni is Rabbi Chad saw it by accident? He should even to Shemana Esprits by Ninja.
My goodness, what films of his?
What should one do if he did not even Shimoni is Rabbi Chad saw on purpose?
Titanic.
Who were you going to be on Titanic? What?
If your million David's too late, what should you do?
Baby's Day Out. I never
David
even heard
alone
of
is
it.
to David on time, and running it out at the right time, and with the money.
And the producers in the booth seem to have heard of it. And
y'all heard of it, right?
What is the earliest time to David
kids,
Mincha?
they all know about
Oh, man.
Mincha Gedala.
this. My goodness.
According to the Shul
Girls,
Shemari,
when are
what
you
is the
due
best
out
time
for
to David
police
Mincha?
bail or whatever?
I'm on parole and
Mincha Katana.
coronavirus, we be on shows and stuff like that.
According to Organuda, what is the latest time to David Mincha?
Yo, that's what you're excited to do. You're going to go to the beach.
Yeah, but they
Flag Havenchu, which is 1.25 hours before nighttime.
Well, Shanks, we appreciate you
According
coming
to
in.
the rabbis, what is the latest time to David Mincha?
switch places like that movie Trading Places. Like
You can leave it all the way until nighttime.
what would y'all, what would you do?
Like, if we switch places, my guess
According
would
to
be that I
Organuda,
would
what is the
be
earliest time to
tending
David
to my
Mari?
bloody axle from getting
Flag
raped by
Havenchu, which is also what he
Yeah.
says is the latest
I
time
mean,
to
I
David
would be,
Mincha.
let's just say my bunkmate would make me a bottom, and I'm not
According
talking
to the
about the
rabbis,
bunk, you know?
what is the earliest time to David Mari?
Goodness gracious. What do you think I
It
would
is
do in
the same
prison?
as the latest
Sleep
time
in
for
there a
Mincha,
lot?
according to them, is nighttime. Either it means Shaki, according to Valleki on board site Hako Calvin, according to the Major Average.
So you would actually want to walk on other white people.
Please translate the term.
Stuff like that. I think it'd be alright, man.
When you do two things that are mutually exclusive, meaning like only one of them can be
I
correct and
think
the
I
other
would have a
one
lot
has to
of
be
raw
wrong.
men inside of me, indeed.
I see what you did there, Tony.
What two types of time to say
Definitely a lot of
discussed
baloney
in
in
the
my
Shul
prison.
Shemari?
Absolutely. And you are the best, Shanks. We absolutely love you. You are a person of color
According
and
to
we
the Shul
appreciate the
Shemari, what is
diversity
the
on
latest
the
time to
show.
David Mincha and Mari?
I know, I'm beige. It's crazy.
We love you, Shanks. There you go, Shanks, everybody, with his one phone call in from prison.
Yo, man,
What
I
is the
called.
earliest time for the mitzvah of saying
That's
Shema
right.
at night?
We love you, Shanks. Check
I
it
have
out.
to check in.
Coronavirus.
Oh, shit. Oh, yeah. You're using it after
What should you do if you're not sure when the
And here we
earliest
are,
time is?
ladies and gentlemen. We are rejoined by the great Dom
I
Irera.
thought
Dom,
David said
can
we
you hear
have to make
us?
sure we are 100% sure that we did the mitzvah.
Oh, wait.
So you should
Now
wait
you-
until
now
you're
it's not working
100%
again.
sure that it is
It's
Saihat or Kevin,
Dom.
not 90%. Then you should read
Dom,
Shema.
can you hear us? Hello? Can you hear us, Dom?
What should you do if you read Shema too early
Still
at
we
night?
Hey,
Say the
Dom.
magic Saihat or
Dom, we
Kevin
can hear you.
or Chad thought of the night.
He's got...
That way you'll get the
What's
mitzvah in
going
the
on,
proper
Dom?
time.
Dom, you look
What should you
fantastic.
do
Can you
if you
hear
read the
us?
Birkat of Shema too early at night? As we said earlier, the Birkat of Shema are more similar to Shema Esri, so they are independent of Shema. So they have the same status as Shema Esri. So you could say them before Tzeit Hak or Kevin because it is still their proper time because that is a fine time to say Shemani Israel.
The volume up on that. Hello.
What is the best time to say Shema
We
at
can hear
night?
you.
Right after Tzeit Hak or Kevin because we should do the mitzvah as soon as possible.
Of course, this guy kills when we can't hear him and when he can't hear
What
us.
is the latest time to say Shema at night?
Dom, can you hear us now?
Check Sut. If you miss the latest time to say Shema at night, what should you do?
Of course, Dom just has beautiful women working
You
for
can
him.
still say it later and get partial credit. According to the Shul Shemari, what should one do about Shakari Shemani Israel if he has to leave for a long drive between Elad and Mishnah here?
My guess is those are going to work immediately.
Hey, Dom. Welcome back.
Hi, Dom. How are you?
Hey, Dom.
Can you hear us?
What is the advantage of this? One, you get to date them standing up. Traveling, you would have to sit down, so you would be able to concentrate. Number 3, if you push to being in Shimoni Esri, all you might become busy
Thank
and
you for
forget.
joining us. The great Dom Irera is in the house,
According to the
everybody.
Mishnah Berurah, what should one do about Shakari Shimoni Esri if he has to leave for a long drive between Alad and Mishnah here?
I remember when I was a kid and I used to watch you guys.
It's more important to say it in order than standing up. So you should not date in Shimoni Esri until you date in Shima, and you shouldn't date in Shima until after Mishnah here. So you should date in
Wow,
sitting
can we hear
down
one
with
of
a
your
plain slash
setups
bus
that
with
you've been
less
working on as of
concentration.
late?
Hey, what's up with going to church?
What should one do if he came late to Mary and the man is already up to Shimoni Esri and why?
Oh, God, you are the best.
They used to be.
In what cases would one say Shimoni
Yeah,
Esri
no, you
before
were
Shima?
killing it with. You were killing it when we couldn't hear you, and
When
you
you're
were also
on a
killing
trip
it
before
when you
Mishnah
couldn't hear
here, you should
us.
say
So you
Shimoni
were
Esri
doing
or
great on
standing up
both,
before
all
you
three
leave and say
formats.
Shima
And now that we
after
can all hear
Mishnah
each
here.
other, you're still killing
2,
it.
if you come to Moarit and realize that you won't be able to start Shimoni Esri within the 9, then you should skip Shima and say it afterwards.
I'd like to do something I've never done before.
When is it appropriate to say Shima
I'm
while you are
my show
traveling?
right now. However, remember this, mother.
Yes, Tom.
When is it appropriate to say Shimoni Esri while you are traveling?
Don't forget that.
Boy,
I was in Rugrats.
Please try and play the term mitzvahs for golf
Rocco
slash.
Life. Now I'm on
Mitzvahs
Tony
mean
and
concentration.
Tony Break My
Basic
Heart show.
concentration.
That's right.
I am doing this
Golden
mitzvah
Girls
because
get it.
Hashem wants me to.
Seinfeld.
If you don't have concentration, you don't get the mitzvah and must do it
We saw
again.
it today.
The sequel?
Yeah.
How was it?
Please explain how it applies to create
It was
Shema.
good. It was better than this because they had sound all the way through it.
You need to have Kavanah while saying
Oh,
Quiet
I
Shema
love
and
it,
think
Dom.
I'm
Well,
doing this
it's
because
just good to
Hashem
see you
commanded me.
and hear your voice. You're holding up strong through the quarantine. What have you been doing to pass the time?
According to the Mishnah Berurah, when does it apply and what's the exception? What are you
outside.
doing?
I love it. You
Poems that
certainly
were
do,
recited in the
sir.
middle
This is
of
the
the
hottest
day.
camp girl I've ever
It
seen.
can be about a large donation, a bar mitzvah slash symbol.
It's important to stretch before you do this.
When he was Chapman, Wood was on high and Otto's approach to guillotine. He would follow
Well, Dom,
back the
we
man with the
absolutely
short, so
love you.
if the
Thank you
short
so
said
much for
guillotine, he
joining
would
us.
say
It's
guillotine.
such an honor.
I'm in the neighborhood. Stop it.
When he was not Chapman, Wood was
We
on
love
high
you,
and
Dom.
Otto's approach to
Thank you so much
guillotine.
for popping in. We'll see you soon. Have a great night, pal.
You shouldn't say guillotine except for
Great
when
Dom
Mr.
Irera
Reporter,
later.
he felt these matched for the kids with the rapture therein. What do things that are high and Otto's conduct teach us about the meaning
My
of
goodness, how much fun are we having here? And before we go, do we have J12? Is that
what should
possible?
one do if his
Let's
family
link up with
differs
J12
from
and
his
then
show
we're going to get out of here. So much fun
Follow the
stuff.
show outliers,
I
chat
can
and personally
guarantee
do
you
your own
that
minute.
we're just going to have some more fun next week. We're going to do this
What
again.
is the historical origin of the Sephardic news of the
Fairly,
Tefillah?
once live audiences are back into civilization, everything's going to immediately revert back to normal. We're already rescheduling our road dates.
What is the
We have a
historical
lot
origin
of
of the Ashkenazic
sign
music
with the
of
comedy
Tefillah?
store that
Dom doesn't know that Skype is still on.
he's not on the screen, right? No.
What is the historical origin of music art?
So as soon as everything's back to normal, our format will go back to normal. But we're gonna keep having fun in the meantime, giving you guys something, giving us something. You know, Jesse actually said it after last week's episode at the Ice House.
According to Miss Magden, when
said,
Lee
I
Wen
forgot
changes
for a
music
little
up to
bit that there was
Phila.
a pandemic going
Why?
on, and I literally wasn't even until you said that I realized that I had forgotten that there was a pandemic going on.
According
Like
to
that entire
Tristan,
time.
when
So
Lee Wen
it's
changes
just sort
music
of fun
up to
for us to
Phila,
break the
Why?
monotony of everything else that is going
you
on.
can always switch to music already because it
Wow,
works for
that's
everyone
J12
all
if
the
I've ever
17.
seen it. We are in
Ashinaz might
the
only work for
layer of
Ashinaz
Ryan
and
J.
Safar might
Email.
only work
Ryan,
for
can you hear
Safar, but
us?
Nisach Ari is made to fit the needs of every
Hi,
shape
Ryan.
space.
There it is. The
So
classic
someone can
voice
always
of Ryan
change
J.
to it.
Email showing us tonight's drawing. Look at this. My
According
goodness
to the Mishnah
gracious.
Ibura,
Wow.
when Lee Wen changes music up to
So
Phila,
is everybody in there? You had it the right way before. Go switch it back
they
to
can
the
never
other
change
way.
their
There you
temple
go.
because this is one
Yeah.
of the ways that we
My
connect
God,
to our
can you zoom in
ancestors
at
through
Parks?
Nagin.
Let's get in there.
And
Let's
we're
see.
more connected to our
We got
family,
Tristan
ancestors,
bowling
and
bottom
community.
left. We
We
got,
are stronger when we're
wow,
connected.
look at that. William Montgomery, even with his updated
According to
down
the
to the
Mishnah
hair
Ibura, when we
on
remember the
William, you
image
nailed it. Absolute, that's David Lucas, without
if
a
the
doubt.
minhag goes
The
against
great
the Gemara
Nicole
or
Tran.
something
My
that everyone
goodness, you
agrees
did
is
this
a valid
fast.
influence about the
Right, bam,
Gemara.
looking good. Absolutely. Tony
What
Hinchcliffe,
seven prayers
look at
may be
that
said
guy.
in English?
Pandemic Tony right there.
Shora
looks like one of the homies.
Michael Lair, with those
Fruit Haleo.
awesome glasses. And yeah, we got Demon
Mishnah
Bird.
Ibura
And
says
wow,
three
look at
cases where we are
Jesse
discouraged
and
from
Jeremiah.
Divina in
Ryan
English.
J, you are a
What are
goddamn
they?
national treasure. You are unbelievable.
Thank you.
And it is mind-boggling.
And you got a sale going on right now,
What
so
are two
go to
translations of the word
RyanJEmail.com.
Pashinazen?
All your stuff's on sale.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm pushing paper.
It
And
means
I've
that you
noticed
should
lately you've
teach.
been doing a lot of live
You should
streaming
teach
while
it so well
drawing
that when you
lately.
ask him a question,
We'll find
the
that also.
person
It's on
shouldn't
your
have the
Instagram,
same
or is
one
it?
answering.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and announce them more. I just kind of did it
According to
whenever
the Mishnah
I felt like I had
Ibura, what
some
are
time.
three
So
words we have difficulty translating?
Absolutely, man. Well, people put on your alerts and check out Ryan J's drawings on Instagram at Ryan J Ebel, right? On Instagram.
yep, that's the one.
According to the Mishnah
And we
Ibura,
love you so
why are we
much, Ryan.
discouraged from
Thank you
praying
so
in
much
English?
for everything that you do. Another absolutely incredible drawing. And yeah, thank you. RyanJebel.com for prints, posters, everything
Because
for
he
the
projects
past.
and
We did it.
translates
This is
into
another
English
episode
perfectly,
of
so a lot of the words
Kill
we
Tony
might not have the
Quarantine.
fully correct meaning / translation for them.
For your own pride, please say it, Jeremiah.
If you already read Shema and you hear the Minyan sing it,
Wait,
what
do we
should
have
you
to
do?
talk about why Jeremiah
Why?
farted in the microphone? When nobody was looking?
You should say the first words out loud with
Sort
them,
of,
because if you don't, then it looks
yeah,
like
maybe
you're rejecting
next
the statement and
Jeremiah
saying
has a
they're
new episode of
accepting all
Jeremiah
Nazis,
Wonders out. You
shamming,
know
and furthering
everything
Hashem's
about him. He's
agenda.
Jeremiah's
I'm
stand
not
up
saying
on
he's saying it, I'm going to do my
social
own thing.
media. Jeremiah Dash Watkins on Venmo. He'll literally sell you his soul.
If you already
Literally.
said Ashrei
If you want to buy a
and you hear
percentage
the
of his
Minyan
soul,
sing
he will
it,
sell
what
it.
should you do?
He will
Why?
sell absolutely anything to you. Jeremiah
You should
Watkins.
say with them, because that's the way. That is
Yeah, for those
someone's
of you
doing
that want
someone's
to
good, then you should
memorialize
justify them
2020,
separate views
literally
on
the worst year in the history of human health.
Please translate the words.
You can still get a 2020 calendar featuring the
Passion
milkman
creates
and
up to
Shane
us
for all you people
and
that lost your
satisfies
job.
every
Yeah,
consumer
you're
with
less.
bias.
29 hours saying that you can mark off all the
What is
days
the
of
main
how bad this
facet
year
and
has been.
duplicate is
Right? You can mark off when all your favorite relatives died and all that. So there you go. Wow, that piece of
What
paper.
are three practical holocaust about the main passage in Ashrei?
I've never been able to have it on video, me losing respect for you, quite like this moment right now. That the fact that you
What
made
is the
that
most
for
important
this,
part
look
of
how far
Shema?
away the camera is. Nobody can read it.
First passage, Shema
It was
Yisrael
all
Hashem
for
Elohim
nothing.
Hashem B'Shem.
It's just mind-boggling that you made that. Here they go. Look at that.
What are
Come
two
on.
practical holocaust
Look at
about
that.
the most important part of Shema?
Absolutely embarrassing. Tilt that camera to the left. Let's make some noise for the great Jet Ski Johnson, everyone. The Queen Bee. rose-colored glasses, kicking all the asses. She's Jet Ski Johnson on social media. What else, Jesse?
It's the worst Women's History Month ever.
What practical halacha applies to the most important part of Shimoni is rain.
Shout out to all the women out there.
If you can't concentrate on what the words mean for the entire Shemana Esrei, at least learn the translation at the
they're always
first
marching
parsha.
for things.
And know
It's
each
the
word means.
feminist month on the calendar.
Oh my
Did the
goodness.
men have a month?
You guys don't even
You
know
said
that's
no
how bad it
action
is,
during the
despite the
summer.
corona
What
stuff.
should you do?
You need to bring awareness anyway.
Why?
I didn't realize that, and perhaps my lack of awareness,
Repeat
maybe we should
Shemana
get,
Esrei. Because rain
maybe
now
we
is
should try to
bad
get
since it will
Feminist
make the
Stacy
crops
in
get
here at some
moldy.
point, one of these upcoming episodes to talk about it. I'm sure she's going to
If
be
you
mad
said
at me
Tal Yumatar in
for
the
not
summer,
knowing that this was
what should you
Women's
do?
History Month.
Why?
It's you recorded saying that now.
I'm in big trouble. How about a big hand for the backbone of the man, the one and only Joel Jimenez, everyone. Joel's mostly sorry on social media. Of course, he's an official Ludwig artist. And Joel, anything else?
Strange times. I love you guys. It's all fucking positive energy now. Let's get through this. See you soon.
We definitely will. Shout out to everybody that was on this evening's show. Nicole Tran, David Lucas, Tristan Bowling, Michael Lair, Ryan G. Bell, Dom Irera. Shout out to Betterbox Studios, Speedweed, Go Girl, and the Damn Good Candle Company.
Why?
Huge sale on everything Ryan G. Bell. Remember, episodes coming soon. The two Ventura episodes were sort of spacing out, since they will be the last two episodes with a live audience released for a while. So expect Ventura #1 tomorrow. That's Tuesday, the 24th of March, and we'll send that next one out the week after. We'll throw these out in between at some point.
And we are doing still podcast at Discord also, so if you are bored, we have Brothers in Cursive, which is David Lucas, Floyd Montgomery, and Brian Holtzman's podcast. And I've been doing the last 4 days a new podcast, which is just me playing VR. It's called Virtual Red Band. You can find 4 episodes of that right now at youtube.com/redband.
Remember, your Miami Kill Tony tickets have automatically transferred to July 31st. If you can't make it, they're going to give you a refund. And July 31st and August 1st is an entire weekend of me doing stand-up comedy shows in Kill Tony's in Miami. Also, the road to Kill Tony Mania was announced here. That's Sacramento, October 14th, 15th, and Kill Tony Mania back in Pops for the 3rd year in a row. 5 shows, October 16th, the 17th, and the 18th. And I also recommended some fun things for you to watch. Wild Tales. Sleep on that one. Something you'll be able to recommend to everybody for the rest of your lives. Check out the Tiger King so you can understand all the jokes that we do about it next week. McMillions, Succession, Ozark. Why not watch Pink Floyd reunite in London 2005 after being a broken up band for 30 years? Live Aid.
So seeing Brothers in Cursive.
A person can enjoy this world without making it bad. We should put passion before any enjoyment that we have in this world.
Catherine Williams said, "I heard your soul is for sale."
Oh, wow. How much did they give you?
Oh, $1.
Wow, look at that. That's literally all it takes to get a shout out from Jeremiah on
Connor,
it.
tell Tony you made money from holding that paper up tonight.
Wow, was that $1 too?
$1.69.
Wow. The absolute bare minimum. You're letting people heckle this show for absolutely nothing. Thanks a lot, guys. Be safe. Have a good night, everybody. There you go. Sure. Good night, everyone. We'll see you next week. Tell your friends.
For returning our Nishamas to us, and our Nishamas did not abandon us and have come back. According to the ViralRabbi, what should one do without Eloke Nishama is he stayed up all night. Why? Some say you do say it and some say you don't, because if Eloke Nishama is a Burgess name and then you can make a branch if it didn't happen. According to the Talmud, what should one do without Eloke Nishama if he stayed up all night? Why?
Kill Tony. Here's Tony Hinchcliffe.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back yet again. Here
You
we
should,
are.
because it's a Berkeyot Shabbat and
Studios.
branch
Kill
about
Tony,
praise.
the #1
You can always say it even if there is no enjoyment.
live podcast in the world. While we are streaming, there
According
is
to the
no
conclusion of the
live
Shori
here.
Teshuvah, what should one do without Eloke Nishama if he stayed up all night?
Away from one
Why?
another, practicing social distancing as you should be as well.
You're not
Live
supposed to
from
say
Betterbox
Eloke
Studios.
Nishama, but when you
Shout out
hear
to
someone
Betterbox
else say it, you say Amen. So to get credit for the bracha, and you also don't take the risk of making a bracha levatala.
Lets us coop up here and stream live out of
In
here.
what case would all three opinions agree?
Distancing. Shout out to Vito's Pizza, our boy
If you're
Charlie.
taking Napa Release Day, then you can make Luki Neshama that day.
Coffee running through our veins. Make sure you get Vito's Pizza. If you're in the
What
Los
do they
Angeles
agree
area,
upon?
get it delivered to you while you can. Right now, delicious. Shout out
If you took a nap the day before that, you can see Luki Neshama.
Nitro and save a little bit of money, 10% or 20%.
What bracha have the saint in as a Luki Neshama?
Go to damngoodco.com, buy a candle, tag Phil Tony.
What do we thank Hashem for in that bracha?
And you, my friend, if you tag
For
us,
wiping
we
the
will
sleep
repost
from our eyes
a
and the
picture
tiredness
of
from our
you
eyes.
on our Instagram stories. How about that? damngoodco.com.
Please translate the following passage.
And you'll get reposted in our story.
For what was the land
Coming
lost?
up, believe it or not, people, while other people are just canceling, we are rescheduling.
Why should we not have been punished?
July 31st and August 1st. That's Tony Hinchcliffe live.
Because we were learning Torah all day, and it's supposed to protect you.
Following that immediately. So those are both nights. Tony Hinchcliffe headlining plus Kill Tony shows
Why
right
were we
after.
punished?
Moon Tower Comedy Festival has been rescheduled.
Because we learned it for the wrong reasons.
October 14th and 15th, we're on the road to Kill Tony Mania back to Sacramento.
What are the differences we discussed between Torah and other disciplines?
In San Francisco, that is Kill Tony Mania.
The literature Reba says when one studies Torah, you are hugging and kissing Hashem. Nothing else is like hugging Hashem. We won't find the reason we are here in algebra.
Special guests and people that you know and love from the show. We
Is
are
Bergen Law
currently in talks. Perhaps it will be October 13th. Maybe it will be another day, but I will announce right now that we are going to Bakersfield.
Please explain the
Timber
concept
Brewing Company, an unbelievable venue that I have done stand-up comedy at. A lot of our favorites have done stand-up there, and it's a lot of fun. So Kill Tony, as of now, is going there in October. October 30th and 31st.
When there is a 50% chance that you got the mitzvah, you have to make it a 100%
That was
chance.
supposed to be last weekend. It's now Halloween weekend, a special scary episode of Kill Tony. Washington, D.C. We had so much fun there.
Please explain the
Recently,
concept
we are
of-
going back in almost less than a year. November 19th, 20th, and 21st. That's Kill Tony on the 19th.
If there is a 50% chance that you fulfill the Durbanim, if it is too hard to make it a 100% chance, then it is sufficient.
Fun fucking times.
What should one do if unsure whether or not he said Berkes
We
HaTorah?
not missed a single episode. Well, we had to turn down, of
Say
course,
it again to be 100% sure.
love and feed off of. We have had the last two episodes be
Why should one be allowed to say Pesukim before Berkes
However, we'll get
HaTorah?
back to some of the roots of the show here today. We're going to watch people
Talking
do
to Hashem by borrowing Dovid Hamlet words and Moshe's words to speak with
We're
Hashem.
going to interview them after that 60 seconds. And another big change from the last two episodes.
Why should one not be allowed to say Pesukim before Berkes HaTorah?
While the band has been themselves the last two episodes.
Because we are directly quoting the words from the Torah, it doesn't matter whether you are concentrating or not.
They are back in character tonight. We don't know what
How
they're
does
going
this
to
question
be.
affect the laws of Tefillah?
He gets the music beforehand, maybe.
If something is either Torah or Tefillah, then if you are saying as part of Tefillah, then you don't need to say Berkes HaTorah. If it is Torah and Tefillah, then you do need Berkes HaTorah.
And I present to you, without any further ado,
How does this question affect the laws of Tisha B'Av?
Jeremiah Watkins, Jesse Johnson, and Joelbert Joel.
You don't learn on Tisha B'Av, so if prayer is just prayer, then you can pray on Tisha B'Av. But if it is considered learning, then you won't be able to pray certain parts of Tefillah on Tisha B'Av. How does this question affect the laws of Rothschild
Netflix series.
Can you open up a Shalchi Arab and read the Bracha and consider it Torah and
We are
Tefillah?
all 6 feet apart right now. We are practicing social distancing.
Why should one be allowed to interrupt between Berkes HaTorah and learning?
Joel looks like a real tiger. Jeremiah looks exactly like the tiger.
Because a Jew's soul isn't into physical enjoyment. When it comes to Torah, a Jew's soul never gets distracted from Torah, so there is never a distraction to the soul.
I absolutely love your Netflix series. Welcome to Kill Tony. Do you know the show that you're at?
Yeah.
Rothschild would not be allowed to interrupt.
You know, I do have my own.
Because we aren't as spiritual as we wish, and we do get distracted on a physical
It's
level.
nice to see other people producing the show.
Oh my
Is one allowed to interrupt between Berk's hot Torah and learnings, or not?
You're sitting next to your arch rival.
No.
Carol Matthews is a fucking bitch.
Oh my god.
What Mimic is based on the previous question.
And I'd just like to say I'm thrilled to be here.
Wow, Carol, we are so happy to have you.
We say Yavirik and eluted around right after we make Berk on hot Torah, so it won't be an induction.
Whoa, oh my god.
Because they are concepts from the Torah, so we learn Torah immediately after.
Not straight painted at all.
If you stayed up all night, why should you make the Berk of hot Torah?
Oh my god, so exotic. Carol, are you
If
okay?
it's a Berk of Shiva Fihada, we should show our admiration whether we slept or not.
Oh, wow. And then clearly over here we have.
Why should you not make a Berk of hot Torah?
Tiger, everyone. Wow, I've never seen a gay tiger.
If it's a Berk of Canaan, since our Neshama loves Torah, if you stayed up, there hasn't been a real separation.
Oh, wow.
I love man meat.
Wow.
I give you Carol Matthews.
According to the Mishnah Berurah, what should you do about Berk of hot Torah if you stayed up all night?
What's the tiger's favorite alcoholic drink?
What is this?
White Claw.
Hear it from someone else. Answer Amen and have in mind to be yet saved.
I'm trying to save that tiger right now. He thinks he's gay, but he's not. He's brainwashed him.
Oh my god. This is incredible.
Please
Perhaps
donate to the show. Let's save this tiger, please.
I love it, absolutely.
According to the
Wow,
first
perhaps
opinion
my
in
favorite
Mishnah
characters
Berurah,
we've ever
what
had on this
condition
show.
must be met for 10 people to come as a manon?
This is incredible. I'm so excited. And
Be at the
so
same
let's
height,
just jump
flash,
right
same
into it. We
room.
have Red Man and his wacky soundboard. We have the entire main cast of the
According to the second
Netflix
opinion
series,
in Mishnah
Tiger
Berurah,
King.
what condition may be
And,
met instead of the above condition?
A bunch of people sent in a minute.
They only need to see each other.
We have no idea what's about to happen. However, our amazing squad
When
over
10
here
people are in one place and one person is in another place, when can the individual answer Kaddish with them?
T-Arena, T-I-J, E-R-N-A. Wait, is this one of your boyfriends, Joe?
If there is no bathroom or church in between.
And the great Anthony Cardoza, I do believe is his name.
Anthony Whitlock.
Anthony Whitlock's almost had it. Follow him on social media at
When can they not answer Kaddish with them?
Strange Seas _ Strange Seas.
If there are kitchen or bathrooms in between. What are two reasons we say China like even when we say Shema without an amount? One to give it to 248 words to replacing one to the contract. Why do we not say double like even when we say Shema together with an amount?
No further ado, let's find out what the
Because the children will be passion answer from is getting us to 248 when we say amen.
Do you like my costume? Does it offend you?
One more time for Lucas Charles.
How many pronunciations we should avoid when we say Shema?
So I have two dads. The great thing
Some
about
words
having two
together,
dads is
B
that
as
they don't
Rabbi
give a
said to
fuck
check and B if you know,
about
tell me.
you or what you're up to. Yeah, for real, it took till yesterday for
When
one of my
body
dads to
postures
text
are
me,
always
"Hey,
permitted
how's
while
work?"
saying Shema.
Yeah. To be clear, my dads aren't gay. It's just
Sitting,
my
standing,
dad and my
lying on your
stepdad.
side.
Don't even try it. I've already bought the rights to that porno name. So
When body postures
that's
are
for
always
me.
forbidden
I am
while
lucky
saying
though.
Shema.
I have been working from home during this, and the great thing about working from home is you don't really work.
Lying on
You just get
stomach
paid
or
to wake
back.
up to your alarm clock. Like for real, I think at this point I've sent more dick pics than emails.
When body
It's been a really
postures
boring
are
time
sometimes
during this
permitted and
crisis.
sometimes
Honestly, I find
forbidden.
myself in my DMs saying shit like, as per my last dick pic,
Lying
can we
loosely
maybe
on stomach
push up
or back
the
with
new
tilted on
deliverables
side.
to ASAP, and maybe we'll circle back on the
When
question
are they
about your
permitted?
family. Cheers.
If person sick or fat.
Exactly 1 minute from
When are they forbidden?
Oh yeah, that is in the jungle.
Any person that easily tilts to their side.
Lucas Trey Lemon. Am I saying that correctly?
Yeah, Treleven, like the number.
According to the Rambam, when is it a mitzvah jailbroken to David?
Everybody knows it's 9-10 Treleven. Welcome, Lucas.
What's the
How
date?
are you, my friend?
I'm good. I'm great. Happy to be here.
Well, we appreciate your submission. Was that the first time you've ever done stand-up
According to
comedy?
the Rabbi, when is it a
Actually, no,
mitzvah jailbroken to David?
Over the past 2 years, I've probably done it like 20 times at random
When
open
you were
mics
in
around
distress.
where I live.
Where do you live?
I live in Toronto, Canada.
Oh, wow.
What is the origin of the 19 Barricade of Shemone Israel?
Can I just say I appreciate the production value?
Everyone were taken in their own language. What's the date for all that they needed? Rabbis say that they were not speaking properly, so they made it formal text.
That's a good point, Joe Exotic. Joe Exotic, you seem like you might be in his type. Have you ever hooked up with a man before?
I am not.
What should you do? Why?
That's actually what he's into. He's into straight guys that actually don't want to fuck him. So you might
You
be,
don't go back for it, because in the olden days they would never start being Rosh Chodesh at night because these didn't pronounce the day Rosh Chodesh stands before the calendar, the week and holy. So we treat
I
the
don't
night
live
as
with either of them,
holy.
actually. I just hang out with them sometimes.
And are the moms still on
If
the
you
picture
forgot
here?
your life, you vote in Rosh
No, so
Chodesh
my mom
Shachar
actually
or
passed away
Mincha,
last year,
and
so
remember
that's how
before
I came to have
Modim.
2 dads.
What should you do?
Did she find your dad fucking another guy when
You
she
should
died?
say Avivu immediately and then continue with
Right,
Modim.
yeah.
Red Man didn't listen to any of your set at all.
If you forgot your life, you vote in Rosh Chodesh Shachar and remember before you 3 steps back. What should you do?
Okay, now that's just crazy.
Then you should go back to Ritza and continue until the end.
Here we go.
If you forgot your life, you vote in Rosh Chodesh Shachar and remember after you 3 steps back. What should you
Oh
do?
my god.
How dare you?
This place is out of control
You should
right
look
now.
at Shemone Israel.
It's like living on the farmlands of, what is it, Louisiana or Florida?
How much personal space is a divider entitled to?
Wow.
By the way, it's very awkward watching somebody do comedy
For a modern
over,
friend.
like the internet without an audience and stuff like that. I think it's really almost unfair. You don't really understand how that would have worked.
What are 2 reasons he is
No,
entitled to
I
this
know how
space?
it would have worked. I know. You don't know how it would have worked. I know.
Using it as a conversation with passion since it isn't polite to walk in between people talking to directly as distracted if you want those students.
Awkward because there is no audience.
A lot like every
What are
video
2
Joe
noctaminos
makes.
between these 2 reasons?
Shots fired. My goodness. So, Lucas, working from home, you said, but did you say exactly what it is that you do?
What should you do if you finish Shemone Israel and the person behind you is still debating?
Oh, cool. Very fun. How about in your personal
You
life?
shouldn't
Any
take 3
hobbies
steps
or
back
anything
and should
fun
stay
about
where you are.
Shocking
You could
note?
still continue to lean
Honestly,
there.
I play a lot of
You
video
can
games,
also take apart your feet if you
I love
want.
VR, and so I've actually done some stand-up in VR as well.
Please
Trying
explain the
VR
concept
chat.
of Mary Science.
VR chat. Yeah, that's the shit.
Doing something that looks like it is forbidden, but it isn't really forbidden.
Oh, that's Red Band's favorite part, actually, is when little
Please
kids
give
walk
an
up to him.
example of Mary Science in a
VR
Rotavera.
chat's interesting because if you don't know what it is, it's like a chat room where
A
everyone's a
person
character, kind of
walking
like
and
Ready
there's a
Player
statue
One.
of an
So
idol,
you're there
and
with
they drop some
SpongeBob
nuts in front of
Burger
the
King
idol
and
and
all
then
that
he
stuff.
bent down to
But the
pick
cool
it
thing
up.
is if you're doing
It
comedy
looks as
in
though
this
he's going to the
place,
idol
there's
even though
actually
he's
an
just
audience.
picking up
Sometimes
his
there's up to like
horns.
20 people that are actually watching it. So it's a fun way to do the stand-up when you can't
Please give
actually
an
have an
example
audience.
of Mary Science in
I used to do it
Castro.
as a golden Kermit the Frog. That's how I was.
Oh boy, you need one of the 4 Red Band.
You walk into McDonald's to go to the bathroom.
Roads for the next
It looks
60
like you're going to buy
seconds.
non-kosher food even though you're just going to the bathroom.
Are you on it?
Please give an example of Mary Science intervening.
You mean shower dog?
If someone in your room is wearing a cross on your neck and during nothing you bow down it might look like you're going to the cross.
I don't know them all. So Lucas, you're
What you then do if the cross comes in front of him during
Jimmy
Shimoni
Stewart. I
is
always
rain.
forget the ones that are before my time.
You should face a different direction, because it better to face a different direction than you rush on nothing like you're to being and going to a cross.
Very good, guys.
If you've already started to being Shimoni is rain and the cross is in front of you, then you
So,
just
so
shouldn't go
Lucas,
at
you have
all.
a nice setup there, nice studio. Is that all in your apartment?
Yeah, this is just in my bedroom.
Wow.
If you're dating alone, when should you
What an
take 3
incredible
steps
setup.
forward after Shimoni is
You set
rain?
that up to make it
Why?
look like the Kill Tony backdrop for your video.
Yeah.
Incredible stuff. What else do you have? What else do you have around
He's
your apartment?
supposed to
Is
rate
that
the
on a phone
amount of
right now?
time
Is
it
that on a
takes to warm
stand?
4 mud.
This is
The reason is cause Shanna Esri shouldn't be burning, so we should try to act we want to prolong it
Can we
and
see
enjoy
what's in
it.
your nightstand?
No.
Yeah, look at that.
Not about number second, so I think I may have found my
If you're
next
dating with a benign, when should you take 3 steps forward after Shimoni is rain? Why?
Lucas, you have a girlfriend?
I don't.
You shouldn't take 3 steps forward until the chasm starts producing or the chasm starts Shanna Esri. The reason is cause you don't want to make Shanna Esri look like a burden, to make it look like that we want to prolong that meeting with Hashem, and don't want to stop.
It wasn't really going.
What are 2 reasons we don't turn around until chasm as Hashem is over?
She kind of like didn't want me to hear stuff.
One mirror's eye, people might think you didn't pronounce the words properly or skipped some words or didn't concentrate.
Did you ever do anything
2, when you turn around it might be distracting to the people behind you.
DJs?
No, she would have hated that.
She was like,
When should the chasm take 3 steps back after his repetition of Shimoni is rain? Why?
oh, come on, Carol.
The chasm doesn't need to take his 3 steps back after Shanna Esri. The 3 steps that he takes at the end of Kadesh after Ruval Zion counts for Shanna Esri.
Miami or in Florida.
No, it's your husband claimed to go to Costa Rica and then he magically disappeared.
Oh, that's right.
Why is this surprising?
That's right. You went to a place where people disappear and raiding that.
Because he interrupts with so many things during his Shanna Esri, since usually you can't interrupt Shanna Esri. But really Esri, Ruval Zion, etc. are all just extensions of Shimoni is rain.
What a setup.
What are 3 notes that mean is for the above discussion?
Lucas. Oh, fuck. My goodness. I was hoping it was going to be something exciting like a train wreck or something like that. No.
Please explain the concept of Shemiyot Announce.
Wow. Yikes. Was that a long process or was it pretty
That
quick?
sometimes if I hear someone say a bracha, then it is as if I said the bracha myself. So there are certain break-off which I could hear the bracha and it's as if I said it myself.
Did you ever accidentally pee on you or anything like that?
No,
I don't know, guys.
Good Lord.
Everybody scoffs at me. I'm trying to make interesting content here. Lucas is laughing.
I still have souls that are trying to get to heaven.
I thought it was
I got
hilarious.
my grandfather died like about a year before he did, and on his deathbed, we were going in individually to like visit him. My brother went in, and then I went in after him. And the last thing he said to me was, he shuddered and he said, "We gotta kill that jinn kid." Which is my brother too.
What are 2 cases when one should not say barbecue or chino?
Wow, I love that.
Is it related to Carol Baskin?
Oh my God, Joe. Wow. So, Toronto, how's Toronto doing with the whole outbreak right now? You guys being pretty contained?
When you answer amen to early before the bracha ends.
The parking lot hasn't been, there's like nobody there. I live pretty well down.
What is an amen chapter for?
Wow.
Couple well fighting though.
When you answer amen but leave out the none and only say amen.
Yeah. Surprising.
Well, Lucas,
What
we
is an
appreciate
amen
you submitting. We appreciate you chatting with us. This is a fun time waiting
When
to
you
get the show
do not hear the
kickstarted.
bracha
All
and you
your
don't know what
production
bracha is being said,
jokes
you
were
still
good too.
say
Thank you so
amen.
much, Lucas K11, everybody. There we go.
If you did not hear a bracha, what 2 conditions must be fulfilled for you to answer amen?
I'm sure that if you search his name, it'll pop up. So let's just keep this fun train moving along, shall we? Let's get another comedian submission in here. This is a
You need to
new
know what
minute
branch it is
from
in,
the
so it
comedy
can't be a
stylings
branch
of
that should be
Fee
used
Kalar,
by a person
everyone. A
other
new
than you
minute
are
from
saying,
Fee.
like Mikey Douche. Sure from that man.
What are they feeding you?
Fee Kalar, everyone.
Hi, I'm Fee, which is short for feet.
When is the proper time to answer email?
Online. But, Teen Buddy is my cat.
Right after the branch finishes.
She's really good at finding those annoying triggers that can pull you out of REM sleep to wake you up to feed her. Like
What
she
is
used to knock water on
Shakar?
hardwood floors, or scooping the glass back and
The
forth,
appearance of
or
indirect
tinsel
sunlight.
their nail, or pick at my headphones. I would do everything to get her to stop
What
doing
is
that.
/me share
Now
up
she
here?
comes and sits on my pillow and gets right up in my ear. And
When
it's
you're able to recognize an acquaintance from 4 miles away, or when it's light enough for you to notice the difference between a blue and white string on your sit.
But now she does this thing where she sits in front of the mirror and like cry meows or hisses at herself. Like, what's that all about?
What is /me
Makes me
hot
realize all
trauma?
the times that I sit in front of the mirror being like,
Sunrise.
Wow, that was incredible. Right in a minute, that noise in the cat.
What is /checks up?
My goodness, the
Midday
band
and
killing it
midnight.
here tonight, and we are live with Fee Kalar. Am I saying that right?
Please explain the term /men
A
sheketala.
little bit of trouble with the sound on Fee. We're good now? No, we got you, Fee. We got you. Hello?
6.5 hours after the day starts, or half an hour after chat starts, and 5.5 hours before night.
Kalar. So welcome, Fee. And where are you submitting from?
Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Hey, we love Minneapolis. We had a fun show there.
Please explain the term /men sheketala.
Yeah, I missed that one. That's about when I started doing stand-up.
Oh, okay.
3.5
Alright,
hours
so you
after
started,
chat starts, which is 9.5
this past
hours
summer
after the day
in
starts, and
Minnesota,
2.5 hours before the night starts.
I went pretty hard in the fall, and I dropped down
Please explain
in the
the term
winter
/high palming
because
thought.
that's what Minnesotans do. But I got a
4
gig
and
on
3/4
a
hours
local
after
sketch
chat
show
starts.
doing writing
It's in
and
between
acting.
men
So
sheketala and night
I
time.
don't know when our next show is going to be with this whole quarantine thing.
What is /kia?
That's great. I love it. I absolutely
Sunset.
love it. What a nice apartment you have. You live all by yourself?
What is /in hash
That's a
mashas?
green square for the cat.
No, that's not a green screen show.
Between sunset and the disappearance of indirect sunlight.
Wow.
With the technology there. If you want to join my production studio, I'm looking for somebody who's
What is /psychoko cabin?
My goodness.
Sure, yeah. I don't have any jobs right now.
The
Oh,
disappearance
no.
of
What were
indirect
you doing
sunlight.
before the coronavirus struck?
I was an electrical engineer.
Wow, I would not have guessed that.
Please
Very
explain the
rare,
term /7 yard.
yeah, very rare to have a female in the electric engineer business. My
That's why
goodness.
her lighting is so good.
Each shared ceremonial is 1/12th of daytime or nighttime. It also depends on the time of year to determine how long they
we
are.
got to take a look at that.
She's sleeping on the futon in the back.
Oh, what's the cat's name?
Ellie, short for the Elegant Universe.
Oh my goodness, wow. You know how to read tarot cards, don't you?
No, that's actually after the
What is
Brian
the earliest time to
book
put on
String
sit
Theory.
Oh, okay.
Whenever you want.
Is your cat big?
Yes.
You were gonna
What
breed
is
it?
the earliest time to make a ball shot on sit
I was gonna bring the cat.
No, we gotta get you to
I was gonna breed her, okay?
One.
ain't broke, don't
After we shot car, 2, but if it's absolutely necessary, you could make it at a lot
Oh my
shot.
god, Tony the Tiger's out of control over here. Tony's
What should you do if you have to put on sit before the earliest time?
I think we all are.
Is your cat a boy or
Put
a
the
girl?
sit on and then wait until a lot shot and make the branch on the sit.
He's a gay male cat, I'm sorry. So it's not
What is the earliest time to put on to fill in?
How about you? You in a relationship, Fee?
Nishi here.
Sort of, in and out, dating.
No, heck yeah. How about during the quarantine? Have you been hooking up with anyone?
What is
isolating
the
at this
earliest
point.
time to say Shema?
It's a weird.
I'll catch up on the messages after.
Yeah, it is a weird time right now.
No,
There
she
are
likes
a
you.
lot of probably one could say like side chicks
What
out
is the
there.
latest time to say
Probably
Shema?
like all
According
those
to the
poor
Major
side chicks.
Abraham.
Right, it's unbelievable. Just sitting there realizing
3 hours after Abad Hashar.
Species now. Think about mine.
What is the latest time to say Shema? According to
what have you been
Melech
doing to
Yun.
pass the time in quarantine?
3 hours after
First
next
day I did a
Hashema.
jigsaw puzzle, and then I made a bunch of these maps.
What is the best time to say
Give to
Shema?
friends that are still working. And
Right before next because you can say Shema and then right after say Shemane is Ray.
looking into doing some
Connecting the two of them.
get back into some music.
Goodness, that is so cool.
Please
That's one good
explain
thing
what
about
Musican
it. Like
means.
everyone gets to kind of reset and just like
3 different
not work and
explanations.
rest and like do
One
their hobbies
student
that
woke
they've
up
always
early and
wanted to
dating
do
Shema
that I
before
have time
next,
for.
and Shana
I find
Esri
myself
after
doing some
next.
shit that I
2 people who
normally
wanted to do it in the best way possible that weren't students. 3 nowadays it refers to people who date them Shema, and Shana Esri at the best time.
No, but we're always on the road. We're always, comedy shows like almost every week.
I guess so. I guess so.
What is the Shulch and Eric recommend saying the full Shema during Corvinos?
Yeah, it's just incredible up there.
We're concerned that maybe the Milyani dating will say Shema too late, so you should say it at the beginning, and we'll still get the mitzvah even if the Milyan davens Shema after the latest time.
Nice. And any outdoor things that you normally do that you're not doing due to this quarantine?
What should one do without Shema if he missed the latest time?
So I haven't been biking, which I have to get my biking thing out, so I should probably do
Even if
that.
you say Shema late, you still get some credit, so even if it's too late,
I
still
have to
say
get my
it
biking
anyway.
tune up anyway, so maybe that's another project I can do while I'm quarantine.
What should one do about the Brackos of Shema if he missed the latest time?
Yeah, you had them all I've been rollerblading while riding my bike. It's fun. It's like adding more wheels to your bike.
Yeah, that's double the exercise.
Now
What
it
is
is
the earliest time for Shemani is very in regular circumstances?
anything like that.
It's named after
I'm
this.
still up, but
Let's hot Shema.
Nice. Oh, nice. So you
What is
were
the
once
earliest time for Shemani is very in extenuating
I'm one of
circumstances?
those vague people.
The artist formerly known as
Non-binaries.
Oh, awesome. How long ago did you make that transition?
I came out like 2 or 3 years ago.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
According to the Major Abraham, what is the latest time for Shemani is Ray?
My goodness. Was that challenging being you in Duluth and Minneapolis? Is that so I guess Minneapolis is
4
actually
hours
famous
after
for
a
being
live
one of the
Hashon.
more progressive places, especially when it comes to sexuality.
Yeah, I've had a good queer community for over 15 years
According
now,
to
so
Melech Yun, what is the latest time for Shemani is Ray?
Amen to that. I got 2 husbands.
4 hours after next.
Joe Exotic is famous for
What is
saying
the
that he's
best time
queerer
for
than a
Shemani is
$3
Ray?
bill.
No, I'm gayer than a $3 bill.
Oh,
Right after next.
Don't misrepresent me by putting words in my mouth.
When can you deacon Shemani is Ray between
no,
Ella
don't
and
do it.
next?
Don't shoot her.
In extenuating circumstances when it won't be possible to deacon after this time.
I will feed you to this tiger like you fed your husband to this
When
tiger.
can you deacon Shemani is Ray between
Feeding
4
your family,
hours? And
what
check
was it like
that.
with your family? Were they happy or
If the person was in extenuating
I'm always
circumstances
interested
and can only
the
deacon
dynamics.
between
Seems like
after
such
4
an
hours.
interesting
And
thing
check
for
that.
some older people to understand and to grasp. Obviously, someone related to them making a transition like that, was that easy for them to digest?
What should one do if he did not deacon Shemani is Ray on time by
Trying to
accident?
just sort of get used to it, but I just kept being me and being patient. I have a lot of support now, so
He should say to
I
Shemani
didn't really
at
feel
the
like I was
next
an
prayer.
outcast or anything.
I love that. So you only have one cat?
What should one do if he did not
Yes.
deacon Shemani
Is
is
it
Ray
true
on time on
was that a joke or
purpose?
was it true that you sell pictures of your feet online?
There is no way to make it up.
That was just a joke about my name.
What should one do if he did not even Shimoni is made by Chatbot by accident?
I'm selling pictures of my
He should even do Shimoni as respond ninja.
Oh my goodness, Tony's selling pictures of his pods.
What should one do if he did not even Shimoni is made by
Well,
Chatbot on
V,
purpose?
fun times. So nice to meet you. Your
Nothing
set was
he can
fun.
do.
Next time we come back to Minneapolis, come out to the show and make sure you sign up, all
If
right?
your million David's too late, what should he do?
V Kalar, everybody. There she goes.
David alone sings a second to David on time, as alone then after the right time, and within a man.
Yeah. So let's just jump right into it. We have three
What is the
regulars on
earliest
this
time to
show.
David Mincha?
We're going to switch things up and go completely backwards
Mincha
here
get
tonight.
him.
And start off with who normally goes last. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you
According
the
to the
great,
show
the powerful
Eric,
Michael
what is
Lair.
the best time to
Everyone
David
here.
Mincha?
Here you go. Michael Lair. What's
Mincha
up?
Katana. According to Argumenta, what is the latest time to David Mincha? Black Hammond, which is 1.25 hours before nighttime. According to the rabbis, what is the latest time to David Mincha? You can David all the way until nighttime. According to Argumenta, what is the earliest time to David Mowry? Black Hammond, which is also what he says is the latest time to David Mincha.
He already, you can't tell
According
us,
to the
but he
rabbis,
actually already
what
is
is the
in
earliest
wheelchair.
time to David Mowry?
It's
It is the same as the latest time for Ninja. According to them, is not time. Either it means Shaggy according to local Gila or Saitako Cabin according to the Majin and Please translate the term.
So Michael, here we are, week 3 of quarantine. What's shaking
When
out
you do
there?
two things that are mutually exclusive, meaning like only one of them can be correct and the other one has to be wrong. What two types of Tari Desatri are discussed in the Shulchan Aruch?
Yep.
According to the Shulchan Aruch, what is the latest time to David Mincha and Murray?
They flew me to New York, and I got to do your thing.
What is the earliest time for the mitzvah of saying Shema at night?
Kind of show the audience what that
Psychical Kevin.
audition is like.
Oh, absolutely. We would love to see your
What
live
should you do if you're
audition
not sure
for
when the
Saturday
earliest
Night
time
Live.
is?
What year was this?
Our mitzvah daily, so we have to make sure we are 100% sure that we did the mitzvah. So you should wait until you're 100% sure that it is Psychical Kevin, not 90%. Then you should read Shema.
And how it works.
What should you do if you read Shema too early at night?
And they come
Then
by.
say it again after Psychical Kevin, but before Chad's out of the night. That way you'll get the mitzvah in the proper time.
And then you
What should you do if you read the Birkat of Shema too early at night?
and they ask you to do characters.
As we said earlier, the Birkat of Shema are more similar to Shemana Esri, so they are independent of Shema. So they have the same status as Shemana Esri. So you could say them before Psychical Kevin because it is still their proper time because that is a fine time to say Shemani Israel.
People had to audition.
What is the best time to say Shema at night? Right after Psychical Kevin because they should do the mitzvah as soon as possible.
So here we are, the SNL auditions of the great Michael
What is
Lair.
the
Here we
latest
go.
time to say Shema at night?
Now what you do, they
Check
sit
that.
in the dark and they ice you out. And
If you
you're
miss the
in a
latest time to say
room,
Shema at
they'll
night,
keep
what should you do?
for hours. And you walk
You can still say it later and get partial credit.
and you give a little intro to your piece.
According to the Shulchan Aruch, what should one do about Shakari Shimoni Israel if he has to leave for a long drive between Alat and Mishiach here?
Sound.
What is the advantage of this?
Okay, so here we go.
When you get to Dathan standing up, traveling you would have to sit down so you would be able to concentrate better. 3. If you push to Binu Shimoni Esri off you might become busy and forget. According to the Mishnah Berurah, what should one do without Shachari Shimoni Israel if he has to leave for a long drive between Ahmad and Mishyakir? It's more important to stay in order than standing up. So you should not date in Shimoni Esri until you date in Shima, and you shouldn't date in Shima until after Mishyakir, so you should date in sitting down on the plane/bus with less concentration.
And it goes like this. So imagine.
What should one do if he came late to Mayoris and the Mayon was already up to Shimoni Isray and why?
Party buzz, party buzz, party buzz.
In what cases would one say Shimoni Isray before Shima?
No rules.
One, if you leave on a trip before Mishyakir, you should say Shema Yasir standing up before you leave and say Shema after Mishyakir. 2, if you come to Moarik and realize that you won't be able to start Shimoni Isray with the Manan, then you should skip Shema and say it afterwards.
True. Can't sit on any bus, universal or private jet.
When is it appropriate to say Shema while you are traveling?
I'll find out soon enough, baby.
Heaven has private jet.
When is it appropriate to say Shimoni Isray while you are traveling? Please translate the term mitzvot recalled kadat /
Alright, here's another one.
Mitzvah means concentration, basic concentration. I am doing this mitzvah because Hashem wants me to. If you don't have concentration, you don't get the mitzvah and must do it again.
Because too many horses.
Please explain how it applies to Kriyat Shema. You need to have Kavod about saying Kriyat Shema and Pinga doing this because Hashem's imagining. According to the Mishnah Berurah, when does it apply and what's the exception?
You ain't never been around the horses.
What are POTs? Poems that were recited in the middle of the June. It can be about a large donation, a garment, or singing. When he was Chaban, what was our high and Bibles approach to POT?
Every week I sort of forget
He
exactly
would
how
follow
funny
like the minhag of the shul, so if the shul said POT, he would say
Can I
POT.
do it more if they're good?
Yeah.
When he was not Shazam,
Yeah,
what was
absolutely.
our high and Bibles approach to
This
POT?
is a sketch.
You shouldn't read POT except for Rabbi or Hekler. He felt he matched with the pigs with the
Yeah,
branch of their
absolutely. Whatever you want.
Alright, this is a sketch.
What do you think does our high and Bibles conduct teach us about minhagim?
How much money for you to let me watch my programs?
What should one do if his
Money
family
for
minhag
you
differs
to
from his
let
shul
me
minhag?
watch your programs.
Follow the shul outlet as Chazid and personally do your own minhag.
Watch my programs.
What is the historical origin of the Sephardic music of Tefillah?
How much money for you to let me watch my programs? Alright.
What is the historical origin of the Ashkenazic music of Tefillah? What is the historical
I thought
origin
that
of
was
music
I thought that was funny. But go ahead. No, let's do it. Here it is. It worked.
According to Sephardim, when may one change his music of Tefillah? Why?
I should say that. I'm traveling
According to
to
Miss Acton,
bars
when may
around
one
the
change his
world.
music of Tefillah?
How
Why?
much money for you to let me watch my programs?
According to Chassidim, when may one change his music of Tefillah? Why? You can always switch to music Ari because it works for everyone, all the Shabbatim. Ashkenaz might only work for Ashkenaz and Sephard might only work for Sephard, but Misach Ari is made to fit the needs of every sheep's prayers. So someone can always change to it. According to the Mishnah Berurah, when we want changes music of tefillah,
Oh my God!
they can never change their tefillah because this is one of the ways that we connect to our ancestors through minhagim, and we're more connected to our family, ancestors, and community. We are stronger when we're connected. According to the Mishnah Berurah, when the minhag be illegitimate, if the minhag goes against the Gemara or something that everyone agrees is a valid influence about the Gemara, what 7 prayers may be said in English? Shema, Shema Esrei, Virtue Hamazon, Kiddushan Shalom, Breakout on Mitzvot, Breakout on Fruit Haleo. The Mishnah Berurah says 3 cases where we are discouraged from debating in English. What are they? What are 2 translations of the word Passionantim? 1. It means you should teach. 2. You should teach it so well that when you ask him a question, the person shouldn't have to say him when answering. According to the Mishnah Berurah, what are 3 words we have difficulty translating?
Captain Crunch, all married, addressing the employees. Michael, this may be, I think I say this every week, but this might be my favorite
According
of
to
all
the
your
Mishnah
proposals
Berurah,
ever.
why are we discouraged from praying in English? Because Hebrew doesn't translate into English perfectly, so a lot of the words we might not have the fully correct meaning/translation for them.
I like that art, man. That's
If
pretty
you already
badass.
read Shema, and you hear the million saying it, what should you do?
That is really,
Why?
Wow. Well,
You should
Michael,
say the
you're
first 6 words
unbelievable.
out loud with
Somehow
them,
you are as
because if
funny
you don't, then
without
it
an
looks like
audience
you're
as
rejecting
you are
the
with an
statement they're
audience,
saying.
which
They're accepting
says
all
a lot,
Hashem's,
because you're one
Shamaim,
of the
and
biggest
furthering
pillars in the
Hashem's
history
agenda.
of this show.
I'm not
We
saying if
absolutely
you say
love
no,
you.
I am going to do my own thing.
And you're welcome. And hopefully we'll see
If
you
you
soon.
already
There
said
you go. It's
Ashri
a great
or
Michael.
Manu, and you hear the million saying it, what should you do?
We love you, Michael.
Why?
Peace and love. There he goes.
You should say it with them, because that's the record. That if someone's doing someone's good, then you should join them rather than separate yourselves from them. Please translate the words. Passion opens up the hands and satisfies every living thing with its desires.
Tony, yay, tiger.
What is the main passive
So let's keep
hesitate
it
to
moving
zero?
along here. We are going to meet yet another stranger right now that has submitted to the show this week.
What are 3 practical halakha about the main passive in Ashrei?
David Ramos, everyone. The band's gonna play, and then we're gonna watch David.
What is the most important part of Shema?
Here he is, David Ramos.
First passage, Shema Yisrael Hashem Elokim Hashem Echad.
I'm not wearing any pants.
What are 2 practical halakha about the most important part of Shema?
During the coronavirus outbreak is a lot like joining the armed forces on September 10, 2001.
What is the most important part of Shemone Israel?
But it's not all that bad, I believe.
The first bracha.
Trusting the general guidelines,
What practical halacha applies to the most important part of Shemone Israel?
Cover your mouth when you sneeze and cough.
If you can't concentrate on what the words mean for the entire Shemana Esrei, at least learn the translation of the first bracha and know each word meaning. If you set more attention during the summer, what should you do? Why?
I have been staying away from the Chinese.
Repeat Shemana Esrei. Because rain now is bad since it will make the crops get moldy. If you set Talia Matar in the summer, what should you do? Why? Repeat Shemana Esrei because you're not supposed to say it this summer as it is a curse.
David Ramos, everyone. David.
In the olden days, was the chaplain supposed to wake them before repeating Shemana Israel? Why? So 6 to 10 people to finish Shemana Israel. Because you should be considered of others' time and start one sword people do.
The submission from a few days ago.
Nowadays, which two people should the Chazan wait for before repeating Shemona Israel? Why?
Thank you. I just want to stay in this country.
Someone who davens properly, or Rabbi says they go at the right pace. And you don't want to let people miss out on Kedusha and Amens, also for the other people who daven properly, to daven properly.
I like Chicago because they got Cubs there.
If you daven along Shemona Israel properly and are scared people will laugh at you, what should you do?
And it looks like there's more behind you. Is that more
Daven
Star Wars?
Shemona Esrei, then take your 3 steps early even though you're not finished. Then finish Shemona Esrei elsewhere.
My Star Wars figures are on this side. I got my DC figures
What are
over
3
here.
things you are supposed to do when the Chazan repeats Shemona Esrei?
Cubs fan or White Sox fan?
Be quiet, enter
When are you going to
Amen.
become a Dodger fan and just fulfill your ultimate Mexican destiny?
When will the Chazan's repetition of Shemona Esrei be considered a bracha
The
levatala?
only thing more Mexican
Why?
than being a Dodger fan is having a picture of your dead
If you don't have
grandmother
6
over your
people or 10 people participating in the repetition, then it is a bracha levatala. We see it saying the bracha twice, but when people answer, it's a totally hit bracha.
From Corona to Llorona.
What do you think should one have in mind when he says amen?
Joelberg.
If your grandmother's
When
name was
whatever we say in
Joelberg,
the bracha is true, too, if it's a prayer, then the blessing sickle happily happen.
Oh my God.
how
Please
long did your
explain.
grandma die?
2012.
A person can't enjoy this world without making a bracha. We should put Hashem before any enjoyment that we have in this world.
She died of old.
Please name the 3 types of birkat and explain what each name
Picture
means.
though, is that a mugshot? That's a weird picture to have of your grandma.
Birkat and Hania, Brahms on enjoyment, Birkat and mitzvot, brachas on mitzvahs, Tikit Shabbat Yehuda, bracha of praise and thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. 2012 in real life, but forever on
What
the
do we
internet.
thank Hashem for in the bracha of Elokein Neshamas?
It's probably good as she passed away because after a certain age,
For returning our Neshamas to us and our Neshamas did not abandon us and have come back.
that's what we're talking about, right?
That's a real human woman there.
According to the ViralRabbi, what should one do without Elokein Neshama is he stayed up all night. Why? Some say you do say it and some say you don't. Because if Elokein Neshama is a perfect name, then you can make a bracha
You
if it
said you
doesn't
were in
happen.
the armed forces. You must not work on your farm.
According to the ViralRabbi, what should one do without Elokein Neshama if he stayed up all night? Why?
God damn, the jet ski is on
Usually
the
because it's a
waters
bracha
right
Shiva
now.
Hado and bracha about praise. You can always say it if there is no enjoyment.
Big fucking whoop, dude. I ain't wearing no clothes right now.
According to the conclusion of the Shari Teshuvah, what should one do without Elokein Neshama if he stayed up all night?
So
Why?
David, what do you do for work, or what did you do for work until the coronavirus?
You're not supposed to say Elokein Neshama, but when you hear someone else say it, you say Amen. So you give credit for the bracha, and you also don't take the risk of making a bracha levatala.
So
In
you
what
have
case
to
would
go
all
to
3 opinions
jail
agree?
every day.
If you take a
And then
nap
you
the
have to wait
previous day, then
for
you
a
can make
prisoner
Elokein
to get
Neshama that
sick,
day.
and then you go and you take care of them.
I gotta go kiss their
What
ass.
didn't they agree upon?
My goodness gracious, that is
If you took a nap the day before that, you
you
can
must
say
deal with a lot
Elokein
of crazy
Neshama.
stuff out there. Anybody ever try to hurt you or mess with you?
What bracha have the saint in as
They try
Elokein
to mess with
Neshama?
you, not hurt you when you're in medical, because like the guy who helps out the inmates, so you know that.
What do we thank Hashem for in that
They like
bracha?
to show you their dicks, just to,
For wiping the sleep from our eyes and the tiredness from our eyes.
Joe Exotic, you ever have a paramedic come and see
Please
you when you've been
translate
in
the
prison?
following pasuk.
Not exactly in prison.
Well, what
Well,
was
I
the
did get
landmark?
some stuff stuck up there that had to be removed at one point, but I
Why
don't
should we
know
not
what
have
When
been
did you get
punished?
stuck up there?
that. Wait.
Uh-oh.
Because we were learning for it all
You
day,
have a
and
wiener
it's
medically
supposed to
removed
protect
from
you.
your butt?
Yeah, it happens. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Why were we punished?
Yeah, it happens. Absolutely.
Because we learned it for the wrong reasons.
It's on Tuesday.
Has anybody ever had anything stuck up their
What are
butt
the
that you've had to
differences we
remove in prison?
discussed between Torah and other
I don't
disciplines?
remove, but yes, there's been lots of stuff.
The Lubavitcher Rebbe says when one studies Torah, you are hugging and kissing Hashem. Nothing else is like hugging Hashem. We won't find the reason we are here in algebra. Is Birkat Hajjana or?
That is incredible. Is that your place that you're in right now?
Please
This is
explain
my
the
place.
concept of
It's my, I got a 2-flat.
when there is a 50% chance that you got the mitzvah, you have to make it a 100% chance.
My mother and my sister.
Please explain the concept of
No, they're downstairs. Bad move on my part.
if there is a 50% chance that you fulfill the Durbanim, if it is too hard to make it a 100% chance, then it is sufficient.
Do you hear them masturbating a lot at night?
What should one do if unsure whether or not he said Berg is hot
Right, absolutely. How about your
Say
grandma?
it again to be
Grandma ever haunt your
100%
place
sure.
with all the family there and everything? We know the Mexicans have a real knack for making
Why
like
should
a
one be
Virgin
allowed to
Mary
say
appear on
Pesukim
toast
before
and
Berg is
things
hot
like that? You ever get any weird vibes?
Talking to Hashem by borrowing David Hamlet words and Moshe's words to speak with Hashem.
I think there's something in the basement
Why
of this
should
house
one
that
not be
I think
allowed to
belongs
say
to the,
Pesukim before
last
Berg is
previous
hot
owners. Oh,
Because we are directly quoting the words from the Torah, it doesn't matter whether you are concentrating or not.
Carol's husband died in Dixon.
How does this question affect the laws of Tefillah?
My goodness gracious.
If something is either Torah or Tefillah, then if you are saying as part of Tefillah, then you don't need to say Berg is HaTorah. If it is Torah and Tefillah, then you do need Berg is HaTorah.
How dare you?
How does this question affect the laws of Tisha
What a
B'Av?
performance from the band here tonight. David,
You don't
do
learn
have
on
any
Tisha
hobbies?
B'Av,
You play any
so if
musical
prayer is
instruments or
just
anything
prayer,
like
then
that?
you can pray on Tisha B'Av. But if it is considered learning, then you wouldn't be able to pray certain parts of Tefillah on Tisha B'Av. How does this question affect the laws of Rothschild and Torah?
I got a kill Tony drawing somewhere. I was going to
Can
put
you
it out.
open up a Shulchan Aruch and read the Gratsha and consider it Torah and Tefillah?
Yeah.
How about you have a guitar near you right
Why
now? You
should
have an
one be
acoustic
allowed to
near you?
interrupt between Berk's
Say
HaTorah
a
and
quick
learning?
funny song for us.
I could do that.
Because a
All right,
Jew's
here
soul
we go.
isn't into
David
physical
Ramos is
enjoyment.
going to play
When it comes to Torah, a Jew's soul never gets distracted from Torah, so there is never a distraction to the soul.
Fuck, he's just drawing, and we're going to check his drawing at the end of
Why
the
should one
episode.
not be allowed to interrupt?
Okay, good.
He's also he has a sale going right now
Because
on
we
his
aren't
website,
as spiritual as we wish,
That's
and we
true.
do get
Every
distracted on a physical level.
Show's history available now at that website, RyanJGBelt.com.
Is one
But for
allowed
right
to
now,
interrupt between
here's some
Berk's
funny
HaTorah
songs,
and learning,
supposedly.
or
We're
not?
gonna find out from the great David Ramos, all the
No.
way in Chicago, Illinois. Take it over, David.
This
What
song is
Menach is
called
based on the previous question. We say Yavirik and Iluta the Ram right after we make Berkut HaTorah, so it won't be an interruption. Because they are passages from the Torah, so we learn Torah immediately after. If you stayed up all night, why should you make a Berkut HaTorah? If it's a Berkut Shiva Hayata, we should show our admiration whether we slept or not.
like a sorry.
Why should you not make a Berkut HaTorah? If it's a Berkut Canaan, since our Neshama loves Torah, if you stayed up, there hasn't been a real separation. According to the Mishnah Berurah, what should you do about Berkut HaTorah if you stayed up all night? Hear it from someone else, answer amen, and have in mind to be yet saved. According to the first opinion in Mishnah Berurah, what condition must be met for 10 people to count as a minyan? Be at the same height, same width. According to the second opinion in Mishnah Berurah, what condition may be met instead of the above condition?
To be that good, but you're like Mexican Jack
We
Black over
only
there.
need to
You're
say
Jack
Jebel.
Brown.
Yes, it's one negro.
My goodness.
When 10 people are in one place and one person is in another place, when can the individual answer Kaddish with them? If there is no bathroom or church in between,
You're a funny.
Guys.
If you ever want free drums, man, I'll
when
play
can we
drums
not
for that
answer
song.
Kaddish with them?
Word, Joburg, word.
If there are crutches or
That's the
bathrooms
deal.
in
So we'll do
between,
that next time we're in Chicago. How about that?
Love you guys.
what are
There
two
you go.
reasons we
That's the
see
great
Trump
David
elect
Ramos,
when we
everybody.
station
Thank you,
without a
David.
minyan?
Peace to
Appreciate
Tony.
you. Thank you.
Appreciate you. Don't get that
I want
wrong.
to get it to 248 words, 2 to replace amen to the Gratsha. Why do we not say double and meaning when we say Shema
From a
together
David
with
to
a
a
noun?
David. Let's just jump right into it. We have yet
Because
another
the chasm with
regular on
Hashim
the
Alpha
show.
in Scandinavs to
Absolutely
248
hilarious
and we
to
say
me.
amen.
He's in double grounded quarantine
For
right now.
11 common
This guy went from New York
mispronunciations we should
to
avoid when we say
Atlanta for a
Shema.
couple days to spend time with his family. There's no
Slur words
better place to go
together.
than
The as
from
Rabbi
New York
said to check and
City
be if you
to
know Tony.
Atlanta to hang out with your parents, and now he's back in LA.
What body postures are always permitted while saying
Here he
Shema?
is, David Lucas, everybody.
Sitting, standing, lying on your side.
What's up, David? How are you?
What body postures are always forbidden while
Look at that.
saying
You got a
Shema?
white beater shirt and a girlfriend beater face. Look at you.
Lying on stomach or back.
Is that Red Man? I've never seen Red Man without a hat.
What body postures are sometimes permitted and sometimes forbidden?
Bro, you look like Mrs. Doubtfire.
Lying loosely on stomach or back but tilted on side. When are they permitted? If person sick or fat.
gonna be the most beautiful woman we've ever seen.
When are they forbidden?
David, how's it going over there? What's that?
Any person that easily tilted their side.
Yeah, I just watched all your shit.
According to the Rambam, when is it miscalculated to David?
right now.
Once a day.
Yeah, everything going pretty good.
According to the Rabbi, when is it miscalculated to David? When you are in distress.
I don't believe that for a second.
What is the origin of the Latin varicode of Shemane Israel?
Have you been like hooking up with girls and shit?
Everyone would David in their own language, once a day for all of their leaders. Rabbis say that they were not speaking properly, so they made a formal text. If you forgot to make the Yavru in Rosh Chodesh Maoriz, what should you do? Why?
No, I've been around you, baby,
You
for a
don't go
long
back to
time.
it, because in the olden days they would never start the Rosh Chodesh at night because we didn't pronounce the day Rosh Chodesh since before the calendar was recent holy. So we treat the night less
Wow,
holy.
there you go. You guys should have your own fake spin-off.
If you forgot all of the Hebrew and Rosh Chodesh Shakarit or Ninja, and remembered before Modin, what should you do?
Wait, which one of us
You
are you
should
making
say
fun of?
Hebrew immediately and then continue with Modin. If you forgot all of the Hebrew and Rosh Chodesh Shakarit, and remembered before your priest has left, what should you do?
Actually, he does look like Grover Cleveland right now. You
Then
look
we
at
should
his
go back to it and
you do.
continue
He's got the
until the end.
glasses and everything. I got images.
If you forgot all of the Hebrew and Rosh Chodesh Shakarit, and remembered actually 3 steps back, what should you do?
I want to keep it real quick.
You should repeat
We
Shemane
got things
Israel.
for you. You're starting to look like
How much personal space is a divaner entitled to?
Where did you
Or
walk
a
to?
modern friend? What are 2 reasons he is
There
entitled
was
to
a
the
lot of you
space?
cut out there for a second. Where'd you walk to?
Convening is a conversation with Hashem, and it isn't polite to walk in between people talking to Dorothy as distracting if you walk close to him.
Watch
What are 2 not caminos between these 2 reasons?
The t-shirt formerly known as muscle shirt.
What?
He's wearing a muscle shirt, but he's fat.
That's not a muscle shirt. A muscle shirt
What
covers
should you
your
do if you
shoulders.
finish Shemane Israel and the person behind you is still repeating?
Real. That's from like an episode of The Sopranos or something.
You shouldn't take 3 steps back and should stay where you are. You could still continue to leaning though. You can also take a portrait if you want.
But you say you can't say that word. That's our word. Tigger. I didn't say
From the
that.
concept of mere silence. Doing something that looks like it is forbidden, but it isn't really forbidden.
It is. It's a.
Please give an
It's
example
almost
of
impossible to
Merizalim and a
describe.
Bodhisattva.
It's very like unrelatable. I think.
A person walking and there is a statue of an idol, and they drop some coins in front of the idol and then he bent down to pick it up. It looks as though he's going to the idol even though he's just picking up his coins.
Zeros all the way across the board.
Please give an example of Merizalim and Kashras.
I was thinking
You
about
walk
that
into
actually
McDonald's to
yesterday.
go
I
to the
was so stoned
bathroom.
to the I'll let some
It
like
looks like you're going to buy non-kosher
by the
food
way,
even though you're
tell
just
you, one
going
of
to
the
the
greatest
bathroom.
Madden players in the world right now. turns out
Please
it
give
only
an
took 3
example of
weeks
Mary's
to
Allen
be a
intervene.
world-class Madden player.
You know they're gonna play like
If someone in the room is wearing a cross on your neck and during mugging you bow down, it might look like you're going to get cross.
You should probably try to get in.
Turns out coronavirus does not affect your ego at
What
all.
should one do if a cross comes in front of him during Shemani Israel?
Amazing ego jokes. So
You should
anyway,
face a different direction, because it's better to face a different direction than the rush and then looking like you're intervening and going to a cross. If you've already started intervening Shemani Israel and the cross is in front of you, then you just shouldn't bow at all. If you're dating alone, when should you take 3 steps forward after Shemani Israel? Why?
I was saying how I need Raven to grow his hair back.
He's supposed to read the amount of time it takes to walk for a month. The reason is cause Shemana Esrei shouldn't be a burden, so we should try to actively want to prolong it and enjoy it. If you're dating a woman alone, when should you take 3 steps forward after Shemani Israel?
oh my
Why?
goodness gracious. So how are your parents doing? Because you went
You
from
shouldn't
New York
take 3 steps forward until the children start Kedusha or the children start Shemana Esrei. The reason is cause you don't want to make Shemana Esrei look like a burden, to make it look like that we want to prolong that meeting with Hashem, and don't want to stop.
So it turns out the coronavirus only came.
What are 2 reasons we don't turn around until Chazaraz Hashras is over?
She just recovered Saturday.
One there is I'm. People might think you didn't pronounce
know
the
that
words
it's already
properly
run
or
through.
skipped
Is
some
there like a
words or
test for
didn't
that or anything?
concentrate. 2, when you turn around, it might be distracting to the people behind you.
Right after Brendan died, they all had
When should the children take 3 steps back after his repetition of Shemani Israel?
my cousin
Why?
around them. She just fucked up about testing.
The Chazan doesn't need to take his 3 steps back after Shemana Esrei. The 3 steps that he takes at the end of Kadesh after Levi Sion counts for Shemana Esrei.
Right?
Why is this surprising?
How did he die? Do they know?
Because he interrupts with so many things during the Shemana Esrei, since usually you can't interrupt Shemana Esrei. But really Esrei, Sion, etc. are all just extensions of Shemani Israel.
That's good for a smoker. Yeah, that's
I didn't have a barbecue
What are
that
3
day.
more minutes from the above discussion?
When I hear stories like that of people smoking for 70 years, it makes me
Please
mad that I
explain the
switched to
concept of
vaping.
Shemiyah
I'm
Anat.
pretty sure I have one of those. I have those
That
crazy
sometimes if
genes,
I
and
hear
think
someone
can
say
do
a
it.
bracha, then it is as if I said bracha myself. So there are certain break-off which I could hear the bracha and it's as if I said it
I'm so
myself.
glad you guys vape and don't smoke, to be honest.
What are 2 cases when one should not say barbecue
You really are a game time.
Yeah, I thought I established that at the top of the show.
What is an amen
The
catching
N-word
on?
for me, please. I can't do it.
When you answer amen too early before the bracha ends.
And you're the only
What is an
black
amen
guy that
chapter
eats soy
4?
booty hole. How about that?
Oh my god.
When you answer amen but leave out the none and always say amen.
Anything else we should cover, David, before moving on? What else
What
is
is an
going on?
amen
Anything else
yasama?
crazy?
When you did not hear the bracha and you don't know what bracha is being said yet, you still say amen. If you did not hear a bracha, what 2 conditions must be fulfilled for you to answer amen?
I agree. The only thing better than his
You need to
vocals
know what
is his
bracha
facial
is
hair.
being said. It can't be a bracha that you're being noticeable as a person other than you are saying, like on Kiddush, Shukr Mekna. When is the proper time to answer amen?
Your head looks like
Okay, branches on trees in the
Right
garden.
after the bracha finishes.
It's like a Tim Burton film.
It really does.
What is Dash Rothschild
shot through
called?
the middle of that, dude.
The appearance of indirect sunlight. What is flash Meshach here?
Your hair
When
looks
you're
like
able
some
to
sort of
recognize
Harry
an
Potter
acquaintance
used
from
to
far
find
and
like a
long away
crazy
or when
closet
it's
or
light
something.
enough for you to notice the difference between a blue and white string on your sunset.
I better fucking believe it. Watch out, he rolls his R's.
What is slash needs hot on?
Well, David, we have
Sunrise.
Hey, Dave,
What is
do you
slash
listen to
checks
my
up?
music, young Johnny?
Midday and midnight.
Yes, sir.
I heard
Please
you had a
explain the
lot of
term
times was
slash
not even
ninja
you
get
that
along.
you somebody else wrote it, sang it.
6.5 hours after the day starts, or half an hour after chat says and 5.5 hours before night.
Sing one right now.
Please explain the term slash ninja potato. 3.5 hours after chat says, which is 9.5 hours after the day starts, and 2.5 hours before the night starts.
Wow. Love it. I guess I was wrong.
Please explain the term slash flag on in class.
Those are all my lines. Hey, you guys been killing bitch? What
Or 3/4 hours after chat says.
Yeah.
It's in between ninja potato and night time.
Thank you very much.
I kind of got
What
a
is
Carol
slash
fetish.
Kia?
Son is it?
She's not Carol Baskin Robbins.
What is slash mesh?
Damn it.
Between sunset and the disappearance of indirect sunlight.
Oh, Jesus, Steve. It's not
What is slash coquetting?
I tried to warn you, the redneck meets a black
The
man.
disappearance of indirect sunlight.
It's a no neck.
Please explain the
No
term
caller
slash shout
commented for over
ceremonial.
here.
You look like Joe Dirt's
Each shout ceremonial is 1/12th of daytime or nighttime. It also depends on the time of year to determine how long they are.
Oh my God. All right, I'm going to put it into this, David. I'm going to get you
What
out
is
of
the
here. I
earliest
love
time to
you.
put on sit-ins?
Stay safe out there. Stay quarantined.
Whenever
Stay
you
away
want.
from everyone. No booty calls.
What is the earliest time to make a ground shot on sit-ins? 1. After the shot bar. 2. But if it's absolutely necessary, you could make it at a Rothschild shot. What should you do if you have to put on sit-ins before the earliest time?
Happening here. Let's meet another
Put the
innocent
sit-ins on and then wait
soul
until a
here. We're
Rothschild
going to
shot
see a
and
brand
make the
new
ground
man.
shot on the
Comedy
sit-ins.
stylings of Patrick Michael, everybody.
What is the earliest time to put on to
Here
film?
we go. Here's Patrick Michael.
Here. What is the earliest time to say Shima? Here. What is the latest time to say Shima? According to the Nation area. 3 hours after Aladha Shar.
It's just a nice way to say it. Having 2 kids.
What is the latest time to say Shima? According to Lemig here.
I hear a lot of people say like
3 hours after Nets Hachima.
if that's the case, what do we tell diabetics?
What is the best time to say Shima?
Let's put the size of our clothes on the outside.
Right before Nets, because you can say Shima and then right after say Shimani is Ray.
I found out
Connecting the two of them.
scared recently. Right a finger, when she walks by, she passes
Please
gas.
explain what Vosican
And I
means.
say, it smells like something died inside me. Now she's off in the distance.
3 different explanations.
I should only feel bad for my
One
cousin who just
student
found
woke
out.
up early and did in Shima before Nets, and Shamana Esri after Nets. 2 people who wanted to do it in the best way possible that weren't students. 3 nowadays it refers to people who did in Shima, and Shamana Esri at the best times.
Little Baskin Robbins. What are the odds?
What is the Shang Aaron recommends saying before Shima during Korea?
Jokes per minute on that one.
This were a lot of jokes.
We're
How's it going
concerned that
there?
maybe the
How's
Milyoni
it going
dating
there?
will say Shima too late, so you should say it at the beginning, and we'll still get the mitzvah even if the Milyoni
Love it.
dates
You're the
Shima
first
after
person
the
this
least
evening
time.
that has called in inside of his own fort.
What should one do without Shima if he missed the latest time?
That's your bed fold up.
Even if you say Shima late, you still get some credit, so even if it's too late, still say it anyways.
Yeah. Absolutely.
What should one do about the crackers of Shima if he missed the latest time?
If he was addicted to milk.
Obvious.
Anyway, Patrick, so
When is the earliest time for Shimani is Ray in regular circumstances?
All kinds, and it pretty much one thing I say,
What's Hachima?
silent, no laughing.
Right. I'll tell you this.
When
is
is
that
the
I love
earliest time
your
for Shimani is
times
Ray
on the
in
outside
extenuating
joke about fat
circumstances?
people, about diabetics.
Thank you.
A lot has
You can
shot.
make it broader by just talking about fat people and saying that the tags should be on the
According
outside.
to the Major Abraham,
And just
what
get
is the
right to
latest
it.
time for
This is your
Shimoni
first
Israel?
joke because we had a little
4 hours after a lot has shot.
But that's the joke that really stood out to me. That's good.
According to the Mellegion,
I
what
would
is the
try
latest time for
coordinating with
Shimoni
that next
Israel?
time that you're in front of an actual audience.
4 hours after
Perform in
next.
front of an audience again. And
Definitely.
ride that momentum.
What is
see
the
how
best
that
time
goes.
for Shimoni
Tucking
Israel?
away in the middle. Try opening with it. It's
Right
really
after
funny and
next.
smart. Fat people won't like it, but
Right.
When can you date in Shimoni Israel between a
so
lot and
Patrick,
next?
what do you do for work? Where are you?
In extenuating circumstances when it won't be possible to date in after this time.
Where?
Indiana.
When can you date in Shimoni Israel between 4 hours and shed sun?
What do you do for a
If
living?
a person is in extenuating circumstances
I'm actually
and can only date in between after 4 hours and shed sun,
Fun stuff.
what should one do if he did not date in Shimoni Israel on time by accident? He should say two Shemana Esrites at the next prayer.
My one son is 3 and my other one is like.
What should one do if he did not date in Shimoni Israel on time on
This
purpose?
3, you're gonna have to put that one down very soon.
There is no way to make it up.
Yeah, ginger.
Oh,
Right.
What should one do if he did not date in Shimoni Israel on by accident?
She's actually a CNA.
He should date in two Shemana Esrites on Ninja.
Taking pandemic.
What should one do if he did not date in Shimoni Israel by checks on purpose? Nothing he can do.
Live from inside a mausoleum.
If
That's
you're beyond
awesome.
David's
Patrick,
too late,
anything crazy
what should
about
you
your
do?
life or hobbies or anything that we should know about that make you
David
special
alone,
or weird or
since it is
different?
better to date in on time, and alone then after the right time, and with a
I
manana.
play drum. But thankfully, because I don't have to challenge Joel.
What is the earliest time to date in Ninja?
Eat your heart, dude.
Don't
When should get him up?
I'm already working.
suck my own dick with that hair on.
According to the Shulch and Eric, what is the best time to date in Ninja?
Kind of like the baby from the first animals all grown.
Ninja Katana.
What's your internet service provider?
According to our Yehuda, what is the latest time to date in Ninja?
Inside of protecting myself from
Flag Haminja, which is 1¼ hours before nighttime.
just it's a CNA. She can bring it.
According to the rabbis,
Patrick,
what
we
is
love
the
you.
latest time to date
We're
in
gonna let
Ninja?
you go. The internet's just a little bit shaky.
You
on
can
this
leave
one,
it
so
all
we're
the
gonna
way
keep it
until
moving.
nighttime.
Thank you for your submission. Try that tags on the outside joke at the beginning of this set sometime. There he goes.
According to our Yehuda, what is the earliest time to date in Malari? Flag Haminja, which is also what he says is the latest time to date in Ninja.
All right, your next comedian, the other regular from Kiltony, ladies and
According
gentlemen,
to the
William
rabbis,
Montgomery
what
Live
is
in
the earliest time to date in
William,
Malari?
how are you?
How's it going, y'all?
It is the same as the latest time for Ninja. According to them, is nighttime. Either it means Shaki, according to the Lemnekion, or Tzidhako Calvin, according to the Major Avarel.
No, but seriously, I'm cosplaying as Mrs. Doubtfire right
Please
now.
translate the term.
Oh my god, can't believe
When you
you
do
and
two
the
things that
joke
are
earlier,
mutually
David, you piece
exclusive,
of shit.
meaning like only
Sounds
one
like
of them
you're
can
sick
be
as a
correct and the
motherfucker.
other one has to be wrong.
No, but seriously, my name's Sean Dragon, and then
What two types of target disease are discussed in the Shulch and Eric?
in for a treat with this next joke. I wrote a book that it ain't like
According to the Shulch and Eric, what
3
is the
years
latest
to
time to
write.
date
We're
in
going
Ninja and
through
Mari?
the publishing process, and at the end, they're like, "What's the name of the book?" And I'm like, "I don't know. Who do I look like? Stephen fucking King?"
What is the earliest time for the mitzvah of saying Shema at night? Tzidhako Calvin.
I'm trying to look at my camera. I don't know
What should you do if you're not sure
And
when
I
the
also
earliest
don't
time
know if I
is?
said the joke before y'all are in for a treat with this next one. I'm only
By mitzvah, to every so we have to make sure we are 100% sure that we did the mitzvah. So you should wait until you're 100% sure that it is Tzidhako Calvin, not 90%. Then you should read Shema.
Massive belly button. Wow.
This looks worse than the wall
What should you do if you read Shema too early at night? Then say it again after Tzidhako Calvin, but before chant on the night.
Hold on, go
Then
back
when
to
you
that
get the
belly button
mitzvah in
for
the
a
proper
second. Go
time.
back and show us that belly button.
Oh, that's a deep one.
Is that the belly button
What should
that
you do
Boba
if you
Fett fell
read the
into
haircut
in
of
Return
Shima
of the
too
Jedi?
early at night? As we said earlier, the great god of Shima are more similar to Shamana Esri, so they are independent of Shima, so they have the same status as Shamana Esri. So you could say them before Tsaitako Captain because it is still their proper time, because that is a fine time to say Shimane is raised.
Love it, love it. How are y'all doing?
Now, William,
What is the best time to say
I'm going to
Shima at
acknowledge
night?
something. Last week, you were in studio.
Right
We had
after
decided
Tsaitako
since
Captain
that
because they should
performance
do
to
the
no longer
mitzvah as
let
soon
you
as possible.
in a room with us. During that
What is the latest time to say Shima at night?
there was parts where you were dipping your head down
Check
and you were
thought.
showing us your hair or lack thereof, and now it
If
appears
you
that
miss the latest time to say Shima at night, what should you do?
Wow, look at that combo with
You can still say it later and get partial credit.
Oh my god. Is that natural? That hair
According to the Shulchan Aruch, what should one do about Shokari Shimani is rare if he has to leave for a long drive between Alat and Mishiach here.
Oh my god.
I don't know.
Nice. So watching a bunch of Survivor.
What is the advantage of
I
this?
love that. How
So
are
you haven't been at work, have you?
When you get to do things standing up, traveling you would have to sit down, so you would be able to concentrate, but usually if you push to be in Shimani Esri off, you might become busy and forget.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
According to the Mishnah Ibura, what should one do about Shakari Shimani Esri if he has to leave for a long drive between Alat and Mishiach
dogs
here?
don't wear pants, William?
That's not one of the symptoms of.
It's more important to say it in order than standing up. So you should not date in Shimani Esri until you date in Shima, and you shouldn't date in Shima until after Mishiach here, so you should date in sitting down on the clean slash bus with less concentration.
What is that exactly? Can you show us that? Can we get a better angle at that hair?
What should one do if he came
Show
late
us
to
where
Miriam
it
and the
connects.
Malone is already up to Shimani Esri and why?
William, where are you right now?
Oh, is that baseball player? What the?
This is
In what cases would one say Shimani Esri before
Kobe
Shima?
Bryant with green face.
Oh my god.
When if you leave on a trip before Mishiach here, you should say Shimani Esri standing up before you leave and say Shima after Mishiach here. 2. If you come to Moed and realize that you won't be able to start Shimani Esri with the Manan, then you should skip Shima and say
So
it
do you think this is
afterwards.
a new permanent look for you, this new haircut you got?
When is it appropriate to say Shima while you are traveling?
I don't know if y'all have ever seen nipples like this. These kind. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Usually on.
I am gay and I'm
When
thinking
is it
about
appropriate to say Shimani Esri
Is
while
your
you are
armpit hair
traveling?
red as well, Will?
Oh my God, it is.
Let's see your armpit.
it's not red.
Let's see your armpit hair.
Redder than a
Point the camera at it.
Please translate the term mitzvah into called kavana slash.
You need to get some black clip-ons for your
Mitzvah
armpit
means
hair.
concentration,
A little bit.
basic concentration.
never kept
I am doing this mitzvah because Hashem wants me to. If you don't have concentration, you don't get the mitzvah, and must do it again.
So William,
Please
what else
explain
has
how
been
it
going on
applies to
this week?
Kriyat
There's
Shema.
rumors going around that you're back with your ex, that you're drinking
You need to
heavily,
have kavana
and you
while saying
confirm or
Kriyat
deny
Shema
any of
and
these
think
rumors
I'm
that
doing
you're
this
doing
because
everything
Hashem
wrong.
demanded me.
What do you mean? We're in
According to the Mishnah Ibura, when does it apply and what's the exception?
Last right now is in Azerbaijan speaks. I get lonely out on the ship.
What are
I don't know
QTs?
what to do. I'm in a carnival cruise ship.
Poems that were recited in the middle of the
Quarters
reading.
right now. I pay
It can be
$2,000
about a large donation, a bar mitzvah slash simra.
Yes, I have a companion. I'm currently with
When
a
he was
companion.
Kazan, what was our high and vital's approach to
How's that been going?
POT?
It's been
He would follow like the
Let me
minhag of the
ask you
shul,
this:
so
you
if the
and this
shul
girl
said
that you hang out
POT,
with,
he
have
would
you ever
say
spent a
POT.
single minute with her where you're sober?
When he was not Shazan, what was our high and vital's approach to POT? You shouldn't read POT except for Rabbi Laser Hackler. He felt these matched with the things with the branch of their. What do things that our high and vital's conduct teach us about being Hakim?
Wow,
That's offensive to gay tigers.
pure hatred coming out of William right now. William,
What should
anything
one
else
do
weird
if
about
his
your
family
body?
may have differs from his show
What are your
limit?
thighs like right now?
My
How to show out what is chassis and personal
Take
to
a
your
look.
own
I don't
music?
know how to do the camera the other thing.
You
What
hit
is
the
the
thing that looks like a
historical
camera
origin
with
of the
arrows
supported
going around
music
it.
of tefillah?
I don't see it.
Is that a landline that you're calling from?
What is the
Yes, it's a
historical origin of the
landline.
Ashkenazic music of
I'm telling
tefillah?
you, just move the thing. I see you right now. How are you?
Oh my God. We're 7 minutes into this interview, William. I'm great.
What is the historical origin of music Ari?
Yeah, I wish I could look at my
Did
toes.
you just poop your pants just now?
According to Sifai, only one changes music of tefillah.
Wow.
Why?
We saw the girl, William.
You see how fast she ran?
Oh, man. She ran more than William has in 7 months.
According to Miss Magden, only one changes music of tefillah. Why?
My goodness. So did you paint your toenails like that, or did she?
She did. We had a
According
romantic
to
evening
Chassidim,
last night.
only
She
one
painted my
changes music of
toenails.
tefillah.
I can't
Why?
believe a woman likes you this much. What must be
You can
wrong
always
with
switch
her?
to
Like,
music
does she
Ari
have,
because it
like,
works for
you
everyone
know,
all
some,
the
like,
Shabbatim.
halitosis or
Ashkenaz
something,
might only work
perhaps,
for
like a chronic
Ashkenaz and
disease?
Sepharad might only work
She
for
has
Sepharad, but
Something is
me
wrong
such
with
Ari
her.
is made to fit the needs of
So
every sheep's
do
prayers.
something similar.
So someone can always change to it.
What is that disease called?
According to the Mishnah Berurah, only one changes music of tefillah.
It's the same. Yeah, it's Down syndrome.
They can never change their tefillah because this is one of the ways that we connect to our ancestors through minhagim.
Absolutely.
And we're more connected to our family, ancestors, and community. We are stronger when we're connected.
Super hard right now.
Okay. All right. William.
According to
This
the
has been
Mishnah
a fun
Berurah,
interview.
when we
Very,
look at
very,
the
a
illegitimate,
lot of information we found out about you this week. I also
if the
heard a
minhag
little
goes
rumor.
against the Gemara or something that
I
everyone
heard a little
thinks is
rumor
a
that
valid
you're
influence
being a little
about the
bit lazy
Gemara.
when it comes to booking the next brothers in cursive.
Yeah, what happened?
What
You
7
never
prayers may be
contact
said
us.
in
We tried to
English?
contact you a couple of times. Was hanging out with her.
Shema, Shema Esrei, Berkshire Hands-On, Kiddushan Shabbos,
I like how
Brekot on Mitzvot, Brekot on Tzvi Halayim.
Yeah, I'm the new guest host, dude.
The Mishnah Berurah says 3 cases where we are discouraged from believing in English. What are they?
Alright, you gotta get your shit together. Drink some water. You still have that open sore on your belly?
What are 2 translations of the word
I see the red dot.
Passionantim?
I see that red
Yeah,
dot.
what's up with the red dot, dude? You might have a staph infection,
It
William.
means that you should teach.
Transitioning into
2.
Mars.
You should teach it so well that when you
Alright, there
ask
he
him
goes.
a
William
question,
Montgomery,
the
everybody.
person should not just say one answering.
Another minute from the senior regular on the show.
According to the Mishnah Berurah, what are 3 words we have difficulty translating?
I don't like that news that he's back with that girl.
And
According to the Mishnah Berurah, why are we discouraged from praying in English?
on all of his bad habits. So let's move on to
Because
another.
he doesn't translate into English perfectly, so a lot of the words we might not have the fully correct meaning / translation of them. If you already read Shema and you hear the million saying it, what should you do? Why? You should say the first 6 words out loud with them, because if you don't, then it looks like you're rejecting the statement they're saying. They're accepting Anatu's, Shamaim, and furthering Hashim's agenda. By not saying it, you say, no, I am going to do my own thing.
I mean, if he's watching me right now, how can you be watching people in Australia?
If you already said Ashrei or Lanu, and you hear the million saying it, what should you do? Why? You should say it with them, because that's the records. That if someone's doing someone's good, then you should join them rather than separate yourselves from them.
Anyways, isn't that privacy violation? I don't remember signing terms and conditions for this.
Please translate the words.
Not that I would have read them, but I'd like to
Hashim opens up his hands and satisfies every living thing with its desires.
I don't think this guy had a proper contract.
What is the main pasuk in Pasuk K to Simra?
Wow, look at that. A new minute from
What are 3 practical halachot about the main pasuk in Ashrei?
Alright. Jesus Christ.
What is the most important part of Shema? Fantastic. Shema Yisrael Hashem Elokeinu Hashem
Shiva
B'Shem.
Arena. Am I saying that name correctly?
What are two practical halakha about the most important part of Shema?
Iva Arana. I gotcha. Iva Arana. Where are you calling from?
What is the most important part of Shema Israel?
We've gone global.
The first Rothschild.
Love that. My goodness.
What
So it's
practical
us. We are in
applies
two
to the most
countries, I
important
do
part of
believe, that
Shema
have more
Israel?
coronavirus than any other two countries.
If you can
So we might be
concentrate on
spreading
what the
this
words
over the
mean for the
internet
entire
too
Shema
right
Esrei,
now
at least
as we
learn the
speak.
translation
How
of
are
the
you?
first
How are you?
Rothschild
Are you quarantined?
and know each word meaning.
I'm not allowed to go out, but
If you set more caution during the summer, what should you do? Why?
That is beautiful.
I can tell you have no sun right now.
Repeat Shema Esrei.
It's probably
Because
the
rain
light.
now is bad since it will make the crops get moldy.
She looks like the ghost of Weird Al Yankovic.
Oh, come
If you
on,
set
guys.
time
Be
limits
nice.
in the
Be
summer,
nice.
what should you do?
Favorite character Jeremiah
Why?
has ever said.
Okay, guys. I think she's absolutely
Repeat Shema
stunning.
Esrei because you're not supposed to say it the summer as it is a curse.
Oh God. Okay, guys. Come on, be nice. I'm sorry. All
In
right,
the olden days,
the band's
was
on.
the chosen supposed to wait for before
All right,
repeating Shema
no, that's
Esrei?
enough. That's enough.
Why?
That's enough, guys. Let's not lose control now.
For 6
So,
to 10 people to finish
Eva,
Shema
or
Esrei.
Eva.
Because you should be considerate of
Eva.
others' time
Eva.
and
Okay,
start
perfect.
once you are
Eva, what
able
are
to.
those things hanging up behind you on the wall?
Nowadays, which two people should the chosen wait for before repeating Shema Esrei?
Oh, very
Have
good.
you accidentally put on the hula hoop instead of a hat once?
Someone who dates properly, a rabbi simply go at the right pace, and you don't want to make people miss out on Kedusha and Amen. Also, for the other people who date them properly, to date them properly.
So Ava, I'll say this, is that I actually
If you
absolutely
date them
love your
along Shema
set.
Esrei properly and
I
are scared
thought
people
your
will laugh at
delivery
you, what should you do?
and execution was really awesome.
Date them Shema
I
Esrei,
think
then
that
take
would
your
have
3
done
steps early
really
even
good
though
in
you're
front
not
of an
finished.
audience.
Then
You know,
finish
you
Shema
sound
Esrei
different.
elsewhere.
You look different than a lot of the people that come
What
on
are
the
3
show.
things
Have
you
you
are
ever done
supposed to
stand-up
do when the
comedy
chosen
before?
repeats Shema Esrei?
No, but you listen to
Be
Kill
quiet,
Time. That's the go
answer
for the first
amen.
time. You're a first timer here tonight.
When will the thousandth repetition of Shema Esrei be considered a Bracha Levitala? Why?
Yes, it is pretty possible.
Yeah.
If you
So
don't
are
have
there
6
like open
people or
mics or
10
anything
people
like that? Even if
participating
you
in the
wanted to do it,
repetition,
could
then
you
it
do
is
it?
a Bracha Levitala BC. It's saying the Bracha twice, but when people answer, it's a totally different Bracha.
I don't live in the city, so here,
What do you think should one have in mind when he says amen?
But you,
When whatever we say in the Bracha is true, too, if it's a prayer, that the blessings
I
that
don't
will
know. I
hopefully
think you
happen.
sort of are. I really liked your performance. That is so interesting. And you're a fan of
Please
Kill Tony, so
explain.
you found out about this from watching the show.
A person can't enjoy this world without making a Bracha. We should put Hashem before any enjoyment that we have in this world.
my brother introduced me to the show.
Please name the 3 types of earplugs and explain what each name
I
means.
love that. Wait till he finds. Does he know that you're performing on the show
Berflahem
tonight?
Alien, Brahms on enjoyment,
That's
Berflahem Mitzvot,
That is
Brachas on
awesome.
Mitzvot,
And,
Nugget
what do you do
Shiva
for work,
Yehuda,
Ava?
Brachas of praise and thanks.
Nothing at the moment.
What do we thank Hashem for in the Bracha of Elokim Neshama?
I don't have like one.
For returning our Neshamas to us and our Neshamas did not abandon us and have come
Well,
back.
the last thing I did was working at Christmas shopping.
According to the ViralRabbi, what should one do without Elokim Neshama if he stayed up all
What did you
night?
do for a German
Why?
Christmas shop?
Cashier.
Some say you do say it and some say you don't. Because if Elokim Neshama is a perfect name, then you can make a Bracha if it didn't happen.
A little bit. My mom
According
is
to the
from
Pod
Germany,
Mekadim,
so I
what
speak
should one do
German
without
and I
Elokim
speak
Neshama if he
for
stayed up all night?
sometimes.
Why?
I see in France for work also.
You should because it's a Brachiot Shabbat Hadal and Bracha about praise. You can always say it even if there is no enjoyment.
5 years ago.
25 years ago.
According to the conclusion of the Sharia Teshuvah, what should one do about
55 years
relocating the
ago, and
Shema
you
if
don't
he
want to
stayed
admit
at home
that
life?
you are Herman Goring's daughter.
You're not supposed to say Eluki Neshama, but when you hear someone else say it, you say Amen. So you get credit for the bracha, and you also don't take the risk of making a bracha nevatala. In what case
I
would
just
all
watched
three opinions
Downfall
agree?
last night. Any of you ever seen Downfall?
If you take a nap the previous day, then you can
Downfall,
make Eluki
available for
Neshama
free
that
on
day.
Amazon Prime, is an incredible movie about it's inside the bunker of Hitler.
If you took a nap the day before that, you can say Eluki Neshama.
From it where a couple
What
few years
bracha
ago
have
they
the
did a
sentence
thing
as
where they
Eluki
would
Neshama?
go over the subtitles and create their own subtitles of a very serious scene of Hitler in a bunker. But the rest
What
of
do
that
we
movie
thank
is
Hashem for in that
absolutely
bracha?
bonkers as well. It's out there on my
For wiping the
recommendations
sleep
to get
from
through
our eyes and
quarantine.
for
You ever seen the
tiredness
movie
from our
Downfall?
eyes.
You see it or not see it?
Please translate the following passage.
Eva
For
is
what
the
was the
name
lamb
of
lost?
Hitler's wife. Any chance you're named after her?
Why should we not have been punished?
What do you think about the Jews?
Because we were learning Torah all day, and
You
it's
don't mind
supposed to
doing people
protect
right.
you.
It's 2020.
Why were we punished? Because we learned it for the wrong reasons. What are the differences we discussed between Torah and other disciplines?
Hatred still runs through your blood. You
The
are
law
your
of Sharia
granddaddy's
says when
little
one studies Torah, you are
granddaughter. No
loving
doubt
and
about
kissing
it. I
Hashem.
love that.
Nothing else is like
Do
hugging
you
Hashem.
have any
We
special
won't
skills
find
or
the reason
hobbies
we
or
are here
anything
in
that
algebra.
you do for fun?
Is Birgit Torah or?
Something interesting. I live with 25 cats and 3 dogs.
Please
What?
explain
Oh
the
my
concept. When there is a
Joe, what do you think
50%
about
chance
this?
that you got the mitzvah, you have to make it a 100%
If you are trying to
chance.
open up a wildlife zoo yourself, I will kill you, all right? I don't need any more
Please explain the
competition out
concept.
here.
Have you seen The Tiger King on Netflix by any chance?
If there is a 50% chance that you fulfill the
Oh, okay.
Durbanan, if it's too hard to make it a 100% chance, then it is
Oh,
sufficient.
put that down.
Do you have the cats in your house
What
right
should
now?
one do if unsure whether or not he said Birgit
Yes, the cats
Torah?
are in the house.
Can we see? So why do you have 25
Say it again to
cats?
be 100% sure.
We started with 2 and it's
Why should one be allowed to say
Oh
Pesach
my
before
God!
Birgit Torah?
Adam is right. My goodness.
Do you smell like cat pee?
Talking to
Sounds
Hashem
like-
by borrowing David Hamlet words and Moshe's words to speak with Hashem.
but the house sometimes does, and it's
Why should one not be allowed to say Pesach before Birgit Torah?
I don't think that's how it works, Kate.
Because we are directly quoting the words from the Torah, it doesn't matter whether you are concentrating or not.
Off the wall and show us some of your hula hooping skills for a moment here.
How does this question affect the laws of Tefillah?
Hey, look at that.
If something is in the Torah or Tefillah, then if you are saying as part of Tefillah, then you don't need to say Birgit
History of
Torah.
Bill Tony, we've
If
never
it's
had
Torah
anyone
and
hula hoop
Tefillah,
before.
then you do need Birgit Torah.
Here you go. Here she is, hula hooping. Wow.
How does this question affect the laws of Tisha B'Av?
This is it. Wow.
You don't learn on Tisha B'Av, so
Oh
if prayer is just prayer, then you can pray on Tisha B'Av. But if it is considered learning, then you wouldn't be able to pray certain parts of Tefillah on Tisha B'Av.
Oh my God.
I didn't know Samara from the ring had so much
How does
time.
this question affect the laws of torture and the Torah? Can you open up the Shulchan Aruch and read the Bracha and consider Torah and Tefillah?
You did it without smiling the entire time.
Why should one be allowed to interrupt between
So do you
Birgit
live by yourself
Torah
with
and
these
learning?
25 cats?
no, with my mother and my
Because a
brother.
Jew's soul
Oh,
is meant to physical enjoyment.
Is your brother there
When
right
it
now?
comes to Torah, a Jew's soul never gets distracted from Torah, so there is never a distraction
Tell
to
him
the
to
soul.
come say hi real quick if he's a fan of the show. Tell him to come in. Yeah.
Why should one not be allowed to
Yell
interrupt?
for him. Get him in there.
25.
Because we are as spiritual as we wish, and we do get distracted on a physical level. Is one allowed to interrupt between Birgit Torah and learning, or not? No.
Hey, what's
What
up?
is based on the previous question.
What's going on? How are you?
We say Yavirik and Ilutiviram right after we make work on HaTorah, so it won't be an interruption. Because they are passages from the Torah, so we learn Torah
Hello,
immediately
how's it going, my
after.
friend? Welcome to the show. How are you? What's your name?
If you stayed up all night,
Hi,
why
Thomas.
should you
How
make
are
a
you,
work
man?
of
How
HaTorah?
are you doing through the quarantine? You hanging in there?
If it's a Berkah Shiva Vihana, we should show our aggravation whether we slept or
What do you
not.
think about these? Yeah, you were just
Why
what?
should you not make a Berkah HaTorah?
Oh, you're
If
in
it's
the
a
other room
Berkah
watching.
Sinning, since our Neshama loves
Oh, I
Torah,
love
if you
that. I love
stayed
that.
up,
What
there
do you think
hasn't
about
been a
these
real
25
separation.
cats that your sister and your mother keep introducing to the house?
According to the Mishnah Bivura, what should you do about Berkah HaTorah if you stayed up all night?
Do you wish you could just surround
Hear
them
it
all
from
up and
someone
put them
else,
on a tray?
answer amen and have in mind to be Yatseh. According to the first opinion in Mishnah Bivura, what condition must be met for 10 people to count as a
So
minyan?
you introduced your sister to the
Be at
show,
the
but
same
we're
height
interested to
/
know all the
same
way out in Spain. How did you find out about Phil Tony?
According to the second opinion in Mishnah Bivura, what condition may be met instead of the above condition? They only need to see each other.
That is correct.
When 10 people are in one place and one person is in another place, when can the individual answer Kaddish with them?
We've always wondered about people around the world.
If there is no
listening.
bathroom
How
or
do you guys
church in
know how to
between?
speak English so well?
When can he not answer Kaddish with them? If there are questionable bathrooms in
Look at that,
between.
teaching people English around the world.
What are 2 reasons we say Shalom Aleichem when we say Shema
One of
without
the
an
most
anon?
educational podcasts in the world, Phil Tony. Is not a lot of
One to
people
get it
know
to
that we're talking
248
the
words,
English
2 to
language.
replace amen to the Bradshaw.
Thomas and Ava, I appreciate you guys
Why do we not say
phoning in all the way
Shalom when we
from
say Shema
Spain.
together with
This
a
was an
anon?
unbelievable performance. How about your sister, huh? Very
Because the
impressive
Chesed
tonight,
Mahit
right?
Hashem El Tikam is getting us to 248 and we say
I love
amen.
it.
You guys got to come to the United States, man. You got some tickets if you come.
Absolutely, you're in
What are
for free.
11
You're on the
common
guest list. If you come to
mispronunciations we
Los
should
Angeles
avoid when
when
we
the
say Shema?
quarantine's over, all right?
Slur words
You
together.
got it.
V
You guys
as
rock and
Rabbi
roll.
said
There
to
they
check
are,
and V if you know Tony.
the Aranas, everybody. Eva Arana and Thomas Arana.
What body postures are always permitted while saying Shema? Sitting, standing, lying on your side. What body postures are always forbidden while saying
So,
Shema?
we probably have time for 1 or 2 more.
Lying
Should we go
on
to
stomach
Vince,
or
you
back.
think? Go to Mark. Mark.
What
Okay,
body
Mark
postures
Wright
are
is up
sometimes
next.
permitted and
Ladies and gentlemen,
sometimes
make some noise
forbidden?
for Mark Wright. So you guys want to play a little diddly here?
Lying mostly on stomach or back but tilted on side. When are they permitted? If person sits or flat.
Here he is. So a new minute from Mark
When
Wright,
are they
everybody.
forbidden?
Here we go.
Any person that easily tilts to their side. According to the Rambam, when is it a mitzvah to invite it to David? Once a day. According to the Rambam, when is it a mitzvah to invite it to David? When you are in distress. What is the origin of the Yantim Berikot of Shemani Israel? Everyone were taken in their own language, once a day for all that they needed. Rabbi say that they were not speaking properly, so they made a formal text. If you forgot Ayam Yabu in Rosh Chodesh Morim, what should you do? Why? You don't go backward, because in the olden days they would never start in Rosh Chodesh at night because they still pronounce the day Rosh Chodesh since before the calendar is wasn't holy. So we treat the night as holy. If you forgot Yalafi Yavu and Rosh Kodesh Shakarit or Minja and remembered before Modin, what should you
welcome to
do?
the show. How are you, my friend? Welcome, welcome. How's it
You
going
should
out
say
there?
Yalafi immediately and
Hello.
then continue with Modin. If you forgot Yalafi Yavu and Rosh Kodesh Shakarit
Great.
and
That was
remembered
a
before
great
3 steps back, what
performance,
should you
man.
do?
Very, very interesting. You had me completely
Then you should go back
enthralled
to
from
Ritza
the
and
very
continue
beginning.
until the end. If you forgot Yalafi Yavu and Rosh Kodesh Shakarit and remembered after your 3 steps back, what should you do? You should repeat Shemona Israel.
You sound like everybody on Joe's farm.
How much personal space is a Stevener entitled to?
Don't fire in shots of us.
For another friend. What are 2 reasons he is entitled to this space? 1. Tavining is a conversation with Hashem and it isn't polite to walk in between people talking to Da'ati as distracting if you want close to him.
Say that.
What are 2 nafkaminas between these 2 reasons? What should you do if you finish Shemona Israel and the person behind you is still
So
Davining?
Mark, where are you? Where are you?
You shouldn't take 3 steps back and should stay where you
Where
are.
are you calling
You could
from?
still continue Davining though. You can also take apart your feet if you want. Please explain the concept of Marisayan.
Oh wow, you're very close.
Doing
You're
something
not
that looks
far
like
away
it
at
is
all.
forbidden, but it isn't
Look at an
fully
actual
forbidden.
tiger crawling across the set right now.
Please give an example of Marisayan in a Bodhizera. A person walking and there is a statue of an idol, and they drop some coins in front of
I'll
the
tell you
idol
what, the
and then he
internet's a
bends
little
down
bit
to pick
choppy
it up.
here.
It looks as though he's going to the idol even though he's just picking up his coins.
Your voice box and everything sounds great, but I think the internet's a little bit choppy. There's a little bit of a
Please give
delay,
an
but I'll tell
example
you
of
what, Mark.
Marisayan in Hashwas.
I guarantee you a spot at the Comedy Store
You
when it
walk into
opens back
McDonald's
up
to go
again
to the
and we're on
bathroom.
quarantine. The
It
first
looks like
episode
you're going
that
to buy
you make it
non-kosher
to
food
is me
even though you're just going to the bathroom.
actually, just tell a door,
Please
tell a
give
door
an
guy at the
example of
Comedy Store
Marisayan
that guy
intervening.
specifically said that they have to talk to me,
If
that you're
someone in the
Mark
room
Rice,
is wearing
and
a cross on
you're the
their
guy
neck,
with the
and
voice
during
box,
Modin you bow
and you
down,
have
it
an
might look like
automatic
you're going to
spot
the
the
cross.
first Kill Tony that you come to at the Comedy Store. Deal?
What should one do if the cross comes in front of him during Shemona Israel?
Awesome. Mark Rice,
You should
everybody.
face a
Thank you,
different
Mark. We'll
direction.
talk to you soon.
It is
There he
better
goes,
to
Mark
face a
Rice.
different direction when you rush than then looking like you're Davining and going to a cross. If you've already started Davining Shemona Israel and the cross is in front of you, then you just shouldn't go there.
Here we go. We're going to keep it moving along. You guys can just keep playing. Make some noise for Moose,
If you do
everybody.
that alone, when should you take 3 steps forward after Shemona Israel? Why?
Perfect. You know what? Let's stop all this.
He's
We're going to do
supposed to
something
wait the amount
special
of
to
time
end
it
the show
takes to
tonight.
run 4 months.
Your final
The reason is cause Shemona Esri shouldn't be a burden,
All
so
right.
we should try to act we want to prolong it and enjoy it.
Okay, I'll delay. But we're doing,
If you
we're
do
going to do
the moving
LM1.
when should you take 3
Yeah.
steps forward
Okay,
after
Don't you
Shemona
think it's weird that
Israel?
that technology for the
Why?
voice changer hasn't improved ever? You think
You
now
shouldn't
that
take 3
it could
steps
be like,
forward
it could be
until the
Siri,
chasm
it could be
starts
like,
Kedusha or the
yeah,
chasm
you can
starts
tell
Shemona
it,
Esri.
you can
The
download
reason
voice
is cause
packs
you
to
don't
be
want
like,
to make Shemona Esri look like a
Denzel
burden,
Washington or
to
something.
make it look like that we want to prolong that meeting with Hashem
Yeah,
and
'cause you
don't
have
want to
hearing
stop.
aids. You buy hearing aids now that have like Alexa and all that stuff.
You know what
What are 2
technology
reasons
has
we don't
improved,
turn
though,
around
Brian,
until
is
Chasm
the
Res Hashem
technology
is
of
over?
wallets. You know, we have
When there is ein, people might think he didn't pronounce the word
wallets our
properly
entire
or
lives
skip
since
some
we were
words or
kids, but
didn't
now that we're
concentrate.
grown-ups and mature
Too, when you
adults,
turn
we all
around, it
have
might be
Ridge
distracting to the
wallets
people behind you.
from the great people over at the Ridge. I absolutely love
When
mine.
should the
Mine's
chasm
made out of
take 3
titanium
steps
pearls.
back after
My
his
Reno
repetition
has
of
one,
Shemona
Charlie has
Israel?
one, Red Band, you
Why?
love yours.
I love mine because I think unlike a lot of people, look, oh, Jeremiah,
The
that's why
chasm
he's
doesn't
holding
need
up
to
right
take
now.
his 3 steps back after Shemona Esri. The 3 steps that he takes at the end of Kadesh after Revive
I
Sion
think a lot
counts
of
for
us don't
Shemona
always
Esri.
have just the typical wallet where you have way too many cards in there, too
Why
many
is this
receipts,
surprising?
too many club cards, and you're just sitting on it when you're
Because
carrying
he
it.
interrupts with so many things during his Shemana Esrei, since usually you can't interrupt Shemana Esrei.
You definitely have to
But really
balance the
Esrei,
ritual.
Ufotesium, etc.
You
are
can
all
hurt
just
your back. I mean,
extensions of
especially if
Shemana
you're sitting on
Esrei.
it driving to work every day, that can actually lead to back problems. And so,
What are
getting
three
the
last
ritual, it
convenience
not
from
only
the above
fixes that,
discussion?
because you do less clutter. Once you buy it, you start throwing all this unnecessary stuff away. But you also keep it in your front pocket.
Yes, and it can also clip to your belt. There's a lot of ways to do it. It's incredible. They have a free
That sometimes if I hear someone say a bracha, then it is as if I said the bracha myself. So there are certain breakup which I could hear the bracha and it's as if I said it myself.
guarantee, so it'll last a lifetime. Go to
There are two cases when one should not say Baruch when you borrow
like
Shema.
us, like the official
Why?
cast of Kiltony. That's rich.com/Kiltony for 10% off now.
What is an amen
We're going to play
category?
a song just for that. The lion
When you
is
answer
still
amen
asleep
to early
tonight.
before the bracha ends.
LM1?
What is an
Okay,
amen
let's
chapter 5?
let's check out Moose. For the first time ever, we're going to see the comedy
When you
stylings
enter
of
amen,
Moose,
but leave
everybody.
out the
Bring
none
them in
and
with Moose.
only
Here we
say
go.
in.
Just hit play on it. And this is Moose.
What is an amen yasuma? When you did not hear the bracha and you don't know what bracha is being said yet, you still say amen. If you did not hear a bracha, what two conditions must be fulfilled for you to answer amen? You need to know what bracha is being said. It can't be a bracha that you're being yodasi with a person other than you are saying, like by kiddush, shofar meglia. What is the proper time to answer amen? Right after the bracha finishes. What is flash love hashakar? The appearance of indirect sunlight. What is flash meshach here?
Wow!
When you're able to recognize an acquaintance from tour a mile away or when it flies enough for you to notice the difference between a moon and light stream on your sunset.
That was incredible. Moose, how you doing, brother?
What is flash yitzhak chama?
I love that. I love your style. You're the first person to ever perform on Kiltony live from the cab of a truck.
What is flash
Where are
chesed?
you located, Moose?
Midday and midnight.
There you go. There's Red Man's
Please
one
explain
part
the
sound
term
effect for
flash
the episode.
mention
Where are you at, Moose? Because he timed it perfectly right on your answer.
6.5 hours after the day starts, or half an hour after chat says, and 4.5 hours before night.
Alberta. We were just Yes, we were. We had a
Please
lot of
explain
fun
the
shows
term
there. Have you
flash
ever done
mention
stand-up
Tana.
comedy before?
3.5 hours after chat says, which is 9.5 hours after the day starts, and 2.5 hours before the night starts.
Oh, nice.
Please explain the term flash flag hominka. 4.75 hours after chat says. It's in between Ninja Katana and nighttime. What is flash kia?
That's what Red Man does every day inside his own body.
You know what else you can find in the septic tank?
What is flash hash meshes?
Joe Exotic, you are on fire tonight. Carol, anything you want to say about that?
Oh, well, I was just going to say that it's crazy you have kids and you're already pregnant again.
How many
The
kids do you
disappearance
have?
of indirect sunlight.
I got two little girls.
Oh, isn't that sweet? You still with the baby mama?
Please explain the term flash shot seveniot.
Oh, nice. How you guys holding up during the quarantine?
Each shared ceremoniat is 1/12 stage of daytime or nighttime. It also depends on the time of year to determine how long they are.
You all stocked up on everything?
What is the earliest time to put on tzitzit? Whenever you want.
And it's got everything except for 12 different songs.
What is the earliest time to make a bracha on
Well,
tzitzit?
there's always a... Let's see.
1. After we shot a car. 2. But if it's absolutely necessary, you could make it at a
Do you have
long
enough to
time.
last you, or do you just like let it dry?
What should you do if you have to put on tzitzit before the earliest time?
Oh yeah, I got enough.
Put the tzitzit on and then wait until Allah Hashar and make the bracha on the tzitzit.
Is that a confession?
What is the earliest time to put on tefillin?
Moose, what's something crazy about you that
May
you'd be
she have
shocked
here.
to know?
What is the earliest time to say Shema?
Time back in 2007.
May she have
what'd you
here.
do?
So you've been quarantined before?
What is the latest time to say Shema? According to the Major
What'd you do to
Abraham,
get put in Canadian jail? Not say thank you after a waitress
3
cried
hours after Allah Hashar.
No, when cracking slow.
What is the latest time to say Shema? According to the
Oh, what
Malachim,
kind of drugs were you on?
I wasn't on drugs.
3 hours after Netzhot Shema.
Yeah, absolutely.
What is the best time to say Shema?
How did you fare in jail? They don't even
Right
bring
before
people
Netz
in
because you
Canadian
can say
prison, do
Shema
they?
and then right after say Shemane Israel. Connecting the two of them.
When I first got my
Please explain what Fosikin means.
yes, please.
3 different explanations. 1. Students woke up early and dating Shema before Netz, and Shana Esri after Netz. 2 people who wanted to do it in the best way possible that weren't students. 3 nowadays it refers to people who date in Shema, and Shana
Your
Esri at
daughter's
the
ever do
best
anything
times.
crazy that surprises you or anything like that?
What is the Shulch Eric recommends saying the full Shema during Corbinos? We're concerned that maybe the Milyani dating will say Shema too late, so you should say it at the beginning, and we'll still get the mitzvah even if the Milyan davens Shema after the latest time.
Between my legs, and I got her in the back of the head.
What should one do about Shema if he missed the latest time?
And I got her in the face.
Oh my God.
Even if you say Shema late, you still get some credit, so even if it's too late, still say it anyway.
Tiger family, man. We cheat on our kids all the time.
You can sell that video for
What
a
should
lot
one
of
do
money.
about the brachos of
Gosh,
Shema if
you
he
big
missed the
guy
latest
being on
time?
people. You're like George R.R. Kelly. There you go. If this was a live show, that's
When
when the
is the
audience would
earliest
have
time
given me
for
a
Shema
fucking
is
standing
very in regular
ovation, but it's not.
circumstances?
Thank you. Thank you, Gage and Anthony get it.
Let's hot Shema.
Thank you. Thank you.
When is the earliest time for Shema is very in extenuating circumstances?
Anyway, but it's not
Allah
live.
Hashar.
But, fun performance, Moose. I absolutely love that you took the original
According to the
approach
Major Abraham, what is the latest time
going
for
into
Shema
drunk
is
with
Ray?
a couple jokes that I liked. You even got Red Man on board at
4
the end with
hours
a little
after Allah
chapstick in the belly button by being gross and childish.
According to the Malachim, what is the latest time for Shema is Ray?
You did it, dude.
4 hours
You did it.
after
You had
Netz.
your Tony debut tonight. Congratulations. Hopefully we see you next time we're up in
What
Canada.
is the
There you go,
best time for
Moose,
Shema
everybody.
is Ray?
Thank you.
Right after Netz. When can you date in Shema is Ray between Allah and Netz?
There you go. No, you don't need to go to the second verse.
In
No, there you
extenuating
go.
circumstances, when it
Singer
won't
should
be
get
possible to
shorter
date in after
as
this
the
time.
episode goes on. To finish the show,
When
ladies
can you
and
date in
gentlemen,
Shema
everyone
is Ray
knows
between
that
4 hours
I have been
and
trying
Shem's
for
son?
years to get the great Andrew Dice play
If
on
a
this
person
show.
is in
I have
extenuating
been unsuccessful
circumstances
now
and
for
can only
almost
date in between
7
after 4 hours
years. I've
and
been
Shem's
trying.
son,
I talk to Dice in my regular unquarantined life
what should
once
one do
every
if he did not date in
probably
Shema
2
is Ray on
weeks.
time by
I'd say
accident?
at the most, I talk to Dice every
He should
single
say
time,
to
no matter who
Shema
he's
at
with,
the
no
next
matter how
prayer.
important they are, no matter how busy he looks, whatever. I
What
always
should one
invite
do
him to
if he
come
did
on
not
Kill
date
Tony.
in
It's
Shema
become
is
somewhat of a
Ray on
running
time
gag.
on
I've never
purpose?
been able to get him though.
There is
However,
no way to make it up.
I just found out this week that we were going to have a special
What should one do
call-in.
if he did not
Ladies
date
and
in
gentlemen,
Shema
I
is Ray
present
by
for the first
chatbot
time
by
ever on
accident?
Kiltonia, for the first time I think anyone's ever even
He
seen
should
him.
date in 2
This
Shema
is
Esrus
Andrew
on
Dice
Ninja.
Plays disabled half-brother, injured Dice
What should
Play,
one do if
injured
he did
Dice
not
Play,
date in Shema
everybody. Here
is
we
Ray by
are.
chats out on
And
purpose?
there he is. Hi.
Nothing he can do. If your Milyon davens too late, what should you do? Daven alone, since it is best to daven on time, and alone then after the right time, and move them on.
Yeah.
What is the earliest time to daven Ninja? Michigadama. According to the Shulchan Aruch, what is the best time to date a Mincha? Mincha Pajana. According to Al Yehuda, what is the latest time to date a Mincha? Flag Mincha, which is 1.25 hours before nighttime. According to the rabbis, what is the latest time to date a Mincha? You can date it all the way until nighttime. According to Al Yehuda, what is the earliest time to date in Mahari? Flag Mincha, which is also what he says is the latest time to date in Mincha. According to the rabbis, what is the earliest time to date in Mahari? It is the same as the latest time for Mincha according to them is nighttime. Either it means Shakti according to Glen Mikhail or Saitako Katham according to the Major Avarel. Please translate the term. When you do two things that are mutually exclusive, meaning like only one of them can be correct and the other one has to be wrong. What two types of tardy Seiji are discussed in the Shulchan Aruch?
No, it's pills. Don't take all those pills at once in here.
According to the Shulchan Aruch, what is the latest time to date in Mincha and Mari? What is the earliest time for the mitzvah of saying Shema at night? Saitako Katham. What should you do if you're not sure when the earliest time is? Our mitzvah delivery, so we have to make sure we are 100% sure that it is a mitzvah. So you should wait until you're 100% sure that it is Saitako Katham, not 90%. Then you should read Shema.
Wow.
What should you do if you read Shema too early at night?
Ladies and gentlemen, Michael Lair
Then say it again after Saitako Katham right before chants out of the night. That way you'll get the mitzvah in the proper time.
Confirm nor deny. Michael Lair's got a bunch of cool merch, things
what
like
should
that.
you do if you read the Birkat of Shema too early at night?
MichaelLairComedy.com.
As we said earlier, the Birkat of Shema are more similar to Shemana Esri, so they are independent of Shema, so they have the same status as Shemana Esri. So you could say them before Saitako Katham because it is still their proper time because that is a fine time to say Shemana Esri.
Fun times, guys. We did it. Shout out to Gage and Anthony, of course.
What is the best time to say Shema at night?
Strange box. Strange taste.
Right after Saitako Katham because we should do the mitzvah as soon as possible.
RINATRE, man.
What is the latest time to say Shema at night?
How about a big hand, ladies and gentlemen?
Check Sut.
In Hall of Fame. You know, after Ohio State
If
played
you miss the
Miami
latest time to say Shema at night, what should you do?
That game was so good that the next day
You can still say
they
it later
re-aired
and
it
get
on
partial credit.
ESPN Classic. They didn't know the game was going to be that good. They re-aired it the next day on
According
ESPN
to the
Classic. I'm
Shulchan
calling it right now.
Aruch, what should one do about Shakari Shimani is great if he has 24 long drive between Hamad and
But I'm
Mishnah
going to big fan
Kias.
for the Tiger King himself, Jeremiah Watkins. Oh my God, no. Oh, not a Venmo. No, this has gone too
What is
far.
the advantage of this?
No.
Hey, can I ask you a question, Tony?
Sure, go right ahead.
When you get to David standing up, traveling you would have to sit down so you would be able to concentrate better. 3 if you wish to lean in Shimani Esri off you might become busy
I know
and
where you're going with
forget.
this, and I think it's a trap, but I'm going to be honest with you. It's the guy
According
with
to
the
the Mishnah Ibura, what should one do about Shakari Shimani Esri if he has 24 long drive between Hamad and Mishnah here?
figured it out. I'm pretty sure 100%
It's
of
more
guys
important to say it more
watching
than
guys
standing up,
with
so you should not
bigger
dip in
dicks
Shimani
and
Esri
it's
until
just
you dip in
weird, but
Shima, and you shouldn't
I
dip
saw
in
you do
Shima
that in the
until after
documentary. I
Mishnah
thought it was
here,
weird
so
that
you
he's
should
a
dip
weirder
in sitting
live
down on the
person.
plane/bus with less
Okay,
concentration.
put the fucking sign there. Put your
Post it on Reddit.
What should one do if the king went to New York and the million was already up to Shimoni Isri and why?
Jeremiah Watkins on social media. Jeremiah stand up on something. What is it, Jeremiah? Go ahead. This is the longest part of the show.
In what cases would one say Shimoni Isri before Shema?
He has a new video up. He has a new podcast out. He's got
When you
everything.
leave on a trip before Mashiach here, you should say Shema Yisir standing up before you leave and say Shema after Mashiach here. 2. If you come to Morit and realize that you won't be able to start Shimoni Isri with the Manan, then you should skip Shema and say it afterwards.
from this.
Wow.
When is it appropriate to say Shema while you are
How
traveling?
about a big hand for the one, the only Carol Baskins, Jetski Johnson, everybody.
When is it appropriate to say Shimoni Isri while you are traveling?
Jetski, plug something.
I've got no shows coming up. See me at all my canceled shows. No, this has been great. Being able to have this to look forward to every week. Being this flat on town today gives me something to do, something to look forward to.
Concentration, basic concentration.
Take care of each other.
I am doing this mitzvah because Hashem wants me to. If you don't have concentration, you don't get the mitzvah, and you must do it again.
This live, I gotta see this live.
People would lose their minds. There we
Please
are. We're not
explain
holding
how it
back.
applies to
1,000
Kriya
miles an
Shema.
hour. We're trying for these people that are watching the stream. So
You need to have Kavanah while saying Kriya Shema and think I'm doing this because Hashem commanded me.
Positive feedback that I got across all platforms.
According to the Mishnah Gibura, when does it apply and what's the
Literally one of the
exceptions?
most positive responses I've ever gotten in the history of the show. So hats up to you on that.
Thank you. And next up is Joel, so get ready for all that bad feedback.
Here we go. Naughty little.
Saturday, middle of the
We
week.
got a naughty little
It
kid
can be
over
about
here. The
launch
big
donation,
gay,
a bar
big
mitzvah
gay
slash symbol.
tiger, ladies and gentlemen. It was Tony the Tiger,
When
but
he was
let's face
Chapin,
it, that's
what
really the
was
great
our high
Gilbert
model's
Joel
approach to
Jimenez, everyone.
guillotine?
At Mostly Sorry on social media. What
He
else?
would follow like the middle of the short, so if the short said guillotine, he would say guillotine.
Shout out to Ludwig for just
When
sponsoring
he
me
was
through
not
these hard
Chapin,
times.
what was our high model's approach to guillotine?
I told you I like White Club. I like White Club.
You shouldn't play guillotine except for rebellions or people who felt these matched with the things with the fracture they're in.
People working out there, we love you. We're doing this for you guys. So, hell yeah.
What do you think that our high and honest conduct teach us about the Minhagim?
Red Band?
Hey, check me out on Rogan Podcast today. Also, Dead Air tomorrow. And I've been doing a lot of VR stuff lately on
What should one do if a family minhag differs from a shul minhag?
Alex, so check that out. Thanks a lot, guys.
There you go. Look out. There might be
Follow
other
the
fun
shul
stuff
out
coming
Maris
here.
Chapin
Who
and
knows?
personally do your own
Maybe a
minhag.
brand new Tony Hinchcliffe podcast
What
coming
is
from
the historical
absolute
origin of the
scratch.
Sephardic music
Debuting
of Tefillah?
perhaps as soon as this week. I implore you, follow my social media closely. There may be a whole new hit show with a much
What is the
smaller
historical
cast,
origin of the
perhaps.
Ashkenazic music of
Perhaps
Tefillah?
lugging around a bunch of people with me was not these. Anyway, fun things for you to watch this week.
What is the
Like I said
historical
last week,
origin of music
Downfall.
Ari?
Watch Hitler in a bunker for 2.5 hours. That's always fun. Death Proof. That's the movie of Tarantino's that got buried in the double feature called Grindhouse. But don't watch
According to
Grindhouse.
Siprim, when
Just
you
watch
changes
Death Proof.
music
It's
of
a standalone
Tefillah.
movie, perhaps, in
Why?
my opinion, Kurt Russell's greatest performance of his life. And you know what I rewatched this week, even though it's historically considered a great movie,
According to Miss
yeah, I
Agin,
forgot how
when
fucking
one
great
changes
it was.
music of Tefillah.
There Will Be Blood.
Why?
I mean, but fucking ridiculous. And if there's any,
That's what I say.
if there's been fun,
According to Chassidim, when one changes music of Tefillah. Why?
Great that movie is. There Will Be Blood. Got married by a bunch
You
of
can
other
always
movies
switch
that
to
year.
music
and
already
the
because it
Oscars
works for
was
everyone
crazy
all the
music came out
17.
that one year and it sort of
Ashkenaz
got
might
lost,
only work
but
for Ashkenaz and Sepharad might only work for Sepharad, but Misach Ari is made to fit the needs of every sheik's prayers. So someone can always
We're going to
change
be
to
back
it.
again next week doing the exact same, right?
According to the Mishnah
Right.
Gibura,
Oh, wait, we
when
got
one
Ryan J on
changes
the line.
music
That's
of
right. Let's check it with
Tefillah,
Ryan J. Ebel. Yes.
they can never
There's the
change their
drawing.
Tefillah because
Hi,
this is one of the
Ryan
ways
J.
that we connect to our ancestors through Minhagim.
Thanks.
Ryan
And
J.
we're more
Can you hear
connected
us?
to our family, ancestors, and community.
Wow.
We are stronger when we're connected.
Oh, wow, that's cool.
Jesus, that is so fucking.
According to the Mishnah
I'm
Gibura, what
definitely
would a
going
minhag
to
be
take one of
illegitimate?
those prints Sure enough.
If the midnight goes against the Gemara or something that everyone agrees is a valid inference about the
Yeah,
Gemara,
I say it all the time. I'll say it even again. Watching this guy's art grow along
what
with
seven
the
prayers
show
may be said in English.
an absolute special treat. If
Shema,
you look at some
Shema
of the first
Esri,
drawings,
Berchet
they
Hands
are,
On,
while they've always
Kiddushon
been
Shavu,
amazing,
Breakot
they
on
were
Mitzvah,
sort of,
Breakot on Fruit
how would you
Haleo.
describe Ryan? Sort of like less dimensional, I guess we could say.
Mishnah Broya says three cases where we are discouraged from debating in English. What
Now
are they?
it's just, I mean, we are all operating on a whole new level. I mean, it is just incredible. That is so fucking cool. Consider me the
What are
first
two
buyer of that
translations
print
of the word Meshinantim?
And everything's on sale right now, RyanJebelt.com.
That's right. I got all my
It
pictures
means that
framed.
you should teach.
Everything's
Two,
all around my entire
You should
place.
teach it so
I
well
believe
that
it's
when
like
you ask him a question
museum.
on it, a person should not just
I
say
love you all.
one
Stay
answer.
safe. Stay quarantined. Don't be an idiot. Don't smoke pot with your friends. Don't
According
drink
to the
with your
Mishnah
fucking
Berurah,
friends.
what are three words
Let's
we
all
have
get rid
difficulty
of this dumb
translating?
shit so we can get back to doing live shows. All right. Good night, everybody.
S. Tartasos, Veshinavatam. According to the Mishnah Berurah, why are we discouraged from praying in English? Because Hebrew doesn't translate into English perfectly, so a lot of the words we might not have the fully correct meaning/translation for them. If you already read Shema, and you hear the Minyan saying it, what should you do? Why? You should say the first 6 words out loud with them, because if you don't, then it looks like you're rejecting the statement they're saying. They're accepting all Matthews, Shamaim, and furthering Hashem's agenda. I'm not saying if you say no, I am going to do my own thing.
Right next to you.
If you already said Ashrei or Lanu, and you hear the Minyan saying it, what should you do? Why?
Normally that's where I would come
You
out,
should say it
flail
with
my
them,
arms in
because
the
that's
air,
the records.
say hello
That
everybody,
if someone's
and the crowd
doing
goes
someone's
wild
good, then
all
you should
around
join
me.
them rather than separate
We're
yourselves
a
from them.
long way away from that. But welcome to another episode of
Please translate the words.
Quarantine Edition, where we
Hashem opens up his
all
hands
around the
and
world.
satisfies every
We
living
weren't
thing
able
with
to
its
do that
desires.
before during the normal live show, but now we can.
What
We're
is
on
the
the
main
internet,
pasuk in
everybody.
Pasuk K to
Only on the
Simra?
internet. Exciting stuff. So here we are, and a lot of our shows have been rescheduled. So those
What are
that
3
you
practical
have
halakot about the main pasuk in Eshrei?
July 31st and August 1st, Sacramento, Kill Tony, the Road to Kill Tony Mania, October
What is the
14th,
most important part of Shema? First pasuk, Shema Yisrael Hashem Elokeinu Hashem Echad. What are 2 practical halakot about the most important part of Shema?
20th and 21st in Washington, D.C. again, according to this current schedule.
What is the most important part of
going
Shema
back on the road,
Israel?
maybe, when this stuff clears up, maybe.
What you do
The
this
first
week?
bracha.
What you do,
I haven't talked to people, I think, in a week, so.
what you do,
What
I know.
practical halacha
Oh, I
applies
live
to
with
the
an
most
agent,
important
maybe
part of
that's
Shema
it.
Israel?
What are you doing? What did you
If you
do
can
this week?
What
promise
did
me
I
on what
do
the words
this
mean
week
for the
again?
entire
Just
Shemana Esrei, at least
working on
learn the
a few
translation of the
little
first
side
bracha
projects,
and know each word meaning.
shooting some stupid things.
If you said Mori
That
Hachim
probably
during the
no one
summer,
will see
what should you
or
do?
pay any attention
Why?
Any new shows you watch?
to. Oh,
Repeat
boy.
Shemana Esrei.
I've been
Because
really
ring now is bad since it
rewatching
will
a lot
make
of
the
great
clocks get
movies.
nervy.
Saw a few good ones that went under my radar this
If you
week. The
said Tony
producers
Matar
here
in the
recommended a
summer,
movie
what
called
should
The
you do?
Master that I never got
Why?
to see. Reminded me of how
Repeat
great Philip
Shemana Esrei
Seymour
because you're
Hoffman
not
was.
supposed to
What is
say it
that?
this summer as it
Just
is
a
a
great
curse.
movie. Philip Seymour Hoffman and Joaquin Phoenix, and a movie directed by the guy that
In the olden
directed
days,
There Will
who
Be
was the
Blood.
champion supposed to wait for before
Went under my
repeating
radar when
Shemana
it came out.
Esrei?
Watched it.
Why?
Very weird, but loved it, you know.
For 6 to
You
10
remind
people
yourself
to
the whole time
finish
that it's from
Shemana
the director
Esrei.
of There Will Be Blood.
Because you should be
You know,
considerate of
makes it
others'
so that
time
you get it.
and start
You're
one
like,
sore
this part's
instant.
trippy because it's supposed to be trippy. Blah, 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 blah.
Nowadays, which 2
Through the
people should
Ozarks,
check and wait for
of
before
course.
repeating Shemana
All the
Esrei?
Ozark episodes
Why?
gone. Yeah.
Someone who defends properly or Rabbi says they go at the right place.
With
And
one
you
of my
don't want
favorite
to make
actors in the
people
world,
miss
Ben
out on
Mendelsohn.
Kedusha
The
and
guy
Siemens
who you
also
can look
for
up
the
and all
other
of his
people who
movies are
defend
great.
properly to
Is that the
defend
guy that's always
properly.
drinking?
Yep. So he's drinking in every movie and show that he's
If
ever
you
been
did
on.
so
Even
long
when he was
Shimon
in one
eats
of the
very
Star Wars
properly and
movies,
just
the
third
bad
people
guy.
will laugh at you,
I'm like,
what
well,
should you
this
do?
will be the movie that he can't drink on, and then sure enough, he's on the
Defend
fucking
Shemana
Death
Esri,
Star
then
and
take your 3
Imperial
steps
ship
early
with a
even though
fucking
you're not
scotch
finished.
halfway through
Then
it.
finish Shimon is right elsewhere.
Unbelievable, that guy.
Ben Mendelsohn. If anybody knows Ben Mendelsohn, tell him
What are
that.
3 things you are supposed to do when the champion repeats Shimon is right?
Fun stuff happening. I don't know what you guys are doing with your extra money. Maybe you're giving it to fundraisers. Maybe you're giving it to your
When will the
elderly
cousin's repetition of
grandparents. You don't have a
Shimon
lot.
is
I'm
right
taking mine and I'm keeping it in my wallet. I have a Ridge wallet. I love my Ridge wallet. I'm holding on to my money in there. I'm giving it to no fundraisers. All these fucking fundraisers, by the way. Every single one of them. Read what you're giving
but when
to
people
me.
answer
Please,
it's a
for the
totally
love of
different
God,
job.
if it says portions of the proceeds go to, that means almost nothing's
What do you
going to
think
that
should one have
charity.
in mind when he says amen?
Yeah, that's a portion. Don't give your money away.
When whatever
Don't
we
trust
say in the
anybody.
branch is true,
Unless there's literally
if it's
a
a prayer,
nurse on
as
the
a blessing,
sidewalk like,
it will
I need a
hopefully
mask,
happen.
and you have an extra mask. Don't give anybody anything. Put it all in your
Please
Ridge wallet.
explain.
The Ridge is a mineral front, it's
A
a mineral
person
front
can't enjoy
pocket
this world
wallet.
without
It's
making it
designed to
brancha. We
streamline
should
what you
put
carry
passion
every
before
day.
any
There's
enjoyment that we
30,000
have in this
5-star
world.
reviews. It is a better way to carry your cash and cards.
Please name
It's
the 3
incredible.
types
You
of
have one of these. I have
zircon
one
and
of these.
explain what
Everybody
each
has
name
one.
means.
Yeah, and it has that protection too. So like, if a lot of scammers
Zircon and
nowadays are trying to steal your
Brahms
credit
on
card numbers,
enjoyment
they have
work
these
on
devices.
branches on
And
mix
they're
of
just
Naki
in the
Shiva
area
Yoga. Branches
around
of
you
praise
and
and
take your credit card numbers because it has that chip in it. So it
What
protects
do
you
we
from
thank
that. It's
passion for
also
in the
so
branch of
small,
the
so
locating
that you can put
Shama?
in your front pocket. You can empty out that big clunker
For
of a wallet
returning
that
on
you've
the
been sitting
Shamas
on
to
for
us
so
and
long.
the Shamas
It
to
really
not
minimalize
and have come
everything
back.
that you do with your wallet.
It's incredible. It's a no-brainer. If you're having trouble getting laid, it'll help
According
you
to the
get laid.
Rabbi,
If you're
what
having
should
trouble
one do
making
without
friends, it'll
relocating
make
the Shama
people
if he
like
stayed
you.
up all
If you're
night?
having trouble with your money, it'll make you more money. You have to take your money seriously. Protect
Some
it
say you
with
do
something
say you
made of
and some say you
titanium
don't.
alloy.
Because if you
Go to
locate the Shema is a
Ridge.com
Berg is name and then you
/Hilton
can make a
and
branch
save
if it didn't
10%
happen.
on a Ridge wallet right now. That's Ridge.com/Hiltony and
According
save
to the Quad
10%
Negative,
right now.
what should one do without relocating the Shama if he stayed up
Hey,
all night? Why?
we're in it now. It's all happening. It
You
has
should
been
because it's
a
a Kiyat Shiva Hara and branch about praise.
day.
You can only say this if there is
Big
no
day. I say
enjoyment.
moment, but today is a Corona big day.
According to the conclusion of the Shama Shiva, what should
We've
one
been
do
telling
without
you about
relocating the
Infinite
Shama
CBD
if
for a
he
while.
stayed
They've
up
got
all
the
night?
best CBD products on the
Why?
market. High-end pure CBD isolate.
You're not supposed to say Eloki Nishama, but
They've
when
got a
you hear
wide
someone
range of
else say it, you
products,
say amen.
gummies, and
So you give
topical
credit for the
creams,
brancha
and
and
this
you
month
also
we want to
got
tell
to
you
do
about their
list of making a brancha
Yeah,
Levatala.
Lou, Brian, you know about
It's great, man. They gave me a bottle of it, and
In
I
what
forgot I
case,
had it. I
all
poured
three
it out the
opinions
other day
agree.
because even at home, there's nothing to do. There's a lot of
If you
sex
take
going
the
on,
previous
so I
day,
put
then
on
you
my
can make
CBD
Eloki
loop, and
Nishama that
it
day.
worked amazing. Accidentally slipped in there a couple times. Might work too good.
What do
Wow,
they
might
agree
work
on?
too good, and that's just on his hand, everybody.
If
He
you
uses
took
it
it
on
out the day
his
before that,
hand.
you can say
His
Eloki
hand flew out the
Nishama.
window. His hand flew out of the window. Got so goddamn slippery.
What brancha have the
Flew
symptom
out of
is
the window.
Eloki
He had to get a
Nishama?
brand new hand attached at the hospital, which is not a good time to have to go to the hospital to get a hand transplant, people.
What do we thank
Go to
passion for in that brancha?
InfiniteCBD.com, find the product that's right for you, and if you use the code
For wiping the
Tony15,
sleep
you'll get
from our eyes and
15% off your
tiredness
order.
from our
That's
eyes.
InfiniteCBD.com, Tony15, get 15% off.
Please
That's
translate the following
InfiniteCBD.com, use
concept.
the code Tony15 for 15% off.
For what was the landmark?
All right. Fun times. We have a bunch of fun things lined up for today's
And
show.
why should we not have
The
been punished?
regulars are in the stable. We have a bunch of
Because
comedians
we're
who
learning
sent
for it
in a
all
minute
day,
and are
and it's
waiting on the
supposed to
line
protect you.
or about to be on the line. And but we also have a band.
Why were we
Everybody,
punished?
believe it or not, every single episode, well, except for the
Because we
first couple
learned it for the
quarantine
wrong
episodes, but
reasons.
now we are back to them doing characters each episode. We don't know what
What are
they're
the
going to be. About 10
differences we
minutes
discussed
ago, they
between
went off
Torah
into the
and
other
other
room, started
disciplines?
getting ready. We're going to find out right now what they are tonight. They commit to being
The
as different
literature even
characters
says
throughout
that once that is
show.
Torah you are
Maybe
hugging
it's a
and
famous
kissing
character from the
Hashem.
past.
Nothing
We've seen
else is
multiple
like
times.
hugging
Maybe it's a
Hashem.
brand new character.
We won't
Like
find the
last
reason
week,
we
they're
are
gonna
here
cast
in
the Tiger
algebra.
King for the first time ever. That was in the news episode was topical and it was hilarious.
Is Burkett
Let's find out who
Hot
they are tonight, ladies and gentlemen. I present to you the best damn band in the land, the Kill Tony Band. Jeremiah Watkins, Jet Ski Johnson, and Gilbert Jolson.
When there's a 50% chance that you got the mix, you have to make it a 100% chance. Please explain the question.
Okay. Let's find out
If
what
there
they
is a
are
50%
tonight.
chance
Boy, the crowd
that you
goes.
fulfill the Durvanic, if it is too hard to make it a 100% chance, then it is sufficient.
Gustav, I remember you.
You remember me?
Yeah,
What
I
should
do.
one
How
do
you
to
been,
venture
Gustav?
whether or not
I'm
to send Burkett Hot Torah?
Oh, Gustav, what hard fuck.
Say it again to be 100% sure.
On my travels, I got some.
Oh my God, Gustav, those are
Why
aggressive.
should one be allowed to say
What,
pesto king
where are you
before
from
Burkett
again?
Hot Torah?
Sweden?
I'm from Germany.
Germany. Hey, all
Talking
right,
to Hashem
cool.
by
And who do
borrowing
we got
Dovey
next to you
Hamlet
there?
words and Moshe's words to speak with
My
Hashem.
name is Anna, and I come from a magical land called Iceland.
Anna from Iceland. Wow, aren't
Why
you a
should
sweet
one
little
not be
thing?
allowed
What
to
is-
say
what is-
pesto
what's
king
what's
before
something
Burkett
about you
Hot
we should
Torah?
know about?
Thank you for saying I'm sweet, but I cannot take a compliment. Or
Because
no
we are
throw
directly
up. It's
quoting the
breakfast
words
on a
from the
Saturday
Torah,
night.
it doesn't matter whether you are
Anna,
concentrating or
wow, you
not.
are a wild one. And what do we got back here? My guess is
How
a
does this
Cuban
question
guy
affect
with
the laws of
full-blown
Tefillah?
AIDS.
I mean, you have to ask about that.
If something is
correct?
either Torah or Tefillah, then if you are saying as part of Tefillah, then you don't need to say Burkett Hot Torah.
How you say my
If
friend
it's
coming
Torah
with
and
their
Tefillah, then you do need Burkett Hot Torah.
Mr. St. Weiss, you are
How does this question
Cuban?
affect the laws of Tisha B'Av?
You think Joey Diaz fan?
Oh, I love it. The
You
church
don't
of
learn
is
on
happening
Tisha
now.
B'Av, so
Wow.
if prayer is just prayer, then you can pray on Tisha B'Av, but if it is considered learning, then you wouldn't be able to pray certain parts of Tefillah on
Right.
Tisha B'Av.
Okay, so you have a Cuban, an Icelander, and the German,
How
Gustav.
does this question
Brian and
affect
his
the laws of
soundboard.
Rothschild and Vitella?
Ads are done. We read our date, so let's just jump right into tonight's episode.
Can you open
Your
up the
first
show
comedian
Chiara
is
can
going
read
in
the Bradshaw and
uninterrupted
consider it Torah
minutes, and then
and
he's talking with
Tefillah?
us. Goes by the name, wow, I know
Why
this
should
guy.
one be
Speaks
allowed to
voice. Here we
interrupt
go.
between
Brian
Burkett
Keller.
Hot Torah
Everybody
and
play
learning?
Brian Keller up, guys.
Because a Jew's soul isn't into physical enjoyment. When it comes to Torah, a Jew's soul never gets distracted from Torah, so there is never a distraction to the soul.
33. I live home with my parents. I don't make my bed. I don't do my
Why should one not be allowed to interrupt? Because we aren't as spiritual as we wish, and we do get distracted on a physical level.
I've been fighting for like 13 years.
Is one allowed to interrupt between Burkett's Hot Torah and learning, or not?
Dad,
No.
breakfast. A couple minutes. And, you know,
What Minhag is based on the previous question.
It's been a hard, long road.
We say Yavirik and Ilutivaram right after we make Burkett Hot Torah, so it won't be an Egyptian. Because they are passage from the Torah, so we learn Torah immediately after. If you stayed up all night, why should you make a Burkett Hot Torah?
So, you know, I grew up, you know,
If it's a Burkett Shiva Fehada, we should show our admiration whether we slept or not.
like, till I was about 30. And I didn't, it's really...
Why should you not make a Burkett Hot Torah? If it's a Burkett Hayanim, since our Nishama loves Torah, if you stayed up, there hasn't been a real separation.
Brian Keller. Wow.
According to the Mishnah Ibura, what should you do about Burkett
This is
Hot Torah if you
awesome.
stayed
Hello,
up all
Brian.
night?
What's up? What's going on?
Let me
Hearing from
update the
someone
cast
else,
and crew
answer
here,
in
guys.
and have
Brian
in mind to be yes
Keller is one of the great fighters in the UFC. I just watched him
According
take
to
a
the
man
first agreement
out
in
in the
Mishnah
first
Ibura,
round,
what
getting
condition
the...
must be met for
Did you
10
get the
people to count
performance
as a
of the night
Minhag?
that night in January?
Yeah, man.
He has the same height slash same
before
ring.
this whole situation, so that was good. I got paid in January before all
According
this.
to the
Fuck
second
yeah,
opinion in
dude,
Mishnah
that is
Ibura,
incredible.
what
I was
condition
actually
may be
watching
met
that
instead
fight.
of
I
the
went
above
over to our
condition?
buddy Pete's house for that. We had to drive out there.
We only
We
need
ate
to see
pasta
each
and
other.
watch the UFC fights, and I was telling him when
When
that
10
fight
people
started,
are
I
in
go,
one
oh
place
fuck,
and
this is
one person
awesome.
is
This
in
guy's
another place, when
a
can the
big Kill
individual
Tony
answer
fan.
Kaddish with
He's
them?
like, which one? I'm like, that guy, you know what I mean? And
If
then to
there is
watch
no
how you
bathroom
made
or
me
church in
really
between,
invested, and it was awesome to watch you fucking go out there and almost rip a
when
guy's
can he
arm
not
off.
answer
Right? Was it an
Kaddish with
armbar?
them?
What?
If there are crutches or bathrooms in between.
That's
nervous for their shit in my face.
There are two reasons we say Kalmalek and when we say Shima without a manana.
We got lit up by a German over here.
I want to get it to 248 words to replace segment to Petra.
I only see the first half of it.
Why do we not say Kalmalek means when we say Shima together with a manana? Because the children will eat fashion anti-somethings getting us to 248 when we say amen.
I don't know what sitting down was. I'm confused.
Did not do that.
What are 11 common mispronunciations we should avoid
Not so
when we
much
say Shima?
question more of a comment. I saw your sentence. Let's just say I've witnessed a lot of all the things in my life, like the Holocaust, and that was by far worse.
Oh my God.
What body postures are always permitted while saying Shima?
It's true. It's very good.
Standing, lying on your
How old are
side.
you? How did you witness the Holocaust?
Oh, I mean like family members, you
What
know.
body postures are always forbidden while saying Shima?
Put your ass in a guillotine. Come with me.
Brian,
Body postures are sometimes permitted and sometimes forbidden.
Brian Boone Kelleher, you're over.
Lying loosely on stomach or head tilted on side.
All right. Brian, this was awesome. Have you ever done stand-up on a stage before with a microphone and stuff?
If person sick or fat.
I'm down to try it. You know, I wanted to try it like real time, but I knew like
When
this
are
was
they
a
forbidden?
cool opportunity to get on.
Where are you at? Where are you
Any
based
person
out
that
of?
easily tilt to their
I'm in
side.
Long Island, New York.
Oh, okay.
Mom's basement, right? Yeah.
According to the Rambam, when is it exaggerated to
I
differ?
love it. So you've really lived with your parents your whole life?
Once a day.
Yeah, man. I mean, I have a lot of money saved up from fighting so
According
far,
to the
but I'm kind of
Rambam,
waiting to
when is
make
it
the move. Like, my
exaggerated to differ?
girlfriend's in her internship right now to become like a
When you are in
dietitian,
distress.
so I'm kind of waiting till that settles, and then we're gonna get a house.
I love it. I'd
What
imagine
is
it
the
gets
origin
even
of the
into the
non-Hebrew
octagon.
god of
Like if
Shimon
all
the
these
Israeli?
guys thought like they still lived in their parents' house, it would
Everyone would
probably
take it
help
in
them.
their
Like
own
McGregor
language,
got rich.
once a day
He
for
gets a
all
little
that
bit
they
soft,
needed.
right?
Rabbis say that they were not speaking properly, so they made a formal text.
I'm 33. I live at home also. This is great. Yeah, you have seen my
If you forgot how you would be able in Rosh Kodesh Morim, what should you do? Why?
This is what I've been doing for years.
You don't go back for it, because in the olden days they would never start being Rosh Kodesh at night because they didn't pronounce the day Rosh Kodesh since before the calendar was recent holy. So we treat the night as
Awesome,
holy.
man. That is so cool. What do you do when you're not training or
If you forgot
fighting?
your Yavu in Rosh Kodesh, Shacharit, or Ninja, and remember before Modin, what should you do?
Sometimes I do, I just like mix it up workouts.
You should say Yavu immediately and then continue with Modin.
Watching Kill Tony. Sometimes
If you
I
forgot
write like rap
your
and I'll
in
sing a
Rosh
little
Kodesh,
bit.
Shacharit,
Dude,
and remember before
I
you
got bad
3
news
steps
for you,
back,
Brian.
what
We
should you do?
definitely have to get a sample of something that you can rap
Then
or
you should go back to
in any
reset and
way.
continue until the end.
Yeah, even Snoop agrees. We gotta get
If you
just
forgot
even
your
just a
Yavu in
couple
Rosh
lines
Kodesh,
or something,
Shacharit,
but
and
you can do
remember
whatever
after
you
you
want.
3 steps back,
I got you
what should
something
you
right
do?
here, acapella style.
Okay. Brian Boone
You should
Kelleher, live
repeat
on
Shimoni
Kill Tony. This is
Israeli.
the guy that beats man's asses for a living.
How much personal
Bonuses,
space is
stands
it
out
given
above
you're
other
entitled to?
fighters on a pay-per-view card. He's about to rap here
For
on
a
Kill
modern
Tony
friend.
Quarantine number 4.
I'm gonna sing it a little singing.
What are 2
You wanna go
reasons he's
straight and
entitled
go
to this
soft on
space?
us? Feel free.
Hey,
So
that's
what?
like my parents. Might as well go
Convening
fucking
is a
soft.
conversation with passion, and it isn't polite to walk in between people talking to Galati as distracted if you walk close to them.
I hope they don't hear it.
What are 2 nafkaminos between these 2
Brian,
reasons?
hit us with something. Go ahead.
Alright. Kill Tony, the golden pole.
What should you do if you finish Shimoni Israeli and the person behind you is still defeating?
Got the best bet.
Yeah.
You shouldn't take 3 steps back and should stay where you are. You could still continue to leaning though. You can also take apart your feet if you want.
Everybody watching back at home.
Please explain the concept of Mary saw you. Doing something that looks like it is forbidden, but it isn't really forbidden.
Damn, that was beautiful.
get the first one.
An example of Marizion in a
Is his name
Bodhidharma.
BBK or B2K? That was beautiful.
A person walking in near the statue of an idol, and they drop some
I
coins
love
in
that.
front of the idol, and then he bends down to pick it
tonight?
up. It looks as though he's going to the idol, even though he's just picking up his
New
coins.
favorite UFC fighter.
God, that is so fucking cool.
Please give an example of Marizion in Kashras.
It is incredible.
I think it's
You
kind of
walk
crazy
into
that I have a
McDonald's to go
fighter.
to
I
the
feel like I'm
bathroom.
softer
It
on
looks
the
like
inside
you're going to
than,
buy
like, most
non-kosher
other
food,
fighters
even
that, like,
though
come
you're
with,
just
like, a
going to the
tougher
bathroom.
upbringing and everything. So for me, like looking back, I'm like, how did this happen? You know?
Please give an example of
So fucking
Marizion
cool.
in
This guy
Divine.
choked a man out so fucking hard that his arms were pinned
If
underneath him
someone
and he
in the
had to
room is
tap
wearing a
with
cross
his
on
foot.
their neck,
I will say
and
it
during
one more time. He
knocking
had
you
to
bow down, it might look
tap
like you're
with
going
his
to the
foot.
cross.
Basically, like, please get rid of him, out of here.
Made him tap dance.
What should one do if the cross comes in front of him during Shemoni Israel?
That is absolutely right.
You
Honest,
should
right?
face
Your
a different
parents love you.
direction,
We love you,
because it's
Brian.
better to
Thanks
face a
for
different direction
thanks
than
for
the Russian
performing. I
and
loved
looking
your
like you're
your
Tavini
minute.
and going to a
Definitely
cross.
home base. You talked
If
about
you've
where you
already
are
started
and
to
your
be in
setup, and
Shemoni
that's
Israel and the
part of the
cross
game.
is in front
This
of
is
you,
as
then
good
you
as the
just
set
shouldn't
gets
go
on
at
this
all.
quarantine edition.
Can I ask a prediction? Who do you got, KG and
If you're
Ferguson?
even alone, when should you take
I
3
got
steps
Ferguson.
forward after Shemoni Israel?
Because Ferguson had a lot of time to prepare for Khabib, and Gaethje's taking the fight
He's
short notice.
supposed
So
to rate the amount
I
of
think
time
it's
it
with
takes to
Ferguson.
walk 4 miles.
Yeah, I
The reason is cause Shemona Esri shouldn't be a
Brian,
burden,
awesome
so we should
stuff,
try to
dude.
actively
Thank you
want to
so
prolong
much.
it and
So
enjoy
fun
it.
to have you, and fresh off of a big win and a big win here
If
tonight
you
for
did
you
it
as
with a
well.
Milan,
Thank you so
when
much,
should
Brian
you take
Kelleher,
3 steps
everybody.
forward after Shemoni
Social media
Israel?
at Brian Boo
Why?
1315. Thank you, Brian.
You shouldn't take 3 steps forward until the checking starts Kedusha or the checking starts Shemona Esri. The reason is cause you don't want to make Shemona Esri look like a burden, to make it look like that we want to prolong that meeting with passion, and don't want to stop.
6 seconds, that'd be great. It's just crazy.
What are 2
How cool
reasons
was that?
we
What a
don't
fun
turn
way to
around
start the
until
show.
Chazarez
I'd love to
Hashak
see him
is over?
come on stage next time we're in his hometown.
Yeah, absolutely.
When there is time,
Definitely. Or at
people
least we
might
are
think you
perhaps our
didn't
head of
pronounce the
security
words
for the New
properly
York
or
show.
skipped
That
some
would be
words or
fun.
didn't concentrate.
That'd be
2,
our
when
first
you
head
turn
of
around, it
security
might
that
be
can
distracting to the
actually
people
defend us
behind
the way
you.
we shape or form. That's fun. What a fun way to get it
When should the
started.
Chazin take 3 steps back after his repetition of Shemoni Israel? Why?
So, all right, let's keep it moving along, shall we? Let's
The
get
Chazin
straight
doesn't
into
need to
our
take his
next
3 steps
comedian,
back
even
after
though we don't know
Shemona
where this is
Esri.
sent from.
The 3
Could be from
steps
anywhere
that he
around the
takes
world.
at
This
the
is
end of
Mark
Kadosh and
Mosley,
Jerusalem
everyone.
counts for Shemona Esri.
There you go, Mark Kayla Mosley. Here we
Why
go.
is this surprising? Because he interrupts with so many things during his Shemona Esri, since usually you can't interrupt Shemona Esri. But really Eshrei, Revoltation, etc. are all just extensions of Shemona Esri. What are 3 nafkaminas from the above discussion?
Red flag or white flag, I guess. I apologize for this. I'm in my bed.
Please explain the concept of Shemaic announce.
Coronavirus.
That sometimes if I hear someone say a bracha, then it is as if I said the bracha myself. So there are certain break-off which I could hear the bracha and it's as if I said it myself.
Gotta say though.
What are 2 cases when one should not say Baruch Hu Baruch Shema? Why?
It required a lot more effort in my head, but
What is an amen ketufah?
Oh my
When he
God.
answered amen to only before the bracha
Mark
ends.
Kayla Mosley. There you go.
What is an amen
Hey,
ketufah?
we're getting better. Mark Kayla Mosley,
When you
everybody.
enter
Wow.
amen, but we
And
got
hello,
none,
you are
and
live.
always
It's
say
so
amen.
exciting to see you. How's it going?
What is an amen yasala?
so much better now.
Oh my
When you
God.
did not hear the bracha and you don't know the bracha is being said yet, you still say amen.
So that was real.
Yeah.
If you did not hear a bracha, what conditions must be fulfilled for you to answer
Are you one of the
amen?
girls who are making those toilet lids?
You need to know what bracha is being said. It can't be a bracha that you're being yodasi with a person other than you are saying, like Bakidush, Shofar Meglia.
So I have a really vulnerable immune
When is the
system,
proper time to answer
and
amen?
I came in contact with someone that had it. So they like totally screwed
Right after the
me
bracha
over.
finishes.
And this is before testing was readily
What
available.
is slash what hashakar?
So I.
Where are you from? Where are you?
The appearance of indirect
I didn't want
sunlight.
to tell you, but I'm from Fort Wayne, Indiana.
Oh no!
What is
One of
slash
our
nation?
favorite places of all time.
When you're able to recognize an acquaintance from far a lot away, or when it's light enough for you to notice the difference between a blue and white string on your
Like
zipset.
Skype, and she's like, "Stay calm, probably have it, knowing
What
you."
is slash
So
needs hot
she
trauma?
prescribed me what they get in minor cases. And
Sunrise.
I have been in quarantine for 4 weeks.
What is slash chat sun?
Yeah, and I had
Midday
to
and
constantly
midnight.
update her on my symptoms just to make sure I wasn't dying.
Please explain the
What did
term
they give
slash
you?
menshadema.
Hydroxychloroquine?
Yeah.
6.5 hours after the day starts, or half an hour after chat says, and 5.5 hours
100%
before
of the
night.
people that have taken this have said. That's very interesting.
Please
And so
explain
that
the
was,
term
how long
slash
ago was that that you
menshapatana.
had that you were given the medicine?
2 or 3 weeks ago.
Right.
3.5 hours after chat says, which is
like I said,
9.5 hours after the
technically
day starts, and 2.5 hours before the
case
night
of it,
starts.
but I'm positive that whatever I had, death
Please
was
explain the term
better
slash
option.
cloud
It
omicron.
was rough.
What makes your system
4.75 hours
immune
after
system
chat says,
vulnerable? What was
it's
it?
in between menshapatana and nighttime.
Who knows? Like, I think my mom was into heavy drugs.
What is
Oh,
slash
okay.
dia?
And did the person that gave it to you, were you on a date or something like that, or
No.
What is slash
It
masha?
was one of my stupid ass friends who like doesn't
Between
acknowledge
benefit and the
quarantine
disappearance
or
of indirect
travel
sunlight.
ban. So yeah,
That
we're
person,
real
was that
close
person
now.
sick
What
or
is slash
having any
psychopo
symptoms
gather?
or
Honestly,
disappearance
no,
of
and
indirect
that's what's so
sunlight.
scary about it. Like they never actually
Please
got
explain the
super
term
sick,
slash
even though
shower
they tested
demoniac.
positive. So
wow.
Each chance demoniac is 1/12th stage of daytime or nighttime. It also depends on the time of year to determine how long they are.
Wow, it's okay. Even UFC champions are living
What
with
is the
their
earliest time to put on
It's a
Fitbit?
cool thing to do.
did your parents get it?
Whenever you want.
no, I haven't seen them face to face in
What is
weeks.
the
Like I
earliest time to make a
stayed
bradshaw
in my
on
room.
Fitbit?
You guys are like some of the first people I've actually talked
After
to.
me, shy car. But if it's absolutely necessary, you could make it at a lot hashar.
Well, not seeing your mom for weeks is definitely a side effect of having a
What
mom
should you do
that,
if you have to put on
use
Fitbit
drugs
before the
with a
earliest time?
vulnerable immune system. That's a perk. She's out there
Put
just
it on
smoking
and then wait
rocks
until
while
a lot
you're sitting
hashar
in
and make the bradshaw on the Fitbit.
That's fun. So you're not working. What was
What
your
is the
job before
earliest
all
time to
this?
put on to fill in?
I'm a newspaper patch
Niche
reader
here.
and freelance artist.
The newspaper what?
What is the earliest time to say Shima?
What year are you from?
Niche here.
I'm a time traveler.
A newspaper patch
What is the latest time to say Shima?
Yeah,
According to the Legion Abraham.
for Sarah Connor?
So,
So that's the Terminator.
3 hours after a lot hashar.
movie, The Paginator.
What is the latest time to say Shima? According to Melagion.
What were you gonna say?
the patchmaker finds the most beautiful news.
3 hours after Net's Hachima.
Correct? Yeah, pretty much. I basically
What
like
is the
put
best
all
time
the
to say
stories
Shima?
in and make sure they fit and jump them to different pages.
Right before that, because you can say Shima and then right after say Shimani
But
is
that's the
Ray.
type of newspaper. There's
Connecting
still
the
a
two
big
of them.
business out in Fort Wayne, Indiana. That's how most people get their news.
Please explain
That
what
and
Fosican
the
means.
terrestrial radio they listen to. They listen to
Three
FM
different
93 for the
explanations.
news.
One student woke up early and dating Shima before Nets, and Sharma is Ray after Nets. To people who wanted to date in the best way possible that weren't students. Nowadays it refers to people who date in Shima, and Sharma is Ray at the best time.
The furnace here.
What is the show Shibara recommend saying the whole Shima during Corvina?
Artwork? That's a Ryan J. email back there, isn't it?
We're concerned that maybe Emilioni dating will say Shima too late, so you should say it at the beginning, and we'll still get the mitzvah even if the Emilioni thinks Shima after the latest
It's
time.
better that we plug him in the middle of the episode anyway, right? Okay. What
What
is
should
that
one
piece
do
of art?
about
Is that
Shima if he
yours?
missed the latest
Yeah,
time?
this is mine. don't know if you can see it.
Even if you say Shima late, you still get some credit, so even if it's too late, still say it anyways.
And I was drawing Rick and Morty while I was sitting here. So.
What should one do about the fracos of Shima if he missed the latest time?
Creator of Rick and Morty, Justin Roiland, a huge Kill Tony fan.
Talked to him the other day.
Yeah. He told us that he was going to
the
help
earliest time
make
for
our show
Shimoni is
known
great
by
in
the world
regular
as it deserves to be.
circumstances.
And then that week, they got picked up for like
Not
900
popular.
episodes. That's the Illuminati keeping this show from
When
going
is
to
the
the next
earliest
level
time
yet
for
again.
Shimoni
By
is
the way,
great in
how have we not
extenuating
changed that
circumstances.
travel ban in this hard times?
Along Hashem.
Mr. Sangui is still finding his footing early on in this episode.
According to the Major Abraham,
goes
one
on.
of the latest time for Shimoni is Ray.
Yeah, we got it, but it's because we don't have to run.
4 hours after Alon Hashochan.
Wow. So you've been in quarantine for 4 weeks. You
According to
live with your
Mel
parents.
what is the
What's your
latest
love
time
life
for
like?
Shimoni is Ray.
Totally non-existent.
4 hours
What was it
after
like
Nets.
before all this? What was it like 2 months ago?
What is the best time for Shimoni is Ray.
Why do you think that is? Nobody's trying to
Right
hook up
after
an
Nets.
imaginator?
Oh, yeah, no, it's a real sexy
When can you
job.
date
I
and
don't get it.
Shimoni is Ray between Alon and
No,
Nets.
I get brozone really fast.
In extenuating circumstances when it won't be possible to date him after
The
this
last guy I
time.
was involved with asked me to be the best man at his wedding.
Oh
When
my
can you date and
god.
Shimoni is Ray between 4 hours and checks out.
That sounds worse than quarantine.
If a person was in extenuating circumstances
That's
and can
would
only
you say
date
that
them
you would
between
do it?
after 4
He said, yeah,
hours
bro,
and
let's do
checks out.
it.
Well, we were in a Taco Bell, so I thought it was a
What should
joke.
one do if he did not date and
So I said
Shimoni
yes,
is Ray on time by accident?
And no, it didn't end up happening.
He should say to Shimona Esrice at the next prayer.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
I'm curious, since you've been in your room
What should
for
one
4
do
weeks,
if he
what
does
is
not
your
even
daily
Shimoni is
routine
Ray
been
on
like?
time on
Because that's
purpose?
easy for you to kind of go stir crazy without
There is
leaving
no way
that
to make it
area.
up.
But then again, you're used to Fort Wayne, Indiana, which
What should one do
the
if he
most
did not
exciting
even
thing to
Shimoni
do.
is Ray
Your
on
day
checks out
starts
by
and ends. It's the
accident?
most exciting place. But go
He
ahead,
should
tell
date
us
him
what
to
happened.
Shimona Esrice on Ninja.
Yeah.
Okay, it was
What should one do if he did not even Shimoni is Ray by checks out on
sometimes
purpose?
cry because my eyeballs felt like they were
Nothing he can do.
from the fever I was running. And then
If your midnight dating's too late, what should you do?
Sit and binge watch Kill Tony, like no
Date
joke.
him alone, since it is better to date him on time and learn him at the right time and with him
I've
enough.
been hanging out with them virtually every single day.
What is the earliest time to date him, Ninja?
They say that Kill Tony has been
Ninja, get
confirmed
him
that
up.
it cures cancer, so it should be good for the coronavirus.
According to the
Yeah,
Shulch and Eric,
here you
what
are,
is the
someone
best time
with
to
the
date him,
actual
Ninja?
coronavirus. Watch Kill Tony, they binge the episodes, and now they are back in perfect health, everyone. So, I mean, this is another
According to
example of
All
this
You
show
Hate, what is the
changing
latest
the
time to
world.
date him,
I
Ninja?
100% believe this. This is not a joke. I know a
Black
lot of
Ninja,
people
which is
think
1 1/4
Tony's
hours
doing a
before
joke. No,
nighttime.
I'm serious. This show clearly proves
According
cures
to
the
the rabbis,
coronavirus.
what is
We've
the
heard of it
latest time to
curing
date him,
cancer.
Ninja?
We've had a lot of people with AIDS on the show. They've
You
got
can date
better,
him all the
including
way
being
until
hosted
nighttime.
by Amanda
Dr. Drew
Hayes.
is calling because of Tony gets really pregnant.
According to All You Hate, what is the earliest time to date him, Mallory?
Yes, the ritual.
Black Ninja, which is also what he says is the latest time
So
to date
many,
him,
so
Ninja.
many different versions.
The Ridge Wallet, Adamantium, coming soon.
What
According
is
to
the
the
weirdest
rabbis,
thing in your
what
room
is the
that
earliest time to
you
date him,
used to
Mallory?
masturbate with? That's a red band question.
It is the same as the latest time for Ninja. According to them, is no
The
time.
views of red band
Either
are
it
not that
means
of the
Shaggy,
Kill Tony
according to
podcast.
them, Gale, or side hack what happened according to the major
I have
of
to
the
answer.
Yeah, you do have to answer though.
Like a thermometer?
Please translate the term.
No, okay, so this,
When
I
you do
guess
two
this would
things
be
that
my
are mutually
fact.
exclusive, meaning that only one of them can be correct and the other one has to be wrong.
Which means basically my vagina is like
Is
a
that the
Chinese
Jesus
food
was
wrap.
referred? Wait,
What two
what?
types of tardy to Sadri are discussed in the Shulch and Eric.
This is my muscle sleep.
So is what is vaginismus?
According to the Shulch and Eric, what is the latest time to date him, Ninja and Mari?
So it's like constantly in battle mode. So anytime something tries to get inserted, it's like red flag, no. And
what is the earliest time for the mitzvah of saying Shema at night?
So wait,
it's like a vice, basically.
Side hack or
it
Kevin?
blocks things from going inside of it?
Yeah.
What should you do if you're not sure when the earliest time is?
But what about once you get through it?
On
Does it,
mitzvah day,
is it
so we have to
even
make sure we are 100% sure that we did the mitzvah. So you should wait until you're 100% sure that it is side hack or Kevin, not 90%. Then you should read Shema.
I mean, you have to go to the butt, right? You also have sweaty noses.
What should you do if you read Shema too early at night?
I think a lot of girls have that.
Then say it again after side hack or Kevin, but before chant out of the night.
Oh my
That way you'll get the
Wow,
mitzvah in the
that
proper time.
sounds like the worst thing ever. You know what? You know what you should do?
What should you do if
when
you
get
read
off
the
this
very
phone
call of
call with us,
Shema
you
too
should go
early
beat
at
up your
night?
mother and father for the genetics. You should
As we
spit on
said
both of
earlier,
your
the
hands.
break call of Shema are more similar to Shemana Esri, so they are independent of Shema. So they have the same status as Shemana Esri. So you could say them before Side Hack or Kevin because it is still their proper time because that is a fun time to say Shemana Israeli.
Did you really get the lube?
What is the best time to say Shema at night?
Unfortunately. I mean, why even bother?
Right after Side Hack or
Is
Kevin
that
because they
curable?
should do
Is
the
there any
mitzvah
way
as
around
soon
that?
as
Is there
possible.
exercises or anything you could do for vaginismus?
What is the latest time to say Shema at night?
They say you can do like therapy
Check that.
or like hypnosis even.
If you miss the latest time to say Shema at night, what should you do?
Can you imagine just the doctor dangling
You
a
can
fucking,
still say it later and get partial
dangling
credit.
a fucking,
A pocket watch in front of my
right in
badge.
front of your
According to the
vagina.
Shach and Eric, what should one do about Shakari Shimoni is Ray if he has to leave for a long drive between Allah and Mishnah here?
How much wiggle room are we talking here? Are we talking like a pinky? I mean, like, what's happening?
It could be a football. I mean, I have
What
another
is the
question.
advantage of
Okay, go ahead.
this?
Mr. Sandwich.
When you get to even standing up, traveler, you would have to sit down too. You would be able to concentrate better if you push to being Shimoni Esri off, you might
Or when
become
you're
busy
alone,
and
you're finally
forget.
relaxed, or like, does it happen when you're alone as well?
According to the Mishnah Berurah, what should one do about Shakari Shimoni Esri if he has to leave for a long drive between Allah and Mishnah here?
But like when I was a kid and like
It's more important to say it in order than standing up. So you should not date in Shimoni Esri until you date in Shema, and you shouldn't date in Shema until after Mishnah here. So you should date in sitting down on a plane/bus with less concentration.
Jokes or stand up or anything, you definitely have to talk about this.
What should one do if he came late to New York and the million was already up to Shimoni Esri and why?
So much. But thank you so much for your minute. That was awesome and a great interview. So interesting.
In that case, it's would one say
Over
Shimoni
at
Esri before
Markayla
Shema?
Mosley, L-A-R-K-A-Y-L-A-M-O-S-L-E-Y.
When if
There's
you
Markayla
want to trip before
Mosley.
the Shiach here, you should say Shema Esri or standing up before you leave and say Shema after Mishnah here.
See you
So if
later,
you come to lower it
Paginator.
and realize that you won't be able to start Shimoni Esri with a Minan, then you should skip Shema and say it afterwards.
That's it. She has an unopenable vagina.
When is it appropriate to say Shema while you are traveling?
Well, there you go. Speaking of vaginas that won't open, guys, we have a regular on this show. Everyone, he is a lot of
When
human
is it
beings'
appropriate to say
favorite
Shema
human beings,
Esri
one of my
while you are
favorite human
traveling?
beings in the world's history. And he's here again, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise for the great Michael Lehrer, everybody. I guess don't make some noise.
Please translate the time mitzvahs for called Kavan slash.
Hold on, they're gonna play some music. What's up?
Mitzvah mean concentration, basic concentration.
Hi,
I
Michael.
am
How's
doing
it going,
this
buddy?
mitzvah because Hashem wants me to. If you don't have concentration, you don't get the mitzvah, and let's do it again. Please explain how it applies to create Shema.
Yeah,
You
that's
need
what
to
a
have
lot of
Kavod
people are
while
saying.
saying
A lot of
Quiet Shema and think I'm
you've
doing
been
this
doing
because Hashem commands
live
me.
reads and cold reads and audition reads and impressions.
According to the Mishnah
You
Berurah,
know,
when
what,
does
you've
apply
been getting
and
a lot
what's the
more
exception?
auditions over there?
Oh, yeah, I mean, all the
What are POTs?
Howard Bush's
Poems that were recited in the middle of Davini. It can be about a large donation, a bar mitzvah/simra. When he was chosen, what was our Chaim Vital's approach to guillotine? He would follow like the minhag of the shul, so if the shul said guillotine, he would say guillotine.
Absolutely, it would be a pleasure to have you
When he was
practice
not chosen, what was our Chaim Vital's approach to guillotine? You shouldn't read guillotine except for Rabbi or Hagelitter. He felt detached with the piece with the branch of their ear.
We're here to help
What
you,
do you
and
think
we're here
our
to
Chaim
if
Vital's
you have
conduct
any,
teaches about
if you have any notes for your character, we're willing to help you. What's the audition that you're going to be reading for?
What should one do if his family minhag differs from his shul minhag? Follow the shul outliers chazid and personally do your own minhag.
I'm sorry, I apologize. You go right ahead, Michael.
What is the historical origin of the Sephardic music of tefillah? What is the historical origin of the Ashkenazic music of tefillah? What is the historical origin of music Orientals? According to Sephardim, only one changes music of tefillah. Why? According to Misnagdim, only one changes music of tefillah. Why? According to Chassidim, only one changes music of tefillah. Why? You can always switch to music only because it works for everyone, all the Shabbatim. Ashkenaz might only work for Ashkenaz and Sephard might only work for Sephard, but Nisach Ari is made to fit the needs of every sheep's prayers. So someone can always change to it. According to the Mishnah Berurah, only one changes music of tefillah.
Right, we got an audition for this, but yeah, let's hear
They
it.
can never change their tefillah because this is one of the ways that we connect to our ancestors through minhagim. And we're more connected to our family, ancestors, and community. We are stronger when we're connected. According to the Mishnah Berurah, when would a minhag be illegitimate? If the minhag goes against the Gemara or something that everyone agrees is a valid influence about the Gemara. What 7 prayers may be said in English? Shema, Shemona Esrei, Bereshit Hamazon, Kiddush on Shabbos, Brakot on Mitzvos, Brakot on Fruit Halal. The Mishnah Berurah says 3 cases where we are discouraged from debating in English. What are they? What are 2 translations of the word fashionality? 1. It means that you should teach. 2. You should teach it so well that when you ask him a question on it, a person shouldn't have to say one answering. According to the Mishnah Berurah, what are 3 words we have difficulty translating? S. Tartaltos, Veshinelita. According to the Mishnah Berurah, why are we discouraged from praying in English? Because Hebrew doesn't translate into English perfectly, so a lot of the words we might not have the fully correct meaning / translation for them. If you already read Shema, and you hear the Minyan saying it, what should you do? Why? You should say the first 6 words out loud with them, because if you don't, then it looks like you're rejecting the statement they're saying. They're accepting all Matnew's, Shamaim, and furthering Hashem's agenda. By not saying it, you say no, I am going to do my own thing. If you already said Restream or Lino, and you hear the million saying it, what should you do? Why? You should say it with them, because that's the record. That if someone's doing someone's good, then you should join them rather than separate yourselves from them. Please translate the words. Passion opens every tent and satisfies every living thing with its desires. What is the million passive and complicated to Sigma? What are three practical halakha about the million passive and Eshrei? What is the most important part of Shema?
Every episode.
First classmate, Shema Yisrael hashing Alakim hashing the chat. What are two practical halakha about the most important part of Shema? What is the most important part of Shemane Israel? The first bracha. What practical halacha applies to the most important part of Shemane Israel? If you can't concentrate on what the words mean for the entire Shemana Esrei, at least learn the translation of the first bracha and know each word meaning. If you said Morid Hashim during the summer, what should you do? Why?
Okay, good.
Repeat Shemana
I just want to
Esrei.
make sure because I
Because
think
we know
you
is
have a
that
good
since
chance
it
of
will make
getting
the
this as
cross
long as
movie.
it's wheelchair bound.
If you said Tal Yumatar in the summer, what should you do? Why?
These, you getting all these
Repeat Shemana
options are
Esrei because
incredible.
you're
Do you
not
have an
supposed to
agent
say it the
that's in a
summer as it is a
wheelchair?
curse. In the olden days, who was the Chazim supposed to wait for before repeating Shemane Israel?
Okay, here you go.
Why?
You're playing a Filipino Special Olympics
For 6
wheelchair
to 10
bound
people to
athlete.
finish Shemane Israel. Because you should be considerate of others' time and start ones who are able to. Nowadays, which two people should the Chazim wait for before repeating Shemane Israel? Why? Someone who deepens properly will allow us that they go at the right pace, and you don't want to make people mix up on Kedusha and Amen's offset for the other people who deepen properly, to deepen properly. If you deepen along Shemane Israel properly and are scared people will laugh at you, what should you do? Deepen Shemane Israel, then take your 3 steps early even though you're not finished, then finish Shemane Israel elsewhere. What are the 3 things you are supposed to do when the Chazim repeats Shemane Israel? Be quiet, answer amen. When will the Chazim's repetition of Shemane Israel be considered a bracha nevatala? Why? If you don't have 6 people or 10 people participating in the repetition, then it is a bracha nevatala. We see it saying a bracha twice, but when people answer, it's a totally different bracha.
Yeah, exactly.
What do you think should one have in mind when he says amen? When whatever we say in the bracha is true, too, if it's a prayer, that the blessings that will hopefully happen. Please explain. A person can enjoy this world without making a bracha. We should put Hashem before any enjoyment that we have in this world. Please name the 3 types of birkat and explain what each name means. Birkat Hanihanian, Brahms on enjoying Birkat Hamitzvot, Brachas on Mitzvahs Beckett Shabbat Yehuda, Brachas of praise and thanks. What do we thank Hashem for in the bracha of the Elokei Neshama? For returning our Nishamas to us, and our Nishamas did not abandon us and have come back. According to the ViralRabbi, what should one do without relocating Nishama if he stayed up all night? Why?
I love it. All right, so he's playing a wheelchair-bound former Price is Right
Some say you do see it and some say you don't, because if relocating Nishama is a perfect man and then you can make a bradshaw if it
dropped
doesn't
him off
happen.
at a beach. He cannot remember who he is, and he's disabled now,
According to the
wheelchair-bound.
Prime Magazine,
And it's
what
Michael
should one do
Price,
without relocating
played
Nishama
by
if he
Michael
stayed up
Lair,
all
and here
night?
we go now.
Why?
Michael Price.
You should, because it's about chaos, Shazahado, and Bracha about praise. You can always say it even if there is no enjoyment. According to the conclusion of the Shari Teshuvah, what should one do without relocating Nishama if he stayed up all night? Why? You're not supposed to say Eluki Nishama, but when you hear someone else say it, you say Amen. So you get credit for the bracha, and you also don't take the risk of making the bracha levatala. In what case would all three opinions agree? If you take a nap the previous day, then you can make Eluki Nishama that day. So do they agree on? If you took a nap the day before that, you can say Eluki Nishama.
Yes.
What
If you think
bracha
you
have
can
the
follow
same din
that,
as
go right
Eluki
ahead.
Nishama?
Yes, I can do anything ever.
This is the only place in your
What do we
entire life
think
where
Hashem
we'll always
for
have
that
more
bracha?
time for you.
For wiping the sleep from our eyes and the tiredness from our eyes. Please translate the following passage. For what was the land lost? Why should we not have been punished? Because we were learning Torah all day, and it's supposed to protect you. Why were we punished? Because we learned it for the wrong reasons. What are the differences we discussed between Torah and other disciplines? The literature Reba says when one studies Torah, you are hugging and kissing Hashem. Nothing else is like hugging Hashem. We won't find the reason we are here in algebra. Is Berkut HaTorah or? Please explain the concept of.
So here he is. This is for a
When
Broadway
there's a
play, so
50%
you probably
chance
have to
that you got the
project
mitzvah,
more
you
for
have
this
to
one.
make it a
You know that.
100% chance. Please explain the concept of.
You roll as a disabled person in a
If there is a 50% chance that you fulfill the Durbanim, if it is too hard to make it a 100% chance, then it is sufficient. What should one do if unsure whether or not he says Berkut HaTorah? Say it again to be 100% sure. Why should one be allowed to say Pesukim before Berkut HaTorah? Talking to Hashem by borrowing David Hamlet words and Moshe's words to speak with Hashem. Why should one not be allowed to say Pesukim before Berkut HaTorah? Because we are directly quoting the words from the Torah, it doesn't matter whether you are concentrating or not. How does this question affect the laws of Tefillah? If something is either Torah or Tefillah, then if you are saying as part of Tefillah, then you don't need to say Berkut HaTorah. If it is Torah and Tefillah, then you do need Berkut HaTorah. How does this question affect the laws of Tisha B'Av? You don't learn on Tisha B'Av, so if prayer is just prayer, then you can pray on Tisha B'Av, but if it is considered learning, then you wouldn't be able to pray certain parts of Tefillah on Tisha B'Av. How does this question affect the laws of Bracha Levatala? Can you open up a Shal Barak and read the Bradsha and consider it Torah and Tefillah? Why should one be allowed to interrupt between Birkas HaTorah and learning? Because a Jew's soul isn't into physical enjoyment. When it comes to Torah, a Jew's soul never gets distracted from Torah, so there is never a distraction to the soul. Why should one not be allowed to interrupt? Because we aren't as spiritual as we wish, and we do get distracted on a physical level. Is one allowed to interrupt between Birkas HaTorah and learning, or not? No. What minhag is based on the previous questions. We say Yavirik and Elutive right after we make Birkas HaTorah, so it will be an interruption. Because they are passages from the Torah, so we learn Torah immediately after. If you stayed up all night, why should you make a Birkas HaTorah? If it's a Birkas Shiva, we should show our admiration whether we slept or not. Why should you not make a Birkas HaTorah? If it's a Birkas Canaan, since our Neshama loves Torah, if you stated there hasn't been a real separation. According to the Mishnah Ibura, what should you do about Birkas HaTorah if you stayed up all night? Hear it from someone else, answer amen, and have in mind to the yes say. According to the first opinion in Mishnah Ibura, what condition must be met for 10 people to come as a manan? Be at the same height / same length. According to the second opinion in Mishnah Ibura, what condition may be met instead of the above condition? They only need to see each other. When 10 people are in one place and one person is in another place, when can the individual answer Kaddish with them? If there is no bathroom or church in between,
I think you got this role without a doubt. And I'm not talking about your
wheelchair. Kaddish with them?
I think you've got all 4 roles. Like
if there are crutches or bathrooms in between.
Scooter. This is incredible. I can't believe all of the characters that you've done.
What are 2 reasons we
so
say
well.
drama like
all of
when
them
we say Shema
disabled,
without
all
a
of them
manan?
laugh at themselves in the middle of their auditions for a
to get it
second.
to 248 words to the replacing and to the Bradsha.
And you have to show up to these auditions in
Why do
person,
we
or
not
can
say
you do this
drama
over
like me
Skype?
when we say Shema together with a manan? Because the Chesed Rookie Tashem Elticum instead has to 248 and we say Amen. What are 11 common mispronunciations we should avoid when we say Shema?
I love it, Michael. Well, an incredible performance.
Some words
We did
together.
much more
Me as Rabbi
than
said
you
to
had
check
to
and
do,
be if you know
but I
timing.
absolutely loved every single second of it. I fucking love you.
What body
Everybody
postures
loves
are always
you.
permitted
Anything
while
else you want to say
saying
before we
Shema?
keep moving?
Sitting, standing, lying on your side.
That's right. Absolutely. There he goes. Michael Ware, everybody.
What body postures are always forbidden while saying Shema? Lying on stomach or back.
What's the best spot? A little change of pace.
What body postures are sometimes permitted and sometimes forbidden?
1.5 speed, right?
Lying mostly on stomach or back but tilted on side.
I really like that one before this. Maybe if you did
When
like
are they
like
permitted?
that Wendy's instead of McDonald's, you would have got it.
Person sick
You're
or
eating more
fast.
McDonald's. Get your blood sugar a little bit off. Let's get in a bad mood.
When are they forbidden?
Right. Let's get back to someone we've never seen before.
Any
or
person that
know any
easily
idea
tilts
about.
to their
Let's see what
side.
happens here when we get to comedic stylings of Nick Meyer. Nick
According
Meyer.
to the Rambam, when is it a mitzvah to invite it to demons? Once a day.
Is Nick Meyer.
According to the Rambam, when is it a mitzvah to invite it to demons? When you are in distress. What is the origin of the 19 varicode of Shemani Israel? Everyone would daven in their own language, once a day for all that they needed. Rabbis say that they were not speaking properly, so they made a formal text. If you forgot Yom Kippur in Rosh Chodesh Moarim, what should you do? Why? You don't go back for it, because in the olden days they would never start being Rosh Chodesh at night because these didn't pronounce the day Rosh Chodesh since before the calendar it wasn't holy. So we treat the night less holy. If you forgot Yom Kippur in Rosh Chodesh Shacharit or Mincha, and remembered before Modim, what should you do? You should say Yom Kippur immediately and then continue with Modim.
I am in the Boise suburbs.
Oh, I love Boise.
If you forgot Yom Kippur in Rosh Chodesh Shacharit, and remembered before you 3 steps back, what should you do?
So many other things. What was that?
Then you should go back to it and continue until the
That
end.
was some type of Boise reference there.
911, we have an unarmed white man.
Oh,
If you forgot Yom Kippur in Rosh Chodesh Shacharit, and remembered after you 3 steps back, what should you do?
The Skywalker's going on over there, huh?
I gotta hand it to you, man.
You should repeat Shemani Israel.
to finally be Flaxo?
Yes.
How much personal space is a divineer entitled to?
It's been a trying time keeping that
For a modern friend,
during this pandemic.
Can you just put it in the dishwasher or something?
what are 2 reasons he is entitled to this space?
$500,000 bucks, so if I put it in the dishwasher,
1.
I'd probably
Convening is a conversation with passion, and it isn't polite to walk in between people talking too directly as distracting if you want close to him.
If you can see that it's stuck going backwards, it's because it's not
What are 2
listening to
not
me.
convenos
It goes
between
up.
these 2
So
reasons?
if that happens at the wrong time, you have a bad night.
Wow, so that's a $500,000 arm, but here's the $1 million question. What happened there? How'd you end up with that bad
What
boy?
should you do if you finish your Shemani Israel and the person behind you is still repeating?
Oh, I thought that's what happened when you tried to
You shouldn't take
finger
3 steps back and should stay where you are. You can still continue debating
The
though.
girl on here earlier,
You
this
can also
vagina
take a watch your
closed like
feet
a
if you
fucking
want.
bear trap. I thought you got caught up in that. Perhaps when visited
Please explain the concept of Mary saw you.
So exactly how did it happen?
Doing something that looks like it is forbidden, but it's literally
I don't
forbidden.
remember exactly what happened. I remember finding the pole.
Please give an example of Mary's sign in the photo Sarah.
So I was climbing the
A
pole,
person walking
and I
and there is
blacked
a
out.
statue of an idol, and they drop some coins in front of the idol and then he bent down to pick it up. It looks as though he's going to the idol even though he's just picking up his coins.
The whole thing took a long time. It took me.
Please give an example of Mary's Island in
I
Castros.
spent 3 months there.
Did they ever figure out
You
like
walk
if it
into
was
McDonald's to go to the
something
bathroom.
wrong with the cold?
It
or
looks
did you
like
do
you're going to buy
something,
non-kosher food even though you're just
Well,
going to the
it's a
bathroom.
weird deal. So I was an apprentice, so I wasn't really supposed to be
Please
working
give
on
an
my lines.
example of Mary's
It
Island
was
in
kind of
Sweden.
Wild West, so you kind of just get the job done.
If someone in the room is wearing a cross on their neck, and during mudding you bow down, it might look like you're going to the cross.
What I think happens is I contacted with a piece of metal.
What should one do if the cross comes in front of him during Shemani Israel?
His arm here was holding on to the
You should face a different direction, because it's better to face a different direction than you're wrestling than looking like you're debating and going to a cross. If you've already started debating Shemani Israel and the cross is in front of you, then you just shouldn't go at all.
Ladies, for those of you keeping track of who's talking, that was Mr. Sin.
If you're even alone, when should you take 3 steps forward after Shemani Israel? Why?
That's your bad taste.
I love that.
He's supposed to rate the amount of time it takes to walk for a month. The reason is cause Shannon Esri shouldn't be a burden, so we should try to actively want to prolong it and enjoy it. If you take a middle of the night, when should you take 3 steps forward after Shemani Israel?
5 years ago.
Why?
So you stay sort of just chilling
You
after
shouldn't
that.
take 3
Paid
steps
by the
forward
power
until the
company, or what
chasm
goes on
starts
now?
or the chasm starts Shemana Esri. The reason is because you don't want to make Shemana Esri look like a burden, to make it look like that we want to prolong that meeting with Hashem, and don't want to stop.
They want me to do like business management.
What are 2 reasons we don't turn around until Chasm Hashatz is over?
Yeah.
That's
When
fun.
there's ice, people might think
what do
you
you do
didn't
for fun,
pronounce
Nick?
the
What are
words
some, like,
properly or
hobbies
skip
or
some
something
words
you do?
or
I
didn't concentrate.
imagine you steal a
2,
lot of
when you
things
turn
out of like
around, it
those
might be
grass field
distracting to
machines,
the
right?
people
You just
behind
scoop
you.
out underneath there with that arm.
When should the chasm take 3 steps back after his repetition of Shemona Israel? Why? The chasm doesn't need to take his 3 steps back after Shemona Esri. The 3 steps that he takes at the end of Kadesh after Ruval at Zion counts for Shemona Esri.
No, like I was saying earlier, if it gets stuck,
Why is it surprising?
Right.
But I actually forgot I'm right.
Because he interrupts with so many things during his Shemana Esri, since usually you can interrupt Shemana Esri. But really Esrei, Ruval Zion, etc. are all just extensions of Shemona Israel.
Supercross or anything like that. So it was
What are 3 notable minutes from the above discussion?
Reading and watching TV and stuff like that.
Wow. Fun stuff.
Do you ever think if you get another arm, you could go back on
Please explain the concept of Shemaya Kana. That sometimes if I hear someone say a bracha, then it is as if I said the bracha myself. So there are certain break-offs which I could hear the bracha and it's as if I said it myself.
Sell your jet ski?
There are 2 cases where one should not say Baruch Hu Baruch Shema. Why?
Oh my goodness.
We have different kinds of comedy.
Wow. So Nick, I love it. You're in
What is an amen, Kevin?
you're in Boise, Idaho. I saw a dog
When
running
you
into your
answer
video
amen
at
to
one
early
point. Is
before the
that
bracha
your
ends.
only roommate there? You live by yourself, or what's the deal?
Yeah,
What is
he's
an
actually
amen
sitting here
chapter
on my
4?
lap. He just doesn't want to get his head up into the
When you enter amen, Avika, and none,
So
and
it's just
only
you
say
and
amen.
him.
Yeah, just being him.
What is an amen, Yasama?
That's fun.
When you did not hear the
So like,
bracha
did
and
you
you
get a
don't
good
know
amount
what
of money
bracha is
from
being
that
said
from
yet,
the
you still
from
say
the
amen.
accident when it happened? That's why you're able to live by yourself, or is it just Boise?
If you did not hear a bracha, what 2 conditions must be fulfilled for you to answer amen?
Before I got into line work.
You need to know what bracha is being said. It can't be a bracha that you're being noticing what one person other than you are saying, like my kiddush. Shofar
I wasn't
Magnia.
making much because it was an entry-level job, and I couldn't
When
go
is
back
the proper time to
California,
answer amen?
so I went here, stayed here, kind of because I was
Right
supposed
after
to
the bracha
continue
finishes.
to go to, but flew back here on tomorrow. It's a weird deal. So, anyways, I don't make
What is
very
slash
much
lot hashakar?
workers' mom, and
The appearance of
I'm just
indirect
kind of
sunlight.
getting it out. Or something.
I
What
love
is
it.
slash
Absolutely.
Meisha
Our friend from
here?
Germany, Gustav, has a question for you.
When you're able to recognize an acquaintance from 4 motorway or when it's light enough for you to notice the difference between a blue and white screen on your business.
or worse than the Star Wars movies?
That's not, would you say
What
it's
is
the
slash
best
meets hot
Star
drama?
Wars thing that's ever happened, including the
Sunrise.
original 3 Star Wars movies? This is not a trick question in any way.
What is slash chat
Was it
sun?
the best thing that Star Wars has ever made,
Midday and
including the
midnight.
original Star Wars movies?
No.
Please explain the
Correct.
term
Thank you.
slash
Because it
Menchigelama.
would take a fucking retard moron to say something
6
like
and a
that.
half
wouldn't
hours
it?
after the day
That would
starts,
be
or half an hour after
Star
chat
Wars
says, and
movies.
5 and
That's
a
a whole
half
different
hours
thing.
before night.
Anyone, that's what I meant the new ones, but I said that.
Please explain the term
Oh no,
slash
I will
Menchigelama.
never let you live it down. The best thing Star Wars, the best out of all the
3 and a
movies,
half
the best
hours
thing
after
Star
chat
Wars ever
says, which
made
is 9 and a half
was the
hours
Wars
after the
that
day
came out of
starts, and
Red
2
Dead.
and a half hours before the
I
night
almost
starts.
cut his arm off at the elbow.
Well, I think it's pretty close. I think the Mandarin.
Please explain the term slash play harmon cost.
Talking about your girlfriend again?
4 and 3/4 hours after chat says.
That's enough. I don't want to talk about the Mandalorian. So we're playing right into Jeremiah's weird.
What is slash Kia?
Wow, you stop. Hey, you go.
Sunset.
Stop taking control.
What is slash bean hash nachos?
I love it, Nick. Well, what's Tijuana Robotics that says your handle here is that? What is that?
Yeah. So I wanted to go to something
What
that
is
kind
slash
of
by
lined
Alco
up,
Kevin?
you know, the robot hand. And I figured
The
any
disappearance
robotics
of
company
indirect
would
sunlight.
never be dumb enough to put it in their name or think that it was a real
Please
robotics
explain the
company.
term
But
slash
I
show
do get
70
calls from people tracking me down wanting to buy robot parts.
Each
So
chance and Monia is
that's
one
an
off
Amazon
stage of daytime or nighttime. It also depends on the time of year to
Well,
determine
Nick,
how
fun
long we
times,
are.
man. We've been to Boise, right?
What is the earliest time to put on the
Yeah, we
thing?
did it. Were you making it to the Boise show
Whenever
last
you
summer?
want.
I wasn't there. I didn't have peace at that time. I lost all
What is the earliest time to make a
Typical
matcha
Kill
on the
Tony
thing?
fan problem. But you grew your teeth back from
One.
listening to Kill Tony, and that is
Activate
once
Shy
again
Bar. Two, but if it's
one of the
absolutely
medical
necessary, you could
anomalies.
make it
Tell
like
your
a long
friends, if you have
hash
any friends that don't have teeth, tell them to listen to Kill Tony. You will grow your teeth back
What should you do
naturally.
if you have to put on fixes before the
I'm
earliest
glad you
time?
have teeth now. I'm glad you have teeth, Nick.
Put the fix it on and
Congratulations
then
on a
wait
great
until a hot
performance
hash
here.
out and
It
make
was
the matcha on the
nice to
fix it.
meet you and fun performance, and thanks for talking with us, Nick.
What is the earliest time to put on to fill in?
Yeah, there he goes, Nick Meyer, everyone.
Nishi here. What is the earliest time to say Shima?
All right, let's keep flying through it. We have another comedian here,
Nishi
Nicole
here.
KP, everyone. Nicole KP. You guys want to play a little?
Bucket of Destiny. What a coincidence.
What is
That's
the
what I
latest
call my
time to say
time.
Shima? According
Such
to
an honor
the
to be on the
major
show with
area.
Tony Hinchcliffe, the top young rising comedian in the world. He looks so young that he could be my son, and not just because I fucked his dad. I don't have to worry about fucking because I look like Meg Griffin. No, I don't have to worry about fucking because I'm
3 hours
married.
after next
My husband
Angela.
can't cook at all. He can't even make mac and cheese. He can't mix the
What is
cheese
the
in
best time
right.
to say
So
Shima?
I haven't seen that many white noodles since I went to a frat party.
Right before next
Yeah, I
because you
used
can
to be
say
in a
Shima and
sorority
then right
until I
after
became
say
a freshman
Shimone is
50.
Ray.
Now I'm a
Connecting
female
the two of them.
construction worker. I have to wear a sports bra to jackhammer or else I get a black
Please
eye.
explain what Boston
Also, we
means.
gotta shake a lot of contractors' hands, and there's nothing worse than a limp handshake. You might as well put
When
your limp
students
dick
woke up
right in
early
the
and
palm of my
dating Shima
hand.
before next.
All right,
And
thank you,
Shima is
everybody.
right after next.
Wow,
To people who wanted to
Nicole
date in
KP,
the best
my
way possible that one students. 3 nowadays it refers to people who date in
There
Shima.
you go.
And Shima
Nicole,
is
welcome
right
to
at
the
the
show.
best
How
time.
are you?
Hi, I'm good. Happy meeting you.
How's it going? Where are you
What is the
located
show
right now?
you
What laundry
recommend
room are
staying
you
before
in right
Shima
now?
during Corvino?
I'm in my computer room.
We're concerned that maybe the Manali dating will say Shima too late, so you should say it at the beginning. And we'll still get the mitzvah even if the Manali dates Shima after the latest time.
That's right.
Has anyone ever told you you look like Amy
What should one do about Shima if he missed the latest time?
There he is.
Even if you say Shima late, you still get some credit, so
Yeah,
even
you know,
if it's
Windsor,
too late,
Brian and
still
I are
say
both
it
from
anyway.
Ohio. We make fun of Michigan a lot, and Windsor is one of those places that
What
sort of
should
gets
one do about the Brackos of Shima if he
What
missed the
used to be a
latest
place
time?
that you could go drink and go to a strip club at 18. So a lot of people from Ohio would go up there as an 18-year-old who were drunk and see tits.
When is the earliest time for Shimoni is Ray in regular circumstances?
a lot of people do that.
Makachima.
It was better than the Mandalorian those days.
So you're a
When
jackhammer
is
girl?
the
Is that what you
earliest time
do?
for Shimoni is Ray in extenuating circumstances?
Is that an upgrading on the Hitachi or just on Hitachi not do anything?
According to the Legion area, what is the latest time for Shimoni is Ray?
Oh, wow. So, Nicole, fun times. How long have you been
4
doing
hours
that
after a
tough
live hash
guy
job.
job for up there?
I just switched into this job 2 years ago.
According to Lemon Ian, what is the latest time for Shimoni is Ray?
And I'm the only female who does it.
4 hours after Nets.
Constructions.
You're like, there's a lot less paper than I thought
What
there
is
would
the
be.
best time for Shimoni is Ray?
Construction paper.
Right after Nets.
What are you, my
When
subconscious?
can you date in Shimoni is Ray from Hawaii Nets?
She just started comedy 3 minutes ago. She's
In
already punching
extenuating
up on Mr.
circumstances, will it
Sandwich.
not be possible to date them after those times? Monotony Dave and Shimane is right between 4 hours, and check thought. If a person was in extenuating circumstances, and can only date them between after 4 hours, and check thought.
Hey, wow. So Nicole,
What should one
you
do
did
if
so
he did
many
not
jokes
even
in a
Shimane
minute. It
is
was
right on time
impressive.
by
Not all of
accident?
them had punchlines, but you did a lot of jokes,
should say
and
Tim Shimane
there was
is right
a
at the
few
next
little
prayer.
bangers in there, so that's fun. You have a
What should
boyfriend,
one do
Nicole,
if he
with your
did not
dirty
even
mouth up there
Shimane
in
is
Windsor,
right on time on
Canada?
purpose?
I am married for 4 years.
Oh, that's right.
There is
You
no way
actually
to
said
make
that.
it
You
up.
have any kids?
2 kids.
Oh, interesting.
What should one do if he
Fun.
did not
You
even
just aren't
Shimane is
interested
right
in
on
having
chat
them,
thought
or
by
you're
accident?
physically unable to bear children. Just kidding. Are you trying to
He
date?
should date him to Shimane Espresso by Ninja.
Well, you know,
What
like
should
you
one
said,
do if he did not
Jack
even
Taylor is
Shimane
kind
is
of
right
in
on
charge of
chat
everything
thought on
else.
Right,
purpose?
that's what I'm saying. Is that what you're saying?
Nothing he can
About
do.
to shake drip down your leg that looks like scrambled eggs.
There you go. Brian's got a new closer, everybody.
If your
All
meal
right.
dating's too late, what should he do?
I love it. So, Nicole, you have any special skills or
Dating alone
talents or anything
simply
like
is better
that?
to date him on time, and love men after the right time, and with him alone.
Wow. Oh, my God.
What is the earliest time to date a ninja?
Why would you go
Ninja
fake
get along.
Okie dokie.
According to the Shulchan
I
Eric,
love
what
it.
is the best time
The
to
art
date
in
a
your
ninja?
computer room is weird. Is that a picture in a frame
Ninja
in that
katana.
top right corner over there?
It's like dynamite.
According to Arjuna, what is the latest time to date a ninja?
That's an awesome poster from
Black
How I
Ninja,
Met Your
which is
Mother.
1.25 hours before nighttime.
Got the Zelda shield up behind me.
According to the rabbis, what is the latest time to date a ninja?
I do like
You can leave it all the way until nighttime.
I beat that game in 64.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
According to
Very good.
Arjuna, what is the earliest time to date a Maori?
I love that. So you and your husband have been married
Black
4
Ninja,
years. How do
which
you
is
keep
also
things
what he
exciting in
says
the
is the
bedroom?
latest
Any
time to
advice
date a
for our
ninja?
European friends here who sometimes have a lot of wild things that they get into sexually?
According to the rabbis,
Anything like that
what
over
is the
here in
earliest time to
Windsor,
date a
Canada?
Maori?
just always let the
It is the
ladies
same as the latest
get
time for
theirs
ninja,
first.
according to them, is nighttime.
Yeah.
Either
Let
it
him
means
give
shaggy,
you his
according to
hunk
Rabbi or Saitako Cabin, according to the Maiden Amarel.
Gustav, one of the sillier characters, I would call it.
Please translate the term.
It's very silly.
What do you mean by that?
When you do
Like
two things
silly,
that are
it means
mutually
like you don't
exclusive,
necessarily
meaning like only one of them can be correct and the other one has to be wrong.
like on paper it wouldn't necessarily look funny, but when you do it,
What two types
the
of
way you
targeted
say
surgery
things,
are
and
discussed
sometimes
in the
you mug
Shulchan
the camera,
Eric?
you commit, you say your voice changes.
What are you trying to say right now?
Are you zooming in on him
According
right
to the
now?
Shulchan
What's
Eric,
going on
what is
right
the
now?
latest
No,
time
don't
to
do it.
date a
Get out of
ninja
there.
and Maori?
No, don't do it.
What are you saying?
No, don't do that. Get out. Get out.
Tony, I don't appreciate some of your cheeky
What
meat,
is the
and I think
earliest
I
time for
have
the
to
mitzvah
go
of
now.
saying Sheena at night?
Gustav's leaving. This is great.
Saitako
No,
Cabin.
Gustav, don't.
Obviously,
No.
that what you're saying is not
What
funny.
should
That's
you do
how
if you're
you're
not sure when the
saying it.
earliest
No,
time is?
Gustav. No, don't. Oh,
By mitzvah,
you're
every
walking
so we
straight
have to
towards
make
the
sure we are
camera.
100% sure that we did the mitzvah. So you should wait until you're 100% sure that it is Saitako
That
Cabin,
is the
not
saddest walk of
90%.
shame. A man with wooden
Then you should
shoes
read Shema.
walking away on a cement floor. This might be exciting. It's
What should
usually
you do
good
if you
to
read
be
Shema
very
too early at night?
in my eyes.
Then say it again after Saitako Cabin but before chest out of the night. That's when you'll get the mitzvah in the proper time.
Computer room.
Yeah, there's just no real.
What should you do if you read the very correct Shema too early at night?
Your husband of 4 years?
As we said earlier, the great part of Shema are more similar to Shemana Esri, so they are independent of Shema. So they have the same status as Shemana Esri. So you could say them before Saitako Cabin because it is still the proper time because that is an on time to say Shemana Israel.
Yeah, we got a lot of meat. That's about it.
What is the best time to say Shema at night?
Alright. Well,
Right after
Nicole, you did a
Saitako
ton of
Cabin
jokes.
because
That
they
was
should do
awesome.
the
Was
mitzvah as
that
soon as
fun for
possible.
you to write? to write that stuff? What was your process like for
What
that?
is the latest time to seishi midnight?
So basically, like I said, I work construction,
Check
so
that.
I'm just used to like chirping people all the time. So
If you miss the latest time to seishi at night, what should you do?
I would write things down here and there.
You can still say it later and get partial credit.
Beautiful. That's how it happens when there's no audience and no
According to the
breaks at all.
Shochu era,
if you ever
what should
actually
one
go
do
and
about
see it,
Shakari Shimani is great if he has to leave for a long drive between
slow
Alas
down a
and
little. Like
Mishiaki.
you're really fast. They need like time in between jokes. Just look at your pacing. But you did great, and I think you should try it on stage.
What is the advantage of this?
Oh, thank you very much.
There you go.
When you
Absolutely.
get
Thank
to
you
do
so
them
much,
standing
Nicole.
up,
Thank you.
traveling you would have to sit down too, but be able to concentrate better too if you push the beam Shimani extra off you not become busy and forget. According to the Mishnah Berurah, what should one do about Shakari Shimani is great if he has to leave for a long drive between Alas and Mishiaki.
Is rumored to have him living on the
It's more
edge right
important
now.
to say it in order than
He's
standing
here with
up,
us,
so
ladies
you
and
should
gentlemen.
not
William
date in
Montgomery.
Shimani Esri until you date in Shima, and you shouldn't date in Shima until after Mishiaki, so you should date in sitting down on a plane/bus with less concentration. What should one do if it came late to me or if the million was already up to Shimani Esri and why?
I've been listening to the Diary of Anne Frank audiobook. At this point, I'm a little confused about what her
In what
diary is
cases would
actually
one say
about.
Shimani Esri
Every
before
time she
Shima?
starts a new chapter, I can't help but wonder when the clear
When
witness
if you
is
leave
going to
on
show
a
up.
trip before Mishiaki, you should say Shimani Esri standing up before you leave and say Shima after
I watched
Mishiaki.
Blues Brothers 2000
2. If you learn
last
tomorrow
night.
and realize that you won't be able to start Shimani Esri within the 9, then you should skip Shima and say it afterwards. When is it appropriate to say Shima while you are traveling?
We just finished a script called Minority Report. It stars Kevin Bacon and Helen Hunt as two ICE agents who
When
find
is it appropriate to say
ways to
Shimani
stay
Esri
entertained
while you are
while
traveling?
performing their jobs as ICE agents, while also searching for the Blair Witch in the forest of Maryland.
Please translate the term
William
mitzvah to
Montgomery.
plus /.
There.
Mitzvah means
William, that
concentration,
was fun.
basic
Very fun
concentration.
stuff. I liked
I'm doing this
quite a
mitzvah
few of those
because Hashem
jokes you
wants
had
me to.
there, buddy. Even
If you
even
don't
stayed
have
bit
concentration, you
creative,
don't get the mitzvah,
writing
and
over
let's
there.
do it again.
I have. I actually watched the movie The Matrix last night. What
Please
the
explain
hell
how
is
it tries to
happening?
create
That
Shima.
was your first time watching The Matrix.
You need to have Kavanah Ball saying quiet Shima and think I'm doing this because Hashem commanded
I
me.
heard Amazon is going to be making a new series about the
According to
Matrix.
the
It
Mishnah
happens
Berurah,
like
when does it
the
apply
time
and what's
after
the
the
exception?
Matrix with a whole different cast and everything. Yeah. And rumors are that it's going to be better than the original Matrix movies.
I read about that.
That's what
it stars Shaquille O'Neal.
Yes,
Oh, and
that's
that was
actually it.
started
So,
in the middle
yeah,
of the
That's the first time. Have
They
y'all
can
seen
give
that?
out large donations, a
I
farmer's
didn't know your last
slash
girlfriend lived in Nashville.
I'm a little confused at that piece of shit.
When he was
Yeah, he said he's in
10,
Memphis.
what was
Oh,
our
Memphis,
high
I'm sorry.
model's approach to beauty?
Yeah.
Are you really in? You're not really
He
in
would follow
Memphis, are
like
you?
the man with the shirt, so
I'm
if
in
the
Memphis
shirt
right
said
now.
PU
It's
team, he would
freezing
say
cold.
PU team.
That looks exactly like the backyard you were in last
When
week.
he was not Shazam,
It's not
what was
actually.
our
I'm
high
back in
model's
Memphis
approach to
at my
beauty?
parents' house.
Is that a dolly behind you? You have a dolly in
You
your
shouldn't
parents'
put
house?
beauty except for when Denise or Heckler.
Is that what your
He
ex-girlfriend
felt the
uses to
attachment
carry
with the
around all
kids
her
with the branch they're in.
Whoa, pair of scissors. I find it
What do you
really
think
hard to
that
believe
our
that
high
Larry and
final
Francis
conduct
would
teach
keep
us
their
about
back patio as
hygiene?
disorganized as the area that you're at right now.
Seriously?
Yeah, like Christmas lights on the top there, like it looks so
What should one do if his family minhag differs from his show minhag?
Come on.
Have Larry and
Try to have
Francis
fun.
come
Follow
out
the
and
show
say
out
hello.
what
If
is
you're really at
Chazzy
home
and
right now, have
personally
them
do your
come out
own
and say
minhag.
hi. Call their
They're
names
an
and
Italian place. They're an Italian restaurant.
What is
there's
the
no
historical
restaurants
origin
aren't
of the
open right now,
Sephardic
William.
music
You
of
just got
Tefillah?
caught. You just got caught in a massive lie. You just lied on the air.
Italian restaurant. Ronnie Rosani's. Ronnie
What is the
Rosani's.
historical origin of the
Ronnie
Ashkenazic
Rosani's is
music of
not open.
Tefillah?
We just looked it up. The producers looked it up. They gave it a thumbs down. Ronnie Berzani.
Say that?
What?
Why did they tell me to keep my
What is the historical origin of music, Ari?
That's like a piece of shit. So fucking
According to Safari, when one changes music of
You have the
Tefillah.
producers cracking up in this booth right now because they did not. I don't think they told you to keep it so low, did you guys?
According to Miss Acton, when one changes music of Tefillah. Why?
Wow. Oh, William, don't do that. No.
Ooh, I've been practicing after I watched Steel.
According to Chassidus, when one changes music of Tefillah. Why?
Died yesterday.
Yeah, no, that's crazy.
You can always switch to music, Ari, because it works for everyone. All the Shabbatim.
Passed away. Was that the
Ashenaz might only
coronavirus
work
that
for
killed him? How did he
Ashenaz
die?
and Safard might only work for Safard, but Nisach, Ari is made to fit the
Absolutely.
need
How have your
every
symptoms
sheep's
been
prayers.
lately? You've complained about
So
being
someone
sick
can
for
always
weeks on the
change
show.
to it.
You look fantastic this week. That ankle, for some reason, really, maybe
According
that's
to the
why they
Mishnah
told you
Berurah,
to hold it
when
there
one
because
changes
this
music
is
of
your best
Tefillah.
ankle that I've ever seen.
They can never change their Tefillah because this is one of the ways that we connect to our ancestors through Minhagim. And we're more connected to our family, ancestors, and community. We are stronger when we're
We're
connected.
getting a little more. He's camouflaged in here, borrowed his brother in cursives.
According to the Mishnah Berurah, when would a minhag be illegitimate? If a minhag goes against the Gemara or something that everyone agrees is a valid inference about the Gemara.
Yeah, it's good, man. It's much better
When
without you
seven
here in
prayers may be
studio.
said in
Things
English.
feel cleaner. It feels more sanitary in here. Things
Shema,
are all
Shwana
looking up,
Esri,
you know?
Berchet Amazon, Kiddushon Shavuot, Brekot on Mitzvot, Brekot on Fruit Haleo.
That's a good question. What does it smell like, Red
The
Band? It
Mishnah
says
Torah
Jeremiah's
says
feet.
3 cases where we are discouraged from debating in English.
There you go.
What are they?
Here's a fungus problem. Oh, there you go. A lot of information. It's a callback.
What are
That's
2
true.
translations of the word
Don't you
Veshinazim?
miss being on the road and seeing Jeremiah rubbing his feet into the hood?
Honestly, at this
One.
point, yeah, I do.
It
Can't
means
wait
that
till
you
you
should
get
teach.
back on the road and
2.
fucking work.
You should teach it so well that when you ask him a question on it, the person shouldn't have to say one answering.
Stick around.
You worry too much. So did you fly to Memphis?
According to
Because
the Mishnah
you
Berurah,
look like you
what are
have
3 words we have
hitchhiked.
difficulty
Have you ever
translating?
hitchhiked before, William?
We took a boat, actually.
S.
We
Tartathos,
through the Erie
Veshinavata.
Canal.
Erie Canal.
No, yeah, I took a car.
According to the
That's
Mishnah
good.
Berurah,
You drove?
why are we discouraged from praying in English?
All by yourself?
Yeah.
Because Hebrew doesn't
How long did that
translate into
take you?
English
Yeah.
perfectly, so a lot of the words we might not have the fully correct
took a
meaning
week.
/ translation for them.
A week.
Yeah, a week.
If you already read
Alright.
Shema and you hear the million saying it, what should you do? Why?
Yeah, I think his beard's crooked. Look at it. It's like on the
You should say the first 6 words out loud for them, because if you don't say it, it looks like you're rejecting a statement they're saying. They're accepting all Matthew's, Shamayim, and furthering Hashim's agenda. I'm not saying anything new, I am going to do my own thing.
Decide to walk with me.
If you already said Ashray or Hanu, and you hear the million saying it, what should you do?
Decide to be tonight by my
You should say
side.
it with them, because that's the
That's
records.
great. All right,
But
William,
if
well,
someone's
we
doing
love
someone's
seeing you.
good,
Is
you
there
should
anything
join
else
them
you want to
rather than
say or
separate
any
yourself
questions
from
for
them.
us before we let you go?
I just want to give a moment of
Please
silence for
translate the
Nick and
words.
Peter Jarmones of the Jarmones brothers.
Hashim opens up his hands and satisfies every living thing with its desires.
This whole corona bullshit. I also want to give a
What
moment
is the
of
main
silence
pasuk
for
and
Kathy,
pasuk
the owl lady from Barnum and Bailey's. She not only looks like an owl, but she flies like one as well.
Hey,
What are 3 practical
last question for you,
halakhot about the
William.
main
What was that
pasuk and
Italian
Ashrei?
restaurant you said your parents were at earlier?
Ronnie Grisani's.
Ronnie Grisani.
Look up the Yelp.
Okay, I will. Ronnie Grisani
What
is
is the
in
most
Memphis,
important part of
Tennessee.
Shema?
You spell that
First
R-O-N-N-Y?
pasuk, Shema Yisrael Hashim Elokim Hashim
Yeah,
Echad.
why or I?
Just keep trying until
What
it
are
pops
two
up.
practical holocaust about the most important part of Shema?
There he goes, William Montgomery, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna keep it moving. William Montgomery. Hey!
What is the most important part of Shemoni Israel?
Wait a second. Wait, there's smoke happening over here. Are you guys picking any of this up? Oh my goodness, what is this? There's a smoke with me
Practical
clearly
correction
hanging
applies
in
to the most important part of Shemoni Israel.
Wow!
If you can't illustrate on what the word means for the entire Shemona Esrei, at least learn the translation of the first fraction and know each word means.
Ladies and gentlemen, fresh off of a big weekend at
If you
WrestleMania,
said more caution
there's a
during
lot
the
of
summer,
smoke.
what should you do? Why?
There's literally so much smoke for
Repeat
that
Shemona
entrance.
Esrei.
I am not
Because rainbow is
surprised.
that since it will make the cross get
Hulk
moving.
Hogan from the NWO, from the WCW days, in the
If you said Tom
WWE,
Yamatar in the summer,
WWE Hall
what
of
should you do?
Famer, then taken out of the Hall of Fame. People say he's going to get back into it though. He's said the
Repeat
N-word
Shemona Esrei
before.
because you're
His
not
daughter
supposed
had
to say
sex
it
with
this
a
summer
black
as it
man
is
and he
occurs.
said the N-word on a recording. Ladies and gentlemen, here he is, the legend of
In the
wrestling.
olden
Fresh
days,
off of the
who was
biggest
the champion
weekend in
supposed
wrestling,
to wait for
WrestleMania
before
weekend.
repeating Shemona
Hollywood Hulk
Israel?
Hogan, how are you, Hollywood?
Why?
How are you doing, brother?
Oh, I'm doing fantastic, sir.
For 6 to 10
Man,
people to
they
finish
don't
Shemona
meet your
Israel.
heroes, but
Because you should be
seeing you
considered
this
the
close
father's
up,
time
I gotta
and
tell you, I
stop
don't
once
see
you were able to.
anything wrong at all, Hollywood. This is always how I pictured you would look like.
Nowadays,
Right.
which two people should be chosen for repeating Shemona Israel?
True.
Why?
You're absolutely right, and as with the last 3 years, it's
Someone
coming up
who
in
did things
October.
properly, or
As
Rabbi
always,
said they go at the
we
right
will be
pace,
there.
and you don't want to make people miss out on
16,
Kedusha and
17, and
payments
18. Are
also
you
for
saying
the
you're
other
going to
people
be
who
there?
did
Could
them
you possibly
properly
make an
to do them
appearance?
properly.
We'll see about that, brother. We'll see how much time I got on my hands.
What's been happening? You're fresh off
If
of
you gave them a
WrestleMania.
long Shemona Israel properly and you're scared people will laugh at you, what should you do?
That has made its way to a room because of your big entrance here. Any chance a fire alarm goes off?
Dave
No,
and Shemona
right?
Esrei, then take your 3 steps
Oh,
early
my
even though you're
goodness.
not
What's
finished.
up with your
Then
mustache?
finish
Is that
Shemona
hanging
Israel
on all right?
elsewhere.
Yeah, brother.
That is a bright yellow. It almost seems like it used to be
What are
perhaps
3
something
things you
like
aren't supposed to do when the
stuffed
champion
animal
repeats
that you cut
Shemona
out.
Israel?
You know, the Hulkster's fallen
Be
upon hard
quiet,
times.
answer amen.
Really?
Yeah.
That's so weird because you literally just won like a $380
When will the
million
cousin's repetition of Shemona
settlement.
Israel be considered a Rothschild Levatala?
Because he was,
Why?
what's the word?
If you don't have 6 people or 10 people participating in the repetition, then it is a Rothschild Levatala. They say it's saying the Rothschild twice,
Somebody
but when
talked bad
people
about
answer, it's a totally different Rothschild.
saying that he did this, and they unveiled a lot of information.
What do you think Shawan has in mind when he says amen?
Yep, and they got him.
When whatever we say in the fraction is true, too, if it's a prayer, that blessings that will hopefully
Yeah,
happen.
like what?
A lot of women, a lot of baby oil, a lot of
Please
vitamins
explain.
to keep taking care of these 24-inch pythons.
A person can't enjoy this world without making a fraction. We should compassion before any enjoyment that we have in this world.
Have you thought about buying any illegal
Please name the 3 types of beer cup and explain what each name means.
Yeah, there's this guy who I'm talking to called Dr. Channel, who
Bronze on
has
enjoyment
they've
burka.
been selling some cats right
Branches
now.
on mix of package Shavavi Yoda. Branches of praise and thanks.
Wow. Well, Hollywood, I'm glad that you're going to be joining us. You're joining us for the rest of the
What
show.
do we think passion
I
for
love it.
in the
Well, this is
branch of the
Anna.
locating
She's
the
from
Shamas?
Iceland.
Well, I wish we could have known.
For returning on the Shamas
Judge
to listen on the Shamas did not abandon us
This is
and
Mr.
have
Sam
come back.
Peace.
Yeah, I don't get a good vibe from this one.
Yeah, he's Cuban.
According to the ViralRabbi, what should one do without relocating the Shama is he stayed up all night.
All
Why?
right, let's keep it moving. We got Hollywood Hulk Hogan joining the
Some
show.
say you do say it
We're going to
and
watch a
some say
minute
you
of the
don't,
comedy
because if
stylings
relocating
right
the Shama
now
is a
of
perfect
a
name and then you
person
can
named
make a fraction if it doesn't
Clark.
happen.
Alistair Clark, everyone. Here we go. Here's Alistair.
According to the Prime magazine, what should one do without relocating the Shama if he stayed up all night? Why?
My girlfriend likes to scream my name out
You should because it's a Berkiat, Shabahara, and Bracha of praise. You can always say it even if there's no enjoyment.
Would it be too mouthy if I refer to a dental dam as a
According
headliner?
to the conclusion of the Sharia Teshuvah, what should one do without relocating the Shama if he stayed up all night?
Seizures,
Why?
my car, then my house, then my children. A hot chick at the bank doesn't think I should be dating anybody. She thinks an
You're
outstanding
not
woman.
supposed to say
Princess
a
Leia
Luke
is
initial,
super
but when you hear
lucky
someone
Jack.
else say it, you say amen. So you get credit for the rapture and you
Suicide,
also don't
genocide,
take the risk of
infanticide,
making
all
Sanacho
end in a
Levitola.
similar way. Funny how that coincides to when I come inside. The royal family are a
In
bunch
what
of
case would all
motherfuckers.
three opinions agree?
Andrew, do you think the Kardashians like that
And
joke
you
about
take a nap
Catherine
of really
Jones'
skin and
parents?
you can make a
How
Luke
long do you
initial
think
that day.
Lupita is a popular name for a girl again?
What did they agree upon?
There you go.
If you took a nap the day before that, you can say the Luke initial.
Awesome, fun stuff. Alistair, you did so many jokes and that did it. That was incredible.
Yeah, I wanted to switch my country there.
Heck yeah. Didn't even bother memorizing them or writing it bigger and pretending like you were looking at the camera. You just went right off the paper for a lot of that, huh?
For wiping the sleep from our eyes and the tiredness from our eyes. Please translate the following passage.
Didn't quite get that. What did you say there?
The piece of paper is one training rules that just started writing jokes and telling jokes, so it kind of needs that. I can't memorize that
Why
stuff
should
all
we
at once.
not have been punished?
I mean, you only had to do like 3 jokes. You did like 20.
Because we were learning Torah all day, and it's supposed to
I love
protect
the
you.
setup you have next to you. Is that a drill and a wine bottle? What do you got going on
Why
over
were
there?
we punished?
Yeah, this is my home one. Make it
Because
myself.
we learned it for the wrong
And I think that
reasons.
pandemic time, that much more bad is going.
What are the differences we discussed between Torah and other disciplines?
I'm a carpenter, but it's also my home protection.
The literature really says when one studies Torah, you are hugging and kissing Hashem. Nothing else is like hugging Hashem. We won't find the reason we are here in algebra.
That's his job. That's his Hulk Hogan here. Have you ever heard of Hulk
Is Burkett
Hogan
hot
before?
or?
I have heard of Hulk Hogan. I used to watch a lot of wrestling, so I'm a big fan.
Hear that, Hulk?
Please explain the concept of
Heck yeah. Almost as big as the fan
when
that we
there's
had
a
to bring in
50%
here.
chance that you got the mixture, you have to make it a 100% chance.
pajamas behind him.
Let me ask you this: Did you happen to tell Gino, the guy that runs the studio, like, don't be shy on the smoke or
If there is a
anything like that right
50% chance
beforehand?
that you
Like, were you
fulfill
like,
the
oh, really
Jordan,
spray it?
if
You
it
get
is
in
too
there
hard
and
to make it a 100% chance, then it is sufficient.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, you
What
coach
should
them
one
in
do
there,
with
really
culture
make
whether
sure there's
or
a lot
not
of
it's that
smoke.
Burkett's hot Torah?
Yeah, I had a feeling you did that. Gino, do you think
Say
you would
it
have done
again to
less
be
smoke if he
100%
didn't
sure.
tell you to do so much smoke?
Why should one be
Wow.
allowed to say testing before Burkett hot Torah?
I was like, Gino, get out!
Talking to Hashem by borrowing Dovid Hamlet words and Moshe's words to speak with Hashem.
Alistair, so let's jump right into it. I see a
Why should
wingsuit.
one not be
You
allowed to
jump
say
out of like
testing
planes and
before
stuff like
Burkett's
that,
hot
or what are we
Torah?
talking about here?
Just off the mountains.
Wow.
You do that
Because
shit.
we are directly quoting the words from the Torah. It doesn't matter whether you are concentrating or not.
Wait, hello. You're gonna die someday.
How does this question affect the laws of Tefillah?
Definitely. That would definitely be a day after
If
Red
something
Band
is
is
either
already
Torah
done.
or Tefillah, then if you are saying as part of Tefillah, then you don't need to say Burkett HaTorah. If it is Torah, as a Lama, then you do need Burkett HaTorah. How does this question affect the laws of Tisha B'Av?
But not world properly. There's 2 R's in
You don't learn on Tisha B'Av, so if prayer is just prayer, then you can pray on Tisha B'Av. But if it is considered learning, then you wouldn't be able to pray
Oh, you
certain
have a
parts
video
of
of him.
Tefillah on Tisha B'Av.
Whoa, let's watch this for sure. This is a video playing
How
of
does
him
this question
jumping on the
affect the
edge
laws
of
of
a
Rothschild
fucking
Vitala?
mountain. My God. Holy
Can you
shit.
open up a
Are
Shal
you
generic
fucking
and read the
serious?
Parsha and consider it Torah and Tefillah?
This is like a video of Red Band's death, except he doesn't fly in the
Why
suit
should one
that
be
all
allowed to
eyes
interact between Burkett's hot Torah and learning? Because a Jew's soul is
It's weird
into
that you
physical
wear a suit
enjoyment.
that makes your wings
When it
bigger.
comes
Red
to
Band
Torah,
wears
a Jew's
clothes that
soul
make
never
his
gets
thighs
distracted from
smaller.
Torah, so there is never a distraction to the soul.
Somebody say lies?
Why should one
Oh
not
my
be allowed to
God.
interact?
Wow. You ever have any close calls, Alistair?
Because
You
we
ever
are
have a
as
wingsuit
spiritual
that's
as
a
we
little bit
wish,
shaky
and
on
we
you,
do
or
get
you ever have the
distracted on a
ground come up
physical
faster
level.
than you thought it would?
The only close call I've had is when I didn't measure a mountain properly.
Is one allowed to interact between Burkett's hot Torah and learning, or not?
Other than that, I've learned how to measure mountains much better and haven't had any
No.
of that in quite a few years.
I was just told from the producer that video is called Tree Landing.
What minute
Is
is
that
based on the
possibly
previous
because?
question.
Yeah.
Oh, wow! You landed in a
We
tree.
say Yaveric and we take a run right after we make Brooklyn hot Torah, so we won't be in Egyptian. Because they are passings from the Torah, so we learn Torah immediately after.
These fucking squirrel suit people like a year ago. That's so crazy.
If you stayed at home night, why should you make a Birgit hot Torah?
I also skateboard
If it's a Birgit Shiva Hada, we should show our admiration whether we slept or
once this
not.
coronavirus is all over, I'll suck your dick for some of that stuff.
Wow. So.
Why should
Does
you not
someone
make a
come up and
Birgit hot
help you, or
Torah?
do you have to cut yourself out of that, or do you climb down? What's your
If
plan
it's
of
a
action
Birgit
when that
Canaan,
happens?
since our Nishama left Torah in his state and there hasn't been a real separation.
Wow.
Sometimes you gotta climb down and like
According
before
to the
you climb
Mishnah
back
Berurah,
up, brother.
what should you do about
Hulk
Birgit
Hogan
hot
with
Torah if you
some,
stayed at home
wisdom.
night?
It's easier to climb in the squirrel suit, though.
Hear it
How
from
do you
someone
train for
else.
something like that? It's
Answer
like your
Amen
first
and
time.
tap
There's
and
no
mom
like
to be
getting on a
yes.
guy's back and then jumping off a mountain. Like, is there any training, or you're just pretty much like,
According to
this
the
works?
first opinion in Mishnah Berurah, what condition must be met for 10 people to count as a manan?
It starts with skydiving, moves through carry, basic base
Be at the same height / same room.
mountains, and combining the squirrel suit with the mountain.
According to the second opinion in Mishnah Berurah, what condition may be met instead of the above condition?
Yeah, you have a girlfriend?
They only need to see each other.
No. Have you ever taken the girl squirrel suiting with you?
When 10 people are in one place and one person is in another place, when can the individual enter Kaddish with them?
But no, I don't generally jump with a lot of people.
If there is no bathroom or church in between,
Most of the time.
Yeah. What made
when
you
can
get
you
into
not
that?
enter
How'd that
Kaddish with
start?
them?
I saw it on the internet.
If there are crutches or bathrooms in between.
Skydiving and just progressed into it.
Wow, you are a man
What
that
are
likes
two
to
reasons
face
we
your
say
fears. You
Karma
send a
like
minute
him
in
when we
on
say
Kiltony,
Shema
you're
without a
jumping off of
manan?
mountain cliffs. What else? What else do you do in this dangerous,
Want to get it to
exciting
2
life
of
here?
48 words to replace amen to the
I
Bradshaw.
5 sets, and I find it equally as exciting and scary as jumping.
Why do we not say Karma like Nina when we say Shema together with a manan?
And other than that, I'm a carpenter. I do
Because the children will keep hashing out to come in, getting us to 248 and we say amen.
And I also do like renovations.
What are 11 common mispronunciations we should
Wow,
avoid when we
that's
say
so
Shema?
fucking cool. Look at you. Just a real fucking dude. Did I
Some
ask you
words
where you're
together.
at?
The as Rabbi said to check and be and he no tell me.
Oh, okay. That's a fun place.
What
You're
body
just
postures are always permitted while
I
saying
wanted to share
Shema?
with you guys that I think the world needs to see.
Alright,
Sitting, standing, lying on your side.
let's do it. Absolutely. The world needs
What
to
body
see.
postures are always forbidden while saying Shema?
Back fart?
Lying on stomach or back.
A back fart?
Yeah. I haven't done one of these in a long time. But yeah. Are you
What body postures are sometimes permitted and sometimes forbidden?
Yeah.
Lying mostly on stomach or back but tilted on side.
Wow.
When body permitted.
Brian just died of laughter right now. Oh my god, we
In
did a
person
medic.
sick
Brian's
or
dead.
fat.
This is officially Brian's new favorite category of
When body forbidden. Any
This
person
is
that
like,
easily
Brian
tilted their
is seeing
thigh.
this is like when Uma Thurman meets Pai Mei in Kill Bill.
According to the Rambam, one of the
He
Hamidah
wants
generated
to
today.
learn all of your ways of the mastery right now.
Once a day.
This is like the Matrix, but Brian chose the brown pill.
According to the Rambam, one of the Hamidah generated today.
Wow, I mean that might be one of the greatest
When you
talents.
are in distress.
Boy, do I wish we were on the main stage of the Comedy Store with a sold-out
What is the
audience.
origin of the
You're the
19
roar of
miracle of
that
Shemani Israel?
right now.
Everyone will give it in their own language,
You're
once again
goddamn
for
right.
all
We'll
of the
make sure you
meetings.
do.
Rabbis say that they were
Keep
not
an eye out
speaking
for you. Thank
properly,
you
so
so
they
much
made
for
it
your
formal
time. Fun
text.
submission. Way to get the jokes out. You did it. There he goes. Alice has work, everybody. Thank you.
What should you do? Why?
He's in Alistair
You don't
Clark
go
comedy
back
on social
because in
media.
the olden
and
days
he's
they would
staying
never start in
on
Rosh
YouTube.
Chodesh at night because they
We
still
have another
pronounce the day
regular on
Rosh
the
Chodesh
show,
since
known
before
for
the
his
calendar
incredible
is
writing and
holy. So we treat the night less holy.
prose writing and executing, ladies and gentlemen. Here he is, David
If you
Lucas,
forgot your
everyone.
Hebrew in Rosh Chodesh, Shachar, or Misha, and remember before Modin, what should you do?
David Lucas,
You should say
everybody. What's
your
shaking?
Hebrew immediately and then continue with Modin.
Chilling, man. What's going on out there? What
If
are
you
you
forgot
up
your
to?
Hebrew in Rosh Chodesh, Shachar, and remember before you're 3 steps back, what should you do?
Freaking wireless.
Netflix.
Then you should go back to Ritza and continue until the end.
Red-Band's hairline wipe this motherfucker.
You have some of the worst
If you forgot
Wi-Fi.
your Hebrew in
You don't
Rosh
even have
Chodesh,
Wi-Fi.
Shachar,
You have
and
baby
remember
mama
after
Wi.
you're 3 steps back, what should you do?
No, the problem is everybody is at home, so the fucking
You should repeat Shimona Israel.
sucks.
Yeah, man, the band speed.
Bandwidth.
How much personal space is a dealer entitled to?
What do you have? Do you have DSL or do you have cable? What do you have?
For a modern friend,
I don't know, nigga, it's Spectrum. I don't know.
Normally, you're pretty good
what are
with
2 reasons he is entitled to this space?
That's a tongue twister. With
Beginning is a conversation with passion, and it isn't polite to walk in between people talking to directly as distracting if you walk close to him.
Netflix is
What are 2 non-caminos between these 2 reasons?
Yeah, it's not easy to do, but at the same time, you have to remember that Netflix is completely owned by and operated by
What
white
should you
people.
do
So
if
at
you
the same
finish
time,
Shimona
they're making
Israel
themselves
and the
look
person
good.
behind you is still deviating?
Have you seen How to Make a
You
Drug
shouldn't take
Scandal?
3 steps back and should stay
No.
where you are. You
No,
could
I
still
actually
continue
haven't
to
watched
meaning
that
well.
yet. Is it
You
good?
can also take apart your feet if you want.
A chick that worked in the drug lab for like
Please explain the concept of Marisolian.
crack at her desk.
Doing something that looks
All
like
right,
it is
I shall
forbidden,
watch
but
that
it
in the
isn't
next
really
24
forbidden.
hours. It's funny, we live in a time now where literally,
Please give an
for the
example of
past
Marisolian
13
in a
years of my
Vera.
life, if anybody was like, hey, you know what you should check
A
out,
person
if I
walking in, there's a
really
statue
liked
of an
them or
idol,
something, I
and
would
they
at
drop
least
some
pretend
coins in front
like
of the
I'd
idol,
watch
and
it. I'd
then
say,
they
oh,
bend
you
down to
definitely
pick
gotta
it up.
check that out, man.
It
You're
looks as though
recommending
he's
it.
going to the
Shit.
idol even though he's just
Everybody
picking up
else,
his
I would be
coins.
more honest, brutally honest, and say, I don't really watch much of anything.
Please give an
I'm busy
example
right
of
now tonight.
Marisolian in Kashrut.
Now it's at the point where it's literally if anybody recommends
You
me
walk into
anything, there's a
McDonald's to go
crazy
to the
homeless
bathroom.
person
It looks like you're
like
going
out
to
my
buy
window, like,
non-kosher
you
food
should
even though
watch
you're
us.
just going to the
I'll
bathroom.
just watch it. I mean, I'll just watch. It's a time right now where you can literally just
Please
absorb
give an
anything.
example of
Or if
Marisolian
again, Red Band
intervening.
making a weird face, but this has been his entire life.
If someone
So
in the
now
room
thing
is
is
wearing a
changed.
cross
I
on
saw
their
your
neck,
tweet the
and
other day
during
where you're like,
hunting you
man,
bow
I
down
wake
is
up
not look like
nowadays
you're
and
going
I
to the cross.
realize what time it is and I feel guilty. But then I realize it's okay.
What
And
should
I
one
was
do
gonna
if
tweet
a
back at
cross
you.
comes in
Nothing
front of
has
him during
changed
Shimona
in your
Israel?
life.
Yeah, that's not true. I mean, I usually wake up like noon or 1, but that time I woke up
You
at
should
7.
face a different direction,
Wow.
because it's better to face a different direction than the Rushland than looking like you're debating and going to a cross. If you've already started debating Shimona Israel
Yeah,
and
I'm
the
glad
cross
you
is
said
in
it,
front
brother.
of you, then you just shouldn't have it all.
He wakes up at 1, but he doesn't respond to text messages until
If it's
4:30.
even allowed,
Actually,
when should you
yeah,
take 3
it's my
steps
phone.
forward after
If you
Shimona
FaceTime him
Israel?
at 4:30, it looks
Why?
like he just woke up.
He's supposed to wait the amount of time it takes to walk 4 miles.
Go.
The reason is cause Shimona Esrei shouldn't be a burden, so we should try to ask the one to prolong it and enjoy
at
it.
all, you know, since you've been back in New York?
You were in New
If you're
York
even
during
within
the
a
worst
9,
possible
when
time.
should you take
Nothing
3
at all.
steps forward after Shimona Israel? Why?
Time flies like a man
You
in
shouldn't
a
take 3
swirl
steps
suit.
forward until the Chazin starts
Interesting
Kedusha or the
stuff.
Chazin
So
starts
what else
Shemana
has been going on,
Esrei. The
William? What
reason
else
is
is
cause you
shaking in
don't
your
want to
world?
make Shemana Esrei look like a burden, to make it look like that we want to prolong that meeting with passion and don't want to stop.
Hey, did you hear that William's back together with his ex-girlfriend?
What are 2 reasons we don't turn around until Chazaraz Hashatz is over?
Erica was in Williams.
One mirrors eins, people might think you didn't pronounce the words properly or skip some words or didn't concentrate. 2, when you turn around it might be distracting to the people behind you.
I can't believe he wants to get with that chick after I
When
read
should the
the text
Chazin take
messages
3
about
steps
her.
back after his repetition of Shemana Israel? Why?
Wow, I think this might be
The Chazza doesn't need to take his 3 steps back after Shemana Esrei. The 3 steps that he takes at the end of Kadesh after Avodat Zion counts for Shemana Esrei.
So William's girlfriend peed herself?
Why is this surprising?
When she was sitting there thinking,
Because he interrupts with so many things during the Shemana Esrei, since usually you can't interrupt Shemana Esrei. But Rita Esrei, Avodat Zion, etc. are all just extensions of Shemona Esrei.
What kind of girl?
Some people pay extra for that.
What are 3 misdemeanors from the above discussion?
How about to pass the time other than watching stuff on Netflix and stuff, David? Anything else?
like I told you
Please
last
explain
week,
the concept of Shemaya
my
Kanal.
goal is to walk 4 miles a day.
That sometimes if I hear someone say a branch, then it is as if I said the branch myself. So there are certain break-off which I could hear the branch and it's as if I said it myself. What are 2 cases when one should not say Baruch Hu Baruch Shema?
Where are you doing all this walking at?
Holster, brother.
It's Hulk Hogan.
There's a park on Magnolia in Tahunga, and every lap
What is an
around
amen,
is a mile, and walking from the park to my house is 0.5 miles.
When you answer amen too early before the branch ends.
So round trip is a mile, and then every time I walk around.
Have you been losing any weight? Do you have a scale?
You will see when
When you answer amen, but we got none, and when we say
Exactly the same. That smile leads me to believe you're going to look exactly
what
the
is an
same.
amen, Yasuma?
You smiled so big. That
When you
is
did
not
not
the
hear the
smile
branch
of
and you
somebody
don't
that
know
is
what
a
branch
mission
is
on a
being said, yet
mission.
you still say
What if he
amen.
lost 200 pounds with the size of his head remain the same?
If you did not hear a brancha, what 2 conditions must be fulfilled for you to answer amen?
unlike Tony's
No.
You need to know what branch is being said. It can't be a branch that you're being noticing of one person other than you are saying, like Akidish, German Metlin.
How do you know that's a running
When is
Dave
the proper
Bazookas
time to
joke
answer
about
amen?
This show, kill Tony B, your brother.
Wow.
Right after the branch
You'll say
finishes.
something different. They like your head is like a piece of spaghetti bread.
What is slash Rod Hashakar?
Spaghetti, I can say it's baguette.
The appearance of indirect sunlight.
Yeah, that's it.
Baguette.
Smoked salmon.
What is slash Meshayak here?
I love that shit. I eat that a lot.
When you're able to recognize an acquaintance from 4 a mile away, or when it's light enough for you to notice the difference between a blue and white string on where it fits it.
You're just quoting the I Spy song.
What is slash needs hot chocolate?
Oh, you talking about
Sunrise.
Lil Yachty and
I Spy with my little eye.
Okay.
What is slash chat sun?
Alright, well,
But how y'all holding up, bro?
Midday
Everybody
and
in the same
midnight.
bed?
yeah. Anna is here. She's from
Please explain
Iceland.
the term slash mention get
Oh,
about.
that ain't.
Yes, this might be the worst
6.5 hours after the day starts, or half an hour after chat says, and 5.5 hours before night. Please explain the term slash mention get about. 3.5 hours after chat says, which is 9.5 hours after the day starts, 2.5 hours before the night starts.
Writes this stuff over here. Wonder if I get to switch to one of the most loved and hated characters of all time, Hollywood Hulk Hogan. And this is just some stranger from Iceland.
hours
Anna
after
barely
chat says,
understands the length of like
between
animal
Shakira and night
I
time.
think Red Man hates Icelandic people. I think he's racist.
What is slash
Let me
fear?
ask you this, Anna, because you're from Iceland and I know there's a certain type of person that lives there. Have you ever seen anybody that looks like David Lucas
What is
while
slash
walking around
hash
Iceland?
meshes?
Never. I've never seen anything like David Lucas.
Between sunset and the disappearance of indirect sunlight.
David once went to Iceland. David once went to Iceland because he thought they had a lot of frozen foods there. Everybody, frozen food.
The disappearance of
Although we do
indirect
have a lot of
sunlight.
fish, and I know you like that.
Did somebody say ice?
Yo, I'll be there.
Please explain the term slash shot
Talking
sebeliot.
to Mexico because he thought they had spicy dildos.
Each sham and monarch is one hour to each of daytime or nighttime. It also depends on the time of year to determine how long they are.
Oh my god. Basically, you can do, that's like your
What is the earliest time to put on
trademark
sit
now. Booty holes and dildos. You can basically say
Whenever
anything
you
that's
want.
automatically hilarious. Perhaps that could be the name of your first
What is the
special, David
earliest time to
Lucas.
make a
Booty
bride
holes
shot
and
on
dildos.
Tuesday?
I don't know.
Hey, look, bro. I already told
One.
Tony, bro.
After me, shy guard, 2, but if it's absolutely necessary, you
Right,
could
he
make
owes
it
me
at a
and
lot
no
high shot.
diminishing. If he gets wildly successful, which he will, of course, he's going to buy me.
What should you do if you have to put on Fitbit before the earliest time?
Anyway, this is stuff
So
that I
fix
talk
it up
about with
and
my,
then
some
wait
of my
until
black
a lot
friends
high
who
and
bond
make the
over
bride shot on
fandom
the
of the
Fitbit.
No Limit Soldiers and things like that. Some of these things that my white
What
friends
is
here
the
can't
earliest
even
time to put
relate.
on
Yeah, I
Fitbit?
can totally relate to that.
Oh, actually, we're
Nishiak here.
I got a no limit fan moment, bro.
What is the earliest time to say Shima?
I was actually getting my hair cut, and guess who walked in?
Nishiak here.
mystical.
Silk the Shocker.
Tony's real name is Milk the Shocker.
What is the latest time to say Shima? According to the Meiji email,
Yeah, Milk the Shocker. Because you're white.
3 hours after Aloha Shar.
Okay. Did you say hi, Joel?
What is the latest time to say Shima? According to the Meiji,
Bad guys from Tom and
3
Jerry.
hours after Net's Hajima.
Okay, there's like one guy back there.
What is the best time to say Shima?
Tom and Jerry, they had them hats on.
You look like the
Right
Wizard of
before
Oz
Net's
if it was
because you
in
can say
Oz.
Shima and then right after say Shimane is rain. Connecting the two of them.
Or Showtime, whatever the fucking channel
Oh,
it is.
that's just
Please
funny right
explain
there.
what
Because of the
Oxygen
angle of
means.
your phone right now, what you look like. It said that you look like the Wizard of Oz.
3 different explanations. One student woke up early and dated Shima before Nets, and Shimane Esri after Nets. 2 people who wanted to do it in the best way possible that warned students. 3 nowadays it refers to people who date them Shima and Shimane Esri at the best times. What is the short Shimane recommend saying before Shima during
I
Corvinas?
love it when it gets serious.
We're concerned that maybe the Milyoni dating mostly Shima to it, so you should say it at the beginning, and we'll start with the news for even if the Milyon dates Shima after the race starts.
Kool-Aid.
Nothing better than a guy 350
What should one do without Shima if he missed the latest time?
Hey man, we need you around for a
Even
longer
if you say
time.
Shima late, you still get some credit, so even if it's too late, still say it anyways.
Yeah,
Tony, your blood type is spermicide.
that's actually true. My
What should
blood
one
type,
do
I
about
just
the
got
Bragos
tested
of Shima
because
if he missed the latest
I
time?
have good Writers Guild insurance. I live right next to Cedars-Sinai in the medical district of Beverly Hills. And I actually
When
got
is the
tested.
earliest
They took
time
my
for
blood,
Shimane
and
is very
it's
in
funny, you're
regular
making a joke, but they actually said your blood came back as spermicide. So
Nakajima.
you're basically a doctor.
They found latex.
When is the earliest time for Shimane is very in extenuating circumstances?
Wow.
Alot Hashar.
Thank you.
Tony has to do a booty swab to get tested for coronavirus.
According to the Meiji email, what is the latest time for Shimane is rain?
Instead of opening his mouth, they said turn
4
over.
hours after Alot Hashar.
Hell yeah. They made Tony fart into a glass jar.
Okay,
According to
all
Meiji,
right.
what is the latest time for Shimane is rain?
Turned into a gay ghost in the jar.
4 hours after Nets. What is the best time for Shimane is rain?
You are, David, you still
Right
got,
after
you
Nets.
still have your roasting skills, and that makes me so happy. We're going to get through one
When
more
can you date
comedian,
them
and then in
Shimane
this
is rain
episode, there
between
goes
Alot
David
and
Lucas,
Nets?
everybody. One more time for David Lucas.
In extenuating circumstances when it won't be possible to date them after this time.
David Lucas is funny on social media. William
When can
Montgomery,
you date them Shimane is rain between 4 hours? And check socks.
Instagram, MichaelLayerComedy.com.
If a person was in extenuating circumstances
Let's go
and
with
can
one more
only date them
stranger here.
between
Is Linda
after
ready?
4 hours,
Here we go.
and check
1
socks.
minute set to close us out here tonight. We're going to do one more minute on a long
What should
episode
one
of
do
Kill
if
Tony.
he did not
The
date them
comedy
Shimane is
stylings
rain
of
on time
Linda
by
Moore,
accident?
everyone. Here we go. Here's some band's going to play.
He should say to Shimane is rain at the next prayer.
Hey, Linda Moore. Here
What
we
should
go.
one do if he did not date them Shimane is rain on time on purpose? There is no way to make it up. What should one do if he did not date them Shimane is rain on chatbot by accident? He should date them to Shimane Espress by Ninja. What should one do if he did not even Shimoni is Rabbi Chad thought on purpose? Nothing he can do. If your million defense too late, what should you do? Deepen alone, since it is better to deepen on time, and alone then after the right time, and with a manon.
Why did you look so good? So
What is the earliest time to deepen Mincha? Mincha Gedala.
Fuck yeah, Linda Orr!
According to the Shulchan Aruch, what is the best time to deepen Mincha?
Linda Orr, hello, how are you, Linda?
Mincha
oh my
Katana.
gosh, I'm having such a great time.
I love it. You have
According
such
to
great
Oyuva,
Wi-Fi. Where
what
are
is
you
the
at?
latest time to deepen Mincha?
I'm in Chicago, Illinois.
Hey,
Mincha, which is 1 1/4 hours before nighttime.
bandwidth out there. 8 gigs Wi-Fi. That's right.
According to the
They
rabbis,
got a
what is the
Wi-Fi and a
latest time
couple
to
ladies
deepen
on the
Mincha?
side fives. You know what I'm talking about? Hey.
You can deepen it all the
So,
way until
Linda,
nighttime.
awesome stuff. You are a beautiful young lady here.
According to
I feel like
Oyuva,
you
what
have
is the
this
earliest time to
masculine
deepen
type of
Malari?
vibes to you. Sharon Stone.
Kevin George is also what he says is the latest time to deepen
You already
Mincha.
had 4 sexual harassments in on poor Larkila earlier.
According to the
You made
rabbis,
her
what is the
vagina
earliest
close
time
even
to
more
deepen
than it
Malari?
was. So Linda,
It is the same as the latest time for Mincha according to them is night time. Either it means Shaki according to Zelda Gil or Psychical Cabin according to the Nation of the
you
World.
weren't even here for that. How do you even know?
I was watching the live stream.
Wow! All you
Please translate the term.
watch is the live stream of Kill Tony. Every episode at
When you
youtube.com/Kill
do two
Tony.
things that are
Why
mutually
not watch it
exclusive,
live, right?
meaning like only one of
So
them can be
Linda, how's it
correct
going
and
out
the
there in
other one has to
Chicago?
be
How are
wrong.
you?
Oh my god, I'm so good because I don't have to go to
What
work.
2 types of time
Yeah,
to
what do you
safety are
normally do for
discussed
work?
in the Shulchan Aruch?
Well, I was doing some script transcription and typing, and a little bit of hearing.
According to the
But
Shulchan
no, now
Aruch,
I'm
what
just
is the
like
latest
living
time
the
to
high
deepen
life.
Mincha and
What was the
Malari?
last thing you said? A little bit of chocolatiering?
Chocolatiering.
So you really are a chocolatier?
What is the earliest time for the mitzvah of Shema at night?
Hold on, everybody, just wait a second. I couldn't hear her. What was your response there?
I am a chocolatier, and the name of my little company is Little Chocolatiers.
What should you do if you're not sure when the
I
earliest
like the
time
sound of that,
is?
brother.
I have referenced chocolatiers many
On
times on
mitzvah
this
days,
show,
so
and
we
I
have to make sure we're 100% sure that we get the
one
mitzvah.
until you, Linda.
So you
How
should
long have
wait
you been
until
a
you're
chocolatier for?
100% sure that it is Psychic or
About
Cabin,
2
not
months.
90%.
Oh my
Then
goodness,
you
so
should
this
read
is all
Shema.
new to you. And,
Well,
wow.
What should you do if you read Shema too
studying it
early
for
at
a
night?
while, but I really got serious about it 2 months ago.
Then say it again after Psychic or Cabin, but before Chad thought of the night.
This is a real chocolate
That
beer,
way you'll
right,
get the
man? I
mitzvah
heard
in the
white
proper
chocolate's not
time.
really chocolate.
You know what?
What should you do if you read the Birkat of Shema too early at night?
All right.
As we said earlier, the Birkat of Shema are more similar to Shemana Esri, so they are independent of Shema. So they have the same status as Shemana Esri.
Okay.
So you could say them before Tzadhak or Kevin because it is still the proper time because that is the fine time to say Shemona is rain.
Can we ask what kind of cancer it was?
It was
What is
lady
the best time
cancer.
to
I
say
had
midnight?
it in my uterine.
Oh wow, that's a very
Right
tough
after Tzadhak or
cancer
Kevin
to
because we should do the
survive,
mitzvah
right?
as
Or
soon as
do I have it
possible.
confused with ovarian? I know ovarian's a real hard one. Is uterian
What
a
is the
tough one
latest time to
too?
say she midnight?
Worst.
Go ahead.
Check Sun.
I don't know. I lived.
If you miss the latest time to say Shema at night, what should you
Those
do?
things spread very fast down there.
You can
But
still say it later
congratulations
and
on
get
surviving.
partial
Was that
credit.
very hard?
Well, it wasn't my favorite thing in the
According
world.
to the Shulchan Aruch, what should one do without Shachari Shimoni is Ray if he has to leave for a long drive between Elad and Mishnah.
Maybe we can edit that. Maybe we can edit that minute earlier where the joke from live.
You took cancer down like I did Andre the
What
Giant
is
in
the
the
advantage
90s.
of this?
That was the 80s.
One you get to do things standing up. Traveling you would have to sit down, so you would be able to concentrate better through if you push to be in Shimoni Esri off you might become busy and forget.
Anyway, Linda, what's your love life like? You single?
According to the Mishnah Ibura, what should one do about Shachar Shimon Esrei if he has to leave for a long drive between Alad and Mishnah?
I think 8 years.
Wow.
It's more important to say the order than standing up, so you should not Daven Shimon Esrei until you Daven Shema, and you shouldn't Daven Shema until after Mishnah here, so you should Daven sitting down on the plane / bus with less concentration.
So I find
What
this
should one do
incredible
if he
that
came
you
late
had
to Mayor and the million was already
Syrian
after Shimoni Esrei
and
and
your
why?
husband stuck with you? Were you guys able to stay sexually active? Are you still able to be sexually active? How does that work with Syrian cancer?
In what cases would one say Shimoni Esrei before Shema? When if you leave on a trip before Mishiach here, you should say Shema Yasir standing up before you leave and say Shema after Mishiach here. 2. If you come to Morik and realize that you won't be able to start Shimoni Esrei within the 9, then you should skip Shema and say it afterwards.
I had radiation in my vagina, so it's not the
When
same.
is it appropriate to say Shema while you are traveling?
Right. It's a little bit different.
When is it appropriate to say Shimoni Esrei while you are traveling?
Anna has a good point. Maybe there's superpowers down there. Have you ever tried to maybe spread your legs and shoot your vagina at a bad
Please
guy or
translate the
something
term
like that?
mitzvot with called kavana slash.
I'm going to do that the next time somebody comes
Mitzvot
up to
means
you.
concentration, basic
Yeah, if anybody
concentration.
comes up to you, tries to
I am
take your
doing
purse,
this
just
mitzvah
squeak
because
on
Hashem
them. Let's
wants
see
me
what
to.
happens.
If you don't have concentration, you don't get the mitzvah,
That's right.
and
The
let's
old
do it again.
Chicago fucking queefed it. Jesus Christ.
Please explain
Oh my
how it
God.
applies to create Shema.
Turns out drinking almost a whole bottle of red wine
You
is
need to have
affecting my
kavana while saying quiet Shema and think I'm doing this because Hashem commanded me.
Looks like Uncle Tony's table wine is taking him
According
out.
to the Mishnah Ibura, when does it apply and what's the exception?
Wow. Linda, any special skills or talents that we should know about?
Yes.
Awesome.
Play guitar.
What are POT?
Where? Can I play a song?
Poems that
You're
were recited in
goddamn
the
right. You
middle
can
of
play
the
a
meeting.
song, Linda. Please
It
let
can
this
be
be a
about a large
saxophone you're about to
donation,
grab.
a bar mitzvah /
Sorry.
similar.
Okay, Linda, we're excited for you. Here she is.
When he was
She's at
Chazan,
Iris
what
Cutter,
was on his approach to
IRISCUTTER on social media. She's about to play a song for us right now. You
He
want to
would
set it
follow
up
like
for
the
us,
minutes of
Linda?
the shul, so if the shul said POT, he would say POT.
Okay, perfect. Here she is, Linda Orr.
When he was not Shazan, what was our high and Vidal's approach to POT? You shouldn't read POT except the Rabbi Laser headquarters. He felt these matched with the themes with the branch therein. What do you think does our high and Vidal's conduct teach us about Minhagim?
I believe in miracles.
What should one do if his family minhag differs from his shul minhag? Follow the shul out by his chazan and personally do your own minhag.
How did you know I needed you?
What is the historical origin of the Sephardic music of tefillah?
Did you know every night faithful? Yesterday I was running alone.
What is the historical origin of the Ashkenazic music of tefillah?
Give it to me, oh, miracle. Where from? You sexy thing.
What is the historical origin of music Ari? According to Sephardim, when one changes music of tefillah. Why?
I believe in miracles as well.
According to Misnagdim,
at
when
the
one
time
changes
Maybe
music of
next episode,
tefillah.
Hulk Hogan will be
Why?
It's okay. You can find it. Jeremiah, you can find it. Jeremiah, safe word.
According to Chassidim,
Safe
when
word.
the
There
one
you go.
changes
There you
music
go.
of tefillah. Why? You can only switch to music Ari because it works for everyone all the Shabbatim. Ashenaz might only work for Ashenaz and Sephard might only work for Sephard, but Nisach Ari is made to fit the needs of every sheik's prayers.
You got it, brother.
So someone can always change to
I didn't even
it.
respond to anything where that could be a response. Okay.
According to the mission of Igor,
Back to the
when
guest,
one
Linda
changes music
Moore.
up to filler,
Thank you so much for your incredible
they can never change
song
their
that you
tefillah
played
because
for
this
us,
is
where
one
you
of the
had
ways that we
the
connect
notes
to our
and the
ancestors
chords
through
in
minhagim.
your head, and you
And we're more
executed
connected
it.
to our family,
That was
ancestors, and
incredible.
community. We are stronger when we're
She's at
connected.
Iris Cutter on social media. There she goes, Linda Moore, and that is tonight's episode
According to the mission
of
of
Kill
Igor,
Tony.
when
Thank
women
you,
have
Linda.
illegitimate,
Congratulations to everybody.
if the minhag goes against the Gemara or something that everyone agrees is a valid influence about the Gemara,
T-I-J-E-R-N-A. And at strange
what 7 prayers may be said in English.
_ on social media. I always
Shema,
want to say
Shemana
strange
Esrei,
brew or
Berkshire
strange
Hands
times,
On,
but it's
Tiddishon
strange
Shavu,
_
Breakon on
Let's check
Mixon,
out that drawing
Breakon
from
on
Ryan
Fruit
J.
Haleon.
Ebel, shall we? Coming up right now. Okay,
The mission of
Jeremiah, why don't you
Philadelphia
plug
has 3
your
cases
stuff? I'm
where
going to
we
get
are
for Hulk
discouraged from
Hogan
debating
and
in
Two
English.
Stop tonight,
What
Jeremiah.
are they?
I had a feeling that would get you to stop playing the saxophone. I should just say that from now on. Is plug your stuff.
Do you want me to keep playing?
What are 2
No, go ahead.
translations of the word
Jeremiah
Veshanantim?
Wonders, who's on this week?
Well, last week was Joel Jimenez.
One.
I didn't ask about last
It
week. I
means
said,
who
who's
you
on
should
this
teach.
week on your podcast? We
2.
know that because last week
You should
said
teach
Joel
it
Jimenez.
so well that when you ask him a question on it, a person shouldn't have to say
Pauly
one
Shore,
answering.
Jeff Ross, and Justin Martindale make calls into the show. And
According to the mission of Igor, what are 3 words we have difficulty translating?
Josh Watkins.
See, like,
Yeah, brother.
the Tiger
S.
thing I got doing that because I was on character. Why would Hulk Hogan, who's worth hundreds of millions of dollars?
Like I
According
said,
to the mission of Igor, why are we discouraged from
Oh my
praying in
God,
English?
you are unbelievable.
Because
You
Hebrew doesn't
sold out of
translate
those
into English
calendars. I
perfectly,
don't
so a lot of the
understand.
words we might not have the fully correct meaning slash translation for them.
Putting in one of those. That's a real thing. Not Jeremiah's
If
thing.
you already read
All
Shema
right, we got
and you
you.
hear
Let's
them in
look
your
at this
fingers,
drawing from
what
Ryan
should you
J.
do?
Ebel. Wow, look at that. Is that fucking painted already? How did
You
you
should
even
say
do
the
that?
first
Is that
6
on
words
black
out loud
paper?
with them, because if you don't, then it looks
No,
like you're
it's
rejecting
just
the
staying at
statement they're
home and
saying.
not doing
They're
all the
accepting all
likenesses.
Matthews, Shamim, and furthering Hashem's agenda.
God.
I'm
Charlie,
not
do you
saying
see
if
what
you
it
say
says
no,
there
I'm
at the
going
top?
to do my own thing.
Tito's. That is awesome indeed.
If you already said a shriek or on it, and you hear them
Is
and
that
not saying
Michael Ware
it,
out
what
there all
should
by
you do?
himself?
Why?
Oh my God.
You should say it with them, because that's the reference.
I'm pretty sure
That if
Disabled
someone's
Superman
doing
is the
someone's
only
good,
thing
then
he
you should
isn't
join them rather
auditioning
than
for this
separate
week.
yourselves from them.
Fucking incredible.
Hey, Ryan, you still having that sale on at your
Please
website?
translate the words.
Oh yeah, everything's on
Hashim
sale.
opens
Everything's
up the
on
hands,
sale.
and
It's all over
Saudi
my
buys
house.
every little thing that
It's
is
all over our
ours.
studio. RyanJebelt.com. You can get a print of any
What is the
episode
main
or
classic and
specifically
doesn't
any
count
road date or any of the massive events, including the quarantine event. I've seen a lot of people the past
What are
week that
3
have got
practical
theirs
holocaust
delivered.
about the
The
main
special
classic
brand
Restream?
quarantine poster that features everybody all locked up. I think that's a special momentous occasion
What
type
is the
of
most
poster to
important
have
part of
because,
Shema?
And you link every package that you send
First
out.
pasuk, Shema Yisrael Hashim Elohim
Well,
Hashim
you know,
Yichud.
This is the thing that I miss about having a live
What are 2
audience is I
practical
miss
holocaust
Red
about the
Band
most
not
important
getting
part of
laughs.
Shema?
And the only 2 people being band members that laugh at him. But now it seems like he's being equally
What
funny
is
or
the most
something like
important
that.
part of Shemoni is rain?
He's gaining more power.
He's getting the same amount of laughs in this room that he got when we had 480 people every Monday.
By the way, everybody watch
What
the
practical
Mandarin on
connection
Disney
applies
Plus.
to the most important part of Shemoni is rain?
Watch the Mandarin. Get back to those cuties.
If you can't honestly on what the words mean for the entire Shemana Esri, at least learn the translation of the first
puts it all in our
branch
belly. Go get a
and know
candle
each word
from
meaning.
gooddammgoodco.com. Get a candle.
If you said more
Once
caution
it's
during the
delivered
summer,
to you,
what should you
tag
do?
Kill Tony on
Why?
Instagram on a story in the picture on the
Repeat
Instagram
Shemana
story.
Esri.
And then
Because rain now is
we'll
bad since
repost
it will
it.
make
I
the
have
crops
one
get
right here that
moldy.
I'm taking home with me. It's called Buns and Noses. See, it's
If
fun.
you said
It's funny. You
Tony
can
Matar
have
in the
laughs
summer,
about
what
it.
should you do?
It smells like cinnamon
Why?
buns.
Man bun.
Thank you to Gino
Repeat
and
Shannon
Betterbox
S3 because
Studios
you're
for
not
making
supposed
this
to
all
say it this
possible.
summer as it is a
Anna,
curse.
you want to go ahead, plug something? I'm going to give this away. It's not really Anna, people. That
In the
has been
olden
Jesse
days,
Johnson
was the
this
chat been
entire
supposed to be
time.
from before repeating Shimoni is
Listen,
right?
we're quarantined, no shops are open, we're scavenging for our costumes.
For 6 to 10 people to finish
what we
Shimoni
have.
is right.
And speaking of which, I
Because you
want to
should
shout
be
out one
considerate
person,
of others'
Michael
time
Turner,
and
the
step
cop
one
just
store
moved to
easy.
Los Angeles, and he let us use his tiger suit last week.
Nowadays,
that's
So we're
which
really
people
cool
should
together
just
to make
wait
these
for before repeating Shimoni is
Michael
right?
from Phoenix.
He's
Why?
from Phoenix. He moved to Los Angeles like a month before all this shit
Someone who
happened.
did
It's
things
so
properly
funny.
or Rabbi says they
that's
go at the
hilarious.
right pace,
You
know what?
and
You
you
should
don't
have,
want to make
in
people
order
miss
to pay
out
him
on
back for
Kiddush
letting us
and
use his
payments
tiger
on
suit,
self
you
for
should
the
have
other people who
submit
gave him
a
property to give him property.
to Kill Tony Quarantine, and he can do the show next week. Again, that
If you
email
gave him a
is
long Shimoni is right properly and you're scared people will laugh at you, what should you do?
KillTonyQuarantine@gmail.com. You can submit
Dave
a
and
minute.
Shannon
You
S,
can
we
be
then
on
take
the
your
show.
3 steps early even though you're not finished. Then finish
we'll
Shimoni
meet you.
is right elsewhere.
So that's fun. Joel Jimenez was here tonight, everybody. How about a hand from Joel,
What are
everyone?
3 things you are supposed
Mostly
to do on
sorry
the
on
chat
social
and repeats
media.
Shimoni
He's
is
an official
right?
Ludwig artist. What else, Joel?
Nothing. I love you guys.
Be
Also,
quiet,
the
answer
Mandarin
amen.
best show in the whole wide world.
When will the Kazan's repetition of Shimoni is right be considered a Rachel Levatala? Why?
Chris is okay.
If you don't have 6 people or 10 people participating in the repetition, then it is a Rachel Levatala PC. It's saying the Rachel twice, but when people answer it, the total is Rachel.
Rich Wallet for making this episode all possible. And again, Gino
What do you
here at
think should
Betterbox
we have
and
in mind
everybody at
when he
Betterbox
says amen?
Studios, Anthony and Gage are your heroes. You
When
can
whatever
thank
we say in
Gino,
the Rachel
Anthony,
is true,
Gage
too, if it's a
for
prayer,
making this
that
all
the blessing
possible, because
will
without
hopefully
this,
happen.
this would not be possible. It would suck.
Please
We'd be doing
explain.
nothing on Mondays. Again,
A person
Vito's
can't
Pizza,
enjoy the
everybody
sport
that came
without
up
making
tonight,
it
Brian
Rachel.
Boom
We should
Kelleher.
put Hashem
Go watch his
before
last
any
fight.
enjoyment that
Just
we have
watch
in this
him
world.
perform. Why not? It only lasts less than one round. You might as well go watch it.
Please name the 3 types
Marcelo
of beer
Mosley,
cups
Nick Meyer,
and
Nicole
explain what
Kiki,
each
Allison
name
Clark,
means.
Linda Orr, and of course, Damon Lucas, William Montgomery, and an
Burka on
amazing
Hanium,
extended
Browns on
blank
enjoyment,
performance
Burkas
by
on
Michael
Mitzvot,
Laird
Ratchets
tonight.
on
Thank you,
Mitzvot,
everybody,
Epic
and we will
Shavavi
see you
Huda,
next week
Ratchets
here
and
at
Grace
Kill
and
Tony
Thanks.
Quarantine. Right, man?
Check out Brian Holtzman's podcast, Dead Air, and of course,
What
Brothers
do
in
we thank
Cursive
Hashem
over
for
at
in the
Death
branch
Squad.
of
This
the
week, we got 2
Neshama?
episodes, so check it out, deathsquad.tv. Thanks a lot.
For returning our Neshamas to us, and our Neshamas did not abandon us and have come back. According to the ViralRabbi, what should one do about Elokei Neshama is he stayed up all night. Why? Some say you do say it and some say you don't, because if Elokei Neshama is a Burkas name and then you can make a branch if it didn't happen. According to the Quad Methodim, what should one do about Elokei Neshama if he stayed up all night? Why? You should because it's a good Kiyat Shabbat hands and branch it without praise. You can always say it even if there is no enjoyment. According to the conclusion to Sharit Shabbat, what should one do about Elokei Neshama if he stayed up all night? Why? You're not supposed to say Elokei Neshama, but when you hear someone else say it, you say amen. So you get credit for the bracha and you offer on to the risk of making it bracha leviton.
Hey, this is Rabbi coming to you live from the road famous Ice House for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe.
If you take a nap the previous day, then you can make Elokei Neshama that day.
Pasadena Ice House, we're here. Make some fucking
What
noise.
do they agree upon?
Fuck yeah.
If you took a nap the day before that, you can say Elokei
Look,
Neshama.
Ray-Ban's here, everyone. Hey. Wow, what an exciting time this is. My goodness, business is a boom and life is good. Hey, look, everybody, it's the great Ryan J. Ebel drawing
What do we
tonight's
thank
episode.
Hashem for in that
This is
bracha?
unbelievable. The crowd goes wild.
For wiping the
Fuck
sleep
yeah.
from our eyes and the
And the fun
tiredness from our
fact,
eyes.
believe it or not, everything's going on sale right now at RyanJebel.com.
Please translate
It's
the
an end of the
following
world.
passage.
Everything must go. End of
What
the
was the
world
loss?
savings at RyanJebel.com. Posters, prints, everything
Why should we
over
not
there.
have been
Very
punished?
exciting. And life is good. Every
Because
single
we were
gig we
learning Torah
have
all day, and it's
is
supposed to protect
rescheduled.
you.
Everything is canceled and or rescheduled. That includes
Why were we
Tacoma,
punished?
Miami, Moon Tower,
Because we learned
absolutely
it for the
everything.
wrong reasons.
WrestleMania, everything is being rescheduled.
What are the differences
No
we
better
discussed
time
between
to hire
tournaments and the
people to
disciplines?
work. There's an epidemic going on.
The Lubavitcher Reba
No
says
better
the ones
time
that
to
is
find
Torah you are
employees.
hugging and
According to
kissing Hashem.
ZipRecruiter research,
Nothing
nearly
else is like
three-fourths of
hugging Hashem.
employers say they are
We
finding
won't
it
find the
difficult to
reason
fill
we are here
positions.
in algebra.
They've taken bold steps, like 68% of employers have raised their wages,
Is Bergen
23% have
hard?
increased their benefits. And if you have a difficult role to fill, no matter what your industry, hire with ZipRecruiter. And now you can try ZipRecruiter for free at
Well, there's a
ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony.
50% chance that you got the
They
mix, but
send
you have
your
to
job
make it
to
a
over 100
100%
job
chance.
sites, of the top job sites. But they don't just stop there. With their powerful matching technology, ZipRecruiter scans thousands of resumes to find people with the right skills
If there is a
experience for your
50%
job.
chance that you
It
fulfill the
actively
Jordan,
invites them
if
to
it is too
apply.
hard to
You
make
can
it
even add
100%
screening
chance,
questions to
then
your
it
job
is
listing so
sufficient.
you can filter candidates and focus on the right ones.
Absolutely.
What should one do
ZipRecruiter
with
is so
puncture
effective
whether
that
or
4 out
not
of
it's
5
that Bergen
employers who
hot
post
Torah?
on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first
Say it
day.
again to be
So try
100%
ZipRecruiter
sure.
for free. Our listeners can go to ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony.
Why
That's
should one be allowed to say Kestokim before Bergen hot Torah?
ZipRecruiter.com/KILLTONY. I'm sure you're looking for new employees right now.
Talking to
Go to
Hashem by borrowing David Hamlet work
ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony.
and Moshe's words to speak with
The
Hashem.
smartest way to hire.
Why should one not be allowed to say Kestokim before Bergen hot Torah?
Yeah.
Because we are
Clearly,
directly
there's an
quoting the
epidemic
words
going
from the
on, people.
Torah.
The
It doesn't matter
coronavirus
whether
is
you are
gripping
converting
the
or not.
globe. Gripping the globe. That's what they
How
say.
does this
Gripping
question affect the
the
laws of
globe.
Tefillah?
And it's a really big deal. We clearly
If
have
something
no
is either Torah or Tefillah,
guest
but
on
if you are
tonight's
saying as
episode,
part of
as with all
Tefillah,
road
then you don't
episodes,
need to
we
say
go
Bergen
guestless
HaTorah.
tonight. We've
If
also
it is
got
Torah and Tefillah, then you do
audience
need Bergen HaTorah.
audience episode. There's a couple people here. Shout out to our friend
How
from
does this
Tito's
question affect
Pizza,
the laws of
Curtis,
Tisha
right?
B'Av?
Charlie, of course.
You don't learn on Tisha
Good old
B'Av, so
Charlie
if
from
prayer
Tito's
is just
Pizza.
prayer,
Oh,
then you
Chris
can
is the
pray on
sound
Tisha
guy here
B'Av,
at the
but
Ice
if it
House.
is considered
Shout out
running,
to
then you
Mitch
wouldn't
and
be
the
able
Ice
to
House
pray
for
7
having
parts
us.
of Tefillah
Those are
on
the only
Tisha
other
B'Av.
people here. However, ladies and gentlemen, there is,
How
believe it
does
or
this
not,
question
there
affect the
is
laws of
a
Brunch
band
and Vitella?
on the show. Every single week, they commit
Can
to
you
being
open up the
different
Shulchan
characters.
Aruch and
Sometimes
read
it's
the
a new
Bracha and
character, sometimes
consider it
it's an old
Torah
character.
and Tefillah?
Tonight, for the first time ever, they are some of my favorite
Why
characters.
should one be
They
allowed to
are
interact between Bergen
themselves.
HaTorah and
Ladies and gentlemen,
learning?
don't make some noise for the best damn band in the land, the Kill
Because
Tony
a
Band.
Jew's soul
Jeremiah
isn't into
Watkins,
physical
Joel
enjoyment.
Jimenez,
When it
Chroma
comes to Torah, a
Chris,
Jew's
and
soul
Jesse
never gets
Johnson.
distracted from Torah, so there is never a distraction to the soul.
What an exciting time. Watch that chord.
Why should one not be allowed to interact?
Wow. This is
Because
literally
we aren't as
10
spiritual
times
as we
weirder
wish,
than I thought
and
it
we do
would be,
get
everyone.
distracted on a
This is
physical
awesome.
level.
Welcome to the show, guys.
This is exactly how I thought it
Is
would
one
be.
allowed to
There you go.
interact
You
between
are
Bergen
loving it.
HaTorah and
I
learning,
love it.
or not?
Absolutely. Welcome, guys. Come on in, settle in.
No.
It's a special episode of the show. We have a bunch of
What
questions
Minhag is
from
based on the
fans
previous
and
question.
special people. Welcome,
We say
Joel. How you
Yaveric
doing?
and
I'm
Ilu
good,
to the
man. I
Ram
think
right
Bill
after we
Billy's
make
might
Bergen
be fucking
HaTorah,
coming
so
out
we won't
tonight,
be
too.
in addiction.
Oh, look
They
out.
says there are facets from the Torah, so we
Yeah,
learn
there's a
to read
bartender here.
immediately
Give me more
after.
drink.
Yeah, sweet creamy. Tito sugar free.
A Tito's
If you
sugar
stayed up
free.
all
Jack
night,
diet.
why should you make a
Jack
Bergen
diet,
HaTorah?
that's good. Shout out to David Deary, who's here running around.
If it's a
More
Bergen
paranoid than
Shuvah
anybody
Mehala, we
else.
should
He's
show our
convinced
isolation
truly
whether we
that we have
slept or
days
not.
left to live. He's going around talking with everyone about it. Jeremiah, how are you, my friend?
Why should you not make a Bergen
Good, pal. Yeah,
HaTorah?
we getting the stool ready for the sheet music.
If
We
it's a
actually
Bergen
prepared
Canaan,
music for
since
tonight,
our
so there you
Nishama
go.
loves
That's
Torah,
good.
as
I
you
like
stated,
that.
there
What we
hasn't
set
been a
up
real
over there, let me
separation.
just tell you. I went to the grocery store last night. I went this morning. Yeah,
According
I
to the
went
Mishnah
last
Bibura,
night. So I'm
what
like,
should
I'm
you
going
do
to go to
about
Whole
Bergen
Foods right
HaTorah if
before
you
they
stayed up all
close.
night?
And wow, it really hit me
Hear it from someone
exactly
else,
what is
answer
going
email,
on
and
out
have
there.
in mind
The
the
only
essay.
food left is gluten-free food. And it's just
According
stocked
to
all
the
the way
first
to the
opinion
brim.
in Mishnah Bibura, what
Everything
condition
gluten-free
be
is
met for
there,
10 people to count
and all
as a
the other
man.
food is gone, which leads me to believe that no
We
one's
have the
ever
same
eaten
height / same
this
room.
gluten-free shit. It's embarrassing.
it is funny to see what was gone and what wasn't. Like Coca-Cola
According to
products,
the
almost
second
all gone,
opinion in
except like a
Mishnah
couple
Ibura,
2 liters.
what condition
Pepsi,
may be met instead of the
like
above
every single thing
condition?
Pepsi makes was there. It's so interesting. Like,
They
was
only need to
that-
see each
Is
other.
that how it is? Like, more people really do like Coke that much?
Oh yeah.
When 10 people are in one place and one person is in
Yeah, my
another
friend shared a
place,
photo
one
of
can
Trader
the
Joe's.
individual
All I've got
enter
except for the
cottage with them.
broccoli, kale, pizza crust.
Right. No one eats that
If
shit.
there is no
I think
bathroom
people are
or
going to
church in
gain more
between,
weight during the quarantine. Like when it's over, we're all just going to come out like
one can
heavier,
not enter
fatter,
cottage
Oh,
with
yeah.
them.
slower.
Well, they closed the gyms too.
If
I
there
was
are
actually
crutches
at
or
a
bathrooms in
marijuana
between,
dispensary, and there was a guy in front of me that bought
what are 2 reasons we say child molest women when
$2,300
we
worth
say
of
Shima
edibles.
without a manan?
I swear to God. That's his food
One
supply.
day
You
to
can't make this shit up.
248 words, tutors say
$2,300
meant
worth
to
of edibles. I
Rothschild.
heard him. He's like, just in case it's the end of the world. I'm like, dude,
Why do we not
no
say
matter
child
what
molest
happens,
women
you're
when we
going
say
to think
Shima
it's the
together
end of
with
the
a
world.
manan?
You have $2,300 worth of edibles.
Because the chasm
Your
with
life is
passion
over.
Elticum
Do you
instead
guys
of
have
to
toilet paper? Like, have
248
you
and we say
been lucky
amen.
enough to have already
Dude, I'll use a towel or a tea.
Or
Toilet
it
paper
doesn't
is the
come in
last
the
thing.
Yeah, that's
pronunciations we should
Mexican is
hold
again
when we
right
say
there, just
Shima.
confirming. Viva la Mexico, right there.
Yeah,
I think white people
Slur
are better
words
than that.
together.
Like, all
Maybe
Irish
as
people
Rabbi
use
said to
like the
check it,
community
be if you know,
cloth
tell
and
me.
like all
Hey, yo, I'll use my hand and I'll use a corn tortilla, no? I'll just
When
wait for
body
it to dry.
postures are always permitted while saying Shima.
Don't run. You're not allowed to run your closer here on.
Standing,
Thank you,
lying
good
on your
night.
side.
All of a sudden a crowd appears.
When
Big
body
crowd
postures
surf
are
right
always
about out of
permitted
here
while
like
saying
a
Shima.
god.
Crowd surf. More like
Lying
crowd
on stomach
surf where
or
you
not.
sink into the bottom of Chroma, how are
When
you
body
through all this?
postures
Good,
are
good. I'm
sometimes
just
permitted and
waiting
sometimes
for
forbidden.
when Trump's gonna start just passing out the toilet paper. Kind of like he was like just shooting
Lying
with
loosely
the
on stomach with back
paper
with
towels
tilted
back
on
in the day.
side.
Wow, that's a super topical reference. Do it again. Do another joke.
You want me to
When
do another
body
one?
Yeah, this is my
permitted.
new favorite tradition. Just squeezing you for
If
material.
person
Come on,
sick
do
or
another one. You
facts.
got one. What else are you waiting for?
When are they
Oh,
forbidden?
hold on.
Any person that easily tilt to their side.
Nobody prepared for this. There's no way to prepare for
According
a
to the Rabbi,
goddamn
when is it a
pandemic.
mismatch in rated
I know I'm not worried about toilet paper
Once a
because
day.
A, I always have a lot of toilet paper stocked up, and B, I
According to the
use
Rabbi,
my
and when
amazing.
is it a mismatch in rated today?
Yeah,
That's
Tushy,
right.
I use the promo code KillTony and I
When
spray
you are
my
in
ass
distress.
royally clean.
What's funny is if you go to
What is
mytushy.com/killtony,
the origin of the
it
19
says
miracle of
Tony
Shimon
just
Israel?
killed 10% off your order.
Goddamn right, it should say Tony
Everyone
Spray.
were taken in their own
We got a few
language,
of those for the
once a
bag.
day for all that they needed.
I just got the
Rabbi
MyTushy
said that
Automate.
they
You
were
can
not
also save
speaking
10%
properly,
off.
so
It's
they
kind of
made a
like their
formal
version of,
test.
I guess I shouldn't say the name.
Dude, I just got the My Tushy Lazy Boy, and it's pretty awesome.
If you forgot dialing the user in Rosh Kodesh Maureen, what should you do? Why?
I'm wearing it right now.
Alright, we just lost a
You
oil
don't go
sponsor.
back for it, because in the olden days they would never start in Rosh Kodesh at night because they didn't pronounce the day Rosh Kodesh and before the calendar is recent holy. So
Well,
we treat the
here
night
we
less
are,
holy.
live from the Ice House. We've actually done a show at the Ice House before. It was
If you
with
forgot
the
all,
great
you
Joe
built Rosh
Rogan,
Kodesh
Don
Shacharit
Herrera,
or
the
Ninja,
late,
and
great
remember before
heavenly
moving,
light,
what
Jesus
should you
Christ
do?
himself was our head of security that night.
You
And
should say
here we are
all
again,
you immediately
zero
and then
audience.
continue
This is
with
their
more
last
days.
show ever at the Ice House because they are going to remodel the whole thing. So this
If
is
you forgot your life, you
Wait,
built
what?
in Rosh
They're
Kodesh
closing down?
Shacharit,
Is that
and
out?
remember
starting
before you three
after the
steps
show.
back,
Really?
what
From
should
the
you do?
Ice House to the Nice House, they are going through a full remodel.
Then you
But
should
they're
go
gonna be
back
a
to
club
Ritza
after,
and
though.
continue
So
until the
yeah.
end.
Yeah.
It's gonna blast it's gonna look
The
like
Bus family.
Please
Like,
don't
not
raise-
If you
please
forgot
don't
your
raise
life,
the
you built
ceiling.
in Rosh
This
Kodesh
is such a good
Shacharit,
room.
and remembered after you three steps back, what
Just to
should
tell
you
you
do?
how things bad are in the comedy world, I spent the last 2
You
nights
should
at the
repeat
Ha Ha
Shimon
Cafe.
Israel.
I closed out their show last night.
How much
I did
personal
50
space does a
52
demon
minutes.
You were on
entitled
stage
to?
last night?
Yeah, I've been
Wow.
on stage every night.
For a modern friend,
Pandemic started.
I'll be in Tempe on Thursday.
No,
What
you
are
won't.
two
Oh,
reasons
you
he's
won't,
entitled
dude.
to
I'm
this space?
scheduled at the club. Well, they'll probably cancel, but I am scheduled right
One,
now.
Yeah.
I literally got a
beginning
call
is a
today
conversation
that
with passion,
my
and
said
it isn't
still
allowed
on.
to
I'm
walk
like,
in
are you
between people
sure?
talking to. The idea is
Drive it
distracting
to
if you
that?
walk
Yeah.
close to him.
Well, fuck, dude. I'm not flying, dude.
Why would you not
You're
send a
so
message
good at
between
this
these two
room.
reasons?
Dude, I'm driving. I'm bored. My leg's tired. You know what I'm saying?
Okie dokie. This is an exciting time.
What should you
So
do
let's
if you
just
finish
jump right
Shimane
into
Israel
it.
and the person behind you is still debating?
Well, I don't really know. Let's go. Let's take a
You
question
shouldn't
from a
take
fan. I
3
have a
steps back
bucket
and
filled
should
with
stay where
fan
you are.
audience
You can still
questions.
continue to lean
And
back. You
here
can
we go.
also
You guys
take a
going
bunch
to
of feet if you
you
want.
guys gonna play me a little something? All right, here we go. I'm pulling a fan question out of the bucket.
Please explain the concept of Mary's audience. Doing something that looks like it is
Oh my
forbidden,
God,
but it
it's
is
the
only
pro
permitted.
wrestling question, Janice. But a pro wrestling question.
Please give an example of
My
Mary's
favorite
audience in a
AEW and
Totazera.
WWE wrestlers would be Cody Rhodes and Bray Wyatt.
A person
Chroma
walking and
Crits.
there is a statue of the idol,
Let's get
and they
started
drop
with a
some drugs in
bang.
front of the idol and then he bent down to pick it
Chroma
up.
Crits. How long have you been playing the guitar and also your favorite song to play? Put your mouth right up to
Please
that
give an
microphone.
example of Mary's audience in catchphrase.
Not even microphone.
You walk into McDonald's to go to the bathroom. It looks like you're going to buy non-kosher food even though you're just
Started when
going
I
to
was
the
16. I
bathroom.
don't know. That's the math.
Please give an
Favorite
example
song to
of
play?
Mary's audience intervening.
Alright. Come on. I just gotta play my own
If
songs. I
someone
just
in the
like kind
room
of
is
jamming
wearing a
to
cross-eyed
whatever we're gonna be
neck
playing
and during
for.
nodding you bow down, it
Or,
might look like
you
you're
ready
going to the
you ever
cross.
play a song to serenade a girl or anything like that? Like if you're trying to get laid or something,
What
what's
should one do
your
if a
go-to
cross
if you
comes
pick up
in
your
front
guitar
of
and
him
you have
during
one
Shimane
song
is
to
raised?
play to try to get a lady
You should
interested in
face a
you?
different direction because it's better to
When
face a
you're
different
done doing
direction
your
than you
wacky
rush
Trump
and then
paper
looking
towel
like you're
jokes
intervening
and
and going to a
seems to not
cross.
be working.
If you've already
She's like,
started
"Well,
intervening,
play
Shimane
me a
is
song
free
on the
and the
guitar."
cross is in front of you,
Yeah,
then you just shouldn't bow at all.
maybe I'm trying to pull one out of the top of my head. We'll go with.
If you do it alone,
Whoa,
when should you take
so
3 steps forward
sexy,
after Shimane
right?
is raised?
Ladies.
He's supposed to rate the amount of time it takes to walk forward. The reason is
All
because
right,
Shimane
we
is
get it.
shouldn't be a burden,
No,
so
I
we should
know.
try to
All
actively
right.
want to prolong it and enjoy it.
Okay. Another fun thing that we have here are some questions from some
If you
of
do
our
the rhythm
favorite
alone,
comedian
when should
guests
you
of
take
the
3
past.
steps forward
Surprise,
after
surprise.
Shimane is raised?
Here's one
Why?
from Benji Aflalo for Joel Jimenez.
You shouldn't
It's an
take 3
exciting
steps
one.
forward until
So
the children
Benji,
start
one of my
Kedusha
great
or the children
friends,
start Shemana Esri. The reason is
says,
because you
Joel,
don't want to
Trump
make Shemana
said
Esri
today,
look like
no
a burden,
groups of
to
10 or
make it
more
look
should
like
get
that we
together.
want to prolong
Does that
that
make
meeting
the
with
venue
passion
sleeping with
and
all your
don't want to
Mexican
stop.
cousins illegal? Wow, you guys are like illegal in
What
so
are
many
2
ways.
reasons we don't
That's
turn
what the
around
question
until Chazaraz
It just seemed like
Hashas is
a
over?
writing exercise for Benji.
When Mary's
I
eye, people
don't
might
even
think you
talk
didn't
to my
pronounce
cousins.
the words
Honestly, that would be
properly
the
or
worst
skip
part
some
of
words or
any
didn't
of that.
concentrate.
How about the any
See, when you turn
Mexican
around, it might
relatives
be
that you live
distracting
with? You
to
guys all
people
speak
behind
Willy
you.
Wonka style, right?
No, honestly, my parents own their house, dude. I get my own room.
When
It's
should the
kind
children
of
take
tight.
3 steps
I'm
back
staying
after
at my
his
girlfriend's
repetition
for
of
the next 2
Shemane
weeks.
is
You know,
raised?
you could also get your own
Why?
room when you have your own apartment.
Hey, you know what?
The
My
children
parents
doesn't need
need
to
my
take his
help,
3
Brian.
steps back
No,
after Shemana Esri.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
my
3 steps that he
staying
takes
at
at the
my
end of
girlfriend's
Kadesh
house. My
after
parents are
Revive
old
Sion
and
plans
their
for
immune
Shemana
system
Esri.
is deficient, so I'm trying not to be around them.
So, well then, who's taking care
Why
of
is this
them?
surprising?
My nephew, he's there.
How old's your nephew?
21.
What
Because
makes
he
you think a
interrupts with
21-year-old's
so
not
many
going to bring
things during his
something back?
Shemana
You know what?
Esri.
You just
Since
out of
usually
sight,
you
out of
can't
mind,
interrupt
baby.
You
Shemana
just don't want
Esri.
the guilt of killing
Like
them
really
yourself.
Ashray,
Exactly.
Orville
Yeah.
Sion.
And Benji, I'll be at
Then
your
we're
house
all
tomorrow.
just extensions of
Benji
Shemana
also had
Esri.
another question. This one's for Red Band. Red Band, bigger
What
corona
are 3
concern for
opinions happy
you?
about
Being
this
around
passion?
this many people on tonight's show or going down on your Asian girlfriend?
Well, obviously
Please
it's
explain
with
the
you guys.
concept of Shemiach Anal.
She's the cleanest girl ever. Have you ever seen an Asian
But
vagina?
sometimes
You
if
see how
I hear
small she
someone
is?
say
That's-
a bracha, then it is as
It's
if
like
I've said the
fresh. It's
bracha
like a baby
myself.
vagina.
So there are certain break-off which I could hear the bracha and it's as if I said it
promoting
myself.
pedophilia.
The answer is both.
What are 2 cases when one should not say Baruch Hu Baruch Shemo?
Wow.
Why?
Thanks, Benji.
There you go, Benji Aflalo, everybody.
Hey, Benji, are you worried that the Dodgers season is going to be canceled? That's my question.
What is an
to you.
amen, Kevin?
Sir, does anybody have a penny or a nickel?
What do you want, a penny or a
When you
nickel?
answer amen too early
Okay,
before the
we'll fake
bracha
my girlfriend's
ends.
vagina if that's what you're going to try to
Oh, okay.
What if an
Yeah,
amen
Chris,
chapter
you have a
4?
penny or a nickel?
Or you enter amen but leave out the none and only say
Let's
amen.
do that.
Never mind, we got a quarter.
What is an amen yasuma?
Ryan Jingle.
Oh wow.
When you
Right,
did not hear the
J-Bo.
bracha and you
Giving
don't know what bracha is
Ironically,
inside it, you still say amen.
someone's asking for change after a question from Benji Aflalo.
If you did not hear a bracha, what two conditions
Look at
must
that.
be fulfilled
That
for
worked.
you to answer amen?
Okay, Tony and Redman, a question. I
You
just
need to
pulled a
know
quick
what
one out
bracha
here.
is being
Favorite
said. It can't
guest
be a
and
bracha
why?
that you're
That's
being
a
noticing
hard
with
one.
one person
So
other than
many.
you are saying.
Eventually here, one of the
Kiddush.
things
Shukran
we
Ma'ir.
might do is have the first ever Kill Tony Awards
When is
ceremony.
the proper time to answer amen?
Best guest, things like that. I can tell you who the
Right after
nominees
the
would be
bracha
easily
finishes.
for that. Dom Irera, right? Donnell
What is
Rawlings.
Lot HaShakar?
So interesting. I thought that was one of the best episodes.
The
A lot of
appearance of
people did
indirect
not.
sunlight.
Well,
they're
when
dumb.
you say people, are you talking about people on the internet?
Yeah.
What is
Oh,
slash Meshach here?
Just racist.
yeah, I saw that. Like, what are you talking about?
When you're able to recognize an acquaintance from tour, the motorway, or when it's light enough for you to notice the difference between a blue and white string on
I
your
really wish we
recipient.
would have Joey Diaz on. Just one person.
Yeah, we've had
When
Joey
is
Diaz
slash
on again.
Meshach?
It's been good. Ron White, always good.
Sunrise.
Sklar Brothers, a lot of good ones out there. And they're
What
all
is
different
slash
as far as
Chat
the why. I mean, Donnell just was absolutely
Midday and
aggressively
midnight.
hilarious throughout his episode. The Sklar
Please
Brothers and
explain the
Kurt
term
Fox always
slash
give
Menschik
incredible, complex feedback for the
6.5 hours after the day
comedians that
starts,
come on
or half an
stage.
hour after chat says, and
Yeah,
5.5
everybody's
hours
different in their own
before night.
special way. Ron White's so relaxed and chill.
Please
There's so
explain
many
the
reasons
term
why.
slash Menschik.
Rogan's always like, his mind's always blown at everything that's happening.
3.5 hours
show's
after
illegal,
chat says, which is
right?
9.5
It's fun
hours
to watch
after the day
and have
starts,
fun.
and 2.5 hours
How about
before
you
the
guys?
night
Do you guys have any
starts.
that stand out to you that we didn't mention? Stephen Gass?
Motion capture is always on.
Please
Oh,
explain
yes,
the
of
term
course.
slash
Great.
flag homing hell.
Absolutely.
4.75 hours after chat says. It's in between Ninchakatana and night time.
I like Eric Griffin a lot.
What is slash Sia?
Did you say Ron White?
Sunset.
Okay. I like Bert.
What is slash bean hash
He adds a lot of
mashes?
energy to the show that I
Between
like.
sunset and the disappearance of indirect sunlight.
I thought Whitney Cummings was really great.
What is slash
All
flag
the
home
internet
Cabin?
trolls were like thinking she was gonna be like a SJW type,
The
and then they
disappearance
forget
of
that she's like
indirect
a comic.
sunlight.
But she came on and was like it was really fun. Paulie, I like Paulie a
Please
lot
explain the
because
term
he's one
slash
of those
shower
guys
seven
who
yacht.
he would sprinkle in these really old stories, but then
Each
he'd also
chance
give
in
advice
Moria
every
is
once in a while, but then he'd
1/12th
sit in
of
the pocket
daytime
and
or
let the show
nighttime.
have to do
It
what
also
it does.
depends on the
He
time
would,
of year to
come in and do,
determine
a
how long
sniper
they
every once
are.
in a while with like jokes, which I liked.
I do miss having Bro
What
here.
is the earliest
He
time
was
to put on
one of
the
my
fit?
favorites on the show in particular.
Of course,
Whenever
one
you
of the
want.
greatest guests of all time, without a doubt, the late great Brody Stevens.
What is the
I would love
earliest
to
time to
hear
make a
his
bracha on
jokes
Fitbit?
right now. I can't even imagine what they would be like. I
One.
heard Great
After
Fitzsimmons
the
the other
shaka,
day.
too,
He
but if it's
and
absolutely necessary,
he
you
was on
could
one of
make
the
it at a
Rogan
Lot HaShar.
shows, and my God, he came out guns ablaze in 5, 6, 7,
What should
2
you do
minutes
if
on
you have to put on
coronavirus.
Fitbit
It was
before
just
the earliest time?
mind-boggling.
I love Greg too.
Yep.
Put
I
the
mean,
Fitbit
there's so
on
many.
and then
Really,
wait until
favorite
a Lot
guests
HaShar and
are
make the bracha
anybody
on
who
the
you've ever
Fitbit.
seen more than once on the show. That's a pretty easy way to know
What is
who
the
the
earliest
favorite
time to
guests
put
are.
on to
Because I
Philly?
get to sort of pick whoever I want, so
Meshach
it's
here.
easy to know who is good. Go ahead.
I was going to say
What
Tim
is the
Dillon.
earliest time to
Oh
say
my
Shema?
God, yes! What a crime!
By the way, I just got a
Meshach
text
here.
from Michael Laird. He has wanted to add to his favorite person that's been on
What
the
is the
show.
latest time to say Shema?
First house.
According to the Majin Abrahams,
Is that really Michael Laird texting you?
3
Oh,
hours
that's
after
great.
a Lot HaShar.
Oh, I love that. Michael Laird, please feel free to text in anything that you're thinking throughout this
What is the
episode.
latest time to say Shema? According to
I love
Philip
it.
Yoon,
Speaking of Tim Dillon, we actually had a question get sent
3
in
hours
from the
after
great
Net
Tim Dillon,
Podcast.
everybody. How fun is that? Yeah, Tim Dillon wanted to know what's
What is
the
the best
biggest
time to say
fight
Shema?
in the cast's history. I
Right
couldn't
before that,
really
because
think
you
of
can
one.
say Shema and then right after say Shema is right. Connecting the two of them.
So like a Shake Shack and like you
he wanted to eat like London food, and Brad's like,
Oh,
we'll just go there. And we're like on the streets of London, like, what are we just? I'm hungry. Like, Brian, I don't want. We get that in America.
When students woke up early and dating Shima before next, and Shima Esri after next. Two people who wanted to do it in the best way possible that warned students. 3 nowadays it refers to people who date and Shima and Shima Esri at the best times.
I remember where that was. That was New York, after
What
the
is the
cameras
Schultz
failed
Eric
for the
recommends
surprise
saying
guest
bullshit
over
during
Godfrey,
Sabina?
and he sold out fucking Gramercy Theater. We have no
We're
video
concerned
of that
maybe
one
the
accident.
dating
I found out what it
Shima
was
too
too.
late,
I
so
don't
we
know
should
if I
say
ever
it
said
at
that
the
in a
beginning,
podcast, but
and we'll still get the mitzvah
a lot
even
of
if the
theaters
Minyan
have
dating Shima
cameras
after
set
the
up
latest time.
so that when they record everything that's in the theater. So say if there's a fire or somebody gets shot,
What should one do
the
about
cameras
Shima
on
if
it.
he missed the
So
latest time?
when I hit record on it, it started recording, and then they must have
Even
been
if
like,
you say
you
Shima
know,
late,
with
you
the
still
remote
get
control,
some credit, so
record on
even
their
if it's too
cameras,
late, still
and
say
made
it
my
anyways.
camera turn off because they have the same Sony cameras. When I was there, I
What should
checked,
one
they
do
did
about
have
the
Sony
backgrounds
cameras.
of Shima if
So
he missed the latest time?
It is wild. All the memories, all the chaos. You'd be shocked at how little we fight for being technically a band. Most bands break up
When is the
very
earliest time
quickly
for Shimani
and
is Ray
efficiently
in regular
and easily.
circumstances?
between you and Bernard, the hotel employee in
Let's
Milwaukee.
watch him on.
That piece of shit. That fucking piece of
When
shit.
is the
Bernard in
earliest time for
Milwaukee from the
Shimani is
hotel.
Ray
If
in
you're watching,
extenuating
suck it, dude. Go
circumstances?
fuck yourself.
That was the worst night ever.
What
Where's
a
show? Where's everything?
No, the show was
Or
fine.
no, wait. No,
The show was great. That
According
was
to the
Milwaukee.
Legion
But the
Abraham,
show was,
when is the
the
latest
show was
time for
great.
Shimani is Ray?
Leading up to the show sucked.
4 hours
We
after
sold
Alon
all the
Hashachar.
tickets that day, and the guy at the hotel was an asshole.
According to the
What was the thing? He told me to
when
park
is
the
the
car.
latest time
I
for
went and parked
Shimani
the car
is
in the
Ray?
rain, and I go, oh yeah, that's right.
4
I
hours
said,
after next.
just to let you know, we parked in like a
What is
little
the best
side
time for
spot there.
Shimani is Ray?
It's pouring down rain. Your entire parking lot's filled, and we're staying here for
Right
2
after
nights.
I
next.
want you to tell us.
And he goes, okay, we'll just write
When
that
can you
down
date and
for
Shimani
me.
is Ray between Alon
And I
and
go,
next?
why don't you write it down?
In extenuating
He goes,
circumstances, when it
Who do you
won't be
think I am?
possible
Your
to date them
assistant?
after
I
this
go,
time.
no, I think you're the guy that works at the fucking hotel front desk.
When can you date and
Just
Shimani is Ray
kept
between
That's
4
what he
hours?
pointed at it,
And
like,
shuts up.
you're a loser.
Oh, jeez.
If
All
the
right.
person was in
Alright,
extenuating
you can edit all that.
circumstances,
Oh,
and can
we're
only date
streaming
them
live.
between
Oh,
after
shit. We
4
don't edit. You
hours,
guys want to
and
play another
shuts
song?
up.
Let's take another question from a fan here.
What should one do if he does not date and Shimani is Ray on time by accident?
Because he
He
was a
should say
loser.
to Shemana
And
Esra
he is a
after next
loser.
prayer.
I found out after that, by the way, I went for the Yelp for that place. This is no joke.
What should one do
And by the way,
if he
there was
does not
also a
date and
comedian
Shimani
that told
is
me,
Ray
was it
on time
called
on
the Blah Blah Blah
purpose?
Hotel? And I go, yeah. They go, I had a problem with
There
that
is no
fucking
way
guy.
to make it up.
If you go on the Yelp, I can't remember the name of that hotel, but if you go to the Yelp,
What
there's
should
all
one do
these
if he did not
complaints
date
about
and
one
Shimani is
asshole
Ray
I
on
saw. It's
chatbot
worked there
by
for
accident?
years. That fucking is
He should
an
date him
asshole.
to Shemana Esra's on
Everybody.
Ninja.
When was the first time Kill Tony did a road show and where? Well, that's not even
What
a
should one
question
do
for the
if he
cast.
did
That's
not
just
date
a
and
question
Shimani is Ray by
for
chatbot on
Google.
purpose?
I mean, that's pretty easy. These people are
Nothing we can
morons
do.
out here. There's road show. Probably road show. We need Toronto or La Jolla.
If your million date's too
Yeah,
late,
maybe
what
Ohio.
should he do?
Yeah, no. I don't know. That's an easy one.
David
Had to be in the
alone.
first
Simply
30
better to
episodes.
date
For
him
some
on
reason,
time,
my gut
and
tells
load
me
it after the right
Have a
time,
nice
and
house.
with a million.
no, wasn't the ice house. We didn't get.
What
Yeah,
is
we
the
didn't do
earliest
that
time to
for a
date
while.
in Ninja?
But yeah, Toronto, I think. Either
Ninja
Toronto
Getala.
or La Jolla. Okay, well that's good. That's a question
According
for
to
William
the
Montgomery. So I'll
Schultz
tell you
what
what.
is
Why
the
don't we do
best time to
something
date
fun
in
here
Ninja?
and bring up a regular,
Ninja
everybody.
Katana.
Yeah. And you know him as
According
a
to
very
Yehuda,
controversial
what is the latest time
character.
to date
People
in
say
Ninja?
they love him. People say they absolutely
Black Hamilton,
despise
which is
him.
1 and
You
a
never
quarter
know
hours before
what you're
nighttime.
gonna get. Watch the cord when you come up here, ladies and gentlemen.
According to the
Make some
rabbis,
noise.
what is the latest
Or
time to
really-
date in Ninja?
I guess a couple people in the room can maybe clap.
You can date it all the way
Make some
until
noise for William
nighttime.
Montgomery, everybody. There he is. There he is. Watch the cord, William.
According to Yehuda, what is the earliest
go.
time to date in Malari?
Here he is, everybody. William
Black
Montgomery.
Hamilton, which is also what he says is the latest time
Let's
to
give
date in
it up
Ninja.
for Jimmy Buffett, Turks and Caicos.
According to the rabbis, What is the earliest time to David Mallory?
Whatever happened to Cotton Eye Joe
It is the same as the latest time for Ninja. According to them, is night time. Either it means Shaggy, according to Filmmaker, or Psycho Cabin, according to the Maiden Apparel.
We're gonna love this. Next one, what did Rick Marinas
Please
tell his
translate the
wife
term.
after he joined ISIS?
When you take two things that are mutually exclusive, meaning like only one of them can be correct and the other one has to be wrong. What two
They
types
just
of
released
Tali
a
Desatri are
bungee
discussed in
jumping
the show
video game on
generic?
VHS that's super hard.
According to the show generic, what is the latest
Is
time
it
to
just
David
me, or is
Ninja and
Major
Murray?
League Baseball way more exciting when cheating is involved? Is it just me, or is marriage way more exciting when cheating is
What
involved?
is the earliest time for the mitzvah of saying
William
Shema at
Montgomery,
night?
everybody. You did it again. Hell yeah.
Psycho Cabin.
In the end,
What should you do if you're not sure when the earliest time is? On mitzvah days, we have to make sure we are 100% sure that we are the mitzvah. So you should wait until you're 100% sure that it is Psycho Cabin,
William, you just
not
wipe your face with the same
90%.
cloth you
Then you should
cleaned the
read Shema.
microphone with.
You do the math on that when I'm sick.
How long have you been
What
sick
should you
for?
do if
2
you read
days.
Shema too
What are
early
your
at night?
symptoms?
I've been in quarantine in a cavern system.
Then say it again after
Middle
Psycho
Tennessee
Cabin, but
for 2
before
days now.
checks out of the night.
My symptoms
That
are
way you'll
coughing
get the
a lot.
mitzvah in
I
the
have
proper
something called
time.
pink
There
foot.
you go. Brian's putting on his sleep apnea machine for this.
What should you do if you read the
I have
third God
something
of
called
Shema
pink
too early
foot.
at
It's
night?
a lot like pink eyes, but my foot
As we said earlier, the
just
break out of
itches a
Shema
bunch.
are more
Let's
similar
check in
to
with the great
Shemana Esri, so
Jeremiah
they are
Watt.
independent
Can
of
I just
Shema,
say,
so
so
they have the same status as
William
Shemana
and
Esri.
Joel did,
So you could say
we all
them
did a
before
show together,
Psycho
Honey
Cabin
Retro.
because it is
Yeah,
still
how's
the
that?
proper
No,
time
it's fun.
because
It's
that
actually
is a
great.
fun
There was
time
like,
to say
we turned
Shemani
out there
is
for
Ray.
It was too many blacks.
Okay, William.
Way too many
What is the
blacks.
best time
I
to
don't
say
trust
Shema
them.
at night?
I'm from the Dominican Republic.
Right
Best
after
friend is
Psycho
David
Cabin
Lucas,
because
because
he
the
should do the
brothers in
mitzvah as
person.
soon as possible.
Okay, good. Let's go back to Jeremiah. Don't cut off Jeremiah.
What is the latest
So
time to say
the
Shema
show's
at night?
going great. William goes up there. The first thing he does, like,
Check
he
sign.
is riffing on the previous guy who brought him up, CJ Landry. And
If
it's
you
going
missed the
well.
latest time to say
And
Shema at
the
night,
next thing
what
out of
should you
William's
do?
mouth, and he goes, I'm going to be real with y'all. I'm feeling very
You can still say it
feverish
later
right now.
and get partial
I
credit.
expected.
Shut up, William. It gets absolutely nothing from
According
the
to the
crowd,
show
and
generic,
I
what
was
should one do
dying
about
in the
Shakari
back.
Shimani
It was
is Ray if
so
he has to
perfect
leave
because
for a long
the crowd
drive
literally
between
looked
Ahmad
around like
and Mishnak here?
because William just sold it. They didn't know him yet.
No one laughed.
He's got good acting
I
chops.
followed it up with, I've been going to a bunch of gay bars recently. I'm looking for
When
my
you get to
dad.
David standing
Some
up, Trevor
the
you would have to
audience
sit
said
down so
something,
you
and I
would be
said,
able
"Where are
to
you?"
concentrate better. If you push to Bean and
Wow.
Shimani
There
Esri
you go, a
off,
little
you might
bit of-
become busy and forget.
I taped the shows, and William didn't ask me for the tape afterwards.
According to the mission of Ibura, what should one do about Shakari Shimani is Ray if he has to leave for a long drive between Ahmad and Mishnak
Okay,
here?
William. Sure. I'll Dropbox it to you
It's
right
more
away.
important to say it in order than standing up. So
I'm
you should
sick.
not date
Yeah, I
in Shimani Esri until you date in Gina, and you shouldn't date in Gina until after Mishnak here. So you should date in
also
So
Sodom
here's
with
a
a
question. We
clean
actually
flesh bus
have
with
a
less
question for
concentration.
you, William, from a fan. They want to know, does William wear underwear?
What should one
And
do
if
if
so,
you came
when
late to
was the
Mayor
last time
and
they
the
were
million was
washed?
already
So
after
answer that
Shimani
question.
is Ray
I'm
and why?
actually sponsored by Joe Boxers. I get a bunch of money every month from Joe Boxers.
It's funny that
In
you've
what
never
cases
mentioned
would
the
one say
sponsorship
Shimani is
before
Ray
on the,
before
on
Shima?
the main show that you did.
I thought tonight I would finally say
When
it.
if you
I'm
leave on a trip
sponsored by
before
Joe
Mishyak
Boxer.
here, you should say Shema if you're standing up before you leave and say Shema after Mishyak here.
Rented out
2. If you
house
come
in
to Mallory
Malibu.
and
I
realize
don't
that
know
you
how
won't
to
be
turn
able
the
to start
alarm off.
Shimani
I'm
is Ray within the
constantly
9,
walking in the
then you
front
should
door.
skip
The alarm
Shema
starts
and
going
say
off.
it afterwards.
There you go. All right. Very good.
When is it appropriate to say Shema while you are
So what
traveling?
else has been going on? Like, what are you doing in your real life since this coronavirus thing has happened? We know you're not quarantined
When is
in
it
a cavern.
appropriate to
Are
say
you still working
Shemani
on the
is
story
Ray while
you
you are
did?
traveling?
I am still working
Like
here.
right now, after with everything that's
I
going on.
work there today. I hope none of my superiors see this. I think
Please translate the
Thursday
term
I'm
mitzvot for
gonna
Kavana
pretend
slash.
being sick.
Got the
I
pretty
can have
stat.
a week off.
Mitzvah means concentration, basic concentration.
That's
I am doing this mitzvah because Hashem
Someone
wants
today
me to.
literally at the store.
If you don't have concentration, you don't get the mitzvah. Now let's do it again.
And then he told me he was just at the doctor because he had a
Please
fever last
explain how
night.
it applies to Kriyat Shema.
And the doctor said he didn't have a fever. It
You need
scared
to
me.
have kavanah while saying
So
Kriyat
joke
Shema
to
and
that,
think
it
I'm doing
scared
this
me.
because
I
Hashem
might have
commanded me.
COVID right now. It's weird. I have a cousin
According to
who
the
are
Mishnah
COVID.
Ibura, when does it
He's in
apply
the
and what's
Turks
the
and
exception?
Caicos. He is a black person. He's a big fan of Jimmy Buffett.
Huh, very good.
I know they closed all the gyms.
What are
Hey,
KUT?
when your parents flew out here to get your gym membership, did you get to go to
Poems
the
that were
gym?
recited in the
I was
middle
able
of
to
Tavim.
pump some
It can be
iron,
about a large
and by
donation,
that I
a bar
mean
mitzvah
sit
slash
out in
simcha.
my vehicle and look up videos of
When he was
engineering
Chazan,
feats.
what was our high and vital approach to PUT?
Another question for you, William. This one came in from my
He
actual,
would follow
the
like the
only
minhag of the
person
shul,
to
so
ever
if the
get
shul
a
said
standing ovation
PUT, you
for
would say
set
PUT.
on their way to the stage and after
But he
their
was not
set.
Chazan, what was
My
our high
mother,
and vital approach
Mrs.
to
Hinchcliffe,
PUT?
sent in a question. Sent in a few questions, actually.
You
And one
shouldn't
of them
read PUT
was for
except for
William
Rabbi's or
Montgomery.
Hegelator.
My
He
mom
felt these
wanted to
matched
know,
themes with the
did
branch
you
that they're
go
in.
to a real doctor or Dr. Seuss?
What do you think
She
that
actually
our high
wrote
and
that.
vital
She-
conduct teaches us about minhagim?
Well, I didn't know. I went into the doctor with a messed up arm, and then the doctor said, I meant what I said.
What should
and
one
I
do
said,
if his family
what I
minhag
meant,
differs
your
from his shul
arm
minhag?
looks broken. Gonna need a stick.
Follow the shul outside his chazan and personally do
Hey,
your own minhag.
I'm kidding. No, I went to a real doctor though.
What is the historical origin of the Sephardic music of tefillah?
Did you hear that? I'm sick right now.
Dude, that joke killed me.
I'm sick. Yeah, there was an audience in here. I would
What
have
is
to
the
pause for
historical
2 minutes.
origin of the
Yeah,
Ashkenazic
no,
A
it's
music
little
of
after on that
tefillah?
one.
That's true.
You week at a few of them, William? People that are
Yeah, for the listeners, this is the best camera that we have on.
Hey,
What is
David,
the
fucking
historical
fix
origin
it,
of
you
music
bitch.
ori?
It's great. Zoom in and post or something.
David, I'm kidding. Whoa, what was that?
All right.
Is that from The Verge?
According to Sephardim,
That's so great.
only one changes music of
Weirdest fucking
tefillah.
episode ever. I love it.
Oh, you think so? You think the episode with no audience, the weirdest one, Joel? Wow, what a hot take. Creative
According to
genius.
Miss
Joelberg Joel
only one
Jimenez.
changes music of tefillah. Why?
Who is that?
Come on, faggot.
Oh, wow.
I'm kidding. That's a joke thing I'm working on. I'm not actually
According to Chassidim,
homosexual, but I
only one
found
changes music of
so
tefillah.
faggot
Why?
except there's a chance people will laugh.
You can
That
only
is
switch
true.
to music
What's
ori
the most
because it works for
homosexual thing you've
everyone
ever
all
done
the
in your life,
Shazim.
I
William?
kissed the guy.
Ashkenaz might only
Yeah,
work
when did
for
that happen?
Ashkenaz and Sephard
2
might
weeks
only
ago,
work
I
for
was in a
Sephard,
hot
but
tub. I
Misach
started
ori is made
making
to fit
out,
the needs of
touched my
every sheep's
penis.
prayers.
I touched
So
his.
someone can always
Then
change
what
to it.
happened?
He said peanuts.
I had to, peanuts. Huh?
According to the
Keep
Mishnah
going.
Ibura,
And then what
only one
I had to
changes
fly
music of
to
tefillah.
Turks and Caicos the next day. I was
They
jet
can never
lagged.
change their tefillah because this is one of the ways that we
My
connect to
my
our
mother has
ancestors through
something
minhagim,
to say about what
and we're more
William's
connected
dad
to our
pumped his
family,
sperm into
ancestors,
2
and
eggs a
community.
day.
We are stronger when
There
we're
you go.
connected.
Can I read y'all a poem by Shel Silverstein I love?
According to the Mishnah
You
Ibura,
have that.
when the minhag be illegitimate,
You have that all queued up? It's okay. Maybe we can do
if
it
the
later.
minhag
Why don't you
goes
sit on
against the
the,
Gemara
why don't
or
you sit
something
down and
that
join us
everyone
on
argues is a
the edge of
valid
the stage
influence
there. Yeah,
about
just
the
sit in front
Gemara.
of Joel's drum set over there.
So I noticed that you're drinking a 7-Up. That's
What
absolutely
seven
not
prayers may
7-Up.
be said in
It
English?
is absolute 7.
Here, put the mic back.
Shema, Shmona Esrei,
Put the
Virtue
mic back in the
Echad,
mic stand there.
Kiddushon Shabbos,
You grab a
break
seat.
up on
Just
mitzvot,
sit on that
break
ledge
up
right
on
in front
fruit
of Joel's
halal.
drums over there.
Seven
It'd
fucked
be right
up.
in the frame.
7
It'd be
fucked
beautiful.
up. I like
Mishnah
it.
Brura says 3 cases where we are
How about
discouraged from
another hand?
reading
Look
in
at that.
English.
Look how cute he is.
What
How
are
about another
they?
hand for William Montgomery?
What are 2 translations of the word Ashkenazim? 1. It means that you should teach.
Good question from the fans.
You should teach it so well that when you ask him a question, the person shouldn't have to say when answering.
Go. Absolutely. I would,
According to the Mishnah
I would,
Ibura,
well,
one or 3
yeah, I
words
don't know
may
how
have
easy this
difficulty
is,
translating.
actually. Actually, no, yeah, I might. Well, I mean, it's pretty hard. You would think the fuck
According to
one
the
would be
Mishnah,
easier since
why
there's
are we
one that is
discouraged
a
from
rich
praying in
woman.
English?
I'd fuck Cosby, dude. Give him a taste of his own medicine, dude.
I think so,
Because
right?
he
Well,
purports to
actually, his own
translate into
medicine
English
is, I
perfectly,
believe,
so a lot of the words
tranquilizer.
we might not have the fully correct meaning /
Fuck
translation
Mary
for
Kill.
them.
Red Band, what do you got on
I
that?
would definitely fuck Schumer and marry.
If you already read Shema
Louis
and you
kill
hear the
Cosby.
million saying it, what should you do? Why?
Because Cosby's
You
about
should
to die
say the
anyway.
first
That's
6
why you
words
would
out loud
want to marry
with them,
Cosby.
because if you
Marry
don't,
him,
then it
get all
looks
that
like
extra
you're
money
rejecting
that
the
he's got.
statement
I would
they're
marry
saying.
Louis. I bet
They're
he'd be a good
accepting
partner.
all that news, shammering, and furthering Hashim's agenda. I'm not saying
How about
if
you
you say
guys? Do
no,
you have a
I'm
hot
going
take
to
on
do
this?
my
Fuck
own
Mary
thing.
Kill?
Jeremiah has to
If you already said a
Listen,
tree
you're
or
a
running,
woman. I
and
want
you
a
hear
woman's
the million
perspective
saying
on
it,
this.
what should you do?
Were you saying you would marry Cosby because he's in jail, right?
No, I would
You
marry
should say
Louis
it with them, because that's the record.
kill Cosby.
That if someone's doing someone's good, then you
And I
should
would
join
say
them
I
rather than separate yourselves from them.
And I said you would marry Cosby because he's about to die.
Please translate the
So maybe
words.
there's a bunch of money to be made there. Marry Louis,
Passion
I think,
opens
is
up the
the
hands and
no-brainer.
satisfies every living
Best
thing that gets to
personality.
Mars.
I'd marry Amy just because the whole masturbation thing.
What's the masturbation?
What is the moving classic and hesitate?
Oh, you don't like that?
That doesn't turn you on at even a little. What if you fell in love? You don't think that would be hot?
What are 3 practical highlights of the main classic by Shrey?
Whoa.
Jesse.
That's a really good point. I got a text from one of our cousins of the show, the great Trey. We all know and love Trey.
First passing,
Comes with us on the road a lot. Reminded me that Ari and Sam are also 2 of the greatest guests in the show history. Also, Big J. Okerson, Shane Gillis. Really, basically, like I said, anyone who's on the show more than once is lands immediately into best guest territory.
The Gramercy show with Shane and
What is the
Big J
most
was one of my
important part of
favorite
Shimane
times
is
ever.
Ray?
Lord, that was crazy. Nobody saw that coming.
The first Bradshaw.
Top secret. Gilbert Gottfried, we had on one of those episodes.
What practical
Mark Norman
collection
on one of
applies
those
to the
episodes.
most important part of Shimane is
Always
Ray?
incredible over at the Gramercy. William, you okay?
What's wrong, William?
If you can't
I heard you
concentrate
have to
on what
answer
the
a
words
riddle
mean
from
for the
him
entire
before we leave
Shemana
the
Esri,
station.
at least learn the translation of the first Bradshaw and know each word meaning.
Go ahead, William. It's
That's
okay.
pretty funny.
If you said Lord Hachim during the
Yeah,
summer,
the camera
what
is
should you do?
incredibly
Why?
far.
Have sex with a lady or all
Repeat Shemana Esri.
her last name
Because
was,
rain now is bad since it will make the crops get moldy.
San Diego.
Oh, you did? There you
If
go,
you said
William.
Talyumatar in the summer, what should you do?
Exciting time.
Why?
Oh, also
Repeat
Holtzman.
Shemana Esri
Someone
because
that
you're not
always sits
supposed
in
to
the
say
front
the
row.
summer as it
Great
is
Joy Eileen
occurs.
just texted me. Brian Holtzman, absolutely. And
You know,
legend.
Brian just told me a story
In
that
the
after the
olden days,
Holtzman show where I
was the
battled
chasm
Isaiah
supposed to wake
Shabbat
them
by
before
into the
repeating
backflip off the
Shemane is
table.
Ray?
After the show was
Why?
over, Holtzman came up to Brian and he said, "Did you see that guy do a
For
backflip?"
6 to 10 people to finish Shemana is Ray.
Wow.
Because
So
you
you
should
saw
be
it, he was
considerate
there,
of others' time and start once you are
Holtzman
able to.
say,
There you go.
I love you, Brian.
Nowadays,
And also,
which 2
Brian,
people should the
Speaking
chasm
of
wait for
best
before
guests
eating
ever, there's
Shemane
only
is
been
Ray?
3 in the
Why?
show's history that have ever done 1 minute on this show.
Someone who dates properly or Rabbi says
One
they
of
go at
those
the right
being
pace,
the great
and you
Dom
don't want to
Irera.
make
I
people
figured we
miss
could
out
all
on
sit
Kedusha
here
and
like
Amen,
professionals
also
and
for
watch
the other
that
people
minute.
who
The
date them
first ever
properly
minute
to
by a
date them
guest in
properly.
the history of Kill Tony was from Dom Irera. You can roll number
If you
2
date
for
them
me
along
there,
Shemane
Chris.
is Ray properly
This
and
is
you're
it. This is
scared
what it
people
looked
will
like. It
laugh at
happened
you,
super
what should you
organically
do?
following a set. That's oh
Date
yeah,
them
oh
Shemana
yes.
Esri, then
Wait,
take your
hold
3
on.
steps early
No,
even
no,
though you're
I'm
not
sorry.
finished.
That's number 3.
Then finish
Yep,
Shemane
number
is
3.
Ray
Very
elsewhere.
good. Thank you, Chris. Happened organically following a set
What
after
are
the
3
great
things
Sarah
you are supposed to
Wineshank
do when the
out of
chasm
nowhere
repeats
in the
Shemane is
belly
Ray?
room, I do believe. Yep, in the belly room.
Be
Do you want to
quiet,
do a minute?
answer Amen.
Okay. Here's Dom Irera.
Wait, no, wait. It's a guy who's
When will the 1000th repetition of Shemane is Ray be considered a Bradshaw Levitala? Why?
make a friend of the club.
If you don't have 6 people or 10
Ladies and gentlemen,
people
your final
participating in
comedian
the
of the night
repetition,
has
then
been
it is a
performing
Bradshaw
here,
Levitala BC.
auditioning
It's
here
saying
since
the
it was
Bradshaw twice.
since the
But
club
when people
opened in
answer, is this only
1972.
your Bradshaw?
He's very close to being passed. Put your hands together for
What do you
Razor.
think Shemane is saying when he said that the blessings that will hopefully happen.
They're like this, they can pick up the pace.
Please explain.
You ever notice, you ever on a bus,
A person can't enjoy this world without making a bracha. We should put Hashem before any enjoyment that we have in this world. Please name the 3 types of Birkat and explain what each name means. Birkat Hanahanian, Brahms on enjoyment, Birkat Emitzvot, Brachas on mitzvah, Becket Shavah Yehuda, Brachas of praise and thanks. What do we thank Hashem for in the bracha of Elokei Neshama? For returning our Neshamas to us and our Neshamas did not abandon us and have come back.
Raise it, everybody! That was it.
According to the ViralRabbi, what should one do without Elokei Neshama is he stayed up all night. Why? Some say you do say it and some say you don't, because if Elokei Neshama is a Birkas name and then you can make a bracha if it didn't happen. According to the Quran Mekadim, what should one do without Elokei Neshama if he stayed up all night? Why? You should, because it's a Brakayat Shavah Hadol and bracha about praise. You can always say it even if there is no enjoyment. According to the conclusion of the Shorei Teshuvah, what should one do without Elokei Neshama if he stayed up all night? Why?
Another question from the fans.
You're not supposed to say Elokei Neshama, but when you hear someone else say it, you say amen. So you get credit for the bracha and you also don't take the risk of making a bracha Megatala. In what case do all 3 opinions agree?
This is a question for Jeremiah or Jesse or both.
If you take a nap the previous day, then you can make Elokei Neshama that day.
You guys are both in marching bands, according to this man. I didn't even know
Whatever
that.
they agree upon.
Is that true? You guys are both in marching
If you
bands?
took a nap the day before that, you can say Elokei Neshama.
Moved in any direction whatsoever.
I not only merged, right?
What bracha has the Satan as Elokei Neshama?
Oh, look at that. He doesn't know anything about majors. Brian likes minors. Nothing wrong
What do
with
we
that.
thank Hashem for in that
Go ahead,
bracha?
Jesse. Give us a good marching band story.
Well,
American
For
Pie
wiping
style.
the sleep from our eyes and the tiredness from our eyes.
trumpet on my clothing.
Is that true?
That's what I was
Please translate the following pasuk.
when I first got away. Wah,
For what was the land lost?
Sounds like a trombone to me.
wah. That's the story everybody always wants.
Why should we not have
From
been
marching band though? Anything crazy ever happen?
Because we were learning for it all day, and it's supposed to
At high
protect you.
school, I was seeing this guy who was in my section, and I gave him my hand job on the
Why were
bus.
we punished?
Whoa, look at that. I think you just took Jeremiah's
Because we
story
learned it
from
for the wrong reasons.
Same guy.
Oh, look at that. Did he finish?
What are the differences we discussed between Torah and other disciplines?
Wow. Really? What do you think
The
was so bad?
literature Reba says when one studies Torah, you are hugging and kissing Hashem. Nothing else is like hugging Hashem. We won't find the reason we are here in algebra.
One-handed hand job? Oh, no.
Is Birgit
All right, how
Torah
about
or?
you, Jeremiah?
I was not a marching band, but I played in
Please explain the concept
grade
of.
school band, and also I played in the band in the
When there is a 50% chance that you got the mitzvah, you have to make it a 100% chance.
We know those are the good ones. I went to a Catholic school. I know what goes on.
Please explain the concept of.
I don't remember too many wild.
If there is a 50% chance that you fulfill the Durbanim, if it is too hard to make it a 100% chance, then it is sufficient.
Do you?
Oh my God.
Well, they kind of get stuck in your head.
Oh yeah, that's the whole point.
Yeah.
What should one do if unsure whether or not he said Birgit Torah?
Sing us a church hymn. I remember.
Say it again to be
Used to make us sing 'em, even
100%
the
sure.
non-Catholics in my school.
Turks and Caicos.
Why should one be allowed to say Pesukim before Birkat HaTorah?
Lord, I lift your name on high.
Talking to Hashem by borrowing David Hamlet words and Moshe's words to speak with
Lord, I
Hashem.
love to sing your praises.
Why should one not be allowed to say Pesukim before Birkat HaTorah? Because we are directly quoting the words from the Torah, it doesn't matter whether you are concentrating or not.
Amen.
How does this question affect the law of
Jesus is
Torah?
my God, I stand in the night.
If someone is in the Torah or Tefillah, then if you are saying as part of Tefillah, then you don't need to say Birkat HaTorah. If it is Torah and Tefillah, then you do need Birkat HaTorah. How does this question affect the laws of
just got
Tisha
word
B'Av?
that you sang so well to Jesus that
You
the
don't
rain
learn
has
on
stopped
Tisha
and
B'Av,
coronavirus
so
is
if
ending.
prayer is
There's an
just
audience,
prayer,
let
then
the
you can
audience
pray
in,
on Tisha
everybody.
B'Av. But if it is considered learning, then you wouldn't be able to pray certain parts of
It turns
Tefillah on
out
Tisha
Jesus
B'Av.
exists. We are finding out live here on Kill Tony that Jesus is real.
How does this
And
question
he's
affect the laws
responding
of
to those
Rothschild
prayers
Vitala?
on Incredible.
Can you open up a Shulchan Aruch and read the Bracha and consider it Torah and Tefillah?
Okay, can I just ask Brian the logic behind that?
Why should one be allowed to interrupt between Birkat HaTorah and learning?
Jesus absolutely farted.
Because a Jew's soul isn't into physical enjoyment. When it comes to Torah, a Jew's soul never gets distracted from Torah, so there is never a distraction to the soul.
All that bread and wine.
How do you think he walked on water like a jet ski?
Why should one not be allowed to interrupt?
Blasted up that cross. That's how he got his
Because
name.
we are as spiritual as we wish, and we do get distracted on a physical level.
That'll stick. I just get an applause break in an empty room. You need to start doing
Is one allowed to interrupt between Birkat HaTorah and learning, or not?
That's incredible.
No.
Okay, let's keep this fun train moving along. Speaking of applause breaks and
What
good
Midak is
jokes,
based on the
we
previous
have another
question.
regular here, ladies and gentlemen. Believe it or not, these guys are willing to come up
We
here
say
and
Yavirik
fucking
and
dish it
Elite
out.
Ram right after we make
Goddamn
Birkat HaTorah, so it won't be an
The
interruption.
great Michael Laird.
Because
could
they
not
are
make it here
passages from the
tonight,
Torah,
but
so
he
we learn
definitely
Torah
wrote
immediately
episodes.
after.
This guy made it to 2 shows in Ventura, 2 shows in La Jolla. Michael
If you
Laird's got the
stayed up
night
all
off
night,
tonight.
why should you make Birkat HaTorah?
But however, there is one other regular.
If it's a Birkat Shivafi, how we should show our admiration whether we slept or not.
Makes some goddamn noise with the great David Lucas, everyone. Here he is.
Why should you
Watch
not
that
make
cord,
Birkat
David.
HaTorah?
Be careful up there.
If it's a Birkat Hananim, since our Neshama loves Torah, if you stayed up, there hasn't been a real separation.
Oh shit.
If Chroma Chris can help me out. Yeah.
According to the Mishnah Ibura, what should you do about Birkat HaTorah if you stayed up all night? Hear it from someone else, answer Amen, and have in mind to be yet saying. According to the first opinion in Mishnah Ibura, what condition must be met for 10 people to count as a Manan?
Well, she says
We have the
cold
same
outside and
height/same
she had me rain.
According to the second opinion in Mishnah Ibura, what condition
She's
may be
always
met instead of the
worried
above
about
condition?
things like that.
They only need to see each other.
Well, she said
When
it's
10
all
people
gonna
are
end
in one
and it might
place
as
and
well
one
be
person is in
my
another
fault.
place, when can the individual answer Kaddish with them?
She only sleeps when it's raining.
If there is no bathroom or church in
And she
between,
screams, and her voice is straight, and she
when can
says,
he not answer
baby,
Kaddish with them?
it's 3 a.m., I must
If
be
there are
home.
crutches or bathrooms in between,
And she says, baby,
there are 2 reasons we say Kel Malek and
well, I
when we
can't
say
help
Shema
but
without a
spend
Manan.
that old sometimes when the rain's gonna wash
One to
away
get it
our
to
baby.
248 words, 2 to replace Amen to the Bracha.
Well, she's got a
Why
little
do
bit
we
of
not say
something.
Kel Malek meaning
Got
when we
better
say
than
Shema together with a Manan? Because the Chesed
In a
Mabit
gold
Hashem Delta
portrait
Company is getting us to
that she's all got
248
it
and we
all.
say Amen. What are 11 common
She swears the
mispronunciations we
Lord
should avoid when we say
quite
Shema?
nice and used to.
slow words together. The Rabbi said to check and see if he knows any.
And she screams.
What body postures are always permitted while saying Shema?
It's
Standing, lying on your side.
whatever she says, baby.
What body postures are always forbidden while saying Shema? Lying on stomach or back.
Wow. Fucking beautiful.
What body postures are sometimes permitted and
Red Man and
sometimes
I were
forbidden?
checking out the stream comments during that. People saying that you cured
Lying mostly on stomach or back but tilted on side.
This is exactly what we needed, exactly what we wanted. Incredible.
When are they permitted?
Michael Laird has 2 comments.
Shouldn't David be,
If
this is from
person
Michael
sick
Laird,
or
shouldn't David
fat.
be guarding Sandra Bullock's blind side?
When are they forbidden?
He said your comedy special is going to be called 10 pounds of shit in a
Any
5
person
pound
that
bed.
easily tilt to their
God,
side.
why am I getting fucking
Michael Laird.
roasted by Professor X?
According to the Rambam,
William
one
has
of the
something he wants to say.
mitzvah related to David.
The brothers are at the drive-by.
Your brother
Once a
introduced
day.
him, William.
David, this is a roast joke from my father, Larry.
According to the Rambam, one of the mitzvah related to David.
May never roast you, but if he does, he say,
When you are in distress.
Washington, and you know, seriously.
What is the origin of the 19 varicose of Shemani Israel?
Hey, Mr. Larry, you look like Freddie Krueger's dad.
Everyone would David in their own language, once a day for all that they needed. Rabbis say that they
We
were not
actually had
speaking
another one of
properly,
the
so
great
they made a
guests
formal text.
of the show's history ask a question. This is for you, David Lucas.
If you forgot
from
Layla,
Donnell
you go in
Rawlings.
Rosh Chodesh
He said,
Morim. What should you do? Why?
Hey, Donnell. Hey, when they first
You don't go back for it, because in the olden days they would never start the Rosh Chodesh at night because they didn't pronounce the day Rosh Chodesh since before the calendar, it wasn't holy. So we treat the night less holy.
Michael Laird just wrote, tell David to wear his hoodie so
If
it
you
races
forgot Yom Kippur and Rosh Chodesh Shakarit or Mincha, and remembered before Modim, what should you do? You should
Donnell
say Yom Kippur. Continue with
Hold
Modim.
on a second. Let's see what he had to say. This is, here you go. It's all
If you forgot Yom Kippur in Rosh Chodesh Shakarit, and remembered before you 3 steps back, what should you do?
There you go. That's it. You can cut it there. There you go. That's it.
Then you should go back to Ritza and continue until the end.
Donnell jokes that you didn't get out? Yeah, you might as well save it.
If you forgot Yom Kippur in Rosh Chodesh Shakarit, and remembered after you 3 steps back, what should you do?
Yeah, Donnell's the fucking man. And again,
You should repeat Shemoni Israel.
he's got a squeaky truck.
How much personal space is a Davener entitled to?
So let's talk about this coronavirus and how it's affecting you. I know that the gym's closing isn't affecting you at all.
What are 2 reasons he's entitled to this space?
Oh, you're
What are you talking about? They don't have any delivery days.
Convening is a conversation with Hashem, and it isn't polite to walk in between people talking to it is distracting if you walk close to him.
Michael Laird just wrote,
What are 2 nafkaminos between these 2 reasons?
okay. You don't have to. Let me read the text there, Ryan.
Goddamn, Speedy really bad. Speedy really bad.
What should you do if you finish Shemoni Israel and the person behind you is still the vegan?
What have you been doing? What do you mean?
You shouldn't take 3 steps back and should stay where you are. You could still continue to vegan though. You can also take apart your feet if you want.
You're really going?
Please explain the concept of Marathon. Doing something that looks like it is forbidden, but it isn't really forbidden.
All the way to New York to do a David, Jesus fucking Christ.
Please give an example of Marathon in a Vodazera.
So you literally put that cord there and you stripped it.
A person walking and there's a statue of an idol, and they drop some coins in front of the idol and then he bent down to pick it up. It looks as though he's going to the idol even though he's just picking up his coins.
Goodness gracious. My mom actually asked a question.
Please give an example of Marathon in Kashrus.
What's
What's he doing?
You walk into McDonald's to go to the bathroom. It looks like you're going to buy non-kosher food even though you're just going to the bathroom.
You're a pescatarian. What else do you like to eat when you're not eating fish? We talked last week about
Please give an example of Marisanan intervening. If someone in the room is wearing a cross on their neck, and during mudding you bow down, it might look like you're going to the cross.
roasted off the
What should one do if the cross comes in front of him during Shemone Israel? You should face a different direction, because it's better to face a different direction than you wrestling then looking like you're intervening and going to a cross. If you've already started intervening Shemone Israel and the cross is in front of you, then you just shouldn't bow at all.
Is that true? You talk.
If you're even alone, when should you take 3 steps forward after Shemone Israel? Why? He's supposed to wait the amount of time it takes to walk for a mud. The reason is cause Shemone Esrei shouldn't be a burden, so we should try to act we want to prolong it and enjoy it. If you're even with a manan, when should you take 3 steps forward after Shemone Israel? Why? You shouldn't take 3 steps forward until the chesed starts Kedusha or the chesed starts Shemone Esrei. The reason is cause you don't want to make Shemone Esrei look like a burden, to make it look like that we want to prolong that meeting with Hashem, and don't want to stop.
Because you know that you had one.
What are 2 reasons we don't turn around until Chazaras Hashatz is over? One, there is time. People might think you didn't pronounce the words properly or skipped some words or didn't concentrate. 2, when you turn around it might be distracting to the people behind you.
So, going to New York City.
When should the chesed take 3 steps back after his repetition of Shemone Israel? Why?
He said God's killing him, but honey buns
The chesed doesn't need to take his 3 steps back after Shemone Esrei. The 3 steps that he takes at the end of Kadesh after Uval Zion counts for Shemone Esrei.
You've been going intermittently fast.
Why is this surprising? Because he interrupts with so many things during his Shemone Esrei, since usually you can interrupt Shemone Esrei. But really Esrei, Uval Zion, etc. are all just extensions of Shemone Esrei. What are 3 non-conveniences from the above discussion? Please explain the concept of Shemayot Anal. That sometimes if I hear someone say a bracha, then it is as if I said the bracha myself. So there are certain break-off which I could hear the bracha and it's as if I said it myself. What are 2 cases when one should not say Baruch Hu Baruch Shema? Why?
Fried fish. It's like, if I'm gonna go bad, I'm gonna go all the way bad, so I'm not gonna do like air fried.
What is an amen to
Everyone else, all 30,000 people.
when you answer amen too early before the bracha ends? What is an amen chapter 1? When you answer amen but leave out the none and only say in. What is an amen yasila? When you did not hear the bracha and you don't know what bracha is being said yet, you still say amen. If you did not hear bracha, what 2 conditions must be fulfilled for you to answer amen? You need to know what bracha is being said. It can't be a bracha that you're being noticing with one person other than you are saying, like by Kiddush, Shofar Meglia. When is the proper time to answer amen? Right after the bracha finishes. What is Splash Lot HaShatar? The appearance of indirect sunlight. What is Slash Me Share Out here?
I'm drinking my 7-Up vodka.
When you're able to recognize an acquaintance from floor a mile away, or when it's light enough for you to notice the difference between a blue and white string on your headset.
And I'm handing her some face.
What is Slash Meets Hot Trauma? Sunrise. What is Slash
Have you
Chat
ever had
Sun?
sex with a black girl before?
Midday and midnight.
That's all it takes.
No, but seriously, what do y'all think? Can I pull it
Please
off?
explain the term Slash
I
Mention
have a
Gedama.
very average-sized penis. I have
6.5 hours after the day starts, or half an hour after chat says, and 5.5 hours before night.
You know,
Where I want to see this.
I've asked before, and
Please
I've
explain
actually
the term
seen him on
Slash
the
Mention
show.
Katana.
He was wearing, he has a knack for wearing
3.5 hours
bras,
after
and I
chat
asked to
says,
see
which is
what
9.5 hours
without
after the day
and
starts,
I
and
went
2.5
like
hours
the
before the night starts.
Would y'all just
However, they did look like hobbits.
Please
Like,
explain the
very,
term
very,
Slash Flag Home
Well,
Thought.
would y'all watch that movie? Just David and I.
4.75 hours after chat says. It's in between Ninja Katana and night time.
eyebrows.
What
Whoa.
the fuck do you
What
mean?
is Slash
You
Kia?
know exactly what
I had my best fucking snack. Yeah, no,
I know those
Sunset.
eyebrows.
I've got you sick tonight, bitch.
I just saw the spit fly on my
What
nose.
is Slash Bean Hash Meshes?
I'm sick tonight,
Alright,
bitch.
William, sit there you go.
Between sunset and the disappearance of indirect sunlight.
Come on. What are you, a fun
What is Slash Cyclochlorobin?
You have another antibacterial
The
one?
disappearance of indirect sunlight.
David's shirt, this is from Michael Mayer.
Please explain the term Slash Shot Zemaniot.
David's shirt says champion. That's true.
Each chance pneumonia is 1/12th of daytime or nighttime. It also depends on the time of year to determine how long they are.
Go. Absolutely. He says that you put the meat in meetings.
What is the earliest time to put on the sit
What's going on? Just watch that cord, guys. Is everything
whenever
okay?
you want?
Wait, what's going on? What's the problem?
What is the earliest time to make a Bradshaw on
2
sit
weeks ago, I had sex with David's cousin.
1. After me shy car. 2. But if it's absolutely necessary, you could make it at a lot
Hey,
hash on.
why don't you grab a seat next to William?
What should you do if you have to put on sit before the earliest
Take that
time?
mic stand and the microphone with you and just sit
Put
down
the
there.
sit on and then
Watch
wait
that
until a lot hash hour and make the Bradshaw on the sit.
There you go. William,
What
stop.
is the
William,
earliest time to
stop
put on to
playing
film?
around. Stop horsing. Oh, he's whoa, the weight. Whoa.
Nishiak here.
It's all amped up over here.
Lord, I live
What is the
today
earliest time to say Shima?
for
Nishiak
Lord,
here.
I love to sing your praises.
What is the latest time to say
William,
Shima?
get the microphone.
According to the Major Abraham. 3 hours after Amat Hashar. What is the latest time to say
Oh,
Shima?
wow, this is another
According to
question
the
from fans. This
Malek
is actually for William. You can answer it pretty quickly and easily.
3
William,
hours
are you
after
having a
next
boy or a
Shima.
girl?
I am having an abortion.
Oh, wow.
What is the best
I
time to
had
say
sex
Shima?
with a Filipino girl 3 years
No,
ago.
we heard that
Right
already.
before
Hand it
next
back to
because you
David.
can
Okay,
say
this is
Shima at
another
midnight
question.
after say Shima
Okay,
is
there
Ray.
you go.
Connecting
Okay,
the two of them.
Another question. This is for everybody. Ass or tits? I like
Please
both,
explain what
but I'm
Fossican
gonna pick ass
means.
on this one. Right, Dan?
Ass.
3 different
I'm gonna go
explanations.
ass. Oh, wow,
One
we're all
student
ass
woke
so
up early
far.
and dating Gina
Jeremiah,
before next,
you're
and
ass.
Shannon Esri after next. 2 people who wanted to do it in the best way
Whoa, look at
possible
that.
and warned students.
My
3
goodness.
recommend saying volcanoes. Mommy dating will see you so beginning, I will stand even if the majority is Shima after the latest which if this time if you say Shima late you still get some credits even if you
Jesse, yeah.
which you want to of Shema if he missed the latest time.
Yeah. But long term, you need an app. Yeah. How about
When is
William?
the earliest time for Shimoni is Ray in regular circumstances? Let's hot Shema.
Okay, there
When
you
is
go.
the earliest time for Shimoni is Ray in extenuating circumstances?
Well, that's a tough one. She has both to
Lord Hashar.
both. Yeah, you lucky son of a bitch. Okay, this
According
one's
to
more
the
on the
Nation
shelf.
Abraham,
It's Joel
what is the
Russell's
latest
minutes.
time for
Favorite
Shimoni
Thanksgiving
is
song
Ray?
off of all time. First one that pops in your head. Probably.
4 hours after Abad Hashar.
Damn, it's a hard one.
According to the Melekiyun, what is the latest time for Shimoni is Ray?
Australia.
4 hours after Nets.
Yeah, that was crazy. Yep, and this is incredible. The bucket of
What is
destiny
the best time for Shimoni is Ray?
questions in a row. Joel, have you ever felt like you lost a Mexican
Right
drum?
after Nets.
Every time. No,
When can you defend Shimoni is Ray between Allah and Nets?
People who are technically really
In
gifted,
extenuating circumstances when it won't be possible to defend after this time.
I am seriously willing to die, so I think that
When can you defend Shimoni is Ray between 4 hours and Shed Sun? If a person was in extenuating circumstances and can only defend between after 4 hours and Shed Sun.
So you're saying some people drum better than you, but you come in with the
What should one do if he did not defend Shimoni is Ray on time by accident? He should say to Shemana Esrai at the next prayer.
One of the questions that I'm going to ignore
What should one do if he did not defend Shimoni is Ray on time on purpose?
Yes, absolutely, I agree.
There is no way to make it up.
Everybody plays
What should
their
one do
role.
if he did not defend Shimoni is Ray on Chadsot by accident?
This is a really interesting one. I've wondered when this
He should
question
defend to Shemana Esrai by Ninja.
and why not for this special coronavirus episode.
What should one do if he did not defend Shimoni is Ray by Chadsot on
Where did
purpose?
singing Jumper, the band's music,
Nothing he can
come
do.
from? Now, this is actually a pretty complex answer.
If your million defends too late,
Because
what should he do?
you'll notice, even though I don't do it every episode, like
Defend alone, since it is better to defend on time and alone than after the right time and with a million.
answer here. One is that it used to
What is
somewhat
the earliest
bother
time to defend
Jeremiah
Ninja?
that I would sing the wrong song to whatever
Ninja
song they were
Gedela.
playing.
I understand because the tempo,
According to the Schultz and Eric, what is the best time to defend Ninja? Ninja Katana.
Yes, that would make sense. That would singing a song that's not the
According
song
to
that we're playing
Argumenta, what is the latest time to defend Ninja?
And so if you look at things, it's actually
Black Hat Ninja, which is 1 1/4 hours before
usually
nighttime.
happen if Jeremiah does something to purposefully annoy me. It'll usually happen
According to
after
the
that.
rabbis,
Or
what is the
sometimes
latest
I'll
time to
do it
defend
after
Ninja?
somebody has a horrible set in my
You can
opinion.
leave it all the way
It's
until
usually what
nighttime.
sets it off because I'm sort of saying like, you should think about killing
According to
yourself.
Argumenta, what is the earliest time to defend
And
Mary?
also, in a weird way, I always think it's an interesting in my own
Black Hat
little
Ninja,
brain,
which is also what he says is the latest time to defend Ninja.
the late great Stephen Harvey Stevens, who committed suicide because I believe that song in some ways about suicide
According to the rabbis, what is the earliest time to defend Mary?
Montgomery, who I'm guessing is going to tell us the
It
second
is the same as the latest time for Ninja, according to them, is nighttime. Either it means Shaki, according to the Melekiyot, or Tzidhako Kabim, according to the Majan Averell. Please translate the term. When you do two things that are mutually exclusive, meaning like only one of them can be correct and the other one has to be wrong.
Jeremiah?
my recollection
What two types of tardy to Satri are discussed in the Schultz and Eric?
It came from multiple times of you just not knowing the lyrics to certain songs, like in general.
According to the Schultz and Eric, what is the latest time to David Ninja and Mari?
Yeah, a bit of that. Yeah. And then I just thought it was silly. I just thought it was a little, what Red Band would call it.
What is the earliest time for the mitzvah of saying Shema at night?
It's like, I think it became kind of a thing that I
Psychical
realized,
Kevin.
with different songs we were playing, that like you didn't know the words.
What should you do if you're not sure when the earliest time is?
That song in there to replace it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
By this time, we simply have to make sure we are 100% sure that we did the mitzvah. So you should wait until you're 100% sure that it is Psychical Kevin, not 90%.
Fun fact, Chroma
Then you
Chris
should
did
read
play
Shema.
for America. You were a United States Marine.
What should you do if
Don't
you
get
read
it
Shema
twisted.
too
David
early at
Lucas
night?
wears the camouflage, but
Then say it again after Psychical Kevin but before Chad thought of the night. That way you'll get the mitzvah in the proper time.
you really want to? Go ahead, William. Lay right
What
across.
should you do
lay
if
right
you read
across
the Birkat of Shema too early
Not
at night?
the table. This floor right here. Don't trip on any cords.
As we said earlier, the Birkat of Shema are more similar to Shemana Esri, so they are independent of Shema. So they have the same status as Shemana Esri. So you could say them before Psychical Kevin because it is still their proper time because that is the prime time to say Shemana Esri.
Yeah, you guys set up a table here.
What is the
and
best
let's
time
have
to
a
say
little
Shema
arm
at
wrestling
night?
match. The first ever Kill Tony. I mean, David
Right
Lucas.
after Psychical Kevin because we should do the mitzvah as soon as possible.
David, here. You guys come up here. David, you help set this up.
What is the latest time to say
Whatever
Shema at night?
happens, William, don't get so into it that you turn your hat around backwards.
Just watch that chord.
If you miss the latest time to say Shema at night, what should you do?
Never seen before.
This is very exciting.
You
The
can
first
still
ever
say
Kill
it later
Tony
and
arm
get
wrestling
partial
match.
credit.
You turn the hat
According to the Shulchan Eric, what should one do when Shakari Shimoni is ready if he has to leave for a long drive between Bahad and Mishiach here?
got 5 on David Lucas.
Does anybody have William?
What is the advantage of this?
You know what? I think William might actually.
When you get to David and standing up, traveling you would have to sit down too. You would be able to concentrate better through if you push the beam and Shimoni Esri off, you might become busy and
Hold on,
forget.
wait. Joel's gonna hold on, and when I say, okay.
According to the Mishnah, what should one do when Shakari Shimoni is ready if he has to leave for a long drive between Bahad and Mishiach here? It's more important to say it in order than standing up, so you should not Daven Shimoni Esri until you Daven Shema, and you shouldn't Daven Shema until after Mishiach here, so you should Daven sitting down on the plane / bus with less concentration.
Okay. No, it's okay.
What should one do if he came late to me or if the Minyan was already after Shimoni Esri and why?
Kill Tony, our...
In what cases would one say Shimoni Esri before Shema?
Watch the court.
William, do you think you can beat anybody else on stage?
When if you leave on a trip before Mishiach here, you should say Shema Esri standing up before you leave and say Shema after Mishiach here.
Let's let William.
If you come tomorrow and realize that you won't be able to start Shimoni Esri with the Minyan,
Alright,
then you
here we
should
go.
skip Shema
Ready,
and say it
set,
afterwards.
Oh, come on, Joel.
When is it appropriate to say Shema while you are
Serving
traveling?
energy here. Wow. I'll do it. I'll go up
When is
again.
it appropriate to say Shimoni Esri while you are traveling?
1, 2, 3.
Please translate the term mitzvahs for Kabbalah /
I'm extreme. Here, let me try it.
Mitzvah need concentration, basic concentration. I am doing this mitzvah because Hashem wants me to. If you don't have concentration, you don't get the mitzvah, and must do it
Here
again.
you go. Red band.
Please explain how it applies to create
Ready,
Shema.
set. What are you afraid of?
You need to have kavanah while saying quiet Shema, and I'm doing this because Hashem
Ready,
commanded
set,
me. According to the Mishnah Berurah, when does it apply and what's the exception?
Okay, Jeremiah, favorite character you've ever done? Great question for the fans. Broad and beautiful question. Very hard. I mean, that's another one where like I have like, you guys don't worry about that. Let's see if
It can be about a large donation, a bar mitzvah / simcha.
Oh, William, you can't. William, don't.
When he was chazan, what was our high and vital approach to beauty?
Just sit down, William. William, sit down.
He would follow like the minhag of the shul, so if the shul said PUT, he would say PUT.
William, sit down and shut up. This isn't brothers in person. Shut the fuck up. Sit down.
When he was not chazan, what was our high and vital approach to PUT?
Okay, there's so many at this point.
You shouldn't read PUT except for Rabbi Laser Hagler. He felt he's matched with the thieves with the branch therein.
Why I like certain ones. And
What he thinks that our high and vitals conduct teaches about minhagim.
Jeff Foxworthy, Nose Rogan, and also
what should one do if his family minhag differs from his shul minhag?
sort of like expression-wise, those were my favorite ones that are.
Follow the shul outline as chazan and personally do your own minhag.
Yeah.
What is the historical origin of the Sephardic music of tefillah?
I like sometimes I like certain ones. Like one of my favorites is actually Jack the Ripper because
what is the historical origin of the Ashkenazic music of tefillah?
There's no sense that a serial killer would be saying his own name, which I like that a lot. Just looks like an original.
What is the historical origin of music Ari?
I just like that as an original character. I got a weird one. I'm always impressed with working in a country.
According to Sephardim, when we would changes music of tefillah. Why?
With a British accent and like actually make it happen and they like it. That's just crazy. Or Tibby in Australia was awesome. Yeah,
according to Miss Acton, when we would changes music of tefillah. Why?
Told me that the accent sounded legit. I was like, that's the best compliment you give it.
Any chance of a Kill Tony festival?
According to Chassidim, when we would changes music of tefillah. Why?
Probably less of a chance now than ever before.
You can always switch to music Ari because it works for everyone, all the Shavudim. Ashkenaz might only work for Ashkenaz and Sephard might only work for Sephard, but Nisach Ari is made to fit the needs of every sheep's prayers. Always change to it.
Perfect example of random arm wrestling competition.
Hi, Miss Aquarius. How are you? I'm lovely, thankfully. Just chilling.
They can never change their tefillah because
There you go. I'm here if you need. Hello to you as well, madam. Yeah, not ideal though. I was like up really, really late, and so I set an alarm so that I would awake early, so that I just didn't sleep through the whole day. So that's okay. Yes, ma'am.
Probably back up into the 80s by sometime next week. And people are now suggesting that tour is the tiger with I'm sure I understand this necessarily. Brandon Chandler saying that the
weirdest, most annoying habits on the road. We covered this on some roadcast episodes. I don't know if you guys really want to get too much into that, right?
Water bottle.
Yeah, it's mostly all Jeremiah now. He's got some interesting ones. And Rockstar. Built to be a star, this guy. Built to be a star. A lot of stars are pretty neurotic. They don't think. He does make that noise after a sip of a water bottle. She fills up, takes with him, crushes it down again, spills it back up again.
It's out of school, but every time we get to a hotel room, Jeremiah loves to take his socks off and scratch his feet on the carpet.
You're the best around.
That's a real one that nobody knows. I go like this. I do it like a cat. I take my socks off and I literally go on the carpet and I go,
Yeah, the carpet we both have to walk on. Oh, that is absolutely.
like, Tony, you have a theory about this.
What do you mean?
About the feet thing, why he does it. Because he has a fungus or something.
Yeah, you have itchy feet. You probably have a little
Jeremiah, something I learned.
William, did I give you permission to talk right?
Tony, I'm so sorry.
They can never change their temperament because this is one of the ways that we connect
Jeremiah,
to
what I
our
appreciate, you're a skinny dude, I'm a fat dude, I eat a bunch. Seems like you eat a bunch. Seems like you have sort of different ideals in regards to what goes in your version. You're a big eater.
Wow.
Yeah. I don't like.
You're a picky eater.
I don't like onions and I don't like cilantro. I don't put those in my.
And onions.
Onions and cilantro.
You don't like French onions?
I tried it. It's all right. Like I can do onion rings and I can do like sautéed onions.
Like peppers and onions?
I can do animals. I don't get onions with the pepper.
Anal. You can do anal.
Animal style at In-N-Out. I'll get like the animal style where it's like the fried onions on the fries. Like that, those don't bother me.
Like a steak burrito. Let's say you got steak, cheese, salsa.
No, I don't like. If it's like their chunky salsa, no go.
What about that white sauce?
What's up?
What about the white sauce? What's that called? Sour cream? You get that on here?
No, it's sour cream.
And Joel actually lost a Mexican drum off, which honestly give him the boot. Yes. And does Joel have the ability to be challenged? Of course. That would be one of the first things.
That's always the
I think we've always waited for you to actually lose.
Yeah.
Because I think it's going to be a good one for all of us.
Wow. It's glorious. We're going to be trending on Twitter worldwide. NBO.
I'm not having that looking at these fucking snakes. I thought they were my friends.
Snakes. It's a refillable show. There's always another episode. Look, even in a pandemic, here we are, the oldest comedy club in the world. Fun fact, the Ice House is literally the oldest comedy club in the world, while the Comedy Store is the most famous, perhaps, the Ice House.
Joel snores.
Whoa! Yeah. Look at
Really bad.
I thought we moved on.
No.
Throwing each other under the bus.
Joel's grandfather is just,
Hand the microphone to David.
I do this thing where when Joel and I are in the hotel room where if he drinks a little bit too much, he'll start snoring, and which is a lot of the time. Hello. And then, oh, you went after me with my date. I've got secrets on you too. So I'll do this thing where I go, hey, Joel, and like, turn around. I go, turn over, Joel, flip over. What? Wake up like super like panicked and then like I snore. Jeremiah rubs his dirty feet all over the carpet. Obviously mine is worse.
My biggest complaint on the road is on the way from the airport we had to take the limo, but on the way back we had to take that dumbass.
Yeah, that's true. Wait, when we went to Swansea, I brought Jesse earplugs because I know that I snored.
So we ended up staying awake until we had to get to the plane and told him to jump from the passenger up to the bed like 100 times. Well, Red Band went live. What were you eating?
What?
Remember when Red Band went live before we went to the airport?
McDonald's or something?
It was some kind of
Hey, Red Band.
Can I say one thing? Ramen noodles. Can I say one thing?
Yes.
Just, I swear to God, where I met David Lucas, just San Francisco. I swear to God, Reggie, when you threw the bucket at me, aren't you drunk, just going after me, yelling at me? It scared me. I thought you and I were buddies.
Oh, you think you were scared about that? How do you think I felt?
Tony, I'm going to say this to the 3,000 people watching. Tony, I love you so much.
Hand the mic,
But it was very interesting watching you at that moment.
David, right now. David, do not give it. Don't give that back. Now you have to ask fucking permission. You're a retard. Yeah. Bunch of questions in here that have nothing to do with the show. My top 5 favorite bands: Pink Floyd. Funniest behind the scenes thing about another cast member. We just covered that. What's William Montgomery's ideal woman or girlfriend? No, we already answered that. Filipino.
Someone stabs me with keys. Rex or Connor, somebody with a drinking problem.
Jeremiah, is your long-term goal still to be on SNL, or are you happy being an independent artist? Interesting question at this time. They just suspended production. We're here at Kiltony, we're doubling down, 50 episodes in front of empty audiences like Vince McMahon, so many, Dana White, so many of my other great.
I still would like a Saturday Night Live or an equivalent, which by equivalent I would be totally fine with having my own sketch show. But that's still something that is still the dream, is to have a place of like a variety type show where I can take a bunch of characters and put them in different scenes and kind of like expand them in a different world setting and stuff like that. So that's still the dream to a degree for sure.
Awesome. All right, another question from the fans. Fun fact, I texted Dom Irera if he had any questions for the cast. He didn't answer me back. Not a good sign in this coronavirus time that the legendary Dom Irera didn't text me back. Hopefully it's okay. Any conspiracy theories that the cast of Kiltony believes in? Any ones that you do believe in?
The Kennedy was shot by 2 people.
Absolutely.
Mine are making them.
How about Chroma and Jesse? We covered that on Brothers and Curse, so let's check in with these guys. Any conspiracy theories you guys do believe in? Flat Earth, perhaps?
No, the Kennedy one is definitely on my top list.
Give us another good one. You said you have a list.
The government creating crap. I do think there was knowledge behind 9/11. I'm not saying they were behind it, but I think there was knowledge.
There definitely was. They were definitely warned that planes are going to be used as weapons.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's a fact. Okay, let's check in with William Montgomery. Conspiracy theories that you believe
This is
in.
a text from my father who's watching this. He said, now is probably a good time to shut the fuck up. Love, Papa.
Hey, Larry. Absolutely right. He's absolutely right. You have that best parents. Yeah, indeed. And let's give us all a chance to shut the fuck up, and why don't we all enjoy together the second ever comedian to perform on Kiltony's history. You can turn down the house lights a little bit so the people watching at home can see it more clearly. This was the great Ron White insisting that he try to do a minute because comedians were bombing continuously out of the bucket. Mr. Tater Salad himself, one of the greatest comedians of the world, the great Ron White, live on Kiltony.
60 years old, and I know two things to be true. One, anything has the potential to become an E-right checkpoint if you crash your car. And you can't unfuck the babysitter. Don't drink and drive. Just saying. They also say friends don't let friends drive. Well, which one is it? Somebody's got to drive. I'll leave it part of the thing. Like, they run, you drive, like, I drive. I can't get pulled over. Now, I won't drive drunk, but I'll go ride with somebody who can't blow a .08, not knowing. .08, not drunk. .08 is the limit extreme. Federal fucking government, 1.808. That guy can't drive my fucking car. I'm not saying I've never driven drunk, because I drank so much in my life now on the back of my driver's license with the Oregon ID. This Belgian Ford one time, drive a rental car.
By the way, Jeremiah, one of my favorite characters you guys make it Back to the Future's there, a young Chroma Chris, covered in hair, Joel Jimenez, Jack Knight and Benji Wallace's guest. Pat Reagan, shout out to Pat Reagan. Patty Reagan.
William says he has something.
Okay, William, go ahead. This is proof of your.
I did comedy in Denver 2.5 years before I moved here. I've been here now 2 years. There's a guy, Zach Reiner, he's probably not watching this, but he told me we were doing a show in Nebraska.
Make it longer. Make the thing longer.
And he sold the show to that guy, and it was literally being drunk, doing a DUI checkpoint, getting it too hard. It was so interesting.
Very good. Hand the fucking microphone back to David John. You are a train wreck, dude.
God.
Oh my God, you are. Michael Lair is correct here. He said something. That's a Texas minute for Danny. Sure, that was a little bit longer than a minute. David Lucas looks like he's okie dokie. I guess we are. Okay, you guys playing a song?
Do it.
Go ahead. Hey! Step back from that ledge. Step back from that ledge, my friend. For Jesse, since joining the band, is it tough to learn new songs for the week on top of putting together a costume?
It's a dream come true and really really fun, actually. In fact, Jeremiah and I have been getting a lot better at writing our notes, and we had a lot of help from Top Shelf Brass. Like when they write out our music, we can play instruments in different keys, and we can just read the music really quick and harmonize.
It is incredible. The band's process. The other day. Yes, I did. I went and saw the Top Shelf Brass Band and the Great Aphrodite on Friday night or something like that. I was a little bit restless around midnight, and I jumped in a quick shower and went out to cause some live. Surprised the hell out of them. They were very excited, and that was fun. But anyway, it is incredible the process, and I feel like a lot of people might not know how fast sometimes you put things together, especially on the road. Up to maybe sometimes I've seen you wait until an hour before the show to even start putting songs together. What's a Texas song or what's a New York song, things like that. You learned in Columbus, you learned the Ohio State marching band singer like 20, 30 minutes before the start of the show. It turns out it was in a different key and we kept not being able to quite find it. And I said, if we play this, the crowd will go crazy. They didn't quite respond like I thought they would. Fun fact, they are considered the best stand band in the land, and I'm paying homage to them every time I call these guys the best stand band.
Can I say what I thought about it? Like, it's so much fun what we do, but it's, as I step back and go, like, you forget how much work needs to be done. Like, it is a lot of work. You just forget it sometimes. It's so fun when you're there. You don't think of it all in, but it is a lot. Just so you know, we are.
I remember seeing all y'all preparations in Sacramento. So I was like, 12 p.m. This shit ready for like an 8 p.m. show. I was like,
yeah, we were in that Airbnb in the back patio area, and there's a dude who plays saxophone, who's a neighbor, and he goes, do you need any help? I go, no, you got it. And then literally 2 minutes later, I hear him wailing on his sax inside his house to show, like, I can play too. And I'm like, it's just such a process. I just do it real quick.
William, does the thing you want to talk about have to do with what we're talking about?
It has to do with the movie.
Okay, there you go. Go ahead. There you go. Hand it back to David.
Can I say one thing?
Go ahead.
These pieces of shit. One.
Nope,
I'm sure there's a number of them watching right now.
There you go. Hey, let's keep this momentum going on. The band is Joel Jetski's crowd applause. I believe they're talking about the newly founded jet ski. And there's that one. Is Joel Jetski Johnson's crowd applause is a bit more than his. Wow.
Honestly, fuck no. I love him at a rising tide lifts all shit. So we're all feeling it. Everybody's
that is the Kill Tony way, exactly. A win for anybody is a win for us all. It's a team sport. Fuck, Mary, kill. William, David, Michael, go. Jesse Johnson, you're going to start this one off. You have to fuck one, you have to marry one, and you have to kill one. I think this one's pretty easy. It's pretty easy. I think we know. I think we definitely know who Jesse's gonna fuck. That's for sure. Go ahead, Jesse. Fuck, marry, kill. Will David or Michael?
I'll marry David. She knows how to do it.
Hey.
Kill William.
Really? You're gonna fuck Michael?
That's not right. That's you gotta kill Michael. Well, he's also about to die.
No. I got William dying before Michael anyway on my.
That's a good bet for Bet DSI.
I know. What would you be doing if not comedy?
Now you guys all have to go.
William. Alright. David, we're brothers in person. Days away from another brothers in person.
Tomorrow.
There you go. Save that energy, dude. All that energy goes somewhere. Any life hacks? What would you tell your 24-year-old selves? Interesting one. I like that. Write down every joke, no matter what. This especially goes for people, I think, in their first 5 years starting stand-up, or really anything. Every time that you have an idea, write it down. Recording every sentence. There you go. Sure. There you go.
When I committed myself to the consciousness,
Absolutely. You're goddamn right, Joel.
Be grateful for what you have and stop worrying about what you don't.
Absolutely. That's a really good one. No matter on what level that is, I think that works. There's a little something for, how about you guys down there? Chroma, any life hacks, Jesse?
I was gonna say enjoy public gatherings.
Chroma?
Just enjoy people who appreciate the stuff that you put out.
I'll say, and this goes a lot with what Tony said it, and our buddy Jim Ross said it a bunch. Either enjoy the process or love the process. There's certain things when you're doing mics, when you're early on in your career, you kind of take for granted what you should really be soaking in as much as possible. Certain things around you. I got reminded of I was in San Antonio last weekend, and there's just like a group of comics there that they're all doing stand-up sets, but they interviewed separately. But it was really good to show. It didn't matter that they were kind of like living their time. It was more like a fun camaraderie thing that I saw that you don't get to do when you're doing like weekends and stuff, and you have, certain kind of like customers and like that, or like 3-person show or 2-person show. Just like soak in, being around friends, and you're watching their set and learning from them. Have fun with you, and you all flow together.
Red Band, why do you like this art?
Just the true part of that. Tony got mad. It's just close on street parts all the time. So I joked with that guy. I'm something a t-shirt and part or something like that. And say it takes their stuff. And we sold out.
How many of those did you make? 200 shirts. Wow, that's incredible. It's incredible that you sold 200 fart shirts, and as far as I know, 15 Piltoni shirts in the history of your t-shirt making career. Incredible stuff. That's very good. What a great
seems to be that these two men
Tony, any special skills or talents besides comedy? Yeah, it's fun. Sure, I can play the piano since I was a little kid. I never really learned how to read sheet music because I could play by ear, and it actually got me in a lot of trouble when I was a kid because my music teacher, my mom, we didn't have a ton of money growing up, even though she made a little bit of illegal money. People get it twisted. They think that just because they were a little touch of organized crime that means that you were rich, but that was just barely to survive at those times in Youngstown. Anyway, she spent some of the little bit of money that we had on piano lessons. And we had an upright piano against the windows in my dining room, the house where I grew up in, because the neighborhood was so bad that it was the only windows in my house on the first floor that didn't have bars on them. And so we had an upright piano. Long story short, I would just learn the songs on there, and then I'd go back and play it. But the music teacher, of course, noticed that I wasn't able to read the music, and she kept saying, Tony's just taking shortcuts, which I did for basically every type of learning thing throughout my entire life. And eventually, fun fact, this is how crazy my neighborhood was that I grew up in. Eventually, the robber ended up breaking through. They saw that there weren't bars on those windows, and they took an axe to that window one day when no one was home, and they busted through the upright piano. They literally went through the middle. Do you have any idea how insanely solid? This was an old school piano, too. But they went all the way through it and took a VCR and a regular Nintendo.
One of my favorite videos I ever got was you and your mom playing piano together at your house in Youngstown, right?
Who is Joel's favorite drummer?
Dang, I'm going to have to go with Byron McMacken.
Another question from my mom for Joel. Where did you get that from? She thinks it's a dick. She She doesn't even realize it's a dildo. She thinks she took it off the big purple man.
Yeah, I got it at a weird, the fucking crustiest of sex shops, I believe, Western in Santa Monica. It was like the cheapest strap on that I could find.
Here's a fun fact. It's like I was looking at in LA, what places have the most coronavirus. That's Hollywood has the most coronavirus.
Because they can afford to travel.
So it's like 7 people.
That's hilarious. When society collapses, which member of the cast would be most prepared? Also, which previous guest would you pick up that would have supplies for your new Mad Max style camp? Which previous guest would you pick up that would have supplies for your Mad Max style camp? I mean, that's a pretty easy one. Yes. Red Band was definitely prepared. A bunch of poison paper, right?
Well, I have a lot of this happens.
Right. Yeah. Experience. Stories later.
Well, I just came from having a house to now I have a story like when I was in Ohio, I had a big house and garage. When I moved here, so a lot of stuff for my house. No, it was really good.
I think I would be the most prepared. I have a ton of common sense. And what previous guests would I pick? I don't really get them. But I would bet on me. I would definitely stay at my place.
Lucas take over.
Why?
Brad, I watch Walking Dead. It just reminds me of like a Rick Ryan.
He's the first one to get the coronavirus.
Yeah, but he'll survive a post-apocalyptic world.
Well, most Puerto Ricans are.
Top 3 favorite all-time Kill Tony moments. I guess that'll go for everybody, even though it says me. But I mean, there's a lot of mine. Ton of them. I just love. I love locking in guests. I would say that having. I don't even remember how the episode went. Probably not even that great. But we once had Sebastian Maniscalco, Sinbad, and someone else. Jimmy Carr on one episode. Thank you, Ryan G. Which is just insane. Jimmy Carr is one of the biggest comedians out of England. Brilliant mind. Master level roaster. My God, you two would fucking never end. Oh my God.
Bring it back.
Oh, he would blow your mind, David. He's scary. He's Donnell levels of roast scary.
As long as he lets me talk.
Oh, he'd let you talk, and then you would wish you could.
He'll let you dig your own grave.
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. Another, I'll put this in there. One of my favorite things about the show is watching Ryan J. Evelt's evolution of drawing. He's always an unbelievable artist. Red Band and I both separately, 2 different occasions, asked him to join the show. He said that we have a great show that would be awesome for him to draw, not even knowing that the other one had already asked him. And eventually he came, but to get to watch the intricate evolution of his skills.
I loved it when we had to start every week having a different Iron Patriot. Like we had I think we had Jeremiah as a Patriot once, and then it grew into a band. So I had Pat Ray, and just watching that transformation to a psycho fucking cunt all the way to the band right now.
Wow, there you go. So you're just taking it for Brian. Everybody's Montgomery up right now. Yeah. A fun fact about Pat filling in for the Patriot is that Pat could be considered a riot, right? P-A-T, riot, spells out Patriot. That wasn't a joke. That was just an interesting. No, I thought about it fucking years ago when I made it happen. Crazy, right? There's a bunch of those little fun facts. Promo Chris, how many jokes do you sit on every Kill Tony? Do you sit on extra jokes, Chris? Oh, absolutely. I have to keep my batting average up till I get at least close to 100, so I got to sit on so many. How about tonight? How many are you sitting on right now? I think I've silently said to myself at least 3. Yeah.
By the way, can I just say 100 is a terrible batting average?
batting averages go up to 999.
Wait, what?
That means you only get one out of every 10 hits.
5 is like a good batting average.
Sports.
Oh, I bat 1,000.
This is an interesting one. Human centipede cast. What would the order be if we were human centipedes? I got bad news for everyone.
David Lucas is the back.
David,
He can't be a run.
I don't think it's a rubbing. Red man will lead anything. You don't think
It's a red man and David Lucas tail.
No. William and Red Bat. Who would you guys put first?
me, then Jesse Johnson. I don't give a fuck about the rest.
I say no matter what, you do not want to
Eat
fall
that
back.
ass, Jesse.
Wow.
Oh, 1, 2, 3.
Craziest experience on the road. Once again, up to you guys. I mean, mine's a no-brainer. Food poisoning. Dublin, Ireland, Manchester, England. I mean, it just didn't get any crazier.
I want to say one for Joel and I think it was the first time we did a road show where we did a recurring character. The crowd knew who those characters were, but we got like a pop. I think that was like kind of looked at each other. We were like, they know, like, they like these characters. You know what I mean? Like that was a special moment. We're like, oh, it's working. Like it's.
Anytime you're like, we have a band, and they go like,
Okay, what's the text from your dad, William?
Please hush. You're irritating the shit out of everybody. Sit still and listen. Put your fucking hands down.
There you go. Absolutely. I agree with that.
Well, listen.
100%, but I also want to take a moment to agree with Jeremiah. All those things go a long way with me when I recognize the audience, especially on the road, picking up on something. I remember the first time that they chanted Joelberg. I remember in Ventura really being one of the better ones. The first time that we saw the audience do the jet ski for Jesse Johnson, because that Hoya episode, I do believe it was, came out that day. So it was just a few guys in the front row that literally had just probably listened to it on their way there, and they were doing it. People pop big for like William and Kill Tony Mania, or David Lucas when he sits back and is about to start roasting people. All these things, you know, they reminded me of old school pro wrestling. There's bad guys and good guys, and people you like and people that win you over.
Williams pandering in San Francisco. My favorite one.
Oh my God.
The Golden Gate Bridge. You saying that if you were to jump off the bridge, you would make the Golden Gate Bridge.
We want to know how big Joelberg's member really is. Joel, do you have any measurements for us?
Yeah, it's 8.5 inches hard.
8.5 inches hard. What about that girth, though? We saw the girth.
It's like about that, yeah. Like maybe I can touch my thumb to my middle finger about. Thumb to my middle finger about. Maybe like, I don't know, maybe like about that.
Did you say that? Oh yeah, that's pretty thick. I would say that is about the width of a
like a hot dog. Maybe Red Bull can, like a Red Bull.
Yeah, Red Bull can. Yeah. Okay, David Deary, you wanna come up here and say something, or talk about something, or rant about something? Wanna do a minute? No, you good? How about you, Ryan Jabo? You wanna do a minute? I think he's thinking about it. He didn't say no right away. Ryan J, you want to do anything? All right, that's fine. Janice? No?
A closeout song?
Should we do a big sing-along to end this thing?
Matchbox, push.
You guys know this one?
Lord, I listening.
I don't even know that. What is that? Wow.
Does everybody know Push or Marcy Push? One that the whole cast can do?
We can do that. Get out of here. Everybody at home want to sing along with us? I mean, maybe. Can you pull up a karaoke Sex and Candy but put it on mute? They can do it. Bring it up on YouTube. Put it on mute. Show the camera. Show that camera right there. Your drawing. Here you go. Here's the drawing from Ryan J. Ebel. Sort of see that. Go a little bit closer there, Ryan J. A little bit closer.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Wow.
That looks great. And Ryan J. Ebel is having a sale right now at his website, ryanjebel.com.
Every poster, every print, ryanjebel.com. It's very exciting. Yeah. Is there a karaoke version with the lyrics up there? You can bring up and you can put it on mute. Maybe just dim the lights a little bit, or do they have to go all the way off? Get out of here together. We love you, listeners out there. Be safe. Coronavirus is a real thing. We'll figure out something to do next week, too. Maybe a smaller venue, perhaps. Shout out to Mitch for letting us do this.
Yes,
the Ice House, the oldest comedy club in the world. I had to swing by the comedy store today. You guys sing it. I had to swing by the comedy store today. Here, wait.
Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Friction code Machuta Lelamad. Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Friction code Machuta Lelamad. Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Friction code Machuta Lelamad.
When was the last time you took a shower? I'm from Chelsea Street, CNN travel journalist, and this is Chance Encounters, a podcast about the incredible connections we make while traveling. Each week, we'll journey through moving, funny, and heartwarming real-life stories about how travel can lead to lasting love, decades-spanning friendship, and ultimately change your life forever. Join us wherever you get your podcasts. Just search for Chance Encounters and me on Chelsea Street. America's #1 podcast network. Open your free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
And hey, there you go. Mute it.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
Coming up today on the John Cobell Show, we're going to talk to a father who's lived in El Segundo for decades. And he's got kids, and there's a dangerous intersection. And the city would not put up a stop sign or a crosswalk. So this guy did it himself. And he's the one who got arrested. And we'll talk to this man today after 3 on the John Cobell Show.
Gary Shannon is my great live everywhere on the iHeartRadio. We're talking about the wrap up and the aftermath now of Big Tech on trial. The fallout is going to take place after a couple big social media decisions from courts last week. Gary. I don't know if you heard that. The lawyers are coming out for this one now too. Like I said, there's going to be thousands of cases that will be filed against social media companies after this decision. You're going to start seeing and hearing a lot of those. So the LA Unified School District IT employee that's accused of taking a bunch of money from the district and getting huge kickbacks in return. Put it all down in text messages. And the answer is 100%. A text chain between Grace Pig and Gautam Sampath shows this damning evidence. He is the CEO. Gautam Sampath is the CEO of a Texas technology company, Innovate. And texts Grace Peg asking about what are the other opportunities in LAUSD that we can exploit. And he says, yeah, a lot of them. Now, the DA's office is the one that's charging these crimes, said that Grace Peg considered Sampath in a pay-to-play, conspired, I should say, in a pay-to-play scheme where Grace is feeding $20+ million worth of contracts to that company. And then Gautam would then reroute and launder about $3 million in kickbacks to Grace through various intermediaries. The company that this guy was running, Gautam was running, received over $39 million in payments from LA Unified between 2017 and 2020. And we wonder why people get freaked out and absolutely lose their minds when it comes to fraud in this country. The text messages show that these two knew exactly what they were doing that was wrong. They even said to each other, hey, we need to delete our chats. If anyone sees the text messages about these internal things, it will be a PRB problem. Later that year, Grace texts Gautam and says, let's grab B's money first. It's already in the pocket, low-hanging fruits. Let's get B's money. It'll be good for us. The complaint also said that there were several payments to various companies that were owned by Gallup. And at one point, they talked about setting up even more companies to continue to police the taxpayer in LA. Gallup says we need to come up with a lot of companies, at least 3 to 4, to take out the money. Close to $1 million will be transferred to you. Easy to track unless we are very careful. And Grace says, should we start another company under a different name? I can set up a company in Hong Kong or China or Singapore. There was another text from 2018 about billing practices. With Grace texting, I have a way to get those monies and load them up for work, then charge more hours. So as of right now, Grace Bank has been charged with 2 felonies, money laundering, and then having a financial interest in the contract or purchase made in official capacity. And he, Galtham, has been charged with 4 felonies. You got money laundering, financial interest in the contract, aiding and abetting a government official to have a financial interest in a contract. Now, when the DA originally announced these charges, he talked about another email that went from Grace to Galtham and said, "You're so lucky I'm on the selection committee." And she said, I'm sorry, Galtham said, "Why do you say in eBay it's lucky?" And Grace wrote, "Because you have me. I wrote all the law." I'm not making it publish. That's not English. I wrote all law for you already, LOL. Complaint said that Grace signed a contract with integrity certification that asked if she had received or had any promise any royalties, gifts, or gratuities from anyone that had contracted with the LAUSD, to which she responded no. So that's if convicted, both of them looking at 7 years in state prison. The other, hey, I saw this earlier today. There's a new song that's top iTunes charts, and Eddie Dalton is the singer in this. He's got 3 in the top 5 right now. This new song just dropped earlier today. I think we see that. A little laid back, little chill country, something like that. Soulful, baby. That's not a human being. Eddie Dalton is a made-up character. Dallas Ray is I guess, composer or an AI prompter is probably the best way to put it, out of South Carolina. He's got dozens of these fake songs and videos by different artists on YouTube. And now they're showing up on music streaming services. Because as of right now, those music streaming services have 0 obligation to tell you that those are not human created songs. Feels like that's got to change. That actually was a discussion with the songwriter night in Nashville on Friday night. And that became one of the topics that they were talking about was making sure that we don't turn this thing over to computers and give up on human creativity. That's next. It's too far away. You're having a harder and harder time figuring out if it's real. Y2K trends have been popping up everywhere again. The shoes, fashion, it's not just random. This is part of that whole 20-year cycle that we will see. Gary Shannon will continue in just a moment. Eileen Gonzalez live with the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Sorry, turn the lights down there. I can't see you.
President Trump is reversing course, saying he has no problem with a Russian oil tanker off the coast of Cuba delivering relief to the island.
Doesn't bother me much. It's not going to happen a minute back. When Cuba's finished, they have a bad regime. They have very bad and corrupt leadership.
Trump says he's allowing the tanker through because people in Cuba need heat and less
and basic necessities after U.S. sanctions helped block oil shipments and worsen a string of nationwide blackouts. Workers are Tom Holmes says ICE agents may stay at airports even after TSA officers are paid to speak during the DHS shutdown. Some TSA workers say they're happy to be getting paid, while others say it's not enough. The partial government shutdown started last month, and Congress is now on recess without an agreement. Officials in LA say 75 people were arrested during Saturday's No Kings protest downtown.
Also, part of the march turned violent. Some protesters throwing chunks of concrete at federal officers, and one screaming a death threat near the Metropolitan Detention Center. The Los Angeles Police Department says 66 adults and 8 juveniles were arrested on Saturday. Additionally, one person was arrested on suspicion of possessing a dagger. Mark Davey, KOI News.
The congressional candidate is being concerned about his habits behind closed doors.
Democratic House candidate Ethan Agarwal recently took to social media to let voters in Northern California know that he downloaded porn. Agarwal is going up against Congressman Ro Khanna from Silicon Valley, who recently has taken aim at Agarwal's record. In the post, the candidate says that he's a human being and that he's made mistakes. He's just trying to be open to voters, so when he's being drugged to the mud, there are no surprises. Jason Campidonia, KFI News.
TikTok may be jumping into mini dramas. Its cast of actors filed a TikTok drama trademark as short vertical series grow in popularity. Outlet weather from KFI, mostly cloudy with highs in the 70s and 80s. 63 degrees in Palma, 65 in Orange. Going to a slowdown on the 10 northern cities.
Really slow, so delays in Santa Clarita. We've got a stall being raised from the southbound. Past Villa Princesa, Santa Clarita, some sort of there. It's in the back of. It's just kind of goes down. It's in the back of another crash. Teams southbound of Placer City. Carpool lanes are along there as well. And over on the 5 southbound of Valencia, looks like we've got a spot pickup truck in the far left lane. That's causing delays as you get away from High Canyon. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm local.
So our biggest stars, the hottest shows, in person at Daily Fest at Dolby Theater in Hollywood, April 4th through 12th. Experience unforgettable panels and screenings with your favorite stars from the Pen, Emily, and Paris. Nobody wants this. Be sure to gather with your friends, neighbors, scrubs, and plurals. Plus a special 50th anniversary celebration of Charlie's Angels. Get an exclusive look at the biggest names in television. Daily members get 25% off tickets. Visit dailyfest.org to get your tickets today.
iHeartRadio Earth is here with little tips for a healthier planet. A staggering 8 million tons of plastic ends up in the world's oceans every year. If current trends continue, our oceans could contain more plastic than fish by 2050. Do your part. Purchase items made from renewable or recycled content and recycle whenever possible. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/earth.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
What's up, sluts? It is 12th of Nissan 5786, Monday, March 30th. $20.26. This is Kabbalah and coffee and Kabbalah, coffee and Kabbalah. No one really knows for sure. Elevate, Divrei, Elohim, Chaim, but the system is already lived by. No one really knows for sure. Elevate, Divrei. No one really knows for sure. Elevate, Divrei, Elohim, Chaim, but the system is already lived by. 3761, creation of the world, birth of Adam and Eve, Chava. 3631, and 30 Seth, son of Adam, was born. Hmm. 94 days of this bitch. There's an introduction to Kabbalah and Jewish mysticism by this douche.
I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel and to the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Express my gratitude to Congregation Tchia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, an Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism, and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy, by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Folks, so let's just review a bit about Shabbatai Tzvi, and let's move past Shabbatai. We spent enough time on this guy. As you can see, he's there on the left, and you can mention him in Nico. This is a depiction from life. This is what he probably looked like. It's actually pretty difficult to underplay the disaster that was Shabbatianism. We're talking about a movement that basically began in 1666 and didn't end until 1880. We're talking about a movement, sort of mobile disaster inside of Judaism that led people to believe that abandoning Judaism was part of their salvation. I can't really articulate how much of a disaster that is. When people believe that converting to a religion that hates them, is actively seeking their conversion to destroy their identity, that's a disaster. It's really a disaster. Now, when an individual Jew decides to convert, when an individual Jew decides to leave Judaism for reasons of conscience, that's their business and that's their right. Every Jew should be allowed to convert to whatever religion that they find they see fit. But the truth of the matter is, these people weren't converting because of a choice they were making on their own. They were converted because they were being led by people who delusionally believed in their messianic prowess and their messianic message. So in that way, I do see this as a kind of moving disaster, a train wreck that stretched over 2 centuries, basically. And Frankism was especially bad. We're talking about a situation where Jews have been systematically repressed for centuries in Poland, and then they were brought by the thousands into Catholicism. And as you can imagine, the moment that they converted into Catholicism, and ditto when they converted into Islam, converting back was not an easy thing. We should not forget that converting back out of Islam is you get the death penalty. That's a death penalty case. And of course, no one has to remind anyone about the horrors of the Spanish Inquisition. Converting to Catholicism and then trying to convert back, it's not going to happen. This is a one-way street, and Frankism and Shabbatianism were a disaster in many ways for thousands of Jews over the course of a couple of centuries. And I think these should be considered forced conversions of a certain kind, because they were predicated on the idea of some apocalyptic pretension. Things are ultimately going to come to an end really fast. And that never materialized. The end just got delayed and delayed and delayed. And secondly, the reasons why these conversions from Judaism to Catholicism and Islam, the mystical jibber-jabber that underwrote them constantly changed. It was never systematic. There was never any spelled-out theory about why this is supposed to happen and how it's supposed to work. You have a bunch of charismatic men at the center of this movement who benefit greatly from these conversions. Frank benefited greatly. Shabbatai, in his own way, also benefited. And this is a situation where I think people were led into conversions that were, I think, forced by the charismatic leaders of that movement. In the same way that I don't think the people at Jonestown killed themselves. I think they were murdered by Jim Jones. I Jonestown as mass suicide. That was mass murder precipitated by Jim Jones. And so I think that in many ways these conversions were forced. They were forced by the charisma of some of these leaders. And to be clear, an argument can be made, and I would make the argument, that this is what happens when mysticism goes off the rails. This is what happens when rationalism is abandoned. This is what happens when you allow emotion and you allow fervor and mystical beliefs that you don't really understand to basically run ramshot. And at the end of the day, I'm very sympathetic to mysticism. I'm very sympathetic in many ways to Kabbalah. But this is the gutter of Kabbalah. It is mass conversions, and it is the disaster of the Shabbatian movement. Now, what's interesting about that is that given this disaster, given the extraordinarily disappointment of the Shabbatian movement, given the mass conversions that followed the wake of Shabbatai and Frankism, Kabbalah kind of got off with a light touch. Kabbalah survived. You would think that after all this, many people who had seen the dangers of what Kabbalah could do, what Kabbalah could do unchecked, just abandoned it. This whole Kabbalistic thing, this entire thing has led us into the gutter of mass conversion. We need to abandon this idea. This idea is toxic, it is dangerous. Well, they did realize it was dangerous. That's to be sure. We'll talk about that more tonight. They did realize it was dangerous, and they made safeguards. They put rails on the system to ensure that it did not go off the rails like this again. And yet, Kabbalah survived. It really got off with a pretty light touch, actually. And I think that part of the reason why is because the Shabbatian movement, you can imagine, I always imagine the Shabbatian movement as coming in like a wave. There's this huge Shabbatian wave that comes in like the tide, and then when the tide comes out, all this beautiful soil is left behind, but the water's gone. Shabbatai is the water coming in, bringing in the beautiful silt that will help to grow the new things, and then Shabbatai leaves. And what's left behind is the black earth that will ultimately grow new things. So in many ways, scholarship of a previous generation argued that Kabbalah made Shabbatai possible. I don't think that's true. I think that actually Shabbatai made Kabbalah possible. And I think that relationship is why Kabbalah is going to survive. Because the Kabbalah is so much more sophisticated, it's so much more deep, it's so much more rich than Shabbatai Tzvi and the Frankists, who only ever really, aside from Nathan of Gaza, who only really ever developed the most thin, superficial, self-serving, apocalyptic version of Kabbalah that was engineered basically to deify them. And at the end of the day, the Kabbalah that they rode in on was a pretty crap Kabbalah. With the exception of Nathan of Gaza, who I think was a very profound and deep Kabbalist. I will give that to Nathan of Gaza. But Shabbatai himself, Frank, they were never deep Kabbalists, and they were never really actually, I think, about the Kabbalistic life. I think at the end of the day, they were about themselves, and their actions proved it. And when they left, the Kabbalah could stand on its own, because it didn't need them. It existed before them. It was deeper and richer than they could have possibly imagined. And thank God, in many ways, it survived them and it thrived. So tonight we talk about the Kabbalah and the aftermath of Shabbatai. And what I want to really drive home about this is I don't want to talk about this as post-Shabbatian Kabbalah. Because Shabbatai Tzvi and the Frankist movement and all that stuff that we've been talking about, that's an aberration. And it was sort of like a night where it was like a bender. You know, everyone went on a bender, they went to New Orleans, they got trashed, they did all the things, and they went back to their homes, and they shook off the bender. And so you can think about Shabbatian movement as kind of a big bender. They went to New Orleans, they went down there, got trashed, did coke, and they did all the things. And then when they came back home, they straightened up and sober. And so I think of the Shabbatian movement as a kind of bender in the history of Judaism. So what happens in the immediate aftermath of 1666 when Shabbatai converts? Well, obviously the first thing that we've already talked about, there are people who are diehard believers who do everything they can to convince themselves, using every tool they have in Kabbalah and Torah, to convince themselves that Shabbatai Tzvi is the Messiah, no matter what. No matter if he apostatizes, no matter if he dies, no matter if the movement splits into three groups, no matter if they all have to convert to Catholicism, there's always someone out there willing to do the work and try to convince anyone that this is true. And there are diehards in every religion, there are diehards in almost every belief system, and no matter what happens, they will convince themselves of what they want to believe. That's one camp. We spend a lot of time talking about them. They're out there. They're going to be out there until the 1880s. Also, in the immediate aftermath of 1666, there were a ton of people who realized that this was a catastrophe. There were people who believed in Shabbatai. And in 1666, when the apostatized, they realized, oh man, this is just bad. And what's also critically important about this is that the people who, at the very beginning of this, who realized this was a disaster, people like Menachem and Israel, those people who knew from the very beginning this was going to be a crazy thing, never did the told you so moment, so far as I know. From what I know in history of Judaism, there's never a major I told you so moment where people gloat and people say I told you so, and you can go jump in a river, you believed in this guy, and now you're barking back in the tree, you're not barking back in my tree trying to get back in synagogue, and you were happy to pray to this idiot. Now he's abandoned you, and now what? You can go somewhere else, go be Christian. What's incredible is the Jews and the rabbis who had seen people make this mistake welcome them back. And to my knowledge, I don't see the told you so moment. They just didn't do that. They were very magnanimous, and they began to do the work. And what was the work? The work was, let's just pretend this never happened. Right? Let's just pretend this never happened. So what did they do? The second camp, the people that realized it was a disaster, they went back to doing what they were doing before Shabbatai. They went back to the intellectual labor of trying to make Kabbalah work. That is to say, systematizing it. Trying to figure out how the Lurianic Kabbalah lines up with Proto-Arabic Kabbalah. They went back to the heavy lifting of trying to do Kabbalah in a pretty systematic and careful way. Now, that's not to say that they just ignored it completely. They realized that something inside of Lurianic Kabbalah, something inside of the Kabbalistic impulse was dangerous. Because it had gone off the rails, crazy off the rails. And so they began slowly to think about how to implement safeguards to prevent this from happening. This could have led to real serious problems. Can you imagine what would happen if all those Jews would have gotten on the boats and began to sail into the Mediterranean to reach Palestine? It could have been terrifying. Tens of thousands of Jews would have died. They could have been denied entry into the Ottoman Empire. And who knows what would have happened? They can sail back to Spain. They're going to arrive as refugees in Christian Europe. This could have been much worse than it was. And in fact, it's actually very lucky that it was only as bad as it was. So the rabbis began very carefully beginning this problem of beginning the business of putting bumpers, basically, on the Kabbalah to prevent it from going off the rails again. And what do those bumpers look like? The main thing is, public Kabbalistic teaching, especially advanced Kabbalah, just stops. It just stops. You just cannot teach people quantum mechanics if they don't understand Newtonian physics. You just can't. You cannot teach people how to weld if they've never held a hammer before. You have to. You cannot deliver these incredibly complex Kabbalistic ideas, which are incredibly easy to misinterpret, to a population of people who basically just don't even have a Torah knowledge. Especially people who've been living in Christian lands who had only recently converted back to Judaism. So they cease teaching Kabbalah publicly. They cease teaching it publicly. Now I know that makes many of us grit. That makes many of us think, oh, these elitists, how dare they hide this? Well, you got to put yourself in their shoes. These people were playing, it's like toddlers playing with fire. These people were not prepared to deal with this, and they were able to be convinced of something basically insane. Because they had heard these crazy Kabbalistic ideas, and they were able to basically convince themselves. So what ends up happening is that the first thing is that public Kabbalah teaching begins to withdraw, especially technical stuff. Then a creeping kind of legalism begins to creep in, and that legalism takes the form of safeguards. You need to vet who can learn this stuff. And how do you vet? You vet them based on all kinds of other factors for stability. What do those things look like? But they're old enough. You don't teach a 13-year-old Kabbalah. You should, according to this idea. You have to wait. How old? Maybe 40. And that was the number they said along. I bet folks have heard that number before. Well, do you want to teach Kabbalah to a bachelor? No, because a bachelor might get so crazily Kabbalistic that they're just married to God, and they don't want to actually get married to a woman or whatever, right? Or from a traditional perspective. So they need to be married. They need to have a job. They need to have kids. They need something anchoring them to this world. I've actually heard somewhere that Air Force pilots have to be married to kids or something like that because they don't want them getting in like $50 million, $30 million plane flying around. The idea is that you need to anchor in this world. You can go to the other world. You can go to the Kabbalistic and so the Sephirah, fine. But you need something anchoring you to this world. You need a job, you need kids and a wife, you need family. You cannot just be Kabbalah. That's unhealthy. So they begin to try to implement things at the community level that ensure that people who aren't mentally ill, people who aren't drunks, people who are other kinds, they have other kinds of things that are anchored in the world. Now again, does that sound elitist to you? Maybe it does sound elitist. But is it reasonable? I think it's reasonable. Is it reasonable in just what happened with Shabbat TV? It's very reasonable. I think it's very eminently reasonable. So again, I think it's not a bizarre idea. Third, there is a shift away in Kabbalah, away from cosmological speculation. That cosmological stuff has led to bizarre ideas about how the world got created, how Messiah became implanted in the world, as we talked about last time with the Drush tonight, the Spirit of Dragons. And Messianic speculation is ground to a halt. That's over. We're just not going to do Messianic speculation. By the way, that's a return to the Talmud. The Talmud is very clear. The Talmud says do not speculate about the beginning, do not speculate about the end. Speculate about now. Right? Speculate about now. Don't deal with Maaseh Bereshit, and do not deal with the end of the world. Deal with now. That's a return to very Orthodox Judaism. And then we're going to see that when we get to Hasidism in a minute, Hasidism is the epitome of mystification, the mysticism of the now. Hasidism says the now, what is happening right in front of your face, the literal thing, the world you're living in right now is more mystically important than what happened back then and what's going to happen later. And so Hasidism is going to pioneer the mysticism of the now. So they really take this into great heights and represent part of an enormous genius of Hasidism. So there's a shift. And what does this shift look like? There's a shift away from what's going on out here. Right? Because trying to figure out what's going on out here, that was dangerous. So what's the shift? The shift is into here. The shift is into here. Right? The shift is into the mind, into the heart. It's about personal piety. And so it's all about fixing you. We are not focusing our attention on trying to become Messiah anymore. That was a disaster. We're done with that. What we do now, we now focus our attention on our inner piety. And so the shift in the Kabbalistic language is now towards inner duty. Not Messianic saving the world stuff. It's about saving you and your community. And that's where intense piety comes in the form of these things we'll talk about in a minute. This idea of kavanot, intense spiritual concentration, and following Jewish law very seriously. Remember, part of what people were very upset about with Shabbat and the Shabbati movement was the rejection of Jewish law. And so what ends up happening is that Jewish law becomes front and center, just like it was early on. Remember, the Zohar is highly legal. The Zohar never said you can't abandon the law. In fact, the Zohar is very clear that the law, that Kabbalah without the Jewish law, without the Kabbalah, without Halakha, is incoherent. And so, in many ways, the post-Shabbatian movement is a return to Kabbalah and truth. It's exactly divorcing Kabbalah from Halakha. That was a disaster in the mind of these Kabbalists. I tend to agree. And so, this movement is a return back to the old things of Kabbalah. So, at the end of the day, Kabbalah will endure. Thank God. It deserves to endure. It should not have been. Thank God it was thrown out, the baby with the bathwater. Right? I'm glad, very glad for it. But we have to admit that I think the kind of safeguards that get put on Kabbalah in the aftermath of all these are not unreasonable. What's also important about this is this story sometimes gets told from a super Eurocentric perspective. Surprise, Eurocentrism, here it is. The truth of the matter also is that Kabbalistic centers are also appearing all over the Jewish world. In many places in which Shabbatism really never took a big hold. And those places are going to be places like Morocco, places like Yemen, although Shabbatism was very popular in Yemen and Morocco, Kurdistan, northern Iraq, Aleppo, and Baghdad. It's also in Jerusalem. Jerusalem, you'll remember, was a holdout. Jerusalem condemned Shabbatism from the very beginning. So these centers in the Arab world, not in the European world, are going to be the first to come back online, and they're going to begin producing enormous amounts of Kabbalistic literature. Now, the sad truth of that is that a lot of that literature has been lost, especially as Jews fled Arab lands or expelled from Arab lands in the 1950s. A lot of that literature has been lost, and most of it, to my knowledge, remains manuscript. When I say manuscript, I mean handwritten books from the 16th century, 17th century. So there's not even printed editions of these books. But we know, and I know this because of other scholars who sort of surveyed the literature, there is a mountain of Kabbalah literature out there, heavily working on systematizing Lurianic Kabbalah at this time. One of the real interesting personalities that appears in all this is Athna Barzani. Athna Barzani is probably the first woman rabbi that we know of, like someone who actually may have really held that title. And she was a Kabbalist, and she seems to have had supernatural powers. She lived in Kurdistan, in what is now northern Iraq. And her father was very charismatic. He died, and there was no one basically to take his place. He was just such a macher. And the only person that qualified was his daughter. And so by default, his daughter took his place, and Athna Barzani becomes basically, I think, the world's first real female rabbi. And she is an active Kabbalist. And there's a great children's book about her, too, by the way. I don't know if folks have seen the children's book that's come out recently. So there's a children's book about her. I should look it up. Folks want to look at it. But it's really neat. She's just a really incredible character. She's just a really incredible character. Powerful woman living in Kurdistan. And I think it's worth mentioning that we have one of the few women Kabbalists of this time. So I just want to make sure his name is Athna Barzani. There are two major centers that emerge in this period in the world of Kabbalah. One in Jerusalem, and one in what is now Poland. What is now Poland? It's already telling you sort of the world's dividing it. Poland's going to be a center of Jewish life, of course, and Jerusalem will be as well. The first one is Beit El, the House of God, which was founded by Yemenite Kabbalists. Right? We haven't talked much about Yemenite Kabbalah. There were tons of Yemenite Kabbalists. And Beit El was founded by probably one of the most erudite Kabbalists of his day. I would say he's probably the most erudite Kabbalist of his day, Shalom Mizrahi Rabbi. And Rabbi's physical school, the actual school that he taught in, survived all the way to the 1920s. It was only destroyed in an earthquake in Jerusalem. You could have gone there in the 1920s. The physical school was still there. And Kabbalists in his school were still alive as late as 1969. He had one of the longest Kabbalistic universities, basically, in the world. And so, again, so much of the way we're taught Kabbalah is so Eurocentric. But the truth of the matter is, this is a Mizrahi Jew, Yemenite Jew, running one of the longest functioning Kabbalistic schools in Jerusalem. So he died in 1777, and his Kabbalah becomes very important. Now, the main thing that they do in the school of Beit El is that it's social and it's theoretical. The first thing they do is they turn their attention exclusively to Lurianic Kabbalah. They are probably the principal systematizers of Lurianic Kabbalah in this period. The main systematizers of these ideas. And what they systematize it around is the use of kavanot. And these kavanot, I know we use the word kavanot now as kind of things to meditate upon, but another way of thinking of kavanot, at least in this Kabbalistic sense, is to think of them as foci of spiritual concentration. Imagine one's soul as a kind of light, and that in order to gain the infinite access to the infinite light of the Godhead, you have to focus it, just like a radio wave, or any other kind of thing. If you have unfocused energy, it doesn't do anything. It's only by focusing that energy, that focusing that spiritual energy, that you kind of get on the wavelengths of God. It sounds super New Agey, but there's a reason why they use New Agey people use the metaphors they do. They're not bad metaphors. And the idea is that you have this wild energy, this wild spiritual energy, and you have to focus it, and you focus it in prayer. Prayer is the lens that focuses this energy, and that the way that you focus it, the lens of prayer is focused using these kavanot. And Sharabi's Siddur, which has been published, you can get his Siddur, it's obviously only in Hebrew, and his Siddur includes hundreds of these kavanot. And these kavanot are sort of like micro adjustments of your soul to focus your soul during prayer on various aspects of correcting and repairing and shaping your inner life, how exactly you want to connect to God or connect to the various aspects of the Sefirot, how you want to comport your soul as it reaches up into the spiritual eternal world. And so it's through these kavanot, these very complicated kavanot, which are actually written down, you have to memorize them, they're exams, they're kavanot exams, you have to know how to match the exams up apparently. This was a very rigorous school of Kabbalah, but notice here again, it's about the interior life of the Kabbalah. It's not about some other stuff. It's about learning to focus your spiritual being upon God in a radically sharp, defined, and focused way. What's interesting about this school is that two things that are interesting about it. One is that it was incredibly student teacher oriented, which is to say they did not teach this stuff publicly. You could not go listen to a lecture at Beitel publicly. You had to be vetted in, you had to be tested, you had to be declared, you had to have incredible levels of education to even knock on the door. So this was a school that heavily prioritized a high level of rigorous Jewish life. So this is not just sort of fly-by-night people singing songs in Ladino. You had to rigorously apply yourself to Judaism. You had to take exams. This is Kabbalah at its most spiritually athletic. Further, you had to sign basically an NDA. You could never teach this stuff publicly. And secondly, you had to sign a letter of agreement that you pledged yourself to the school of Beitel, and that you would pledge yourself for your entire life, and you had to pledge yourself in the world to come. So you had to pledge yourself, even in the world to come, that you would only study with other members of Beitel in the world to come too. In the Beis Midrash, in Olam Haba, in the house of study in the world to come, Beitel would be there. You had to go study there. And so even the idea here is that you had to dedicate yourself to eternity to the school. And so again, a high level of rigor, and there were people still matriculating through Beitel all the way through the early 20th century. And like I said, the last inheritor of the school of the Kavanot of Shalom Mizrahi Sharabi of blessed memory, he died in 1969. So this school lasted for centuries. The other major school appeared in Poland, right, at Brody, in what is now Poland, and this was known as the Klois, right, Klois. So the Klois was much more like a spiritual fraternity. It wasn't an actual school in the sense of Beitel, where you went to a place and learned. It was much more like a spiritual fraternity with various kinds of people moving through it, and more people sort of meeting in sort of a general organization of spirituality. I don't want to exactly compare it to the Freemasons, but it was something like a spiritual Kabbalistic fraternity. And it also focused heavily on Lurianic Kabbalah. Notice they're all hunkering down on Lurianic Kabbalah. That becomes the basic standard of Kabbalah for a minute. But the main thing you'll notice about this is primarily attracting Lithuanians. So those Lithuanian folks, as we'll see in a minute, are a bit more elitist, and they're much more intellectualist, right? So there's a high level of intellectualist elitism going on in the Lurianic world, or in the Lithuanian world. And with some exceptions, there are definitely Poles there too. But generally speaking, this is a much more heavily intellectualist form of Kabbalah. So the Jerusalemite school is much more prayer-oriented. The Polish school, the Klois, is much more intellectually oriented. They're much more interested in systematizing Kabbalah and really hammering out exactly a kind of systematic theology of Judaism that is basically Lurianic Kabbalah. Now, they do publish a lot of their works. We actually have a ton of works published by members of the Klois. So they did publish books. These books are very technical. I tried to look at some of them today in early Hebrew books, and I couldn't make hardly heads or tails of this stuff. You have to, the level of Kabbalistic education, the level of Talmudic education, the level of these guys is stupid. These are geniuses who are piling this stuff on. I was trying to read some of this stuff today. It's like quantum mechanics. I mean, it's just so high level. Their books do survive in early modern books. You can actually view them online if you want to. If you want to check them out. Like I said, I really struggle to make even 10, 15 sentences make sense to me. Kind of barely could follow it. It's like, I don't know, it's like trying to review a read Deleuze or, some kind of these crazy post-structuralist people, like reading that. Although it's that challenging. Their works are also published, but there are no translations. There are no modern editions. I don't know if they've even been reprinted since then. And you're beginning to hear a common thing now, right? They only exist at this time. They've never been reprinted. And they've never been translated. The reason for that, actually, just very clearly, I'll go ahead and spoiler tell you, it's the Holocaust. The Holocaust is the complete cultural interruption of Kabbalah. It amputates an entire people, not just from their families, but it amputates a people from their entire world. And basically, this stuff just gets abandoned. I mean, that's what happens when you flee for your life. You just can't save this stuff on the march to these terrible camps. So much of this literature is basically become orphaned, and it's going to take 3 generations of scholars to basically bring it back into use. It's going to take that, at least that much. It is a monumental task. And this time period, by the way, I think, is probably some of the most sophisticated Kabbalist literature ever written. And it languishes in complete obscurity because there are just so few people with skills to bring them into modernity. The Hebrew skills, the Kabbalah skills, Bible skills. It just doesn't exist. It just, the level of Kabbalist scholarship of this time, 1750s, 1800s, even into the 19th century, the level of Kabbalist scholarship is so high in Central Europe that it's never recovered. Never, ever recovered. And it's going to take 100 years, 200 years probably, to recover, to get Kabbalist scholarship back up to where it was. This school is typically a bit more rationalistic. And when I say rationalistic, what I mean is they're intellectualists. For them, they're trying to systematize Kabbalah into a system of basically Jewish theology. They're trying to formulate a Jewish theology that makes sense. And for folks who know a little bit about the Litvish world, you can probably tell I have a great deal of sympathy for the Litvish world. I'm much more heavily identified with the yeshivish Litvish world than the Hasidic world. Although I still have a great admiration for the Hasidic world as well. But as you may know, folks who study some Talmud, the famous Brisker method emerges out of the Litvish world. The Brisker method is known to be, they compare it to balancing equations. It's like doing, it's like you ever balance chemicals stuff in chemistry. It's like taking things apart at the molecular level. And so the Brisker method is infamous for its billboards, nitpicking, making tiny disagreements, analyzing things in their tiny detail, as opposed to, how do we even apply all this? They don't care. They're like, no, we must very strictly understand every single logical relationship. And so this is the world that produced some of the greatest logic textbooks and Jewish logic, some of the greatest logic textbooks in Halakha. The Litvish world is famous and infamous for this. And what this gives rise to is a heavily intellectualist culture and a heavily elitist culture. And as you might imagine, and again, when I say elitist, I mean that in both the good sense and the bad sense of that word. I mean that in the good sense that these are elite scholars. And again, when I say elite, I don't mean elite in just a bad way. These are some of the smartest Jews in the world working on Judaism. They are this is the Nobel Prize winners of Judaism working in Kabbalah and stuff. Now, that also gives them a sense that they're superior. They do see that these Amchite Jews, these poor Jews, these Polish Jews working in the fields in the shtetl who barely can read and scratch together an education to read a Siddur, they do think of themselves as somehow better. Not somehow, they're better. I mean, in the same way that I think a Nobel Prize winner is going to think a high school C student in physics. They're just not going to compare. And there is an intellectualist, I mean this now in the negative sense, an intellectualist milieu that develops in this Litvish world, where they really do believe that, poor, illiterate, bumpkin Jews, they can do their very best, and maybe they want to offend God. But can they really serve God? Can they understand God? Can they really do the heavy lifting of being a rigorous Jew? No. Not really. They're never going to be really pious. They're going to have a middling piety at best, sort of a pumpkin piety. And so this intellectualist elitist trend is going to take hold in Central Europe, especially among the Litvak schools. And again, that's not for me. I have a lot of sympathy for the Litvak schools, but that trend does take hold. And it's into that trend that Hasidism will emerge in that world. So Hasidism is an interesting kind of movement in lots of ways, obviously. The main thing that's interesting about it is that it is neither Shabbatian, although it bears a lot of similarities to Shabbatianism. We'll talk about that in a minute. So it seems to have preserved many of the attractive things that made Shabbatianism popular. So it seems to have kind of produced a Shabbatianism without Shabbatai. It has so many of the elements of Shabbatianism, but it doesn't have the kind of interior heresy of believing this guy's on the side. So it has all the infusion, all of the emotion, all of the passion, all of the messianic expectation, but it does not center Shabbatai speak. It's not Shabbat. Probably. The other thing is it doesn't go this intellectualist thing either. It doesn't go in the direction of the Klois, and it doesn't go in the direction of the Litvish world. It's a unique way of sailing in between a real difference in the Jewish world. Whereas the Litvish world, very intellectual, very elitist, it doesn't go that direction. And it doesn't go in the absolute antinomian direction of effusion and joy and do whatever you want of the Shabbatian world. It sails in between. And unsurprisingly, it's going to be world-changing in the Jewish world. In many ways, Hasidism is, for most people at this point, just Orthodox Judaism. It will be that successful. Hasidism will be that successful. So it's begun, of course, by the mystic and practical Kabbalist. When I say practical Kabbalist, you should read something like magician. He was basically a Jewish magician. This was a thing that was practiced back at this time. Was a kind of practical Kabbalah where you would make amulets and you would do mystical herbal treatments and you would do all kinds of what we would now recognize as basically Jewish magic. There were a bunch of these guys. They referred to themselves as Baal Shems, good names. And Israel ben Eliezer was became known, of course, as the Baal Shem Tov. And he, and I should not say 18th, 16th century, or 16th. He was a mystical healer. He did a lot of relatively parochial jobs, sort of a beadle in synagogues, taught kids. He was never much of a person outside of the movement until he really came into his own as a kind of extraordinarily innovative and charismatic preacher of a new kind of Judaism. And this new kind of Judaism was heavily mystically involved. It involved teaching mysticism to the public, although in a very modified way. We'll talk about that more in a minute. And it was a very effusive form of Judaism. It was a Judaism that was accessible to anyone. It was not a Judaism that was a Judaism of elite scholars. It was a Judaism that could be accessible to anyone walking along the road on a day's journey eating mud. So the ideas of the Baal Shem Tov bring to bear all of the enthusiasm of the Shabbatian movement, but incredibly important, but a halachic rigor that anchors it in the traditional world of Jewish life. So it does the work. Right? The Baal Shem Tov he squared the circle, folks. He squared the circle. He could bring the energy of the Shabbatian movement, but he could also anchor it and locate it in the world of rigorous halachic Judaism. And there's a slogan, I think, for the Hasidic movement. It's actually pretty found in Tukei Zohar 124 or 122 base. And this is probably the most famous, I think, basic slogan of Hasidism, right? Leis Sar Hanuim. Yiddish accent. Late Atar Hanuim. So this literally means in Aramaic, there is no place devoid of God. Literally, there's no place devoid of Him, whatever. There's no place devoid of God. Everywhere is God. Everywhere is God. They say if you take the gematria of Elohim, right, and the gematria of Teva, nature, they add up to the same thing. Elohim teva are the same thing. God is nature. Sounds like Spinoza, a little bit like Spinoza, right? They say, look, there is no place. God cannot be anywhere other than where God is, and there can be no place void of God, therefore everywhere is where God is. Now, not everything is God. They're panentheists, not pantheists. And they say that, yes, there are things that are not God. All kinds of things. Everything around you is not God, but hiding underneath them all is God. There is no place where God is not. And so the thing that one must do is one must learn to focus on the immanence of God. One must uncover the reality of God all around yourself and you. And this task is to show that God is in all being, God is in all things, God is in all acts. That even the task of changing the tire, the wheel on a cart in the mud, is an act of piety if you see God in it, if you find God in it. And so the idea here is that God is everywhere. And piety, the task of piety, is to uncover the divinity all around. But God hides God's self. You never see God's face, you see God's back. And so God's back is what we see all around us. And to seek God's face.
The one regime was decimated. These are words from the president. Destroyed. They're all dead. The next regime is mostly dead. Just to keep right on there. But he suggested that Iran had moved into its third regime, and that the American negotiators are speaking to a whole different group of people who have been very reasonable. As we've seen again, the Iranian spokespeople, I guess, whoever's head pops up, the whack-a-mole game that is being a public figure in the Iranian government, they have said that the talks are not going well. The president says they are going well. Now, the president, in a Truth Social post this morning, said that the deal was probably close to working out. He says that the talks continue, but said if it doesn't happen, for any reason a deal is not shortly reached, which it probably will be, and if the Hormuz Strait is not immediately open for business, we will conclude our lovely stay
Face in the most tiny things that you do. That is, of course, I think is the core of the Hasidic impulse. It's a profoundly beautiful poetic impulse. So the task is not just to follow Jewish law, but you must, because Jewish law is the primary gateway to God. But it's to realize that everything allows you to approach God. Everything that you do, everything that you are, allows you to cling to God. The Vekus, core idea in Hasidism, that by clinging to God, by uncovering God in everything you do, the moment you take a sip of wine, the sweetness of the wine is a taste of God. That the light of the Shabbat candles, the lights in the Shabbat candles, is an entrance into seeing the light of God. And so they cover your eyes before you see them for the first time in Shabbat, so that when you uncover your eyes and see them, you may see them without the cover, the back of God, peer directly into the light. There is Hashem. Right? That is Hasidism. It's just the light of the candles that reveal to you God. Everywhere is God hiding, and the process is there to find God. And ditto, of course, where can you find God the most profound? In you. Because you're made in the image of God. You're made the Tselem Elohim. You're made in the image of God. You're a mirror of God. Everything that is you is in some sense an aspect of God. But the mirror is dirty. You have to clean the mirror. How do you clean the mirror? You undergo a process called Tuhayis. You can clean the mirror of all creation, right? The emptying out of what is. And as you empty out, as you negate what is, what's left behind from the negation of what is, the it's just God left. And so you purify your mind. You don't think bad thoughts. And if you do think bad thoughts, you convert the bad thoughts into good thoughts. If you see a beautiful woman walking around the road and you lust after her intensely, feel the lust. Let the lust wash over you. Feel the passion in your body. And know that the beauty and the lust that you feel for the woman walking down the road is just a pale glimpse of how much you crave to love God. Convert the feeling of the lust, of the sin, of the Aveira, convert it into the passion that you would have for God. So it's not about blotting out things. It's not about not feeling things. It's not about going under ascetic practices and rolling around the snow. So feel things, feel it. The sin is real. And convert the sin, redeem the sin, give to the Avera a tikkun, give to the sin a reparation, and you'll elevate yourself. You'll cleanse your ego. You'll elevate yourself to victoriation. So all of these things allow you to approach God in your everyday life. Everyday life. Everything around you hides God and is God. And you can approach those things in their physicality. So much of Kabbalah became so intellectual in the Litvish world, became so about figuring out how the Sphira do this, and where is Ein Sof, and how does Ein Sof empty itself out, Shimu, and what are the shards left behind, and how do the shards fall to this part. It's this very complicated intellectual thing. Hasidism said what really matters for most people is they must encounter the physical world, the world around them, the muck around them, the food they eat, the bed they sleep in, the clothes they wear. They must encounter all those things. The movement of their very body. That's where they need to find God. Not as some intellectualist trying to figure out Sphira stuff. Now, they don't abandon that. But for them, what matters is worship through embodiment. Avoid the Gavagashmi. Right? Worship, Avodah Bagashmi. Worshiping in one's physicality. That physicality is a gateway to divinity. That the body and sex, the body and eating, the body and feeling your body, even injury, can be Avodah Bagashmi. Can be a way to approach Hashem and access God. So this is a radical democratization of mysticism, where everything becomes an avenue to mysticism. Everything becomes a gateway to divinity. Now, this all gets focused in on the leaders of the movement. The leaders of the movement become these incredibly charismatic, and they were fabulously charismatic people with supernatural powers. You often hear stories of people who can look, they can see things happening for hundreds of miles away, and all kinds of stuff. There's all kinds of things in the Hasidic world. We got these stories about these leaders. These leaders establish courts, dynasties. When I say courts and dynasties, these Rabbis, these Tzaddikim, right, these Tzaddikim, these Rabbis, they live like kings. And they have the ability to intercess on behalf of God. They're so righteous that their soul brushes up against God. And if they pray for you, then God heals you. Even if they're dead, even if the Rebbe is dead, leave letters in his grave, on his grave, his spirit, his soul can still reach up to Hashem and communicate your desire, your prayers, even beyond death. And that custom is still practiced today in the Hasidic world. These Sadokim, these Rebbes, are almost divine. They're saints, basically. And you imitate everything the Rebbe does. If the Rebbe drinks a little bit of schnapps before this, you should drink a little bit of schnapps. Because he's discovered some secret way of accessing mysticism. If he dances like this, you should dance like this. Everything the Rebbe does has some inner deep meaning, and the Rebbe is in many ways the gateway to God. So the Rebbes, the leaders of these Hasidic dynasties, become quasi-divine figures in many ways. And these courts get established all through Eastern Europe, and they are fabulous. You're talking about dudes wearing hats that cost thousands of gold coins. You're talking about guys that are wearing silver garments that are like knit through with gold and silver thread. Because again, your very clothing is a gateway to God, and the more beautiful you are, the more you glorify yourself. Of course, at some level, it helps you to be more connected to God, because God's a king. Then maybe you should be a bit like a king too. And so the outfits they wear, and to this day, the outfits they wear cost tens of thousands of dollars for a coat. Tens of thousands, $40,000, $50,000 for a hat. Because it's all about the glory, the kavod of the Rebbe. So they establish these courts, and these courts go on to become the central pillars of the Hasidic movement. even to this day. So you probably know some of these courts. The Satmar court, which is now split between two brothers who had a vast dispute since the former Rebbe of Satmar died. The Satmar movement is the biggest. If you saw Unorthodox, folks saw Unorthodox, the television show, that depicts the Satmar dynasty. Probably folks know the Chabad Lubavitch movement. Chabad is a philosophy of Hasidism. Lubavitch is the actual dynasty. The Lubavitch movement is primarily known for its kiruv, which is to say outreach. They are a very outward-looking Hasidic movement that wants to bring people into Judaism, and they want to bring people into Judaism because that's part of how they do that's how they're going to redeem the world. Of course, they're also known for their, at least some section of them, in their belief that their late Rebbe, Menachem Restream, of blessed memory, is the Messiah, which I've been to his grave. He's buried out in Queens a couple times, and it's a very powerful spiritual experience to pray there at the grave of the Rebbe. There's also a Rebbe's grave here in Detroit. If you ever get the chance to visit one, there's a Rebbe's grave here. Bells? We've seen him? I can't remember exactly, but he died here. He just happened to visit here and died, buried here, and now it's a pilgrimage site. Yeah, going to visit the grave of the Rebbe is a big deal in the Hasidic world. Nachman of Breslov, if you go to the tomb certain times of the year, they ship in tens of thousands of Hasidim all over the world that invade this Ukrainian town for like a weekend. So it's a big deal there. Now, what's important to know about these Hasidic Rebbes is that they weren't just enthusiastic, charismatic leaders who relied on emotions and enthusiasm to rope people in. These are systematic thinkers. Many of them were carefully systematic thinkers, and they produced some of the most innovative texts of Kabbalah of that time. Now, are they as rigorous as what's coming out of the Litvak school? No. Are they as intensely focused as what's coming out of Beit El or Jerusalem? No. But they are systematic treatises on Kabbalah from the point of view of Hasidism, which seeks to make Kabbalah something that you live. It's a thing that you live. It's a thing that you experience. It's a thing that you embody. And so it's not, in many ways, the kind of highly intellectualist Kabbalah that existed in the Lithuanian world. It's a much more livable kind of Kabbalah. Of course, the most famous book of this form of Kabbalah is the Tanya, which is something like scripture, basically, for the Lubavitch movement. You can get a copy of the Tanya anywhere. You can go anywhere. There's a Chabad Lubavitch place. Ask them for a copy of the Tanya. They will happily give you a copy of the Tanya. It's a little bit controversial because it claims that basically non-Jews don't have souls. They do a lot of acrobatics to try to explain that away, but it has some pretty famous infamous parts. But the Tanya is probably the famous book of there are tons of Kabbalistic text written in the Hasidic world, and never let anyone tell you they lack intellectual or spiritual rigor. It's simply a lie perpetuated by people that I typically actually sympathize with, but it's simply that these books are incredibly deep and incredibly powerful. Now, as you might imagine, this faced enormous kickback from the non-Jewish world. They had just dealt with the Shabbat fiasco. You've got people doing damn headstands during prayer as part of their They're like, you people are out of control. You're just Shabbatians, right? You're just all crypto Shabbatians. You're bringing all this stuff that led us to the perdition with Shabbat. You need to stop. And they were led by the Gaon of Vilna. And the Gaon of Vilna was a vociferous opponent of the Hasidic movement. The Lithuanian schools typically became referred to as misnagdim, opponents, right? And typically, sometimes I'm kind of misnogged in my personality, misnogged in my Judaism, which is funny because I have lots of Hasidic friends. And, the joke is, I'm more misnogged than more Hasidic, obviously. But this was a brutal feud that raged for a couple generations. And I will say that, in all honesty, the Misnagdim are completely wrong here, folks. The early generations of the Hasidic movement, the first couple generations of the Hasidic movement, were pretty out of control. Especially, again, you have to think about this in the aftermath of the Shabbatai speed thing. They are terrified that it's going to go off the rails again. They're going to get one of these Rebbis to pop off and say they're Messiah, and we're going to have to deal with the exact same disaster again. And I've gone through some of these already in our previous talk, but you can begin to see the misguided perspective. The tzaddik looks kind of like a little Messiah, right? The Rebbe looks a bit like a little Messiah. There's sort of a transgression for the sake of having a tangle here. There's kind of like that you have to experience the sin of lust, and you have to convert it to God. You should feel lust, and then you convert it to feel lust for God, love for God. These Messiahs are like, no, don't feel lust. It's a hurry. Why would you cultivate the feeling of lust? You cannot do that. You cannot convert. You need to minimize that feeling. Not feel it and then convert it. And so they worried that this was a kind of the cultivation of Averas, sins. Both of these movements emerge in Podolia. There's no denying that. Both the Hasidic movement and the Shabbat movement in Europe emerged from the exact tiny region of Poland. And many people thought you grew up from the same earth, it's the same thing. Also, they are popularizing Kabbalah. Remember, right? Books like the Tanya by they are trying to bring Kabbalah back to the masses. That's one of the things that the Kabbalists at this time are trying to stop. They're like, no, these people were led astray by these ideas. Not because the ideas are bad, and maybe not because the people are inherently not capable of understanding them. They just can't understand them with their level of education. You cannot communicate these ideas to these people because it will go off the rails again. Hasidism says no. You bring them along, you educate them. You teach them. You give them a little bit at a time until you raise them up so they can become understanding of these matters. So there's a much higher degree of willingness on the part of the Hasidic world to incorporate Kabbalistic ideas into their connection to the masses. That worries the establishment, especially. They worry about Avodah Magashmiut. They really worry that this is also antinomianism. It's people doing weird stuff, doing handstands, cartwheels during prayer, people screaming during prayer. One of the Hasidic dynasties that exists is Karliners. The Karliners are the most metal of all of the Hasidic people. They're the most metal because they're infamous for screaming all of their prayers out loud. So if you ever go to a Karliner shul, which I have been, they just scream their prayers during the prayer cycle. You can imagine for a bunch of heady, intellectual, university-trained Jewish Kabbalists, a bunch of dudes screaming, crying uncontrollably. That's crazy. This is Shabbatism again, right? So Avodah Magashmiut early on was very worrying for this. The court setting with these Rebbis acting like kings. Shabbatai Tzvi did that when he was in Migdal Oz. He did that when he was in exile, Montenegro, down Montenegro. They're just being little Shabbatais. These Rebbis are just being little Shabbatais. They're just little messiahs. And many of them thought they might be the Messiah. And that's an idea we'll get to when we get to the 20th century with the rise of Messianism and the Chabad Lubavitch. They were terrified one of these guys would come off and turn themselves to the side. Further, some Shabbatim books were popular among early Hasidim. Hemda Yamin was a big one, right? But there were other crypto-Shabbatim books that were popular among early Hasidim. So, the way the Mitnagim saw the Hasidic movement, at least early on, was that if it's not Shabbatinism, it's diet Shabbatinism. It's Shabbatinism light. It's Shabbatinism that has all of the same dangerous ingredients that can lead to the problems we just had. It's just not there yet. And so they were terrified of this movement. And they were terrified of the movement both because they wanted to maintain the integrity of Judaism, but also because they were terrified of what happened if the Shabbatian thing popped off again, if there were another one. And again, I know it's easy to kick the Mitnagim as this sort of like intellectualist, fogies or whatever. They were trying to shepherd a movement in the aftermath of a disaster, spiritual disaster, and the last thing they wanted was the ingredients of that disaster becoming popular again. Now, what's happening and what's incredibly important, and I think this is what makes obviously proof of the proof of the pudding and the tasting or whatever, the Hasidic movement was ultimately not Shabbating out Shabbat to begin with. And how do we know that? In a generation or two, it became very rigorously halakhically conservative. To this day, if you go to a Hasidic synagogue, they are halakhic as the day is long. Now they have weird halakhic stuff. They follow a different minhag than Litvak people. They follow a much more Sephardi style minhag, which is odd because they're in Central Europe. They might put tefillin on during Moed, which is unusual, specifically Kabbalistic thing found in most of the Hasidim. I don't believe it should do it. But they do some unusual things. But at the end of the day, it's a halakhically conservative movement. They come down the side of the old school Kabbalah, which was Jewish law is the unique gateway to God. And rigorous following of the law of the halakha is a fundamental aspect of Kabbalah. So for all of the excesses, for all of the court, for all of the studies, for all the rabbis, for all of the usual stuff that they do, for all the cartwheels they might do during prayer, streaming things and whatever, at the end of the day, the law is the law, so they don't break it. Both sides of this equation, both the Mitnagim and the Hasidim, they spent generations executing each other. They excommunicate each other like every year. It's just a dreadful situation. I think local authorities had to intervene on several occasions and things like this. Also, I should point this out in the defense of Hasidim, again, that identify more the Big world. I will say that the Besht, the Baal Shem Tov, the founder of the Hasidic movement, was one of the Talmudists that actively opposed the Frankist movement. So, from the very beginning, they were opposed to things like Frankism. Besht was. Baal Shem Tov, the founder of Hasidism, was opposed to it. So, again, he was pro-Talmud, Talmud, etc. So, I just want to, that the founder of the Hasidic movement was one of the Talmudists that actively opposed the Frankist movement. So, from the very beginning, they were opposed to things like Frankism. Besht was. Baal Shem Tov, the founder of Hasidism, was opposed to it. So, again, he was pro-Talmud, Talmud, etc. So, I just want to, again, we all have our biases. I want to name my bias. I'm much more pro the Litvak world, and I also want to make sure that I'm not ever misrepresenting the richness, the genius, and the deep spiritual power of the Hasidic movement. Just make it very clear that while I'm saying that there is a link at some level with the Hasidic world and the Shabbatin world, I think that link is homologous, not one of common ancestry, and not one in which the Hasidic world was a crypto-Shabbatin group. I do not see that not true. I want to make that very clear because I don't want to appear as if I'm slandering Hasidic people that don't ever appear to be. I've learned in Hasidic yeshiva. Trust me, I have a deep respect for this. Hasidism would go on to become one form of Orthodox Judaism. In fact, if you probably encountered Orthodox Judaism, you probably encountered it through Hasidism. I bet everyone here Jewish has encountered Chabad at some level. And if you haven't, you've encountered Hasidism. Now, they're the most outwardly looking of the Hasidic world. And if you ever learned Kabbalah, it's very likely you learned it in a Hasidic environment. You probably learned Hasidic interpretations of Kabbalah. That form of Kabbalah proved very popular, filtered down all the way to Jewish practice and belief. So Hasidism has proved decisive in Jewish history. Now, other high-level Kabbalah, more academic, more intellectualist Kabbalah, would continue to go on in the Litvak world all the way till now. My understanding is it's still going on. I don't know much about it, but it's still going on. Further, Lurianic Kabbalah, it would stick. Especially Lurianic Kabbalah as taken up by Scientology. Why? Why is there no further significant development in Kabbalah following Luria? And the answer is Shabbat. I think everyone after Shabbat is so gun-shy of major innovation in Kabbalah that they de facto settled on Luria. They more or less said, this is it. We're not going to change this. We're not going to fuck around with it. We will continue to systematize it. We'll continue to adopt it. We'll continue to adapt it. We'll modernize it. We'll systematize it. We'll put a barrel. We'll turn it round and round. But Lurianic Kabbalah, I think that there was no major Kabbalistic innovation, systematic innovation after Luria that think that there was such a shell shock after the Shabbat exist. So, Luria and Kabbalah won. And all Kabbalah, basically, that exists now is some species of Luria and Kabbalah. So, he won. We are all living in the shadow of Luria. And again, I think that the reason why there's never been another new kind of Kabbalah after Luria, basically because of the shell shock of Shabbat. But, as you might imagine, there's a dark cloud on the horizon, right? And depending on how you view it, it might be a dark cloud, or it might be the clouds finally parting. It could be a dark cloud because what you might see coming is rationalism. What you might see coming is logic. What you might see coming is modernity, which strips the world of all spirituality and subjects it to a law of mechanism and logic, mathematics and science, and it robs the world of spirituality. That might be the dark cloud that you see coming. If you see something else, you might look at the same thing and see something completely different. You might see the clouds of darkness finally parting after 1,000 years of darkness. The mysticism of random speculation about a world that no one has access to, a world of backwardness and superstition, a world where people believe in all kinds of nonsense that they can't prove. And you might see the clouds parting and the sun shining through in the form of logic and math and science and modernity. And if you're on team B, then the Haskalah, the enlightenment, is your buddy. Because what's about to happen is that the enlightenment is tearing through Europe in the non-Jewish world. And it's making enormous strides. The Industrial Revolution is beginning. Huge gains are being made in human rights. Right? This is the time there, the French Revolution, American Revolution. There's a huge impulse at this point in the non-Jewish world towards science, towards math, towards logic. In the Jewish world in Central Europe, there are some Jews who are beginning to look out and see, I think the non-Jews may be onto something. And they begin to engage in the Jewish version of that enlightenment process. The enlightenment of Newton, the enlightenment of Kant. Again, the same year that Shabtai Tzvi apostatized is the same year that Newton invented calculus, discovered the fundamental nature of light, and wrote his main book on physics. That shows you how the world's so different. Shabbatai is apostatizing in Turkey, and Newton is fundamentally unlocking the secrets of physics, light, and math. And by the time we get to the 1700s, the Jewish Enlightenment is beginning to take effect. The Haskalah will begin to take effect. And what we're going to see is that in the aftermath of the Haskalah, which we'll talk about next time, the arrival of Enlightenment values in Judaism, that we're going to see a huge shift in Kabbalah. The 19th and 20th centuries will represent both an incredible loss in the Kabbalistic world. I mean the loss of life, the Holocaust, of course, but also the rebirth of Kabbalah. The fact that we're having this conversation right now means something's changed. We are modern Jews for whom most of us would be declared heretics by the very people we've been studying for the past 15 weeks. All of us would be condemned, probably. Many of us would never have been allowed to study Kabbalah if you're not Jewish according to their rules. If you're not Jewish at all. We are, at some level, the inheritors of what's about to change. And what we're going to see is the interesting travails of Kabbalah into the 19th, 20th, and 21st centuries, where it will undergo some of the most horrifying feats, and it will rise from those ashes. And some of the most important Kabbalistic texts are now available within the last 5 years. Something like the Zohar and the Restream are now available to us. So next time, folks, we're going to turn our attention to the 19th, 20th, and 21st century to talk about the sort of vicissitudes of Kabbalah in the aftermath of the last major Kabbalistic innovation, which was Hasidism. We'll talk about sort of the post-Hasidic world. What does the world in the aftermath of the Hasidic world, and the Holocaust, the rise of the internet, with the rise of liberal Judaism, how does Kabbalah adapt, reconfigure itself, and survive in all of those environments? And as you know, because you're listening to the sound of my voice, talking about Kabbalah, you know that the story is a happy one. Kabbalah survives and thrives. We'll talk about that process. Thank you. It's class. Welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore the garden that is Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Again, if you'd like to support my work and provide accessible, free, and scholarly content on topics like Kabbalah, alchemy, and the occult, magic, or philosophy, consider supporting my work.
See, if you're that far, the problem with an arena like that, right, a venue like that is, like, you're so far away, you're just watching them on television, and that way you're watching the screens. Now, that's not to say that it's not a good show, but I want to say it was Justin Timberlake from years and years ago, 10 years ago, if not more. I remember my wife and I were still on this Justin Timberlake concert that we were recording for produced. It was really well done, but it was because the cameras were right there up on him, and you could see him dancing, and you could see the backup dancing, the musicians, like all of that. That was the way I would want to see something. So I would want to sit in cheap seats. I don't want to pay for the expensive ones. 50 years ago this week, Apple celebrates its 50th anniversary. From a 1976 project in a garage to a $3.5 trillion powerhouse, and about 2.5 billion active devices in the world. The amazing thing that Apple did and continues to do with the way stuff is designed. I mean, the iPhone, the Mac, the MacBook, the watch, I mean, all of those things that Apple has produced and put into the technology ecosystem, especially those within the last 20 years, pretty amazing. It changed the way products are marketed, changed the way products are sold. I mean, when you went into an Apple store for the first time, it was different than any other kind of retail establishment. First of all, there were no cash registers. How did they do that? When you think of packaging, even the packaging of the products, those are the very satisfying cardboard that makes up an Apple iPhone box when you buy it, or a MacBook box when you buy it. All of those things went to, it was more expensive. My father would never have owned an Apple product until somebody bought him an iPhone. But it changed the way we looked at products, especially when it came to computers. Obviously, Steve Wozniak, Steve Jobs, there was a fourth Beatle, I should say. Ron Wayne was the other person who, along with Wozniak and Jobs, co-founded Apple. This became a cultural icon according to technology analysts. And the biggest issues early on, outside of the packaging and the advertising, which is iconic in itself, it was just the ease of use. They wanted to make that personal computer easier to use. I grew up trying to learn how to use computers. There was a lot of typing involved. And there was a lot of work you had to do to make it look like there was no work. And when Apple came along and instituted their mouse into the Mac, and single clicks of things that you could do with that mouse. Now, obviously, it went through some hard times. In the 90s, Apple laid off a third of its workforce. It's too hard to imagine today. Again, I said the market valuation of $3.5 trillion. There was, at one point, bankruptcy looming for Apple. And I don't mean like, guys, we might want to think about bankruptcy. They were days away from bankruptcy at one point in the early 90s. That's when Steve Jobs came back. Apple itself was a pretty young company when Steve Jobs left. He got in a fight with the board of directors and chief executive at the time, John Scullin. In 2011, Steve Jobs died of pancreatic cancer. And there was more uncertainty about what was going to happen. And there was scrutiny over the conditions in the Chinese factories that were making the Apple products. And there was also a breakout moment of success. 2007. It blows past things like Blackberries. And just Apple kept up with all of it. Apple has been flexible. That's Steve Wozniak's speaking. He says we got so many different avenues, from the surfaces to the other machines, the AirPods, and all that. The secret to the success was that it managed the brand well. It didn't make a bunch of stuff that would break down on time. It's not to say they're perfect, but what they do is respond. And listen to technology. The 2007 iPhone doesn't look a whole lot different than the 2027 iPhone, whatever that comes out. But 20 years of iPhones like this, and they have made a quality product. I'm not selling it. I'm paying it. But it is an iconic product that changed so many different things, not just computing, but commercials, like I said, packaging, obviously the ease of use when it comes to computers. Everybody else is trying to do the same thing that Apple did. Catching up, there's still distance there. All right, Lunch and Barrel is coming up next. We'll see you tomorrow. Stay right.
Compared to lying on the floor of the bank, this was Space Mountain, man. I thought it was great. Reef and shit. Oh, that was fantastic. I feel 1,000% better. KOST-HD2 Los Angeles. Or stimulating talk.
Extended present. Rashida D'Agostino live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Reporter Tom Holman says highs would remain at airports even after TSA employee seat back day.
He made the comment during an interview on CNN's State of the Union. As lawmakers are heavily built big net law for funding for the Department of Homeland Security.
Because these TSA officers are struggling. They can't feed their families from making rent. They aren't without help.
It comes after President Trump on Friday directed the DHS to pay TSA agents, even as other DHS staff go without pay during the shutdown. The president issued a memo saying he would payroll providers process paychecks as expeditiously as possible. Pardon me, KFI News.
More than 3,500 Marines are now in the Middle East as the Pentagon weighs possible grounding operations targeting key oil sites on Iran's Barkan Island and other locations. Firefighters are testing out some new technology to fight fire.
San Bernardino County firefighters tested a new product that you've probably never heard of. Ryan Beckers with San Bernardino County Fire says that the device shoots sound waves in the flames.
Before it starts to spread.
The device uses no water or chemicals which can damage a home during a firefight. Jason Campadoni at KFI News.
California has decided to settle a lawsuit for alleged abuse in a women's prison. The California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation has agreed to pay $1.9 million settlement with 13 female inmates who say guards used excessive force during a 2024 operation. Women claim they suffered serious injuries, including brain trauma and respiratory distress. The incident led to discipline for more than 40 staff members and is now part of a broader civil rights investigation. Heather Brooker, KFI News. The U.S. Army is investigating after 2 military helicopters flew over a No Kings protest in Nashville that made long passes near the home of musician Kid Rock. Military flyovers like this are unusual since troops are generally barred from domestic law enforcement. The move is raising questions about the use of taxpayer-funded military resources. The first astronauts aboard a big would launch as soon as Wednesday. The 4-person crew on board of this ship is now in quarantine ahead of their flight. And Victor Glover is a SoCal native. He says they'll test the systems that'll be used for future lunar missions.
We're going to not only fly the vehicle, next week is 6 degrees of freedom, so translate forward, backwards, left, right, up, and down.
NASA says the launch is set for no earlier than 3:24 p.m. Pacific on Wednesday with a 2-hour window. Southland weather from KFI mostly more cloudy with highs in the 70s and 80s. On Tuesday, cloudy with highs in the 70s and a slight chance of rain. 76 degrees in La Palma, 73 in Orange, 72 in Studio City, 68 in Santa Monica. The KFI financial report, the Dow up 161, S&P 500 down 9.3, and NASDAQ down 110.4. We're going to a Caltrans project in Chino Hills on 71.
Chino Valley Parkway extends what is known as on baseball southbound side of the 71 Caltrans and the left-hand lane closed for a paving project between Mission Boulevard and Rio Rancho Road. This project goes until 3 p.m. No delays, no zone at all. On to the Ronald Reagan Freeway, westbound 118 before Mount Boba Boulevard. A couple of SUVs colliding this accident, clearing up the right shoulder. No delays heading through the Santa Susana Pass on the West 118. Downtown 110 northbound Pasadena, a crash clearing up the right shoulder at this location. You have slowing heading to downtown LA on the North 110 from the 105 up to the 4 level. Back to the Valley we go, 405 northbound to Roscoe Boulevard. A solo accident clearing up the right shoulder. You have a backup from the 1 Ventura Freeway. Caltrans continues to work on the North 710. The right-hand lane shut down for guardrail repairs between Del Monte Boulevard and Long Beach Boulevard. And this will be going on for another hour. No delays leaving downtown Long Beach on the North 710 Long Beach Freeway. The Southern California's most accurate traffic reports by Eyewitness. The free iHeartRadio app is over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now, like classic rock. Essential classic rock that was truly hard and AC/DC, Metallica, Led Zeppelin, Guns N' Roses, and more. Just open the free iHeartRadio app and search classic hard rock. And make it a preset now.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
One of the problems that came out when I got the Brady case was that some of the evidence, as far as I was concerned, did not match the circumstances. This is the Eagle Concepts. The first 2 episodes are available on the
iHeartRadio app, #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one app. Joel, why did you tell us what you did this weekend?
Well, my dad and I went to some magical hills and found a zillion of them in the street. Our lookout rockets, and my sister and I escaped from the Eagles watching. I went back to my supersonic warfare seat. Then we told stories of the park, and the Big Dipper led us all the way home. We went to the forest. It's not that far away. Ask your parents if you and your friends to forest this week. They're closer than you think. Check out discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Tell me what I'm right, brother. Let's get going. Let's do. You. Call you out and start the main question. Last year there were riots, protests that got here. You grabbed a microphone and right to that fellow. You even got pepper spray in the midst of it. I was on course more dangerous because at any moment, lightning could have struck the studio and probably done regular damage to me. I was in the studio. You were in the middle. This time around, we got an King's protest. 8 million people nationwide protesting. We have tens of thousands downtown. And you represent. No, I didn't decide to sit down a couple of weeks ago. That live report that you and I did last summer. But you wanted to do it. I was like, yeah, it's one. I wanted to link for that reporting this. So I broke through that. I'm now on the scene. And 2, I never know what I was doing. And hosts don't leave the studio or their house. So, it's not my problem. That's somebody else now. So, the good news is some other people and these federal officers said that they were assaulted at the No Kings rally in downtown LA. I'm always a little bit, and I have to be cautious how I do this because I don't want to come across as being anti-cop. That's not my intention here at all because I can't stand when people run to lose their minds and start throwing things. But I also question when you see things like federal officers were assaulted. How assaulted were they? Were there people marching toward them and they told them to go away and the people didn't go away? Or were they beating up the protests all across Southern California, but the biggest one was in downtown Los Angeles. And what we know about No Kings is that it does tend to attract people that you might not typically see at protests. Occasionally, they're fired up enough to grab a coffee and head downtown. And what it seems like to me, as somebody who's covered these, is that a lot of these folks, they don't like the administration, so they feel like they can join like-minded individuals through a visual display of opposition, and that's kind of it. They're not the types that are running around spraying graffiti, burning things down, or holding up some hokey signs. It's similar to the type of protest that you would see when a Democrat is in the White House or there are COVID policies sure conservatives might not like. They're not necessarily altering the policy in any way, shape, or form, but it feels good to get together and show the size of your opposition.
Fundamental to our American rights, as outlined in the Bill of Rights, it's in there, it's the freedom of the very first amendment.
This protest, No Kings, has a couple of strange bedfellows that obviously conservatives like to make fun of the No Kings. I mean, they're going against a president that conservatives tend to support. But leftists really hate the No Kings people. Why? Because the No Kings protest, you call them obnoxious or boring, they don't burn things down. No, they are violent. And leftists have been ragging on No Kings since the start of last year. I mean, the Capitol Hill last thing Democratic Socialist reporters. The far right people that are socialist are violent and want to promote violence. I think that there are people who feels like a broad brush. I'm not going to hate them. I think these are folks who like to see a protest that leaves damage. A couple of things that I saw when those types, the Capitol Hill left, were saying about the No Kings March was, given on a weekend, it doesn't even disrupt Capitol. I mean, you hear that? Yeah. All right. And it's just a bunch of white women. Well, I don't think there are any barriers to anybody else coming down to it. The left likes protesting, burn things down. Liberals like to have audience signs. Do you see the difference that I'm trying to talk about? The latte liberal first, I was called extremists. I mean, they tend to promote activism resulting violence. That seems like extremism. This is from NBC LA. As they covered it here, so Michael is host.
According to law enforcement officials, there was a group of people that began throwing chunks of concrete at federal officers after thousands gathered nearby for a No Kings Day demonstration. The police department declared a citywide tactical alert just after 5 p.m. when a group reportedly began kicking the fence in front of the detention center. Demonstrators were ordered to leave the area. Officers both on foot and horseback lined up, pushing people away. An alert was called off around 8 p.m. Now all across Southern California, there were countless demonstrations. An overwhelming majority of them peaceful and orderly. From the valley of Studio City to the Inland Empire and stretching down south to Orange County, demonstrators raised concerns over President Trump's immigration policy, before Iran, and what they describe as threats to democracy.
That's what's reform. What was the Saturday? So we're walking around, I'm seeing their signs are going I gotta tell you, the biggest problem I saw was not working for schools. Just everywhere, people were actually riding transit from one side. Yeah, it's right, it creates traffic. But that was it. That was the majority of it. Nobody had to close off freeways. I mean, the new things. And I always wonder, I second guess the city because I think that putting those barriers that they did was the right move. But also because they're promoting that, does it almost encourage, like, we're expecting violence, and everybody might get violent, just to let you know, we're expecting this. So,
but think about where those precautions were taken. They were taken in downtown because that's where the bulk of the unruly protests take place. Not all of them that happened since last year, but the bulk of them have been centered around downtown Los Angeles. And they have to put barriers to people from going on the freeway again. That's not to stop Aunt Mary, who might not like President Trump and wanted to go out with her girlfriends to protest on this day. She's not going to walk alone. Although people, the same type of people that you see taking the Palestine protests to the extreme, immigration protests to the extreme, those are the Capitol Hill. Those are just cause de jour. Bingo. So it's the same type of tactics, and that's what happened here in LA on Saturday when we started to see more than 70 people ended up arrested because naturally the protest goes from just generic anti-Trump sentiment to very specific anti-federal immigration policy. And so it goes down into that area in Alameda or the Temple Street, not far from Union Station, where an immigration detention facility is, and that's where all of this, I don't know if you want to call it violence, but certainly disagreements that got physical between law enforcement and the people who protested was down there.
All right, so real quick here, let's just do a quick test. It was a No Kings rally. Just to use your best judgment, I would ask you, do the people who are protesting, would they also oppose Carol King? No. Regina King? No. Billie Jean King? No. Martin Luther King Jr.? No. So it's sort of a some Kings rally.
I think King Memorial 6. I want to note, if we can, just very quickly, a couple of mayoral candidates in Los Angeles had some comments about the LAPD and its role in some of those arrests. And I'll start with Councilwoman Amy Rahman, who is in second place in the latest poll from there. She says Angelino should not be kept arrested or punished for exercising First Amendment rights.
Okay, wait. I mean, I agree with her until they're no longer exercising their First Amendment rights and they're violating the law. There's a difference between a civil protest, which is protecting First Amendment, and kicking down fencing and pushing federal officers.
Yeah, she says that they have the right, I'm quoting her, the right to document what they see if you were detained or arrested for bearing witness. Unlawful assembly after you were already being detained, that demands accountability. She wants to see charges.
If somebody corrals me and my family, let's say I'm out walking around like I was doing, and they just decide, oh, we're in the wrong corner at the wrong time, now we're going to detain you over this way, and now we're going to take you unlawfully assembly in the detention area. That's a trap.
That depends. Even a dispersal.
I'm going to disperse the hell out of this.
Exactly, that's what you're supposed to do. They were all given dispersal.
I'm just saying, if I'm putting them on,
yeah. Reverend Ray Wang, who's also running for mayor, and she says last night I was with her Angelinos and as the LAPD detained Angelinos peacefully protesting outside the Metropolitan Detention Center calling to abolish ICE and to support detainees and the families. He says for months now LAPD has been kettling protesters, including teenagers. I joined the chorus of supporters demanding the city drop all charges against our Angelinos. This is the problem is that if you were somebody who lives in downtown LA, we had those downtown LA Residents Association folks on just last week. It's always that neighborhood that gets hit the hardest when people come down there and protest in this way. When it turns ugly, when it turns violent, when it ends up building graffiti or catching Wamos on fire, a residential and business neighborhood suburbs, particularly city leaders say there should be no consequences.
I have thoughts on why that might be the case.
Okay, why don't we talk about that coming out? Okay, and we'll also talk about this big bike bust in Long Beach. All of the young people there, the boys, breaking up a street takeover involving e-bikes. So that's something else. After this update from Deborah Mark, KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Here is the latest. President Trump issues a new threat to Iran if a ceasefire is not reached shortly. Andrew Watch is about to get underway on the bottom of the hour from their Toyota dealers. Traffic's that we make it easy. Crash. Actually, it's not a crash. It's Caltrans on 57 in Anaheim.
Crews are working on the northbound sides of the 57 to replace traffic signs on the right shoulder between Ball Road and Orange North Avenue. They're going to be doing this until 4 in the afternoon. Up ahead on the 57 northbound, just before the 10, watch for a 50-gallon drum that's rolling around its left-hand lane of the roadway. Onto Van Nuys, Coral Pines northbound, is over Roscoe Boulevard. We've got bad crashing at the center divider median and then bounce over to the right-hand shoulder. 101 southbound at Silverlake Boulevard. This new vehicle collision is in the center divider area here. The Southern California's most accurate traffic report. Sidewalks. Is over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now, like classic rock. Essential classic rock that was truly hard and ACDC, the Metallica, Led Zeppelin, Guns N' Roses, and more. Just open the free iHeartRadio app and search for classic hard rock. And make it a preset now. Here's this week's iHeartRadio countdown of the top TV streams.
Here's what you've made popular by getting your stream on. Starting us off this week is Scarpetta on Amazon Prime Video. That's followed by the new season of Daredevil, Born Again on Disney Plus and Hulu. DTF St. Louis on HBO Max slides back to 8 with Shrinking on Apple TV and it's 7. Debuting at 6 is Bates, the new dramedy on Amazon Prime Video. Jury Duty Presents Company Retreat on Amazon Prime Video is up to 5 this week. And the Tupper Brothers new show Something Very Bad is Going to Happen on Netflix leaps into the countdown at 4. The Pit on HBO Max starts off the top 3. The Madison on Paramount Plus slips it back from number 1 this week, which means the drama Paradise on Hulu is back on top, your number 1 stream show.
And those are your top TV streams of the week on iHeartRadio.
iHeartRadio Earth is here with a new way to enjoy our beautiful planet. Energy consumption is a primary contributor to the changing climate, producing around 27% of greenhouse gases in the United States. Save money and energy at home by turning off your computer completely before you go to bed. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/earth.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Almost every drug investigation in America is based on a confidential informant. People with their own troubles see a path forward by telling someone else. The CI system is based on blind trust. It can have deadly consequences. I'm Dugan Arden, investigative reporter on the Boston Globe Spotlight team. And I am going to bring you inside this secret world through the stories of one city at the forefront of America's drug war.
Constant new information, okay?
Basically, the lessons in the theory of talking from the
They lie. They just lie.
It's raunchy. It's smarting up. I don't want to go to jail. This is Spotlight, Snitch City, an investigative series from the Boston Globe.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. Welcome to Our Week in London. Please don't know how to I know from the top that it was perfect. Every week, I'll sit down with fascinating guests. It wasn't nearly so bad as what I for real conversations, straight up So, this is what I know is my world. Stories that listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
We're stimulating talk. Well, that's Billy Hill Show. I asked working in America because I'm so depressing. They just ask anybody on this show. My baby is viral. That's coming up tomorrow morning after 7 for the next Billy Hill Show. Well, KYM 641 every week. That is Monks and Merrill, not Michael Monks, and that is Chris Merrill. We start today. Tomorrow is Chris. It is Tuesday. As I understand, according to the Olympics, you can start getting notified whether you get to be buying tickets. That was a great phrase I was reading while I was talking about it. Hey, Olympics are going to notify you if you've been chosen. So, Michael, we signed up for this like a month and a half ago. Yeah. So I did this. And we have to choose one of our events. We want to see the most. We're locked in the only choosing. I don't know how it's going to work.
Because there's going to be several days where we get worse days. If you live in the Southern California counties, I think all of them except San Diego, incidentally, and we notified starting tomorrow, I think there's several days. I don't know. So you will be notified over the next several days, and then you guys will get to pick at some point very soon after that.
When I signed up for those songs, the station there is very honest.
I mean, it's anything to you. Yeah, sure. Yeah. So, there was a lot of scamming. There were a lot of security gates in the Starbucks and whatever address.
I just figured I could still make it for something, right? And I have to assume there's probably some people, for instance, supposedly live in San Diego County, but you work in Orange County. Would you use your work address so you can sign up for those tickets early? Yeah, absolutely. So, that's a big that might have a place. Southern Orange, sure, something like that. Anyway, if that's the case, I can try to sign up for these things. This is like a dream for me. I want to take my father to the wedding.
I know, I want to go so I just like family back home. It's like, I don't care what I think. You know, like, let's just go see it. Yeah, I'm going to be here. You know, yeah. But my goodness, the state of this, looking like what went down all weekend with those scenes, the protests, the arrests, and all that, is just another reminder that LA is not ready for this.
I'm glad you brought that up, because first of all, it gets one good flag. I love that stuff.
Rally was fabulous. They were fabulous. Everyone was. They all got coffees for each other. The other side of the coin, you listen to yourself on the radio, and the other guy you do a great job of doing back to the conference now. Anyway, you guys enjoy your day and tell the truth.
The truth is, I don't like when things get out of hand. I support the rest of that. Like the protest, like January 6th, I don't think that was a nice peaceful visit to the White House, to the Capitol. It was not. I think that was, you call it leftists from the Capitol Hill. The people were protesting here on the island. But here's my concern with you, is that you're saying the democratic socialists, the blah, 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 whatever it is, I feel like you're broad brushing. And that is no different than me saying that everyone who's MAGA was supportive of what happened on January 6th. I just don't think that's the case. My parents are MAGA, but they don't like to see people with flagpoles. Right? So, I don't think we can broad brush it. Just because someone's a democratic socialist doesn't mean that they want to see cops assaulted. Yeah, but just because someone's MAGA doesn't mean that they want to see white kids alone. I think it's a fair point, except for that all of the people who participated in that to identify with one ideology. Okay, then it is that ideology that is doing the act. No, listen, if everyone who is the single island rectangle's not a square. They're the same thing. I don't know, do you think that you can't say a certain group did something because everyone who identifies that way wasn't present? I just want to be careful that I'm not broad brushing, because I feel like part of the reason that we have such a divide in this country is that we so easily stereotype and box someone in based on an identity that we ascribe to them. I'll tell you this, everything I said in the last segment is true. The violence of these protests is usually not your Aunt Mary who identifies with the No King protest because she wants to go out and hold some signs and yell about her anger towards the Trump administration. The violence is always perpetrated by the folks who always get people to do whatever protests against housing, immigration, general politics. I agree that the liberals are doing the violence, the leftists are doing the violence. So why is it that these don't get I teach, I wander around and because I took a nice walk and I saw lots of people with their, they were very much in rules out protesting and people on their roads. Why is LA becoming a de facto gathering for people who just want to cause trouble? Is it because that's where the cameras are? Okay, why is it? Is it just because that's where the cameras are? Is this a situation where it's really popular to show LA is going to hell because of this 6 blocks? In the same way that California gas prices are out of control, and we found this gas station in Chinatown that's charging $9. Trying to showcase LA's bad sides. Why is it attractive? I think because we have so many bad sides. And I think because there are no consequences for the bad sides. I don't think we agree that we have so many bad sides. You and I talk about it all the time. But I don't think it's
That's right, they're going to have standards. It happened on Long Beach police who arrested a 17-year-old boy and towed 5 electric motorcycles after being called to a street takeover. The LBPD says around 4:20 on Friday afternoon, officers were told of about 50 being riding illegal e-motors, illegal pocket bikes, and e-bikes recklessly throughout the city. And they say after learning about this large group, officers were able to division to respect to impact safety risk as illegal e-bikes, pocket bikes, and motors. And I saw electric bikes with a people on them taking over a street downtown just yesterday. And of course, that goes without consequence. Kudos to Long Beach police. Coming to shutting it down. Why do we have so many bad signs in LA? Because there are tough consequences. They never called a tow truck to throw an e-bike in the back of something because it wasn't close to the truck. That doesn't mean the definition of tow. Yeah, they hold it. Tow fingers are up to date. What do you make the trip? No one can. Southeast LA County cities built a lot of their budget. People losing money in car cables. Now Sacramento, they be rolling up the whole business model. So naturally, the answer is it's not just spending less. It's not that reform. The way the government works is to ask you for a little bit more at the cash register. Why they say that makes sense and the most is next on Scenario KFI games. It's 40 live everywhere. You're on air radio at Ever Park live from the KFI Department of Israel.
President Trump has issued a new threat to Iran's ceasefires. Shortly, Trump posted on social that the U.S. is in serious discussions with a new and more reasonable regime to end military operations in Iran. This is great progress has been made, but no agreement is reached. Iran is uncurrently generating plants, oil wells, and Park Island and possibly all desalination plants will be obliterated. President Trump says he has no problem with the Russian oil tanker off the coast of Cuba delivering relief to the island.
Doesn't bother me much. It's not going to happen. And it better. Cuba's leaders have a bad regime. They have hard, bad, and corrupt leadership.
Trump says he prefers letting the tanker in since April the heat of things. Cuba has been suffering from a number of countrywide blackouts after being effectively blocked from receiving oil shipments since January. Riverside County Sheriff Chad Bianco says his investigation into alleged fraud in redistricting elections is on hold.
Bianco made the announcement on Sunday, blaming what he calls politically motivated lawsuits, including legal challenges from California Attorney General Rob Bonta. This month, Bianco has seized 611,000 ballots cast in Riverside County ahead of last November's Proposition 50 special election. He says he's investigating a complaint from a citizen group who pointed out an alleged 45,000 ballot discrepancy between the number of votes that were counted and the number of votes that were actually cast. David Griffin, KFI News.
A judge in LA has denied resentencing for a fourth mother of 8-year-old Israel Fernandez, who was beaten and tortured for months before his death in 2013. Pearl Fernandez pleaded guilty to first-degree murder and was sentenced to in 2018 to life without parole. She petitioned for resentencing, saying she could not be convicted of murder now because of recent changes in state law. She also claimed that had a bad lawyer who did not understand what she was citing when she confessed her boyfriend was sentenced to death. This case is on appeal. And Pip Watch is about to get underway. Tomorrow marks 35 days since Jackie the Bald Eagle laid the first of 2 eggs in a nest high above Big Bear Lake. 35 days is the average incubation period for eagles, so baby eagles can hatch any day now. The Big Bear Bald Eagle family has been trained on the baby signal 24/7 to give viewers a chance to see tiny cracks in the eggs, signaling them again. The first breakout, it takes 2 to 3 days for the eaglets to hatch. Jackie and Shadow successfully raised 2 eagles last year and lost their first bunch of eggs to ravens earlier this year. Amy King, KFI News. Southland weather for KFI, partly cloudy, highs mid-70s for around 80 Metro LA, high desert 50 for the high desert. Around 80 in the valleys, low 70s for the beaches, upper 70s in the New Sea, lows over 80s for the IE. Right now,
Crash on 101 East LA.
Outside of the 101 before Restream is a solo bridge clearing off the right-hand shoulder. Not very far from there near the Civic Center. It is on-ramp with the North 101. The vehicle ran out of gas and vehicles blocking lanes of the exits on the North 101. You're slow to get jammed up from the East LA interchange of this down to the 4 level. Southbound side of the 101 Hollywood Freeway is over Lake Boulevard. And you vehicle crashes into the center divider area. You're slow on the southbound side from Sunset Boulevard to the 4 level interchange. The Southern California's most accurate traffic reports. I'm Mike Morris.
The free iHeartRadio app is over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now, like classic hard rock. Essential classic rock that was truly hard-hitting. AC/DC, Metallica, Led Zeppelin, Guns N' Roses, and more. Just open the free iHeartRadio app and search classic hard rock. And make it a preset now.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
For something that I've desired for so long, actually have this process. I was a believer that always considered I don't know. Why? Because I feel like I'm missing a sister. Turn to a friend, straight to the bar, and she told me I am not. To a couple. Between flame is your ultimate lover, your best friend, you can have for eternity. Twin flames.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app, #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
Widespread racism against the Asian Pacific Islanders is a serious and devastating issue that has impacted the lives of millions. It's up to all of us to stand up and speak out and break this racism. It's not an APIA, it's a national coalition that tracks incidents of hate and discrimination against the APIA across the United States. To report an hate incident or about what you can do to help, visit stopanaPIA.org.
Microsoft as the startup fights the Pentagon for supply chain risk designation. Tammy Trujillo has the list.
Technology last week led to supply chain risk and was historically been reserved for foreign adversaries. According to Monday, Microsoft is asking the U.S. District Court in San Francisco to issue a restraining order in the case. Microsoft believes the Pentagon's decision must be frozen for it to risk a dramatic change in how companies use the government.
The report says YouTube is splitting more advertising cash than Disney, Paramount, ABC, and Warner Brothers Discovery combined. The Hollywood Reporter says YouTube paid over $40 billion in ad revenue in 2025. That still pales in comparison to others, which reported $2 billion in ad revenue. And starting later this month, the Super Bowl will let people use AI-generated ad stars when they appear in a video conference. It's also adding a deepfake detection device that can spot fake audio and video. Zach Report, I'm at Madison.
AM 640. Stimulating talk.
Stimulating talk on Chris Merrill. He's my voice. He presses well. I know it's clean. You remember last weekend, we were talking about the card rooms, basic second rooms. We have no more card rooms in the card rooms. And it's going to be very frustrating because there are a number of them across LA County, North County, San Diego County. I think there were 8 on the San Diego County, but it's not their biggest story. The card rooms, they actually generate a decent amount of tax revenue. discussed the story last week and saw that city commerce and Bell Gardens both are being hit pretty hard by this law that was set to take effect Wednesday. So now if you're one of those cities that was worth buying a decent money, then buy it. You're in trouble. Why you doing? You're in trouble. So, we thought we would ask specifically what they're doing. Kevin Langes is the mayor of Commerce, joins us right now. Kevin, thank you so much for being on the program. How much money are we talking about that the city is losing out on?
Well, first off, thank you for having me. This is good stuff to do, and it's hard. So, I would admire the way we're bringing it up. And it's great that you have a sharp record. To answer your question, we have seen a lot from anywhere from $8 to $18 million in the broad range, but only because we haven't really been hit with anything like this ever. So, but the forecast right now is $8 to $18 million, which is everything.
That is a lot, and you've declared a fiscal emergency, and Bell Gardens has declared a fiscal emergency. I'd be asking voters to consider the sales tax hike. Is that the path we're taking?
That is the path we're taking right now. We are asking our voters to consider the sales tax later, which we're calling Measure PC, here in Commerce, Measure Protect Commerce, so that we can maintain essential services like keeping our law enforcement and our firefighters on duty and continuing summer programs for our youth and ensuring that we can continue with our senior programs and services like arts and crafts, social hours, health resource bearers, no matter what, I think they're medical appointments, so on and so forth.
Kevin Langes is the mayor of Commerce, joining us right now. It's almost like they're going to lose $8 to $18 million when the cardinals are no longer allowed to operate as they have for so many years. How much money are you talking about this bringing in? Is this going to cover all those losses of the sales tax?
It will not, right? With this work, the measure in the city of Commerce, we're anticipating to recoup about $4.5 billion. So that's not enough to cover the losses that I just mentioned, right? It's only really to minimize the bleeding.
Here the city of Commerce has 13,000 residents. What exactly was the city doing for essential services and emergency services before it had this revenue stream?
We were doing the same, I think our law enforcement and our fire acts were, maybe the level of services was lower, but we were really relying on sales tax, our building improvements, property taxes to a degree, but we don't get a lot of property taxes right now. I think the property tax, the school district gets the majority of it, over 50%. The county gets 62%, the state gets less than 7%. But before the casino, services look a lot different in Commerce. I also consider, right, that our contract with insurance has gone up to the top, right? Over the years, and the cost of firefighting services with Bell County.
Kevin Langes is the mayor of Commerce, joining us right now as we talk about the proposed sales tax hike in order to overcome some of the losses from the budget. Looks like $18 million in loss from the cardinals. If the sales tax doesn't pass, this is going to raise taxes themselves. What are we looking at cutting?
I think we'll have to really look at that, right? We have to take all of our differences, basically, our largest departments right now, where we spend most of the budget is on the testing, right? So that's inclusive of our sheriff and our, firefighters, right? And also our public safety department, and also a close second is public works. And I think the other thing that also gets impacted are our capital improvements. So with the population, right, you just mentioned that Commerce is about 12,000 kids. We don't get a lot of state and federal dollars to help fund our capital improvement projects. So in many ways, Commerce is self-sustaining, which is another problem in itself because we may have a low living population, but we have a massive urban population, and we're really critical to the benefits, right? We have the railroads, right, the internet, the universities that have, right? We have the vices that attend in a particular right running in the airport. So with all of that comes a lot of impact, right? And so a lot of the impact of our roads that we end up having to really just put the bill because things like that $1 for example, because of our low population or low living population, we get
Lane asks, I am a fan of the city outlets. I suppose that the sales tax is higher there than how we do my part to help your city out from the price. But let me ask you something else about, I guess, some of the public areas, because this isn't just going to affect your city, it's going to affect commerce, casino. And I wonder if there are fears that it could close, and then we've lost all of that revenue. And you also have this very large empty space when you're planning for that worst case scenario.
We're trying to bring the Telegraph corridor in a very key to the economy of the city of Congress. And right now we're looking at a lot of, what we're projecting here is, a really big loss, not just in the city of Congress, but all throughout the state and in huge space parts of the city. Just here in Southern California, right, we're talking about those areas, Scotland, Hawaii gardens. Those are working class communities that have responsibly built their lives around farming practices. So what we're trying to do is the same way that a lot of other cities across the country.
Did you have any conversation about from Sacramento before all of this went through? I mean, did you express that just how great this would look for your city?
Absolutely. Our state legislators are aware. We did have a conversation with several of our executives, several of our state senators, and we will not decision that was made by Attorney General Rothschild and the California Department of Justice. They're the ones who have this resolution, so they're no vested. The Assembly, the Senate, the Congress, right at the Attorney General level.
Lane, as the mayor of Commerce, thank you so much for joining us. Kevin, look forward to talking to you again. Maybe we'll first next time. We were changing that office. Since it didn't go through Sacramento, a unilateral decision. Maybe somebody else can undo that unilateral decision. Fingers crossed. Kevin, thanks so much. Yeah, thanks for being on the show. Yeah, maybe they end up voting to raise the sales tax in Congress while they were sharing with us. I know that let's more than likely notice that because you're already paying higher sales tax than like in the general and another few cents there in Congress. Now you're starting to see how these cities are relying on money from cards to support other cities. For the lessons for this episode, how quickly Sacramento wrecked the city and who should be prepared for it. That's next. Monks and Merrill after this update from Deborah Mark, the K-Line 24-hour newsroom.
Here is the latest. A Southern California native was laid to find a death for a terminal food, and the LA County Sheriff's Department is reporting the loss of one of their own. 11 at the top of the hour, Southland weather from KFI cloudy, high 70s and 80s. This reporter brought to you by Looms from your Toyota dealers. Traffic suddenly naked. Crash on the 16th in Diamond Bar.
After Road 60 westbound transition to the 52nd southbound, a traffic situation partial blocking lanes of this particular road. I'm ahead on the West Pomona Freeway right at the 605. Broken down vehicle just cleared with the left-hand lane over to the right-hand shoulder. The reduced speed from Austin to the Boulevard. A car sent on the 4 line southbound just past Santa Fe Avenue. It's a two-vehicle crash on the right shoulder. 101 northbound before 4th Street. The solo crash is on the right shoulder at this location. West side of California is closed after a traffic report. Sideway notice.
Got a hot take. Don't let it die in the group chat. Tap the red talk back like on the iHeartRadio app and join the show. It's the fastest way to get your voice on the air. Say it here on the iHeartRadio app.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. One of the 3 iHeart apps is one podcast like this.
We all know us with jailbreak, the elaborate schemes, the close calls, the moments when it all goes wrong.
Oh my God, the twists and turns.
And when things finally click into place.
Thank God we live to tell the tale.
I want to come guys through, and I'm lucky enough to do stuff like Broad City, and Narcos, and Roadhouse, and so many commercials about backing. And now I'm starting a podcast because honestly, guys, I don't think this space is crowded enough. Get ready for Greatest Escapes, a new comedy podcast about the wildest escape stories in history.
Very few people know this story.
Each week I'm sitting down with some of the most hilarious actors and writers and comedians. People like Ed Helms.
I climbed up and was just like,
Diane Guerrero.
She goes, you're on your own, you have to run.
And Joseph Gordon-Levitt. I love storytelling, and I love you, so I can't wait. Together, we're going to puzzle our way through the most buck-wild true escape stories of all time.
like, what should you
hide under the desk.
I'll tie a rope around the fish's neck and use it to like water ski across the moon. So we'd love for you to come hang with us for some of the greatest escapes in history.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart.
From the producers of Rothschild Princess herself, comes The Setup, a new romantic comedy podcast starring Harvey Ian and Christian Navarro. The Setup follows one man's search for love in the big and home.
The thing is that I actually used the app. I opened it and I got hit with this wave of nausea and my heart started beating like so fast. I opened the app, closed the app, opened the app, closed the app, opened the app, closed the app.
Meet Juan, a lonely music curator. His true love, art. His biggest fear, everything. When the perfect man walks into his life, so he actually is too good to be true.
This is cozy.
To pull off his heist, they'll have to get close.
Luscious.
When you're dating a con man, how do you know if it's true love? Just listen to The Setup.
This is America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Free iHeart app excludes podcasts like this.
When's the last time you took a chapters?
I was struck by it, and a few girls sat down next to me, roused up drink.
I'm Francesca Street, CNN travel journalist, and this is Chance Encounters, a podcast about the incredible connections we make on traveling. Each week, we'll journey through moving, funny, and heartwarming real-life stories about how travel can lead to lasting love, decades-spanning friendships, and ultimately change your life forever. Join us wherever you get your podcasts. Just search for Chance Encounters with me, Francesca Street. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Consider for TV in Atlanta.
In my next feeling,
This is nothing to ask me.
it's the Fridays when English podcast brings you a weekly dose of true crime cases. Join me as I talk cases with special guests and true crime experts.
There's got to be something at the heart of that evidence that they've done. The late night knocking door, a missing form, the mysterious shadowy figure calls them.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
More stimulating talk.
It's coming show today for 6 p.m. A massive new class history for the Hockey Center brings around as part of the $1 billion arena revamp. We'll have all the details of that cool center with emphasis. Can't believe it. 6:45. Everybody remembers that one centimeter here on Lincoln Homes, and that is where Sparrow Bubble Baxter's reach. And congratulations to the UCLA women's team into the Final Four. Michael Bucks, did you see that? And he did. That's really shoes. It is. I know you. It's tough for you to go to Metro. Yeah, so I'm sure you looked there. Did you happen to see how other teams did? I think they won. Yeah, they're united in the women's. Yeah, the women did. Yeah, they're fun. What about in it's a frozen college hockey? Yeah, they're also the frozen. Oh, I think the men also did. So that's very magnanimous. Congratulations to the leader. I would say in the Final Four. And like I said, something like the cheerful. I was thinking about we just had the New York Commerce Kevin Schleines. Sales guy uncover some of the money to the Boston burgers. And he 8 to 18 million. He said that he's going to do.
Why are you trying to get through? What's this say? 13,000 less than 13,000. Ain't that much money? That's what I don't get. It's a very small city, especially compared to the other cities in LA County. What I'm talking about too, that it would affect things like the infrastructure growth going forward, right? And I certainly understand that. And I think I'm making a contract with the sheriff's department for public safety. Just be annexed to the city of Los Angeles. That's a city that knows how to run its operation. That's a city that knows how to handle its finances. Stop. Bell Gardens is a pretty small city too, larger 3 times larger than Commerce than Bell Gardens does. Closer to 40,000 people according to the 2020 census. Of course, all of Southern California cumulatively has the lowest population. You can't even back into that. You have to show big population. So I think there's a lesson in learning. It's not just about the coronavirus. It's that in this case you've got an AG who says, no more gardens. You let no more gardens. Which is bizarre. What worries me is if you have a city that doesn't have a lot of diversification in their income, and I know for a place like Commerce, Bell Gardens, they're thinking, this is great, we're going to get our money from the casinos and keep everything, the residents are like, yeah, we keep our taxes low because there's money coming in from somewhere else, we don't have to worry about it, that's all great, but then all of a sudden everything's all in one basket, all it takes is one politician who's got one special interest leading something in Sacramento, and it destroys the business model for an entire city. So that worries me. It doesn't have to be just Sacramento either. This was always something that was a concern when I was living in San Diego. We went into one of those situations where the budget's getting shut down, and then we're talking about cutting the military and closing bases and things like that. And then all of a sudden, all of San Diego County went, okay, we got tourism, we got military, what else? And it was a big concern, obviously. Those are two big drivers. What happens if somebody in Washington, D.C. decides to start shuffling things around? Same thing for LA County, for Orange County, Riverside, San Bernardino, Everett. If all of a sudden somebody makes a decision, your economy is not diversified, you are in bad shape. What happens in Silicon Valley? All of a sudden they start limiting the growth of AI companies, for instance. What they do, right? So I think it's an opportunity for a number of different communities to take a look around and see, well, are we doing a good enough job of diversifying our tax base? And application for administrators, let's just start preparing for course in advance. There AI coming for these big industries that we have here. Let's start taking some spending now. Let's start figuring out ways to be more efficient. I listen to, the city of Commerce itself. We're talking about this, this outlets. As you are. It's occupying what used to be a tire factory. So, the tire factory and it was redeveloped, and now it is this Southern California retail destination. It attracts a lot of people, a lot of business. So that's an example. Commerce has been through this before. Now what we have here with a property like the Commerce Casino, if that is abandoned, we do have a hotel property. And right, could be redeveloped as hotels. Charge to it. Yeah, then you're just competing against other hotels. You're not competing against other destinations. Are the Native American tribal casinos that really stuck into the card game casinos? If you want the full casino experience, you're going to Commerce, you're going to Bell Gardens, you're going to Compton. I mean, these are sometimes games to play blackjack, which they've basically essentially outlawed. This dates back to like 2000. Proposition 1A was approved by voters in the state of California and gave tribes the exclusive right to what they call bands. Gangs, and that's what players who are used to blackjack. So, while carnivals pregame tribal casinos, they offer those games outright. So it's in a way that existing laws being flouted. And it was Attorney General Rothschild who decided to come in and say, enough is enough of this fouling into the state's own numbers, the DOJ's own numbers say this will cut cardboard revenue by $464 million. We get this. Tribal casino revenue is expected to go up $232 million. So, I don't know. It seems like there is a law on the books. You are hurting some communities in California by enforcing this. Yeah, it seems very odd to me too that This is an icon. Why not tell me? Of course. These things are always, I love sin taxes because they're always optional. Right? So I love taxes and incentives because I don't have to you want to get your money over, you want to support my community, I want to go. You want to smoke? Go. You want to do your drugs? Go. You want to drink? Great. What's the tax on it? That's voluntary. I love voluntary taxes because I can decide whether or not I pay some voluntary ones. So now when the state says, let's get rid of these taxes that people have chosen to pay, how do you make up for that lost revenue? $450 million we're talking about. Where's that coming from? Right? That's $450 million that we have to pull out of the budget and figure out where we're good. What are you cutting? Where are you going to make up for? And California doesn't like to cut. So where are you going to make up for?
Well, that's money coming out of the sales themselves. That's the they're also projecting to I'm sorry, what the numbers that I gave is that core revenue will be down by $460 million. I'm sure state revenue as well. Absolutely, no question about it. But it is also forecasted to boost the tribal casinos by $230 million per year. So I think if you're the card industry, which already has limited offerings, and you have more than $460 million being yanked out of the industry, that is a bode well for the industry into the future.
And I just feel like this is a situation where we can all move on. Why do we have to keep oh no, we're not making enough, we're going to take it from them. Just start a freeze.
Again, if this law was on the books, I don't know why it wasn't enforced. Blackjack was ever on the table. Why now they decided was the time to cut it and work these businesses running things that people worked into some jobs that were
all right, you trust the school, you trust the teachers, you trust the system to catch the bad everybody's. And then you find out the system knew what was happening to your kids. They just kept going out this. Then the state is finally talking about predators on the playground. Next, but so they're okay by age 21. Everyone's got it.
KOST-HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County, more stimulating talk. Making history at Denver live from the KFI 24-hour news from Southern California. Will pilot NASA's return to the moon. Artemis 2 is scheduled to launch Wednesday, marking the first crewed trip around the moon since 1972. Victor Glover, a former wrestler at the steering place, will be at the controls and could become the first flying astronaut to travel around the moon. Glover previously made history in 2020 as the first flying astronaut to serve on a long-duration mission aboard the International Space Station. Sheila Agostino, KFI News. Gas prices in LA County are hovering just under $6 a gallon on average. The sky says it's discouraging if you're traveling for spring break.
Definitely not going on vacation because of the far distance driving.
The county average for gas has gone up 9 cents in the past week and $1.30 in the past month. The average for Orange County is $5.93. In the Inland Empire, it's $5.85. Statewide, it's $5.88. The national average is just under $4. The LA County Sheriff's Department is mourning the loss of one of their own. A deputy died over the weekend after suffering a medical emergency during the Baker to Vegas relay race. The department says the deputy was a 13-year veteran assigned to the San Dimas station. The deputy's name has not yet been released. Baker to Vegas is a 120-mile relay for law enforcement teams from Baker, California to Las Vegas. A woman from Arizona will be sentenced in LA for filing a fraudulent wildfire relief claim for the Eat Fire in Altadena. Katrina Woods pleaded guilty to a federal fraud charge for a workers' assistance claim. She listed a native address in Altadena to a minority residents who said it was destroyed in that fire. The government gave her $24,000 in disaster relief and put her up in hotels for 2 months. LAPD figures show 75 people were arrested over the weekend during the No Key protest in downtown LA. Cops fired tear gas at the federal detention center after the rally and arrested people failing to disperse. One person was arrested on suspicion of possessing a weapon that police described as a dagger. Federal officials say 2 officers were hit by concrete blocks. A candidate for governor of California says President Trump is messing with the election.
Congressman Eric Swalwell from Northern California says publicly releasing
files connected to his friendship with reported Chinese spy Fang Fang is Trump's way of swaying the election. FBI Director Kash Patel possibly released redacted files from that investigation into the relationship. Fang Fang worked on Swalwell's congressional campaign as a volunteer. Swalwell cut off the relationship in 2015 when intelligence officials briefed him about the Chinese plans to infiltrate politicians. Jason Campidonia, KFI News.
A student is dead after shooting a teacher in a South Texas high school this morning. It happened at the Hill Country College Prep High School, which is about half an hour north of San Antonio. The teacher was taken to a hospital. Officials have not said what her condition is. Students were taken off the campus for benign interference. TSA employees can start getting back pay today because of an executive action signed by President Trump. Tens of thousands of employees have been working without pay for weeks since the start of the partial government shutdown. Some TSA workers say they're happy that they're going to get paid. Others say it's just not enough. Partial government shutdown started last month. Lawmakers left Washington for their 2-week recess without an agreement to fund the Department of Homeland Security. President Trump could soon be asking Arab countries to help with the bill for the war in Iran. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, during a briefing, said that she thought it would be something Trump would be interested in. I won't get ahead of him on that, but certainly it's an idea that I know that he has. The Pentagon is reportedly asking for $200 billion in additional funds, but the White House is not yet resubmitted a request to Congress. Sunlight weather for KFI, cloudy, highs mid-70s, around 80 for Metro LA and the high desert, windy in the high desert, around 80 in the valley, low 70s in the beaches, upper 70s in Lindo, sea low to upper 80s for the high heat. Right now, 68 in Seal Beach, 72 in Guadalupe Park, 77 in Agoura Hills, and 74 in Terminus. The KFI might be in Dow is close to up 50, and S&P 500 down 25, and NASDAQ down 150. Going to a stall on 101 in downtown LA.
Heading north down right at Vision Street, it's stuck in the middle lane. You'll see some traffic backed up as you come away from the 10. And if you have stay away from Work Zone 5, north down from Sansley Canyon to Parker Road that has the right lane off of it's set to end at 3 p.m. And the southbound side on 5 and gas station from Parker Road to Sansley Canyon, you'll see the right lane off of Sanford Road where that's scheduled until 3. And as you make your way on the 101 southbound in Hollywood, once you get to Western, it's a stopping traffic for you. Heading into downtown, that clears up as you make your way past the 110. Diamond Bar Work Zone at 57 northbound from Pathfinder to 260. 3 right lanes closed off. That's scheduled until further notice. You'll see the slowing as you come away from Diamond Bar Boulevard. And if you're in Santa Ana, the 55 right now looking a bit slow due to a crash right at Dyer Road, partially marking the on-ramp. Traffic's backed up to MacArthur. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Pedro Moreno.
Don't miss our 2026 iHeartRadio Music Awards. Taylor Swift's first award show appearance this year. John Elliott wins the iPad Award. Kehlani, Lady Wilson, all hosted by Ludacris.
Our 2026 iHeartRadio Music Awards now streaming on Hulu. It's easy to tell if you had way too many to drive. What if you've had just one too many to drive? Never underestimate just a few. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Transportation and the Ad Council of the station. The free iHeartRadio app is now one for music, radio, and podcasts. All in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. Parties to disappear.
I can't think of a safer location that works just like any location where two people can destroy someone's life.
and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
Monks and Merrill, followed by James Detroit. Simulating talk of Restream. Follow us on socials at Monks and Merrill, and we'll see the snazzy stressor. Michael, listen anytime on demand, the iHeartRadio app as well. We also got the podcast. A number of people are concerned about the safety of their children in schools for pretty good reason, too. Reporting finding alleged misconduct spanning from police in the 1980s until today. Dozens of cases that involve around 20 educators, ranging from inappropriate comments to alleged statutory rape. This is and the investigation by the state shows that basically the failures to identify these are completely systemic. And you gotta wonder, how does this happen? And I feel like there'll be more on the corruption of this news coming up this hour too, because I don't know if you saw the story of the tech vendor that charged $22 million in contracting scheme, and just an opportunity for employees to use the system for their own gain. In this case, it seems to be using the system for their own benefit of nature.
It does indeed. We're joined now by journalist Matt Restream. He's covered this situation at Rosemead High School. Matt, thanks so much for taking some time here. Matt, the KMI, I mean, this is a public school that has had this going on apparently for decades. How did it go unnoticed for as long as it did?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that. I think it's important to note that a lot of this behavior just goes back decades. I covered cases as far back as the 80s, and a lot of this behavior happened without consideration. Particularly at Rosemead High School, which I investigated for several years, where some of the blurred boundaries that doctor experts will say were warning signs early to things such as teachers leaving students were at home, teachers and students hanging out together after school, giving students gifts, one-on-one time after school. A lot of those things were happening really many years. It wasn't a tough start really digging into this several years ago, and uncovered a lot of stories that have been just beneath the surface that the state got involved in, and everything was
that break really kind of kicked off this investigation with our business inside. Before you go back, how do we know the difference in this is concerned? Because I also know there are kids involved in the cracks, the teachers that are worried about those children. And so some of the things you described, for instance, teachers spending one-on-one time with certain kids, is that immediately a red flag? Should those kids not receive that attention? I'm thinking of a little college this would have just gone kaput, and we said, no, you can't spend time with kids.
Yeah, so I think the person might have put so much more one time, shouldn't be a red flag. I think what happened at Rosemead, to your question, is one, first of all, I think the boundaries got excessive opportunities to where these sorts of things were happening on a regular basis. Rights all over just those are themselves red flags. It's not often that or anyone walks into a room that did actually happen. But that is very unusual. More often, what happens when these things happen, just sort of underneath the surface, is that a teacher or educator wants to groom a child for a sexual relationship. You have to understand first that there's a community around so that when there is a question, somebody does raise it's sort of a red flag, that educator gets the benefit of the doubt. And that's what happened at Rosemead again and again, where you had educators very well liked. These people were often popular. Have a lot of friends on staff, administrators, were not the case. And so that if there were already red flags. Basically,
We're talking with journalist Ben Strange, who is here to talk about workers in high school. How the state has found that this school district has failed to handle sex abuse allegations. I'm not talking about Ben, specifically about what the district has done right. It looks like most of it has been wrong. Explain to us the district's response in handling the information that's been necessary as part of this investigation and how they did their own internal investigations.
Yeah, so it really varies widely in terms of how the district is handling these cases. I've reported on dozens of them. The California Department of Justice, as you know, also investigated many cases, both at Restream and other schools within the multi-unit high school district. It really varies. I think in a lot of cases, there was a cursory district investigation. Instances where principal, for example, or the assistant superintendent personnel, which are head of HR, would conduct an investigation into take what's happened several times. We got from something like this, hey, should we look at this teacher's relationship with the students and things like that. So what was that spot or what flags we were just talking about. But often, those investigations usually with essentially just integrate two things we were trying to integrate. One, being the teacher accused of inappropriate, and two, the student that they were allegedly involved with. The problem with that is that you can talk to anybody who says these investigations are living, private investigators, law enforcement who investigate cases at the state level. That's who get that investigation. You need to talk to the friend who calls around the two. The reason being, of course, is there's a lot of incentive to lie. And I think for cases where the teacher involved simply lied to the administrator, or anything lied, excuse me, and the administrator was never able to reach the student, or the student lied as well. So that's in the investigation. So that in a school setting is but that did happen many, many times over those many years.
At Range, right now you'll find the Sleeping Organized Crime and Corruption reporting project like the story that you did in Physicians Iron in 2023 Sparks investigation into Rothschild. That's exciting because I have so many more questions about what's next. And I also want to know there's a more effort to say, so I'm going to choose to talk about those in just a moment.
And we'll also get into what the Attorney General's office was investigating here. That's next on Farms in Maryland. For this update from Deborah Barr, the KMLE 24-hour news.
Here is the latest. President Trump is threatening widespread destruction of Iran's energy resources if the deal to end the war doesn't happen quickly. LA County Sheriff's deputies trying to find a guy who exposed himself to a whole food Olympia. War at the bottom of the hour from your Toyota dealer. Traffic Center, we make it easy to stop on the 91 in Cerritos.
That's it eastbound just before the 605. You'll see it taking up the middle lane overall. It's a stop go right back then to Valley County. And if you're traveling on 10 east of the mid-city coming up to Robertson, seeing some bright lights there. And it's patchy slowing as you head into downtown LA. Clears up just after 8. If you're making your way to downtown LA, 101 northbound at Business, looks like a stall has just been moved out of the middle lane. You're driving slowly recovering as you come away to the 10. But Southern California's most accurate traffic reports. I'm Pedro Marino.
Somebody tell me that. Shocking.
Get down with those shots. The tragedy is now forgotten. And the mystery that could have been out of control that may have been about sex. Open your free iHeartRadio app and search for Chef Murder City Hall.
Project Hail Mary dominating the domestic box office for a second weekend in a row. The Ryan Gosling's sci-fi picture bringing in $54.5 billion, bringing its haul so far to $164 billion and making it the top-grossing domestic release of the year. And at number 2 is Disney and Pixar's Proverbs, pulling in $12.2 billion in its fourth weekend. That puts its total at $138.5 billion so far.
So it's gonna be another
Disney Plus celebrating after the Hannah Montana 20th anniversary special premiere. The special reaching 6.3 million views in its first 3 days of streaming, along with that the original series of Hannah Montana itself, up 1,000% of the last week compared to the week before. The anniversary special debuting March 24th, exactly 2 decades after the original show debuted on Disney Channel. The voice of Fox McCloud from the Super Mario Galaxy movie now revealed. Glenn Powell was confirmed to be the voice of the character in Universal's upcoming film. The character known from the Star Fox and Super Smash Bros. Games, the Super Mario Galaxy movie debuts in theaters April 1st. TV Rexa coming out with new music. The Grammy-nominated singer announcing her new single Hysteria on social media. The song comes from Rexa's upcoming visual album Dirty Block, with each song's release voted on by fans. The single releases next Friday. That's entertainment. I'm Jennifer Bolton.
I'm so sick of hearing men talk about women's basketball. If only there were a professional WNBA player with her own podcast I could listen to. You ready? Hey, this is Lisa Brown. And this is Mariah Rose. You can show me for Distilling the Tea or Keeps Her Hotties on TikTok. And we have a new podcast, Full Circle. Every Wednesday, we're catching you up on what's going on in women's basketball. And not just in the WNBA, but with Athletes Unlimited, Unrivaled, and college basketball. We've got some analysis, inside stories, and a little bit of tea. I know you guys have seen a lot of former and current basketball players telling their stories with their point of view, and I just think it's time for the girlies to tap in. We want to share all of the basketball stories that you won't see anywhere else. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
You know those arguments you have with your friends in the group chat or barbershop about who is the best shooter, best scorer, or who has the best handles of all time? Well, now imagine one of your buddies is 11-year veteran in the NBA who has not only played against the game's best, but has a backstory developed.
I'm Seth Curry, guard from the Charlotte Hornets. Our new podcast is called GOAT, G-O-T-E, Greatest of the Era.
I'm Trevon Edwards. Join the discussion with me, Seth, and some special guests.
We'll break down who is the greatest of the era in all the categories that you care about, like clutch shooter, lockdown defender, and one-on-one scorer.
Listen to GOAT, G-O-T-E, Greatest of their Era on the iHeartRadio app.
AM 640, more stimulating talk.
Coming up on the next Carrying Championship, we'll tell you everything you need to know to be the smartest person in the room when it comes to Artemis 2, the moon mission. Carrying Champion starts tomorrow morning at 9. KMI AM 640 live everywhere. The iHeartRadio app is Monks and Merrill. I'm Michael Monks. That's Chris Merrill here with you on this Monday afternoon. We're talking about an 18-month California state investigation which found systemic failures in how the district of Monte Union High School District handled sexual misconduct complaints, particularly at Roseby High School. Our guest is journalist Matt Trange, who is also with the Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project. Matt, thanks for sticking around with us. I'm going to hand back over to Chris if he had some questions about this.
Yeah, Matt, I appreciate not only the work that you've done on this, but keeping up with the story as well. While this happened to Roseby and El Monte, I mean, how many districts have smaller versions of the same story that just haven't been exposed yet?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. You know, I've actually investigated educators grooming students for sexual relationships across the country. And I can tell you that, as you indicated, you know, Ron Roseman's case may be extreme in the sense of the number of victims and number of survivors. It is by no means the only one. I do think that, you know, if you look at some of the data in terms of the best estimates for how common this kind of issue is, how common this abuse is, it's as high as 1 in 10 students are targeted for grooming at some point in their K-12 education. Now, it doesn't mean that 1 in 10 students has had sex with a teacher. It means that 1 in 10 students are essentially probed or felt out, so to speak, from a teacher to see if they would make them go that far. And grooming is an incredibly pernicious problem. It's also really addictive. As we were talking about earlier, to prove in some cases, you know, it's rarely prosecuted as it's standalone. Hard to prosecute, either when you see it from a legal context, criminal case, it's part of a broader case where the evidence in this the community that most reporters might, in the school district might cover.
Chris and I were talking between segments here during the commercial break about when we were in high school. I mean, we were close to some teachers, and I'm sure that's still common in some districts. I mean, teachers are special people in a young person's life. Can you describe to us, though, what grooming means in this context? Because I think it seems that some of the descriptors could come off as innocent. How do they become more nefarious?
Grooming a mentor. Sure. So in this context, often involves a great deal of trust, and where it becomes problematic, of course, is when that trust is manipulated. And so, a lot of students who are targeted for grooming are often dealing with a lot of issues in their life. Many students who fall victim to this, for example, have had prior issues of sexual abuse. Might be dealing with a situation at home where both parents are not in the picture, or both parents are not involved. Those are the types of kids who tend to be targeted for this sort of behavior. It isn't the kids who have a really active parent in their life. And so that trust is predicated often on talking about their problems, and for many kids, who have issues at home, may not be getting the things that they need or the support they need. They will naturally want to seek out a trusted adult to talk through those problems and to share them. So, in this context, what they're doing is talking about the age of the student, their sex life, things that would be inappropriate to talk about with a teacher. We're talking about trauma that they've experienced and undocumented them. It's usually these relationships start with that trust, and then it's not
Matt Graves is joining us. He kind of broke this story that Rose did this big investigation. There was some systemic failures being done. And then what parts of the system are being fixed? I know you mentioned that there were, when I asked a question, you already answered that, but you talked about how some of the teachers perhaps were favored. You had trust with those teachers, but then people sort of poo-pooed the idea that they could be predators. What other failures are we talking about, and what are we doing to fix them?
Yeah, so the failures in terms of Rosemead in the district, or much of the high school district, are really centered around failures by the administration to properly investigate these cases when they do come up. And so, to give you a sense of the scope and some numbers, the California DOJ investigators have interviewed dozens of folks at this point. I've interviewed over 350 myself. DOJ interviewed dozens of folks. They also looked at over 100 complaints of alleged misconduct across the district over a 7-year time frame. And so, systemic issues is going to occur in that. But there are a lot of cases. They also had access to tens of thousands of pages of disciplinary documents showing various steps that were taken or in some cases not taken in the midst of these cases. And so the systemic nature right now is being discussed. There's a school where this people right, it's really not to districts in any of these cases.
How many predators are we talking about here? I mean, you make it sound like every teacher there was a predator. Was it one person doing this 1,000 times, or was it 1,000 people doing it one time?
Yeah, so certainly not every teacher. I think worth pointing out too that while this issue is systemic across the country, it is less than 1% of teachers. I think the thing that's sometimes difficult to understand is that we have an epidemic of something, but because we have so many teachers, right, in this country, of course, so many students, that the number of teachers who are actually doing this sort of things is less than 1%. At Rosemead High School specifically, identified about 2 dozen teachers who were wow. That in some way, shape, or form, either sexually harassed or experiencing sexual relationships.
We saw the state come in, do an 18-month investigation, and the school districts don't like takeovers or exit plans. Those are usually related to academic performance. So, the math scores are down, so now we've got a state-mandated plan to get our act together. This is a 4-year fix-it plan related to this sex abuse. What's it happening? How's the school district supposed to get it together in 4 years?
Yeah, it's a wide-ranging stipulated judgment. It's what's called essentially settlement. It's worth pointing out that it's extremely uncommon. This is only the second case like this in California history. The first one being by 13 unified school districts some years ago. In that situation, there were many major lawsuits that were filed across the district